Horror in Oregon. I've been living in Idaho for just over 4 years now. I moved from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in 2015 with my parents. I'm 24 now. Moved out of my parents' house into my own apartment with my beautiful fiancée. Couldn't be happier. Since I was already out of high school and I keep to myself more than most, my group of friends is rather small. I'm fairly outgoing and have never had a lot of difficulty making friends. Still, the only place I ever really have a chance to talk to people is at work. And I work as a correctional officer. A prison guard, in simple terms. Being surrounded by inmates isn't exactly how I would prefer to spend my day, but it pays a good deal more than most other jobs at entry level. Worked there almost 3 years now, and anybody that I could call my friend also works there. It's not the best setting to make new friends in, but it works. There's 3 people that I hang out with most of the time. Bowers, Reed, and Taylor are the people closest to me. Sure, I hang out with plenty of others that work there, but more in a everyone was coming, so I came too kind of way. Bowers, Reed, and Taylor are the last names. Working where we do, that's how you know each other. So from here on out, that's how I'll identify them. I spend the most of the time with Taylor. He and I usually go ride our bikes around town, grab a bite to eat, maybe drive around and talk. Nothing too glamorous. I see Reed most any day at work, but he has quite a busy life. With his wife, their new baby, his schedule is mostly dedicated to being a family man, which is fair. I still see him whenever he has the opportunity, though. Bowers, on the other hand, is who I have most in common with. I'm a big horror fan. I love scary movies, scary stories, scary places. Anything to chill your bones and make your skin crawl. Bowers is much the same. He's always talking about writing a screenplay for an amateur horror movie he wants to make. I always thought it was a good idea, so we'll sit at work and brainstorm together. Sometimes we try to come up with a story that we deem scary and unique. Not exactly easy in our primary setting. Prison is a scary place, but for a different reason. A lot of the time when we hang out with each other, we like to go adventuring to the more eerie places that Idaho has to offer. Given that there aren't too many places to go that'll make the hair on your neck rise, we have to get a little bit creative. There's some mountain roads, a couple of abandoned properties, just your run-of-the-mill haunted places. These places serve more of sort of an inspirational purpose than anything else. Gets us into the proper on-edge mood to come up with the scary elements to a story. When it comes to horror, Bowers also shares the majority of my views on what's properly scary. We both agree that jump scares are cheap. It doesn't take really much to make somebody jump, and it generally doesn't matter what object, noise, or figure jumps out. It'll still make you jump. For me to fully enjoy a horror movie, I like the feeling of being creeped out instead of loud noises. I prefer more a sense of, hey, did you guys hear that? Instead of a scary face jumping from off screen. I'd rather have something sitting off in the background waiting for my view to fall upon it. Bowers is exactly the same, so when it comes to individual preferences, they're almost identical. One day at work, Bowers comes up to me and mentions the place he saw a video on YouTube about. It was an abandoned factory, and I got to admit, factory sounded awesome. I'd been to abandoned orphanages before, sure, but never a factory. So I asked him, just how abandoned is it? He explained. Well, from what I understand, it was abandoned sometime in the 70s. It's a factory for making concrete. But when they built a new one, they just left the old one to rot. Sounded pretty promising. Where is it? I asked. "A city called Lime in Oregon," he said. Checked a map on my phone, and it showed that Lime was just across the border of Idaho and Oregon. Not a far drive at all. The factory was sitting just off the side of the main freeway. Pictures I could find on Google just ensured that it would be a fantastic place to explore. My work week was coming to an end, so I texted Bowers just to set up a time for us both to go. My Friday was actually his Thursday, so I figured the best time to go would be on my Saturday after he got off of work. He worked up until 10 p.m. that night, so we would have the perfect mindset when exploring this abandoned pile of concrete up in the high desert. I showed up to his apartment around maybe 11:30 p.m. Once he had gotten home and changed clothes, he climbed into my Ford Ranger and we headed off into the night, stopping only for essential supplies like cigarettes and a couple of sodas. The drive was perfect. Traffic was almost non-existent going down the highway. We had the proper soundtrack of some Pink Floyd to keep us company. I was following the GPS on my phone to the factory. Even though we knew it was right off the side of the highway, we presumed it would be kind of too dark to spot it. So we hopped off the freeway and started down a partially lit road that turned to dirt after driving down it for just a short while. Since we were in no hurry, I left my truck in second gear and we just coasted along this gravelly, pothole-riddled road. Eventually it led to concrete again. We had taken an exit that led down the town of Huntington, just to take a bit longer. Let it build up in our minds a little bit more. After another 15 minutes or so of driving, my headlights watched over the old concrete factory in Lime, Oregon. The main part of the factory was on the right-hand side of the road. There were some old drum silos on the left. We pulled off the left, parked in the dirt. As soon as I turned my headlights off, we were both bathed in darkness, with only the stale green glow from the time displayed at my truck's radio. It was the only thing providing any source of illumination. I could instantly feel the sense of uneasiness fill me up. Wasn't exactly regretting the decision to come all the way out here, but it was the fact that we were all the way out here that made me nervous. I checked my phone. I had no reception. Barris had no signal as well. I had 2 small flashlights that we could carry and a full pack of cigarettes to calm my nerves. We also both were carrying our handguns, just kind of in a just-in-case measure. Got out of the truck, took a look around. As we stood there in the dirt, I looked up at the sky. I noticed how brilliantly dark the surrounding area was. I could quite clearly see the Milky Way. Millions and millions of stars twinkled down on us. But instead of peace, I was feeling terror. Keep in mind, I did ask for this. This feeling that I'm experiencing is exactly why I love to be scared. My adrenaline was going a little haywire, so I lit a cigarette to relax myself a bit. The dry, billowy smoke is just what I needed to calm down. Bowers followed suit and lit one for himself as well. The red glow from the cherry embers on the end of my Marlboro provided much more light than I'd taken note of in the past, sending out a radiating red and orange light, almost to where it created a scarlet orb on the dirt around my shell toes. My shell toes. As we stood there in silence, we listened for sounds. There were no other cars around except for the ones passing on the highway every couple of minutes, but none parked near this factory. There was also a slight breeze wafted through the property, creating the illusion that something was moving objects around in the factory. There was a big hole in the ground, maybe 5 feet by 5 feet. When the breeze would hit it just right, it would cause a whistle to emanate out into the warm, dry summer air. Walked over to the hole to look inside. Grabbed my flashlight, stood about a foot away from the edge. Clicked the power button, shined the light down inside. And at the bottom, maybe 9 or 10 feet, lay piles of rubble, rock, and wood. It was too far to jump down, so I aimed my focus elsewhere until such time that I could find another potential entrance. Looked back at Bowers, still standing in front of my truck, just kind of staring off at the factory. walked up next to him and said, "Hey, this is pretty cool, man. Definitely a good choice." And he uttered a simple, "Uh-huh." I suggested that we go explore the rest of the factory, which he agreed. And to get to the main collection of buildings, we had to walk up a slight hill. Once at the top, we could both turn on our flashlights and aim them around at whatever caught our focus. I was focusing more on the graffiti and was basically plastered all over the walls. Some of it was actually quite impressive. Not just the simple tags or names and dates, but actual murals. And some murals got so complex they actually utilized an entire building. Mind you, some of the buildings are quite small, but they would base each one on what I think was supposed to be a Greek god. Each one had its own dedicated building as something of a tribute. Honestly, couldn't tell you the significance, but it sure caught my eye. Bowers was focused elsewhere. His face didn't seem to show interest, but instead indifference. He would walk slowly from one window of a building to the next, turn to face it, shine his light in, stare for a few seconds with a blank expression before moving on to the next one. It didn't quite make sense to me. He usually loves this kind of stuff. But as of right now, he seemed uninterested in anything. I walked over to join him at the two tallest smokestacks on the property. We poked our heads into some holes that looked like they were created after the place had been abandoned and looked up through the top of the stack. Looked even taller from the inside than they did from the outside. We explored pretty much every building that had an entry point that we could see. A lot of the roofs had collapsed, leaving some buildings inaccessible. Among more graffiti, the factory was now home to various wildlife from the area, some bats and birds being the most mentionable. Screaming lizards. Other than that, the factory was pretty much dead. Other than a few noises that could be written off as animals or wind, maybe a couple of eye tricks. Wasn't much else. Still enough to be frightening nonetheless. After exploring for about an hour, I'd gotten my fill of terror for the night. I had plenty of ideas for Bauer's screenplay, and still a sense of eeriness I was sure would last until morning. I looked at Bowers and said, "Well, I think I'm satisfied. Want to head back?" Still sticking with simple, inert answers, he replied, "Yeah." And I've worked with Bowers for about 2 years now. He got hired after I did. And after knowing him for that long, his responses were troubling. He usually had a lot more energy and enthusiasm than I did. Never seen him like this. Didn't expect him to be terrified to the point of paralysis, but he'll normally speculate on some scary stuff that might be happening there with me. We could sit there, scare each other by humoring the other on a noise that they heard, and not tonight. And if I'm being honest, Bowers was scaring a lot more than the factory was. On the walk back to the truck, I decided to mention some ideas I'd had for a screenplay to see if I could drag him out of whatever funk he was in. Maybe you could write about this group of teenagers that find this old abandoned factory, and they decide to go and to explore. Only while they're exploring, people just keep disappearing from the group, I suggest. "Yeah, that sounds cool," he replied. "Okay then, more than one word, I'm getting somewhere. Or maybe instead of teenagers, you could have some kind of supernatural or poltergeist investigator," I said, "who's going on this trip to the factory because the inhabitants of the town think the factory's haunted." "Yeah, that may work. Kind of like the idea of the teenagers because I think I'd be a lot more scared of someone in my group disappearing than a ghost," he explained. "All right, this sounds more like him now, and kind of getting the old Bowers back." We made it down to my truck, still discussing other ideas about the screenplay. As we're getting to the truck, Bauer said, "Hey, wait, look, there's a tunnel over there that we didn't check out yet." I turned around, and under the line of silos, there was a tunnel leading straight underneath them. "Yeah, okay," I said. "Let's go check them out." Closed my truck door, and we made our way over to the silos. As we peered into the tunnel, it was pitch black. I could barely see moonlight on the other side, and still I needed my flashlight to be able to navigate through it. The tunnel was probably around 7 feet tall. I would stand up straight in it, but because of some pipes that were occasionally protruding from the walls or ceiling, I'd have to duck every now and then. While we walked down the tunnel, the sounds of our shoes and breathing was amplified. It felt like I was walking through a horror movie. The sound was so enhanced it almost sounded fake and fabricated. Bowers was walking in front of me, so I was using my light to focus on the ground in front of us. His was aimed down at the end of the tunnel. I could see the end of the tunnel, and it appeared to lead to a small concrete room with the ceiling partially collapsed. We were about a third of the way through the tunnel and still had maybe 150 feet to go. And out of nowhere, Bowers stops walking. I almost run into him because my view was focused on the ground, and I asked him, "You good man?" He replied, "I'm not sure." "Okay, what the fuck does that mean?" "I don't know," he whispered. "Dude, you're freaking me out. What's the matter with you?" He said nothing, just standing there, completely silent. I was getting worried and, if I'm honest, terribly paranoid. Started shining the flashlight back behind us, half expecting to see some creepy humanoid figure quickly crawling to catch up with us. But luckily, the tunnel was empty, Bowers and I as its only inhabitants. Suddenly, I hear a scratchy, rustling noise. Quickly turn around and see Bowers in a dead sprint heading toward the end of the tunnel. I was confused, frightened, and frozen. I watched as my friend ran toward the uncertain end of this dark, damp tunnel, with only his flashlight as a beacon informing me of his distance. Part of me wanted to follow him, but I had no idea what to do at this point. In my head, I'm thinking, he's lost his fucking mind. I'm now stuck with him all alone in this tunnel. His light came to a halt in a little concrete room at the end of the tunnel. I could barely make out the outline of his body. He just stood there with his flashlight pointing at the ground. I shined my flashlight down the tunnel at him. I could see he was facing away from me, looking at the wall. I called out, "Bowers, what the—" Before he could finish, Bowers screamed as if he'd just been met with his worst fear. Can't imagine what he'd seen, but it must have terrified him to his very core. Dropped his flashlight and started running back down the tunnel toward me. Put my hand on my pistol ready to take aim at whatever comes behind him. As Bowers gets closer, I begin to see more of his face. He doesn't look terrified anymore, but happy, elated almost. I loosen my grip on my gun, thinking he's screwing with me. As he gets closer, his face goes from cheerful to angry. I could barely utter, "What's going on?" Bowers runs past me and knocks me on my ass. Hadn't felt a hit like that since high school football. As soon as I got my bearings, I felt across the rocky ground for my flashlight. The moment I grabbed a hold of it, I stood up and ran to follow Bowers back to the beginning of the tunnel. Rushed out of the tunnel, back into the open air. Pointed my flashlight and caught a glimpse of Bowers running up the hill back toward the main part of the factory. I stood in front of my truck, gazing up at this factory, just wondering what has possessed my friend to do this. My gut was screaming at me to get in my truck, lock the doors, and wait for Bowers to come back down the hill laughing. He was telling me, well, rather I was hoping, that he would tell me it was a joke and he just wanted to freak me out. Well, if that was the case, it was definitely working. I waited for a second to see if I could hear anything. His footsteps had ceased, and the only sound that remained was the light breeze in the air. I stood waiting for what felt like an hour, and out of the darkness I hear Bowers call out, "Hey bro, come check this out." "Fuck you, I want to go home," I said. I waited for a reply, but I didn't get one. All I wanted was to be back in my truck cruising down the highway headed back home. This was a little more of an adventure than I'd bargained for. "Bowers!" I shouted. "Hey bro, come check this out," was his reply again. For fuck's sake. I have no idea what's going on, but I am genuinely scared, and I don't know what else to expect, so just go find him. I pull my pistol out of its holster and hold it, if for nothing else than to make myself feel a little safer in this whole situation. Start to make my way up the hill and gaze upon the factory. I shined my flashlight all around, searching for my friend, and I called out his name again. "Bowers! Hey bro, come check this out." The feeling of dread began to pulse through me. "Well, you have to tell me where you are first," I said. Silence again. I couldn't accurately gauge where he was talking to me from, but he sounded far still. Continued walking toward the factory, going pretty much the same route that we had earlier. I was starting to panic. I didn't know where to look, what to listen for, or what to do. Walked past the giant smokestacks and toward the main grouping of buildings. I checked through every door I passed, looking for any sign of movement. I announced, "Listen, Bowers, I'm really freaked out right now, man. I have a gun cocked and ready. So if you're planning on jumping out to scare me, that would be a really bad idea." No reply. "Bowers!" I yelled. From over my left, I hear him. "Hey bro, check this out." I turned to face him. Bowers was standing through a doorway toward the back of one of the rooms. The look on his face will be forever burned into my brain. He didn't look scared, or happy, or angry. He looked sad. Sad like he had just received the worst news in his life. Then someone came and gave him even worse news. No tears or anything, just a frown with the most miserable eyes I've ever seen. I said, "What the hell happened back there, man?" He didn't move, his expression didn't change. He just stood there, frozen, almost catatonic. I take a step forward. "Look." I only got one syllable out before Bauer's face shifted from sadness to laughter. He was laughing in a very over-exaggerated manner, kind of mocking. The laugh wasn't the most disturbing element of this moment. It was how he contorted his face into a horrific smile. I don't just mean a really big smile, I mean like an unnaturally wide grin, literally ear to ear. He began to lift his gun. "Bowers, no!" I screamed. He pointed his gun at me and took aim. He bent his arm and aimed at his head. "Hey bro, check this out." Then he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gun firing echoed off the walls of the factory, bounced off the surrounding mountains, going back and forth like a metronome. Bauer's body stiffened and collapsed into the ground. Blood poured from his head, gushing out of his nose and mouth. There was so much blood I could hear the sound it made as it leaked down to the concrete floor. I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could. I screamed for somebody to come help. But then my screams turned to panicked cries, the kind of cries where you can't catch your breath. Never had a panic attack, but that's the only way I can describe it. I turned and scrambled for my truck. I ran over the edge of the hill and jumped out into the road. Without stopping, I regained my balance, scurried across the street to my truck, jumped in my truck, started the engine, and got out of there as fast as I could. Sped down the highway, trying to get out of the mountains. Hopefully I'd get in range of cell phone tower so I could call 911. Held my phone in my hand, waiting for even one bar of service to pop up. As soon as I saw the first bar with the little 4G next to it, I opened the keypad. I dialed 911, pushed call. Rang a couple of times, but then the call dropped. God damn it, come on! Before I could dial again, my phone started to ring. It was my fiancée. I rejected the call so I could first call the police. I'll just call her back in a little while, I thought. Started to dial 911, but my phone started to ring again, and it's my fiancée, and I answered the phone. "Hello? Hey baby, you can be home soon?" she asked. I replied, panicked, "You're not gonna fucking believe this. I don't know what to do. Bowers and I got to the factory, but he started to act weird, and then he killed himself. I'm so scared I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I've got to call the police and get help. Do something." She said nothing. I assumed she was in shock as I was. "Babe, can you hear me? Did you hear what I said?" After several seconds of silence, I got a reply. Not in my fiancé's voice, but in a very familiar voice. "Hey bro, come check this out." Paranormal encounters that keep getting more consistent. I've always grown up around weird and unexplainable experiences. So, knowing that, moving in with my best friend they were having a lot of weird encounters on the property. It didn't bother me at all. I've been coming around for 5 years before I started living here. but I only experienced little things, like hearing footsteps, the doors opening on their own, basic things like that. I only actually saw something a few times, and it was over this summer, and I was basically already living at our house because of how often I was over there. So here are the following stories from before I moved in. The first time I ever saw it, it was at night, and my best friend, I'm just going to refer to her as my sister. She had gone inside of the house to grab something. I was standing on the porch, Dad was out with the dog and flashlight, so that was how I was able to see it. I saw a creature with pale, tight skin. Didn't seem to fit its bones at all. Looked like large animal bones shoved inside human skin. It was crawling on all fours toward the road, so it wasn't facing me. Didn't even acknowledge me. I just watched it until she came back. And then it was gone. It wasn't like any animal or thing I've seen before, and I assumed I was just seeing things. So I didn't tell her until a different night in the porch. She told me that she'd seen it before too. And it's always been around. She never said anything to me either because she also thought she was just crazy. At my sister's graduation party, I had gone out to the swing set with this girl. It was just us two. Everyone else was still on the porch or inside the house, and we were pretty far away from everyone. We were shouting and screaming, trying to freak them out. We were trying to freak them out from where we were, since all we had was a light on, and at the time, they didn't realize that we had gone there. It was more like manic laughter and witch voices, not actual screaming, so they would know for sure it was us. Still a scary thing for a group of cross-faded people to hear. Although I was fully sober at this party, so I know what I saw was real. I kept seeing something running around us in what I assumed was circles. I completely ignored it. Me and this girl started talking about getting my sister and her boyfriend at the time, now ex, thank God, to play a trick on the people sleeping in the camper, since we saw them head in for bed like the four of us had planned. Soon after, we saw a figure walk around the camper and shake it. We assumed that they got to it first and stayed where we were. Eventually, after maybe an hour or so, we were talking about heading back. It was around 2 or 3 a.m., maybe 4. We looked over and saw a tall human figure was walking around the pool. They were too tall and skinny to be anyone other than the girl that I was sitting with. We tried to think logically and assumed it was my sister's boyfriend. We decided to walk back. Once we got back on the porch, my sister's boyfriend ran up the steps toward us and started yelling at us for fucking with them. My sister got onto the porch and said that she watched us come off the swing set, so it couldn't have been us. Apparently, we saw what they saw, but someone was underneath the porch poking my sister's boyfriend in the back. And this story isn't something I witnessed, but it was my sister and her boyfriend, which we're going to call Evan. He at first didn't believe my sister about what was going on, and threatened whatever's been outside by saying that he was gonna touch it. Strange threat. He was way more detailed than that, but I don't feel like going into detail on what he told this thing. That's when they both saw it. It had somehow gotten up the porch and had peeked from around the corner of them. My sister said that she was so shocked and terrified at what she saw that she hardly put together the face of it. She just knows that it was pale and extremely skinny. Now for the stories from after I moved in. When I first moved in and was dropped off at the house, I was pretty much completely alone. Went down to the kitchen to get food. That's when I heard my sister's cat, Tesley, meowing. When I got to him, I still heard him meowing, but I was looking at him. He was not meowing or moving his mouth at all. Something told me not to look outside no matter what I heard. I stayed with him since I assumed that he'd be scared too. I went back into the room and I heard constant footsteps. I knew it wasn't the cats because I know what the cats all sound like, and it wasn't them. I used to sit on the porch at night every night until I would, without a fail, like every night hear things moving on the porch or something walking around even though I was completely alone. I would hear voices that I didn't recognize, but I just guessed I was hallucinating since, well, any hallucination I've ever had been tame. Normally, I would just hear conversation that I couldn't make out or something like that. They stopped after I moved out of my parents. I'm assuming that they were caused from stress, so now I don't think it was just me hearing things. It started to get more consistent and obvious recently, like it doesn't care who sees it or hears it. It's like it wants us to do something. The scariest experience was when we were on the porch with a friend, who we were going to call Sean. We were in the hunting blind and we were smoking together, but I wasn't too high. Sean wasn't high at all, and I believe he has a much higher tolerance than my sister and I. We were talking about it, mocking it, and just joking around everything that we had seen. My sister just stuck her hand outside the tent and pulled it back in almost immediately while screaming that something had touched and grabbed her hand. We had just read this one. Anywho, I assured her it was just a bug or something. Better than the centipedes attacking my feet currently. If you ever hear me pause, that's because I am terrified of getting stabbed again. Anyway, I assured her it was just a bug or something, perhaps a centipede. I wanted to believe it couldn't have been a creature. For a while, we just heard footsteps and such until we all heard a male's voice speaking to us. Can't remember what it said. I thought it was Dad trying to scare us, so I yelled out to it that we could hear it. Silence. I continued to insist it was just Dad messing with us. But nothing happened until we heard the whispering. Honestly, now that I think about it, it did sound a lot like Sean, but I was looking at him and so was my sister. She started crying because she heard the same thing I did, and so did he. He looked confused and terrified at the same time. He wasn't talking at all. After that, the light turned on without anyone being out there. And we've done jumping jacks just to get that light to turn on, and it barely works. Packed up everything and immediately went inside. Only a few days ago, we went outside to go into the hunting blind for our activities. We went out to the sliding glass door that time, and nothing was on the porch. And I know because I was trying to ice skate in the kiddie blow-up pool thingy, and I know for a fact it wasn't there before. Came back to go inside, and we stopped. Dead in the center of the porch was a chunk of fresh raw meat wrapped in newspaper. We were on FaceTime with someone, and they also saw it, but he insisted that we must have missed it, but I know we wouldn't have. It had been snowing. We were outside long enough it would have started to get covered in snow. We went inside and asked my dad about it. We've absolutely no newspaper. No one in that house would have wasted meat for a prank. Especially a prank that didn't even get a scream out of us. The newspaper wasn't even wet either. Only maybe a day before that incident, we saw these large, and I mean large, footprints. They were right in front of her bedroom window after being on her way inside after hunting blind activities. No one's shoes looked like that. They were long and thin, like clown shoe feet or something. They didn't lead anywhere and there's no trail, just that one set. We just simply went inside and assumed we'd missed it. That's when we came out and, well, I know for sure that we didn't because I tried to grab my son that fell by our window, but I decided to leave it since it was already covered in snow. My sister knows that they weren't there before either. Oh, And we don't have a curtain either. Very fun for us to find that. For some reason, all of this talk of snow makes me sad. I miss snow. The house isn't that old, but the property has a lot of history. Not entirely sure what I was told, but perhaps the property could be haunted because of all the horrible things that happened here. People have died in this house, and sometimes things do act up, like Thanksgiving night, for example. I was in the bedroom by myself. My sister was in the bath, and her nephew was trying to sleep on the couch. I heard the sound of someone walking in and out of the house, doors opening and shutting. Just a whole lot of strange things. Her nephew heard it too, claimed that he had seen things staring through the window watching him sleep. We don't talk to him about what we've seen, but he described exactly what we have. And this was like multiple times, honestly. But my sister said that she heard somebody knock on the door and her younger sister shout, "Mom," when Mom was clearly asleep on the bed. She wouldn't have done that since it could wake her up, and this was around midnight since she texted me about it when it happened, since at first she thought it could be me. But also I knew I wouldn't make that much noise while Mom was asleep. Our sister was asleep at that time too. There's no footsteps or anything at all, even though you'd be able to hear somebody walking up to the door. And another time, most recently, we're messing around with the Ouija board, which has only worked for me once. Didn't work this time, so I spelled out something stupid and threw it across the room without saying goodbye. Later that night, I saw a little boy running into her aunt's bedroom. Went outside to tell my sister what I saw, and I didn't have anything happen related to that kid after that. We randomly get a strong feeling that we're getting watched or not to look outside or into the yard. I've never been afraid of the dark, and I've had this feeling before with my parents, so I'm not sure what else to think or feel. That's all I have for now. I might update if anything else happens. I feel like I miss the snow. I bet you the people in the snow don't miss the snow. Dream Walker. Dreaming and Deja Reeve. I considered of talking about the situation for quite a long time. It took me over 10 years to accept it. However, to this day, I still can't wrap my head around it. I can't understand it completely. Maybe somebody here may have an idea of what's going on. Maybe someone has experienced this too. Have you heard of that feeling called deja vu? Well, it's when you experience something which you are quite certain you had experienced before. There is also a situation called deja reeve or reeve. The difference between the two is that while the deja vu is the feeling or knowledge that you have experienced a situation before, and you feel that while you're experiencing it, this other one is when you experience a situation and you know that you had already dreamt of it. That's right, dreamt. Usually, the only similarity those two feelings have is their duration. They usually last just a few seconds. Well, I am in quite a difficult spot. You see, deja reeve has been a common occurrence for me with longer duration. Every few weeks or months, I would have at least one experience. For example, one day when I was out with my friends, we decided to go to a restaurant that we had never visited before. This restaurant was in a location of our seaside city, right next to its southern shore. From the second we sat down, I had that feeling until 5 minutes later, when the waiter left our table with our orders. I felt as if my ears were underwater. I knew exactly what things we would discuss, which foods and drinks we would order, who started giving our food orders. When it was my time to give my order, I gave it automatically. The words just slipped out of my mouth. Although I hadn't even looked at the menu, I didn't need to. That was because I already knew what I wanted to have from that menu. I remembered what I ordered in my dream. The only different thing was the point of view. In my dream, I was sitting northwards, while in reality it was southwards. My view was entirely different, yet our table, we all sat in the respective positions as in the dream. Another time, this feeling was even stronger. It lasted for nearly 10 minutes. I was at the bachelor party of one of my sister's friends. Her friend lived in a city around 400 miles away, a place I never visited before. I decided to get back to our hotel earlier. My sister gave me the keys and the address of the hotel, in case I needed something or if I, go outside for a walk to find my way back to the hotel. Back then, GPS and mobile phones wasn't really a thing, so I had a literal map stuck in my backpack in case I needed it. After killing some time reading a book on European night orders, I decided to go to the city center and buy some ice cream. It was an incredibly hot summer, and the heat at night was unbearable, even with climate on. I took my bag, wallet, and phone and went out. I walked for around maybe 20 minutes to reach the center, got my ice cream. One of the best I ever ate in my life. When I got on the road on my way back, I realized I got completely lost. You see, the city center had at least 10 roads around it, and I probably chose one of the roads next to the one I needed to take. Then I remembered the map, so I took it out. Then I checked my wallet for a piece of paper my sister gave with the address of the hotel. It wasn't there. I guess I had forgotten it in the hotel. I remember a sense of panic I had. I called my sister repeatedly, but I couldn't find her. The party had probably started already. As I stood in the pavement, I had that feeling again. The weird sensation that my ears were underwater. My fear disappeared for some reason. I saw the road ahead of me. I remember in my dream that I walked back one road, then turned left. I walked up the one road, but in my dream, the road to the left was the road to my right. I decided to follow the road to the right. I walked around maybe 15 minutes, taking a couple of turns that in my dream were the opposite direction, but the roads were the same. It was as if they were mirrored. Soon I felt that feeling dissipate. I was having a call from my sister, and I looked around me in the fear returning as I had the memory of that place. Yet when I answered my phone to tell my sister that I was lost, I turned around. The hotel was right across the street sideways from me. I remember the relief and also that weird sense. That sense that this wasn't right. A few years later, I was in the first semester in college. I remember that I had a strong dream over a specific exam in art history with the professor. I didn't know his name. Even in my dreams, his name was tough to remember. I remembered vividly that in my dream that I opened the paper with the questions and I smiled, knowing that I would pass it. The dream changed. I was in the same class, only when I received the paper in front of me, I was feeling pissed off. I decided to just leave the class and not write anything. Turned out, the dream came true, but once again, in a reverse order. Next semester, I had an exam in political philosophy. Our professor gave us a series of questions. They were from a different course, She apologized and told us to go back home. I opened the paper with the questions, feeling pissed off that I had to go back home earlier. And then I remembered the dream. It was the same class and the same paper, the same questions, right under my fingers. After 2 years, the other dream actually happened as well. It was for a course in art history indeed. When I sat down in the chair and until I started writing down my answers, the underwater feeling just came back. I already knew the questions and answers before I opened the sheet, and yes, I aced the exams. After many other incidents such as this one, I decided to try out something. I started changing minor details. For example, the timing of my actions, or perhaps a part of my decision-making in a situation. I always had a feeling that I should follow through the event in reality as I saw it in my dream. One time, though, I decided to do something different. I was with a friend going to the cinema. He was from a different city, so he didn't know the directions and relied on me to find the cinema fast. We were reaching a crossroad, and right then, the underwater hearing feeling returned. I knew that we should turn down the downhill road. There were also 2 uphill roads. A friend asked me which road to take. I chose one of the uphill roads this time. In that moment, the feeling broke, yet I knew something felt different. My friend looked at me quizzically. "Are you sure?" That question froze me. He didn't know the way. Why would he ask that? In a voice that suggested that maybe shouldn't we take the downhill road and it might be better this way. I was at a loss of words and my friend waited patiently for me to answer. "Yes, uphill," I said, pretty determined. "It's faster." He nodded, and as soon as we turned, a car came right around the corner. It was speeding way too much. If we were a few seconds faster, the car would definitely have crashed on us. Wow, see how that idiot runs. If we were here a bit sooner, he would rip us a new one. Phew, we're lucky, my friend said, winking at me from his driver's seat. I, however, was terrified. I chose a different path. I saw in my dream what we should have been doing, and I didn't follow through. And for a second only, if my friend hadn't asked me that question, we might have been involved in a deadly accident. Since then, I decided to follow through with the dreams and the déjà rêve or rêve. I should know how to say that. To not go against the direction I would take in them, and I was right to do so far. I avoided confronted situations that turned out that if I didn't follow through with that déjà rêve, the results would definitely be bad. And the dreams never stopped. Occasionally I have them, and I follow through. Yet I cannot shake the eerie feeling that something changed the day I decided to take a different turn. The puzzled look in my friend's face. That's because since that day, I no longer see the dreams from a mirror point of view, but from how they are in the real world. And the weird thing is that after that incident with my friend in my dreams, I only see from my left eye in them. Can't explain what this is exactly. Maybe my point of view changed. Maybe I sometimes consider in terror instead of walking through dreams. I walk in a different dimension the second I took a different decision than the one I had in my dream. And perhaps now I'm trapped in that dimension. Maybe my dream self paid the price of my intentionally wrong choice back then. I walk now on the same path as my déjà rêve dreams. I just hope that one day, ultimately, but I won't regret it. I hope one day I can say déjà rêve. Is it like that? Correctly. my only experience of the paranormal. Ow. These memories are old, around 17 years ago. I was still pretty young and would have discounted it entirely if it weren't for my family members also having had experiences in that house. I'd love to hear both skeptic and believers, if you all would be so kind. Careful what you wish for. To give a short introduction for context, I have an issue with my eyes that causes me to see a very fine amount of static at all times. Dr. Google has a lot of answers, and asking an actual doctor didn't get me very far. This will be important later. Other important information. The house this took place in was very small. Even when I was a young child, it felt tight. It was a one-story house with a basement, unfinished with old and thin wooden stairs. The living room was the biggest room, with a couch that faced away from me in my sister's shared bedroom. Now, like previously mentioned, the account I will share with you soon happened at night, and as time passed, I gave it a little bit of thought as it seemed impossible. I mentioned one of my experiences to my family, and they mentioned their own strange sights in the house. The previously mentioned couch sometimes had feet that could be seen from behind the couch, though when you went to look, no one was there, obviously. Another time that my father was coming up from the basement to yell at us for running on said stairs. He passed the main hallway and saw a woman with glasses and a red sweater staring back at him in shock. His momentum had carried him past the entrance, and so he quickly stepped back to see who... Sir. His momentum had carried him past the entrance, and so he quickly stepped back to see who this intruder was, to yet again find no one there. My own lesser cases of feeling like somebody was massaging my feet some nights, which I have to say is some of the most base primal terror I've felt in my life. I'll take it. A few other things. Your usual skittering feet on the stairs only to find the kids, being us, in their room playing with Legos. Whispers on rare occasions and not much else past that. Now, having recently asked my family for their stories in more detail, it just makes me feel more unsure. So I now share my story with all of you. I'm perfectly fine with being wrong. I do in fact welcome any feedback. So, I just got into bed. It was Easter night and I was excited for the egg hunt tomorrow. Couldn't sleep. My siblings had already fallen asleep, and I could hear my parents faintly in the basement working. The more I thought about sleep, the more I couldn't seem to reach it. It got late into the night. I heard my parents go to bed, and I'd become thirsty at this point. Wanted to ask them for water before they fell asleep, so I got up. It was very dark and my vision was impaired slightly by the aforementioned static already, so I really took my time getting out of bed. Reaching the door, I gently pulled it open and I felt a feeling creep onto me that I wasn't alone anymore. The light to the basement kept the hallway in front of me lit. Straight shot into the living room. An orangish yellow that only kept it bright enough to move. It felt like something was getting closer to me, although I didn't hear anything. Being a young child, I froze and squinted my eyes, hoping whatever it was didn't notice me. Nothing seemed to change, and standing in the open felt like more danger than standing still. So I opened my eyes, prepared to cower back into the bedroom. And that's when I noticed something I'd never seen before or after in my life. The static seemed concentrated. The visual fuzz formed a mass in the dark. It floated with no real distinguishing forms. It was near me. Now, I would assume it would be some sort of eye spot or just something a little off in my brain. But it was something that, nothing else had been. Consistent. It moved away, moved my head and my eyes to test if there was something there. It didn't move with my vision. Even as I looked at it from the corner of my eye, it remained the same. The realization had fully set in. There was indeed something hovering in the dark near me. Couldn't tell you why, but I felt as if it were facing me. I looked at it longer and felt my fear slip quite a bit. It then moved. It moved downward toward the hallway, and then stopped, as if a dog trying to lead me somewhere. Brought my hands together and interlocked them in front of my chest, self-soothed, and followed. Sorry, I just hit myself. I can still see it in my head. The dim hallway with a swirling mass of static. Creepy on the surface, but for some reason not too scary at the time. We made our way through the living room to the kitchen. That's when it stood next to the kitchen sink. I followed it and waited watching it. I looked at the sink, then back to it. If it had led me there for the water, then we were both out of luck, as I was far too small still to reach the sink or the cups. I'm sure that feeling was written on my face. It slowly floated back toward the hallway, assuming I'm right about its intention, or if it had any intentions at all. So turning myself to follow it back to my bedroom, very much deciding that water could wait till tomorrow morning, that's when I noticed something else new in the space. Two figures. They were sitting on the couch. Though, as I couldn't see the front of the couch, I suppose they could have been there the whole time. They sat in the darkest part of the couch, as the basement light couldn't reach the seat. One of the figures was small. The other seemed to be an adult, though looking back, I believe it could have been elderly by its posture. My fear returned and deepened at these new things. I did not feel safe being in their line of sight. Unfortunately, I would have to walk near them again to return to my bedroom. I probably would have frozen then too, but I was desperate to stay close to the static mass as it moved on without me. I shuffled quickly back behind it. I felt a bit better once I was on the back end of the couch. I made it nearly halfway past the couch when I heard something. I only paused a moment to let my ear try to pick out the sound. It was muttering. I heard one voice muttering as if through multiple walls. It was faint, and I couldn't make out anything but basically just the tone. I don't remember this part well, though. I didn't understand what the tone of voice was, but it was clearly a strong emotion. It began moving again, and the mutterings sped up. I also didn't know in a conscious way what this really meant, but I felt like a mouse staring a cat down and seeing it take the position to pounce. I shuffled fast, even past the static figure that was still making its way down the hallway, never taking my eyes off the top and sides of the couch. I was waiting for something to peek around its edge and get a look at me. At the time, I was certain a stranger's face would peek over, see me, maybe charge me down. I may have been too young to know exactly what death was, but I knew subconsciously like every animal does. Nothing did peek its head over or around. I just shuffled back to my room and walked through the door. The static mass did not make a move to enter, but once I'd begun to close the door, it became softly drifting back down the hallway again. I went to bed and I lay there for a few hours until exhaustion finally took me. I woke up the next morning with fuzzy memories, but otherwise it was like it never even happened. That's all generally a one-off experience that did not repeat in any way, really, but giving you the best account I have from memory. I excluded anything that I couldn't remember fully to avoid wasting time with what I, couldn't be sure of. Now, some parts of this confused me a lot as a kid, and I've communicated what I felt and saw the best of my ability, but obviously, there's going to be gaps. And part of this I've written here are only the parts that were burned into my memory, otherwise known as only the parts I could remember with some certainty. I generally avoided talking about it when I was still living there. I just hoped not talking about it would keep it from happening again in some way. House is still there, though. I doubt the new tenants would allow me back for the night as a stranger adult who's looking for some sort of answers. I'm personally leaning toward this just being nothing but circumstances, and the figures on the couch having been my fear getting the better of me. I do not have any history of hallucinating, though once again I do have the issues of the faint static. And at the end of the day, I'm unsure, and I'd love to frankly be persuaded into one direction or the other. The Duplex Diaries. Becoming a Believer. In my hometown, there are loads of restored Victorian houses. The city is very strict with them. Any renovation, or certain parts of town at least, they have to be approved by a historical preservation committee. So it raised questions when I saw that this house was a duplex. We lived in the lower unit. It was frickin' gorgeous. The house was over 100 years old with hand-carved wood molding and mostly original floors. You could tell what was part of the original structure and what was added on to make the duplex. Josh's room, the full bathroom, and my room were the addition. My room would have been built onto the closet underneath the stairs. The living room and dining room had all original wood floors. They restored them the best that they could, but there was a 5-foot dark stain in the living room, and a similar mark in a large corner of the dining room. The landlord told us, "There's only so much you can do with these old houses." And we did understand. We were lucky to get such a lovely place, with a modest rent in a cool part of town. I was the first one to notice the weird vibe in the house. When friends would come over, I would ask them, they would feel it too. Most of them agreed. Whenever I was in the kitchen, I felt like I was being watched from behind. Watched hard, like stared down even. Every time I turned to look, my eye would get drawn to the same spot in the doorway, directly above the big dark stain in the dining room. I tried to tell myself that it was probably not real, but it felt like my brain was picking up on the stimuli that couldn't be detected by my eyes. The only knowledge of dealing with the paranormal is to not let them push you around. Take strict dominance. You have to establish boundaries, since you truly don't know what you're dealing with, and the fear gives them the upper hand. I said out loud that I acknowledged their presence and I'm allowing them to exist in the same space as I do. But that could always be revoked. I paid rent, so I had seniority. That feeling of being watched started showing up at random times when I would just be in the room soon after. It wasn't just that anymore either. You know how sometimes you can tell a person is nearby before they make any indication that they're even there? It was kind of like that. I stared at the spot where it originated from, but there was nothing there. It felt like someone was peeking their head around the corner, just like in the kitchen. This would happen for short periods before fading away behind the wall. It would happen like that every so often throughout the night. Pretty much every night. And every time it happened, I was reflexively skeptical and told myself, nah, that's not real. I repeated that mantra more and more often in the coming months. In October, it finally got cold enough for us to turn the central heating on. My roommate mentioned to make sure our vents were open. I looked at my room and I saw mine were shut. Once I realized this, I guess you could say a pit opened up at the bottom of my stomach. This meant all the times I saw my Christmas lights hanging up around my room, and I know I was in my early 20s and admittedly awful, was gently swaying. It wasn't caused by the air moving through the vents. Also, we had no air conditioner. Well, none that could have been moving them at least. It was caused by something else. The presence continued to emerge off and on. I chalked it up to my active imagination, since it didn't seem like my other roommates were affected by it. At some point, I even talked to the neighbors upstairs who told me that they also felt a weirdness about this place. One night, when I had a friend over in my room, I was walking through the living room, turning off all the lights. I turned around the final one, turned that off, and started back toward my room in the dark. As I was passed over the stain in the living room, I heard a voice behind me. It was gentle and almost subtle, with an upward inflection like it was asking a question. I whipped around and I was just met with nothing. But I heard firm footsteps approaching me from the corner. I noped into my room where my friend was sitting. He asked what my problem was, and I told him the house might be haunted. He laughed at me and told me to get real. Not 2 minutes later, he goes, "Did you see that?" I asked, "See what, buddy?" He said my hula hoop jumped off the wall where it was hanging. He stared at it intensely, trying to formulate a rational explanation for what he saw. Don't think he ever found one. This was one of the most witnessed events in that house. We had a crew of people over watching something engaging when we heard glass shatter in the kitchen. Heard something engaging. A handful of us stood up and went into the kitchen where the light fixture above the sink was shattered in the sink basin. Out of seemingly nowhere, it had detached itself from the ceiling and exploded. We passed it off as a freak accident. One of us got in touch with the landlord and we carried on with the night. I kept feeling the presence studying me, so I tried to figure out what kind of entity I was dealing with. Granted, I had no experience or even understanding of the paranormal, only what I'd seen in the media. When I opened my mind and tried to be receptive, I got some tentative information. And once again, this all could just be a figment of my imagination. I'm perfectly okay with being wrong. It was a girl, a younger girl, possibly a preteen. The number 14 was something that was coming to mind. She was blonde with curly hair, wearing an old-school sailor outfit. She may have lived in the house before it became 2 units. The personality I got was a timid, curious child who suffered greatly and died in fear. I was dying to learn the history of that place, but I had no idea where to even start. In my casual research on it, I was disappointed that my state has no laws stating you have to disclose somebody dying in a house. Strange occurrences started to become routine. I thought that we reached the peak of activity and I didn't have really my guard up at all, and so one night I'm just on my laptop, Christmas lights hanging right next to my bed. Then they get lifted drastically off the wall for like a split second. It looked like an invisible force playfully tossed it upward. At that moment, I decided to revoke her access to my space. I said out loud that she was no longer welcome to my room. Thinking in haste, I scrolled through my minimal mental archive of the subject to remember what can be used against ghosts on TV. Salt. I needed salt. As quickly as possible, I retrieved the salt from the kitchen. I poured it in the door frame above the threshold. It felt more comfortable that I had a defensive barrier, but also wasn't sure if it would work. It was difficult to sleep that night. After I placed the salt, I stopped experiencing unexplainable things in my room. I still felt like I was being watched, but only in the kitchen. Things were mild now, and I thought I had nothing to worry about. This has been a learning experience for me, and I wanted to document what happened so I could explain to people why I believe in ghosts. So I took my notebook into the living room. I started to write. As usual, I felt something peeking around the corner, but this time it was more pronounced. At least more pronounced than any previous instance. Did she know what I was writing about her? My roommate sat down next to me. I told him what I was even doing, and it was almost like I was in a mid-sentence, and directly behind where I sat, the couch under us moved. It felt like somebody slowly picked it up by the corner and put it down. I immediately jumped up and ran outside. A few months after our lease was up, I was hanging out with one of my former roommates. The topic of the creepy feeling in our house came up in conversation. That's when she told me there was a fire long ago. I'm not sure how she learned this, but a lot of things made sense. Like the fact that it's a duplex and the burn marks on the floor. Is it possible that those burn marks were caused by burning flesh? Did the spirit who remained there die before their time? Was this just a series of coincidences? Will I ever get answers to my questions? I'm a see it to believe it type. Everything comes with a grain of salt, and I ask critical questions. Early humans evolved to recognize patterns for survival. It's the reason we see the Virgin Mary's face on a piece of burnt toast. Thought it was Jesus on that toast. Anyway, they also have the ability to sense when they're being watched. There has to be a reason these traits survived in us after millions of years. I would say there's plenty to watch out for even today, paranormal or not. Is my house haunted? I recently discovered this subreddit. I thought I would share my experiences with you guys, and strange things have been happening in my house ever since I was little. I don't really have an explanation for them, but I hope someone else could. For some context into the house itself, it was built in 1992. My parents moved into it in 1994. Ever since then, my family's been living in it. The house is modern and up to date. Nothing is abnormally old, not even the basement. I've always been inclined to believe in the supernatural or paranormal, and in part, I'm sure it's because as a kid I loved watching shows like Scooby-Doo or reading Goosebumps books. But all the same, I think it's based on what I experienced at that age. I used to be deathly afraid of my basement when I was younger. And even though, well, I'm a lot older, between 17 and 23, so I just don't want to say my exact age, it still makes me feel uneasy when I'm down there alone. My basement contains a crawl space, which is probably the creepiest part of the house. When I was around 8, I remember sitting down in the basement watching TV. And from where the TV is located, the crawlspace door is directly to the right if someone's facing the TV. While the TV was going, I heard the doorknob to the crawlspace turn. Looked over to see the door slowly swing open. I was horrified, but to leave the basement, I had to run past the crawlspace to get up to the stairs to the family room. I dashed past them. I ran upstairs, refusing to go back to the basement for several days. I also recall when I was around the age of 8, and even younger, I would see shadows, commonly in places around the house, such as lingering at the bottom of the basement stairs when I looked down them. Or one time, I looked into the mirror in my bathroom, and I saw one reflected in it walking to my parents' room, appearing to be carrying something. The shadows were blink and miss it type things. I'd see them out of the corner of my eye and just see them in general, only to blink and then they'd be gone. In every instance I saw one, every member of the household, my 2 parents and 1 sister, would be somewhere else, whether it be at work or the opposite end of the house. Voices calling my name could also sometimes be heard, although that phenomenon stopped around when I was 10. I've never been able to explain these past instances. I can't explain the ones that have been happening these past few years either. Things like doors slamming, only for them to never have moved. Footsteps outside my room late at night when no one is awake. And loud bangs that sound like falling objects only for nothing to have fallen or common. Although the frequency of strange occurrences have slowed down, they're still going to this day. And in fact, last night, at the time of posting this, February 18th where I live, I could hear strange noises outside my room at 4 a.m. There are plenty of little odd things that have happened, but I'll go into detail about the 3 most intriguing and unexplainable in my opinion. In June of 2021, I woke up at 3 on the dot one morning, and I was hearing knocking behind my bed. The way my bed was positioned had the headboard flush with the wall, with not even enough space to put a hand through comfortably, and the rest of the bed was open to the room. When I woke up, I was still incredibly sleepy. I figured that the knocking was just the house creaking, or maybe it was just my imagination. But as I tried to fall back asleep, the knocking didn't stop. It sounded like it was coming from behind the headboard, not from in the wall. I began to wake up more, annoyed by the knocking, which after 10 minutes was still going. It was starting to make me anxious, so I tried focusing my thoughts on one subject I enjoyed, such as music. Whenever I focused my thoughts, and I mean really focused to the point where anything else was tuned out, the knocking would stop. As soon as my thoughts stopped focusing, it would continue. Another 10 minutes passed and I got fed up. The knocking was still going and was turning into almost a scratchy knock. So I decided to try something. Got out of my bed and walked out of my room to the bathroom, which is across the hallway. The knocking got quieter as I left the room and louder as I re-entered it. So I feel pretty confident that it was a real noise and not my imagination. At around 3:40, the knocking stopped. I was finally able to fall back asleep. That morning, I told some of my friends what had happened. They weren't sure what to make of it. I'm confident that they didn't believe me, but to be fair, I still don't believe what happened myself. I don't blame them. After finding no explanations from my friends, I returned to my room to do some investigating myself. I went over to the headboard of the left side where the tapping had been. I looked for anything that could have caused the noise and found nothing. Got onto the bed and tried to shake it a little by rolling around, see if my own movements had caused the noise, despite me being still and the noise still going. This also turned out not to be the cause of the knocking. I walked over to the left side of my bed again, tapped the headboard. At that moment, I heard a loud smack from the bottom of the bed and a whooshing type noise. Since then, I've never heard anything similar again in my room, thankfully. For whatever reason, there was a period of time before this incident, probably around a month ago, or rather a month long. It's where I would wake up at exactly 3 in the morning and just before it. Since the whoosh sound, I've rarely woken up at 3 aside from a few times. The next notable strange experience was in early October 2021. There was a white cabinet that we were getting rid of that we had put in our garage while we figured out what to do with it. My dad was inside the house talking with my mom. Was waiting in the garage to carry the cabinet out with him. While I was waiting, I was sorting some recycling. That's when a knocking noise started up again, similar to the last one from June. Just like the last one, it was also continuous, but this time was harder to determine where it was coming from. I took my phone out and I tried to record the noise. It was too quiet for my phone camera to pick up. Instead, the camera, or I guess the mic, was picking up the noise of my neighbors talking from outside the garage. Once I put my phone away, the knocking stopped, for at least about 20 seconds, and started up again. When I tried to record the noise, it almost sounded like it was coming from the floor. But when it started up again, it was louder and sounded like it was coming from inside the cabinet we were going to move out. I hesitantly walked over to the cabinet and yanked open the doors. The knocking immediately stopped. Nothing was there. Some objects were on the floor of the cabinet. We were getting rid of them too, but they hadn't moved and hadn't fallen. They couldn't have fallen anyway since they were already laying on the floor. Confused, I closed the door and just dealt with the recycling, hoping not to hear the knocking again. I took the recycling bins outside and put them at the end of the driveway. When I finished with the last bin, I walked back to the garage only to hear the knocking inside picking up again. The neighbors who were out, well before we had all gone inside their house, so I know the knocking wasn't them. I ran into the garage and the knocking continued another 30 seconds before it stopped again when my dad came out. I've never heard knocking in the garage again. The last thing that recently happened took place in late January this year. My sister and I were downstairs in the basement, watching TV when, once again, the crawl-space door swung open despite the fact that it was completely closed. The only way to open this door is for somebody to move the handle if it's closed all the way. I looked over to my sister. I asked if she saw that, but she replied that yes, she did. My sister doesn't seem to be one to believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but she's had experiences similar to mine. Most of them seem to go unshared, but I suppose more than anything it just means I'm not crazy and not just seeing or hearing things. Most of the oddities in my house I can explain away, but others I can't. I do believe in ghosts, but I'm also a very skeptical person. If anyone can explain these things, I'd greatly appreciate it. I'm nervous about whether or not my house is haunted, and if so, why? Join Paranormal M, where spine-chilling tales and thrilling mysteries collide. Subscribe and stay connected to weekly stories that'll leave you in awe. The unknown is calling. Will you answer? This ghost encounter lives rent-free in my mind. So, I'm getting ready to go to TJ again this coming weekend. We're planning on getting a hotel yet again in TJ, and I'm actually quite nervous about it due to the last time I stayed in a hotel in TJ like 2 years ago. Where in the heck is TJ? So, back in 2022, me and my family decided to stay at a hotel in TJ last minute due to the dumb heavy rains heading back to California. Felt it was much safer to wait it out. TJ, California. It was getting late. We crossed and went to get some tacos while I called a few hotels in TJ, by the border. Tijuana maybe. But most were booked and ended up finding one that had one room available, so we ended up taking it. We get there, room AC's going up for no reason. Can't seem to stop it. After the first hour, they just basically called the front desk and lady told me to turn it off, but told it wouldn't turn off, just keep going up, and we were sweating at this point. She said she'd sent somebody to come check it out, and they took another 40 minutes to arrive. My toddler at the time, fussy due to the warmth, was tired and couldn't sleep. It looked down the hall, and the guy was barely coming. The AC got stuck in the mid-80s, something like that, and he just made it worse by saying, "Leave the door open, let the air come in, and let the room cool down. No one will come in." I was tired, kind of irritated. It was almost midnight, and hearing this made me snap. I told him I wanted a full refund, or another room, now. He insisted, and I ended up calling front desk. The lady gave me excuses that there were no other rooms available, blah, blah, and then finally, after, 15 minutes of going back and forth, she said, "Fine, I have another room, but it's on the first floor, and it has 2 twin beds instead of the queen, and there'll be an extra fee." I snapped back and told her, "No, give me a refund now. This is ridiculous. May I speak to your manager?" And then she said, "No, my mistake. No fee will be added. Meet me on the first floor elevator." So, there we go. Down the 6th floor, all sweaty, all of our stuff. I'm getting a headache coming down the elevator. We get off and we see the lady standing there with a smug face, annoyed, then opens the door to the room that was next to a small tucked-in maintenance room, and another door that said exit on the right side of the room. I turned around to thank the lady she was gone. Walked in the room, noticed a stale smell in the room. Like it's never been in use, perhaps. The sheets were pretty cold and stiff. The bathroom was definitely just cleaned. Figures. Anyways, I put everything down in the chairs, just put my toddler in one bed with me, and her dad was knocked out in the other bed across the room. Turned off the lamps, and I remember just drifting off fast up until I heard what sounded like dragging. Like when you drag a heavy chair across wood floors. You know that sound. And it was right behind the bedboard. I opened my eyes and I kept hearing it just go back and forth like 3 or 4 times. Then that's when the soft thumps on the wall behind me started. I sat up and it was dark, but a bit of light came through the cracked curtains from this billboard outside the hotel. Decided to get up, use the restroom. When I got off the bed, the sound stopped. Didn't think much of it. I was tired and I had to get up in a few hours, drive back to California in the AM, and that's when I went to wash my hands and I heard another thump on the wall. It was right behind the mirror. This time it was harder, and again I didn't think much of it, just headed back to bed. As I'm walking back to bed, I see my little one sitting up in the bed rubbing her eyes, asking for her dad. So I laid her with him and took advantage. I had a whole bed to myself for once. Not even 5 or 6 minutes later, the dragging picked up again, but this time I heard like muffled weeping and sobbing behind the wall. I waited a moment and then it happened again, but higher up the wall, but more toward their bedside. I thought maybe a couple got into it and they fought, or maybe a hooker was being assaulted. It is Mexico. I sat up trying to let my eyes adjust in the dark again, thinking I should call the front desk lady. It's getting loud, and as I'm trying to focus on the cracked curtains when out of my left peripheral, I catch a roundish shadow peek at the end of my bed. Turned around pretty damn scared. Told myself it's my hair, but realized it was up in a messy bun. Then I froze. I saw the shadow slowly peek from the bathroom door, then zip back up really fast. My eyes froze. Never felt this type of fear in my life, but my brain was like not letting me set in what I was looking at. And I remember grabbing the sheets tightly and pulling them over my head, curling up in a ball and trying to make sense of what I saw. Maybe I'm just tired, and maybe I should just leave one lamp on just in case. If somebody broke into her room, my mind was just basically racing at this point. So I'm laying there, under the smelly, stale sheets, smelled like, damp. but I was just trying to make sense of what I saw. I heard the thuds again softly on the same wall, but then they picked up pace and scattered. Went up like the wall, and the weeping sounds got louder with them. Then they stopped, like right on the ceiling. Well, I don't know how long I stayed curled up under the sheets, but I needed air. I was sweaty again, and I really wanted to get my phone from my purse, and my dumbass left it in the chair across the room. I could legit feel my heart beating out of my skin at this point. I made the stupid decision to uncover myself. And as I am, the sobbing and weeping crying screeched right next to my right ear. It was so loud I tried screaming and fell out of the bed. I just remember scrambling to get back onto the bed and cover myself up again, like I legit froze up hard after that. I didn't go back to sleep. I was legit frozen on fear and shock and confusion. Minds racing again, I don't know. I just remember seeing the light from the cracked curtains become a bit brighter and being able to see a bit of sunlight through the sheet. It took me a minute to uncover myself because I was legit scared I'd hear whatever the fuck that was again. But eventually I did, and when I got the courage to get up and go to get my phone, my alarm went off for "hit the road back home." End quote. After everybody was up and showered, I just wanted to leave. I didn't want to eat there. I just wanted to leave that damn hotel from hell. On our way out of the room, I looked back and saw there was no room behind our room. Only the maintenance room that was further back and the exit door. So, on our way back home, I asked my boyfriend if he heard anything last night. He said no, but I thought I heard you yell or something, but he was so tired he just went back to sleep. I told him what I had seen and heard and left him taken a bit aback because he doesn't believe in the paranormal. And he noticed I was really frazzled by what I encountered and I wasn't myself that morning. Other things occurred after about 2 weeks of being home. One in particular that left me floored and not wanting to stay the night in TJ ever again. But here we are, booking another hotel in TJ. I'm honestly taking earplugs this time. That day is carved into my mind like it was yesterday. Tijuana. My sister seen my dead dad 2 weeks before she died. My family moved into a house in Schwartz Creek. That's in 2004. It was my dad Ronald, my mom Charlotte, my sisters Shira and Chelsea, my brothers Ronnie and Dylan, and I. My name is Sabrina. I'm now 22, and this all happened between the ages of 9 and 11. Everything was fine until I think like 2007. My dad started getting super sick and jaundiced, and basically his skin and the whites of his eyes were turning yellow. His mom came over and they were searching online trying to figure out what could be wrong with him. The only thing that would come up was articles on cancer. He got checked at his doctor's, and lo and behold, he had an aggressive form of pancreatic liver cancer. My dad was super healthy before all this, so it was a huge shock. A few months later, my sister Shira, my username is named after her, started to get sick as well. She was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. It's a form of cancer. Really long story short, and if you want to know more, you can Google the city and our names and read some news pretty fucked up. My dad ended up passing away 2 years later on March 27th, 2009. But it was only after my sister went into remission because he told her that he wasn't going to die if she was sick. After his passing, my other older sister, Chelsea, moved out of state to live with my Uncle James in Washington. So fast forward a bit, and at this point, my dad had been passed away for nearly 6 months. Shira, the sister that had cancer, was home alone. My sister Chelsea told me that Shira called her frantically sobbing. saying that she had just seen my dad in the kitchen with his head down crying. She was freaked out, saying that something had to be wrong and that she didn't know what the hell was going on. 2 weeks later, Shira ended up in the hospital. The cancer had spread basically through her whole body. She was in the hospital for a few days, and I just turned 11, so my mom didn't want me at the hospital, so I really had no clue that she was even admitted. I was just at a friend's house for a couple of days, which wasn't unusual for me. My brother Ronnie was at the hospital with my mom because he was 17. Ronnie told me that Shira had a tube down her throat, but she could still use her phone to type and say what she wanted to say, and she was awake but weak. She pointed to the corner of the room, trying to communicate, so he gave her the phone. She typed out to him that heaven and God were real, and that my dad was in the room along with my dad's dad, who passed away in like 2001. He asked her what they wanted, and she pointed to herself. She passed away within the next 24 hours on September 20th, 2009, at the age of 19. I know you can say that Shira was probably delusional or whatever because she was about to die, but get this. While all this was going on in the hospital, Chelsea was still living in Washington, and she got the earliest flight that she could get back to Michigan. The night Shira died was the night before Chelsea was leaving to come home. Chelsea was on the phone with my mom and Ronnie constantly, so she was up super late and she had an early flight. She said she was just exhausted from trying to make sure she knew everything that was going on with Shira in the hospital, that she accidentally fell asleep for about an hour. She said that she had a dream that my dad and his cousin Jennifer, she was about her second cousin and we didn't really know her, but she had died from a heroin overdose 2 months before my dad passed away, came to her in a dream saying that Shira died and that she's now with them now, and that she's okay. The dream woke Chelsea up because last she knew, Shira was alive and it freaked her out. Just a few moments after she woke up, my brother Ronnie called her saying Shira just passed away, and all Chelsea could say is that she already knew. Told her about the dream. I wanted to add this as well. On January 10th, 2010, that house caught fire. My mom went sledding with my little brother Dylan and my cousin Taylor. My sister and I were both sleeping on my mom's bed because we were all up very late the night before. We were dead asleep until my sister woke me up saying the house was on fire, that we needed to get out immediately. I was very confused and I couldn't see anything at all, not even the daylight through the window. But we ended up getting out because we knew the house so well that we didn't have to see to get out. She had third-degree burns on both her hands from opening the door. We both went to the hospital for smoke inhalation and got treated for the burns. Both very heavy sleepers. We awake, or not we awake, but rather we were awake until about 3 a.m. People started stopping to help us when we got to the front door. That's because smoke was pouring out of the house. Literally would have died otherwise. The doctor said that we had about 30 seconds left before the smoke killed us. Chelsea told me that somebody was saying, "Chelsea, wake up." That was until she got up and realized what was happening. Mind you, nobody was there and I was still asleep. Again, if you don't believe me, which is super fucked up because why would I lie about any of this? We look up 8070 Moorish Road, Swartz Creek house fire. Article wasn't fully correct because it said 3 people were there. But it was only me and my sister, and we were so shook up that we didn't know if my mom, brother, etc. were there or not. My brother slept on the couch a lot of the time to be closer to my mom's bedroom, so I thought they were still sleeping, or possibly dead since we couldn't see anything at all. That was until we noticed my mom's truck was gone from the driveway. We broke the window to try to wake them up because the smoke that was pouring out of the door was too thick to even go near it. The fire was also ruled electrical. For the people that are wondering how I'm doing now, I'm doing fairly well. I have a son, he's 2.5 now. I've been with his dad for 4 years. I'm okay emotionally other than wondering where I would be right now if my dad was still here, where my older sister would be too. If she would ever find love and who she would choose to be with. If she was meant to have any kids, and she would be 30 now. Shira was the sibling that I was closest to. I would sleep in her bed with her every night because I was just so attached to her. She was 8 years older than me, and so she pretty much thought I was super annoying. But I just wanted to be just like her. Copied her style, listened to the music she liked, and we had a very special bond, and it's truly a heartache knowing that she isn't here anymore. And knowing that she never got to experience life at all. I remember at my dad's funeral, she sat next to me, and we were both crying, and she said, "It'll be okay, sister." I'm only 22, and I feel like I haven't experienced a fraction of life yet, so knowing that she was gone before her 20th birthday is absolutely crushing. It's upsetting that my dad won't be able to walk him down the aisle at my wedding someday. I think my dad took a bit of a favoritism towards me because he would always tell me how special I was to him. He'd do extra things for me and with me. He didn't do that with the older siblings. Like picking me up from elementary school to go shopping. Just him and I. Or give me little gifts or let me know he loved me. I feel like a piece of me was taken that year. Something I'll never fully recover from until we're hopefully reunited again. I don't think that I would have met the father of my child if things didn't pan out the way they did, and so I do think about everything leading up to having my son and put into consideration that maybe everything happened for a reason, even if it was in a horrific way. Try to take the good from the bad, and I'm thankful to still have my mom and other siblings here to this day. Do things follow us? Over the years, I've started to wonder if something might have a tendency to follow myself or my family, and mess things about a bit for us. If there's something to this mindset, I'd say it's on my mom's side, as opposed to being on my dad's. But only really seems to affect the girls in the family, my mom included. So I'll try to keep this brief, while providing as much detail as possible. A bit of an oxymoron, but hey. So the origins of this would be with my mom. Her childhood wasn't the greatest. Broken family, and she entered into the world as a desperate attempt by her folks to save their marriage. Me too. Her mom walked out of the family home when my mom was just over 13. After spending years in a fairly explosive and physically emotionally abusive marriage. As a result, my mom's childhood was spent serving as a surrogate lady of the house figure. She cooked, she cleaned, she managed the house while her dad internalized and distanced himself from any parental responsibilities, aside from providing an income. Suffice it to say, her childhood home wasn't the happiest of places. Anytime she discusses anything to do with the paranormal, my mom refers to this house as the start-off point. She remembers waking up at night from nightmares, demanding things get out in a demonic voice that she could never replicate. She can recall being thrown across her bedroom by an unseen force. Another instance is her being pushed down the staircase from the top step, crashing down on the tiled hallway below. No broken bones, miraculously, but certainly not the greatest of experiences to have as a kid. Stop licking yourself. Her brother, who was sent on to boarding school, would spend the summer at home. In one instance, he can recall waking up in the middle of the night, his attention being drawn to his floor to ceiling wardrobe. There at the top was a child, and it, because there's no mention of gender ever have been given, was sat cross-legged on the top of this wardrobe. They were looking down intently and unblinkingly at my uncle. He threw the duvet over his head that night and refused to reemerge until morning. Fast forward a few years. My mom's married to my dad. I come along and we move up north. The county that we moved to has an incredibly detailed history from Celt to Roman to Pict to Briton to Viking to Saxon. This particular area we moved to was, and still is, fairly built up and tailored toward tourists. My dad got a job as park warden there. That's for a local caravan/campsite. We moved into a static caravan on site before moving into a gatehouse. Things picked up again from there. Dad went from hearing security alarms going off with no culprit to ever be seen to being shoved hard in the back, nearly sent into the nearby lake while standing on a jetty at the end of the shift. And I hasten to add, in the latter's instance, that there was one around, or rather, no one around but my dad, so he couldn't explain that one off as easily as a faulty alarm system. Back at the gatehouse, my parents both witnessed hands waving at them in the mirror, and knuckle side facing them. Creatures crawling up the curtains at night which could never be located in the daytime. And as a baby, I was put on a mild sedative as I was terrified at night, screaming when taken to bed. It later transpired I'd been terrified of a man at the top of the stairs. Figures would be seen walking through the hallway and out through the front door. Through the front door. The worst thing for my mom was having a nightmare one night. She was dressed in Victorian petticoats, racing down the road from where we lived. She was being chased, but she knew if she looked back, her pursuer would catch her. She raced straight into the center of the town, cutting through the local St. Mary's churchyard. At some point, she ended up falling into an open space in the ground, and her pursuer, which was an invisible force, landed on top of her, pinning her head into the ground, but also forcing her to look up and read the epitaph. My mom was too terrified to really comprehend what she was reading. And what wasn't helping was the fact that she was also wide awake in bed, her head being pushed deep into the pillow. She was screaming for my dad, and her fear had made her voice turn into a strangled whisper. So he didn't wind up hearing a thing, and then it just stopped. As soon as it all started, it stopped. 2 weeks after that nightmare, it transpired that there'd been an exorcism at a nearby hotel. That's where guests had complained of similar events happening to them. The same night my mom had that nightmare. Fast forward a few more years. Not going to make the sound this time. I was in my teens. My sister had now joined us. We're moving back to the same childhood town of my folks. My sister was now going through a phase of witnessing a man appearing at night, emerging up through the floorboards at the foot of her bed, walking out onto the landing before turning left and merging through the wall in the neighbor's house. As we lived in a renovated pub, which had been split in two after providing a description of this character to some of the locals, it transpired the guy was the old landlord of the pub, who'd apparently passed away a year before we moved in. This apparition stopped when Dad put some hardboard up to create a makeshift hallway for, a loft conversion. A couple more years later, we'd done a house swap with my mom's dad, and we're back in her childhood home, full circle. My sister bagsied my mom's childhood bedroom as it was the bigger room, and she got to have a fireplace. I was fine with the newly refurbed attic space. Mom was in her parents' old room, and Dad, owing to his snoring, was allocated the spare bedroom, my uncle's old room. Well, you can imagine, can't you? My sister soon started hearing things. Footsteps walking about, but no one being there. She'd see things in the dark, and it would sort of creep her out enough to hurry into my mom's room and share her bed. Mom picked her up her old habit of yelling "get out" in her sleep in that same demonic voice, which frightened my sister even more, but It wasn't either scaring Mom or disembodied figures. She put her faith in staying in bed with the former than going alone with the latter. All of us girls in the family refused to head up the stairs in the darkness. Lights had to go on every time. Even if we were halfway up the stairs, we'd have to run back down and switch the lights on and then head back up again. One night, my sister heard the living room door slam shut. Heavy steps coming upstairs, slowly approaching Mom's room, that she was once again staying in, before hurriedly walking away when my sister tried to get a better look at the owner of the sounds. In the morning, the living room door was wide open. That's when we both got up, and it was left wide open when they went to work or school in my sister's case. It was closing fast when I got downstairs a few hours later. We've all moved out of that house now. My sister and I have our own places. Still experiencing the odd one or two events, and my sister not so much. I guess I've just managed to convince myself that the girls in our family are a magnet for paranormal-like activity. I think I met a spiritual entity. This is kind of weird for me to talk about. I've always had a doubt in my mind about these experiences I've had, but maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I hallucinated them. I have had a few paranormal things happen to me. I'll start with the first, most intense experience first. This happened about 8 years ago or so. I was 20, I think, and lived in an apartment with my brother and some friends. A week prior, I had a friend over, and he offered me DMT, dimethyltryptamine. It was my first time ever trying it, and so I accepted. I smoked it, but nothing at all happened. Just a weird visual in my head when I closed my eyes. Then, after a few seconds, it was just gone. There was this feeling that remained, though. Some extra feeling that had never been there before. It felt very real, but very subtle. I was never into meditation, but I decided to meditate and focus on that feeling. Well, I did, and every day I did, so I sort of felt my sanity start to slip. I felt presences around me. After a week of this, one day there was no one in the apartment, and I was sitting in the kitchen. The kitchen was upstairs, and I was sitting on a bar stool on the counter. The stairs to the kitchen area were to my back. And all of a sudden, I felt that feeling again, but more stronger than I ever felt before. It didn't feel like it was just a feeling inside me anymore. It felt like it was outside of me. Like I said, I felt my sanity, or at least what I believed was my normal behavior. I felt it slipping. So I called out loud while my back was facing the stairs. "Come closer!" I actually heard footsteps, some clinking of chains or something moving up the stairs. I didn't dare look behind me. I didn't want to disturb whatever this experience was. I called it again. "Come closer!" Whatever that feeling was became stronger and stronger, like it really was moving closer. The air actually felt electrified. My whole body was vibrating. It felt very intense, like it was in the presence of something very powerful. Can't remember if I said "come closer" again, but what happened next was I felt its hand on my shoulders. As soon as that happened, I felt a bolt of electricity run from the bottom of my spine out the top of my head. When it reached my head, I saw in my mind a picture of a flower blooming. And then I saw myself. The back of my head. I was looking at myself through its eyes. My hands were like a furry black paw. I was wearing some sort of robe or some sort of cloak, like the ones the Jedi wear in Star Wars. I looked like a dog creature, and I had big pointy black ears. I saw my furry paws resting on my own shoulders. I can remember what happened next, or rather I just can't remember. But my brother came back home a little while later, and I didn't tell him. At the time, we both worked at a ski resort, and that night was the 85th or so anniversary. So we got in the car and drove him through the canyon up the resort in his truck. And I felt like I could feel everything almost, like a sixth sense of some kind. I felt like I could feel the flow of the cars in front of me and behind me, like a rhythm or current that was connecting everything. What I felt the most, though, was my brother. I felt this sharp anxiety building up. About 20 or so minutes into the drive, he turned to me and I could tell that he was agitated. He told me he needed to go do something weird. He rolled down the windows and started to yell, just yelling like the anxiety built up so much that he needed to release it. And I could sense it, feel it before he even turned to me. When we got there, I went to the employee lounge, and I'm not really sure where my brother went. I just sat in a corner soberly for a while, concentrating on the feeling I still had. I still felt like I could feel some extra-dimensional energy or whatever that was connecting everything and influencing everything. That sounds super woo-woo, but it's pretty much exactly what I felt. More people started to come into the employee lounge, and it was sort of around evening time. Forgot to mention that. Some were pretty drunk and off the clock, and some were on the clock on a break. I don't remember if it was all of a sudden it happened or just suddenly I was more aware. But I could see with my eyes open, but not exactly with my eyes. It's hard to describe. I was seeing physical reality in front of me. People talking to each other and laughing and having a good time, while vividly in my mind's eye, I could see in the center of each person who looked like a sun, orange yellow and on fire with solar flares emanating out. The flares would sort of play with another person's flare, and when each flare stopped interacting with the other, 10 or so seconds later the person would move on and talk to someone else. I observed this a few times and realized I could sort of predict when two people would stop interacting before they actually did. I've thought about it a lot, and if I'm not crazy, I think what I saw was the absolute core of each person. Maybe what people describe as the soul. After this, I never really experienced anything this vivid or intense again, except perhaps some bouts of intense anxiety afterwards. I think it was related to the strong feelings, but not being able to comprehend them or know what to do with them. Not being able to just ride the current or whatever it was that I did easily the first time. The very last time I felt the feeling I was at a Cafe Rio with a buddy of mine. For some reason I stopped a worker there. A young Caucasian lady, and I talked to her. Can't even remember about what, but I just did. I felt like a tether of electricity between us when I was talking. Not just some vague feeling. It was very tangible. I could almost see it in my mind's eye, like seeing something in your periphery. I didn't even talk to her for very long about anything important, I don't think. She looked kind of shell-shocked. Her eyes were a little wide, and she was kind of staring at me. I don't think she really answered my conversation with anything substantial. It seemed like I was going with the flow of whatever the feeling is. She was extremely distracted by it. My buddy was standing a few feet away, and he basically emphatically told me, after I stopped talking to her, "What the hell was that?" He said he could actually feel a connection between us vividly. He had the same look in his eyes like she did, sort of spooked. This encounter with the woman and my friend is the only actual proof I have to myself that something did actually happen to me. And I didn't have a full-blown episode. That somebody outside of me actually noticed it made me feel like something objective happened and not just something in my head. Well, that's the end of today's full-blown episode. Sweet dreams. little girl who's followed me since I was 13. I believe my first experience with her started when I was 13. I was staying the weekend at my Mimi's, which is my grandmother's house. She could always talk to me about this spirit that she feels like was in her house. She told me that she'd hear footsteps, knocks, whispers, and small touches. I was sleeping on the couch, and I distinctly remember, waking up to a loud thump. It was coming from the kitchen, which was diagonal from where I was laying, meaning that I could see directly into the kitchen. I saw absolutely nothing because I thought, well, maybe Mimi went in for a late-night snack or a drink. I thought nothing of it, even though I didn't see her in the kitchen. I closed my eyes and I tried to fall back to sleep. I was woke up by yet another loud thump coming from the kitchen. This time I lifted myself onto my elbows. I stared into the kitchen. The entire house was dark except for the overhead light on our stove vent. It was enough light to see the entire kitchen, and yet I saw no one and I couldn't figure out the source of the noise. Right as I was about to lay down and put headphones in, I saw a small, probably around 4-foot tall shadow. It darted from the kitchen and ran down the hallway toward the bathroom. I remember being shocked because I couldn't process what I'd seen. It was a full-body apparition, and it was solid black. It wasn't transparent at all, and I never saw her again that night. The next time I experienced her was a few years later when I was maybe 19. Staying the night at my parents', and the next morning I got up to brush my teeth. My parents live in a double-wide, so my siblings' bedroom and the bathroom are all connected by a small, quote-unquote, hallway. I put hallway in quotation marks because it's just a tiny square of a hallway, not a massively long hallway. All the doors are shut, and my two sisters were in the room across from the bathroom, and my brother's bedroom is behind the bathroom. My mom and dad were watching TV in the living room at the time. I lean over and I start brushing my teeth. I hear, clear as day, "Maddie." I assumed it was one of my sisters to my right. I didn't see them in my peripheral, but I didn't think anything of it. So I annoyingly went, "What?" And it was a real B word to my siblings when I was a teenager, so I was normally annoyed when they were bothering me. When I didn't hear them respond, I looked up and no one was there. Poked my head out and looked at my parents in the living room and I asked, "Did you call my name?" They looked at me all confused and said, no. So then I opened my sister's room. They were playing a board game and they said that they didn't call my name. I asked my brother and he said the same thing. That was the first time that I heard her. Next experience was maybe that same year, but it was a different time I was over there. My mom, my one sister, and I were on the couch watching something on HGTV, most likely House Hunters. I was sitting on the edge of the couch, and to my right was the kitchen. To my left was the rest of the living room. I don't remember what joke I had said about the show, but clear as day we all heard this little girl giggle in my right ear. We all turned and looked at each other and asked if we all heard the same thing. Next experience. My little brother had a toy remote motorcycle. He loved it. Well, it was broken as far as being able to control it with the remote. He would still push it around by hand, and we're all just watching TV again in the living room, and this toy motorcycle was under the coffee table. All of a sudden, it starts moving forward. We all stop what we're talking about and stare at it. The thing doesn't work electronically. How was it possibly moving on its own? We would then sit and ask yes or no questions. If it was a yes, we said to move the motorcycle and it would move every time. Flash forward 2 years. I had my own apartment with my fiancé. My Mimi had given me a board called the Psychic Circle. I only played with it when there was multiple people, just so I didn't absent-mindedly move it myself. Well, I would ask a question only I would know in my head. I would look down so I couldn't see the board. My sisters would then tell me what it spelled out, and it was right every single time. I asked who they were, and they said their name was Anna, and that they were 12 years old and they had a little brother named Jonas, who was 8. We always asked if we could talk to Jonas, and she would always say, no, he's too shy. I then would ask her, have you been the one following me all these years? And she would say yes. She would say that she was my spirit guide, and that she had died on my parents' property. There was a house on the other side of my parents' property a long time ago, a tall 2-story white colonial house. It burned down in maybe 1950, I think, from what my dad said. I think they did research and the family all died inside the house. I remember asking Anna if she was buried on the property. She said that she was in the cemetery behind my parents' house up on the hill. We climbed up there, and there are children's gravestones, but none that said Anna or Jonas. I then remember asking her where her grave is, and she would say it was never marked with a headstone. That same year, me and my fiancé were alone in the house. Hadn't messed with the board anymore. We always lay back to back, or as we say, butt to butt. Well, we said our goodnights and were going to sleep. I remember feeling fingertips tapping all the way up my spine. I just assumed it was my fiancé, so I didn't bother waking him. Only then did he say, "Did you just touch my back?" I instantly woke up, eyes wide, and turned toward him. I said, "No, did you touch me?" Because I felt fingertips up my back. My fiancé was a very big skeptic, because he'd never experienced anything before, and he was freaked out. It's been about 4 years since then, and he still talks about how much it creeped him out. I haven't felt, heard, or seen this little girl Anna since 2016, 2017, after that instance with my fiancé. I kind of miss her in a weird way. Worst experience. It was the last day of June, June 30th. My stepdad worked at a motorcycle shop. It was next to the Native American reservation. This particular day, me and Mom had to go help him at work. That's because they were moving buildings to somewhere about a mile away, and thank God. My stepdad had told me a sorry about something that happened there, which we will assume they meant story. And it was a story that was paranormal-wise, and I've always believed in the paranormal, by the way. Ever since I was really little, I've heard voices and stuff. I've seen things that weren't there, or things would fly across my room and shit. So my stepdad had told me one time he was exhausted from the summer heat. He was working all day. He was vulnerable, and that's when demons and shit can get to you. He said he was talking to my mom, and next thing he knew, he was leaving the building. But what had happened was, as he choked my mom out, it almost killed her. She had a broken nose and choke marks, and this would have been something he could have done if he were... This is something that wouldn't have been something he could have done if he wasn't possessed. My stepdad was never scrawny at all, but he was about 160 pounds and 5'8"-ish. My mom was like 5'11", 245. 2 other people saw this happen and said his eyes went black. his whole demeanor changed. He eventually overpowered it and dropped her, leaving the place on his motorcycle. Once he crossed the bridge away from the Native American res, he had to pull to the corner because he felt sick and puked up black goo. He went over to the cop that was at the other corner and asked if he had seen him. Cop said no. He never even heard the motorcycle, in fact. So this night it was my turn to have an experience. Oh boy. An experience that secured my belief in the incident that happened and in the paranormal itself. Public service announcement. If you don't believe in the paranormal, you likely won't unless you've had an experience with it. Very true. The night was normal. It was about 9 p.m. I was going to the Walmart a little bit away. I was going with my mom to get food since everyone was hungry. We got to the Walmart, but we had out our dog with us, and my mom decided to stay in the car with him while I went in with her phone to get groceries. I go into the store, and I'm looking for stuff, and I was about to call my stepdad on my mom's phone. Didn't have a phone at the time since I was much younger. So I'm about to call my stepdad and see what kind of flavor of yogurt he wanted, but he called me. I answered the phone and I hear, "Hi." And I said, "Hey, good thing you called me. I was just about to call you and see what kind of..." And I was cut off by, "Hi, hi, hi." I was like, "Hello?" And all I got was, "Hey, hi, hi." And then the hang-up tone. I freaked out. I called him back and I was like, "What'd you do that for?" And he was like, "What? What do you need? I was on the phone with my boss." And my heart fucking sunk. I told him what happened, and he told me not to worry. I worried. He said, "Get whatever." So I hurried and got food and left. I went out and told my mom what happened, and she said to just ignore it too. I was getting in the car and we were about to leave and a message came through on her phone. "What's your name, little one?" Expletive, expletive, expletive. I screamed, "What the fuck?" And I started saying, "Stop, Dad, this isn't funny." We got there and I confronted him. He said he didn't know and just kind of blew it off again. Me and my mom were going into this room to unstock the shelves of all the nuts and bolts and screws and tape and small shit like that. But the lighting in this room was insanely bright, and the music was louder in here than all the others. It was too much for me after a bit, and I just got extremely nauseous. My mom was directing me to leave, as I said she's 5'11", and I was about 5'3" at the time, so she's much taller. She had her arm over my shoulder and opening the door, and as I turned, I saw an almost 6-foot black shadow figure of a man. So I hear, "Get out!" And me and my mom fucking ran. I felt fucking sick. It was hard to breathe, and it was hot as fuck outside. There's a lot of you-know-what's-key words in this story. For those that are offended, that is not me. So we went and told my dad, and even he looked scared. I was fucking terrified. Me and my mom and dad all had to go lock up the merch room. And I was the one who had to lock the door. I felt fucking sick. But my stepdad and mom were too pussy to do it. I went over and was locking the door, and I hear, I'm not going to use my real stepdad's name, but we'll just call him Joe. "Joe!" In an almost little girl song voice. I messed that up. I fucking froze. I looked back, and so did my mom and stepdad, and my mom goes, "It just called his name." And we all fucking ran. My stepdad had this look in his face, and he looked like he was about to puke. More shit happened, little shit. kept hearing our names being called, all kinds of stuff. Eventually, we left, and I'll never go back there. And by the way, if you've ever seen a Native American bent marking tree, they're trees that are tied by rope when you're growing, so they have a bend near the base. And there was one outside of this place. Wonder why they do that. About a year or two later, me and my mom and stepdad all went on vacation. We went up north. And up north, there was this supposed haunted mansion. And there was a bent tree there, too. Also, that place was also very haunted. Also, it had Native American print on the windows, and the people who lived there were friends with Native Americans. Also, there was a Native American pottery. My sorority house haunting. I attend college in a small town that has had a sort of colorful history. Student houses are very old and unkept due to the lack of care from landlords. My sorority house lies within the old student houses and looks like a southern plantation home, white with tall pillars and a wraparound porch. This house is 8 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, so it was a fairly large home. I've never resided in the sorority house personally, but I've spent a great deal of time in that house and have heard countless stories of what I believe are paranormal happenings. My first time at the sorority house was when I was a new member of the sorority. I had no knowledge to the paranormal happenings at this time, by the way. I'd received a tour of the house, which included the bedrooms, common areas, guest room, and attic. The second I stepped up into the second floor, I could feel a change in the atmosphere. The air seemed cold and eerie. My sorority sisters took me down the long and dark hallway, showing me the bedroom, then another bedroom, till we finally reached the end of the hallway. At the end of the hallway was the guest room. This room in particular felt super odd. Maybe it was the strange shape of the room and the fact that the attic door was in that room. Continuing on the house tour, the sisters of the sorority asked if I wanted to see the attic. I said yes, despite warnings of it being really creepy and unsettling. I followed one of the sisters up the steep, dark stairs. The light switch was at the very top, so we used a flashlight to find our way up, which only added to the scary feeling of the attic. Once we got to the top and the light was switched on, I noticed that the walls were covered in cardboard that had a bunch of writing all over it. This attic was so strange, it felt like it didn't belong to the rest of the house, almost like I stepped into a completely different world. Eventually, the tour had ended, but my strange feeling toward the guest room and attic didn't. The more and more time I spent at the sorority house, the deeper my paranormal experiences grew. There was one night I was alone in the house with the other sister. Everybody had left for summer vacation. My sorority sister and I happened to be visiting the college town, so we decided to meet up for a wine night at the sorority house. Sitting at the kitchen table, which was right next to one of the staircases leading up to the second floor, we're just chatting and goofing around and sipping on our cheap wine, alone in the house at night. That's when we hear a loud thud come from the second floor. We brushed it off, thinking it was just the house settling. We continued to have a good time, and then we heard the thud again and the sound of something metal dragging across the floor above us. We sat and listened quietly for a bit. The dragging stopped, but the sound of footsteps on the creaky floor soon followed. The footsteps sounded like they were coming closer to the top of the staircase. I looked at my sorority sister dead in the eyes, and we both knew that we needed to get out of the kitchen, away from the stairs. So we ran into the living room and sat on the couch, staring into the kitchen. Some time had passed since the noises had stopped, so we decided to go investigate. We walked up the stairs and investigated the bedrooms and bathrooms. There was no sign of a disturbance until we went into the second floor kitchen. On the floor of the kitchen were 2 metal baking sheets that looked like they had fallen out of the cupboard. The cupboard door was open and 1 baking sheet was found all the way across the kitchen floor, The other one was found underneath the kitchen table. Picked up the baking sheets, closed the cupboard, and got the hell out of the sorority house for the night because we were so freaked out. Next, my sorority decided to do a giant sleepover at the house for a bonding experience. After playing games and watching movies, we decided to turn in for the night at roughly 2 a.m. The only beds that were left open were the 2 twin beds in the dreaded guest room. Everyone hated sleeping in the guest room because it felt so creepy in there. But I was so tired I didn't care where I slept at this point. And as I was falling asleep, I could feel someone gently pulling on the blanket from the end of the bed. Thinking it was a prank, I switched to the bedside lamp just to see maybe who was pulling on the blanket. And then I saw no one was there. I brushed it off as being tired. Tried to fall back asleep. About an hour-ish had passed and I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the creaky floorboard steps to the attic. My blanket completely fell off the bed. The footsteps were really loud, almost like stomping. Sat up staring at the door when the doorknob to the attic started moving on its own. The door started shaking. There's a chain door guard in the door, so it'd be hard for somebody to be on the inside of the attic with the guard still in place. It felt like an eternity before I felt comfortable enough to leave the bed to sleep somewhere else. The next morning, I'm telling some of my other sisters about the attic door. Somebody else had shared with me that they had an awful nightmare that night about a man trying to get them to come into the attic. She said that the man in her dream felt evil. Another one of my sisters mentioned that there was a journal that had a collection of paranormal stories that had happened since my sorority moved into the house. That's since the 90s. I flipped through some of them and I can share a few of the stories. SparkNote version. 1. There was a story of 2 sorority sisters that were getting ready for a party in the downstairs living room. They had a mirror leaning against the wall so they could do their makeup in better lighting. In the reflection of the mirror, they saw a figure of a woman briskly move into the kitchen. They quickly got up to see who else was home, and then went into the kitchen and no one was there. 2. One time, a sister was in the downstairs bathroom getting ready for bed during the summer. No one else was home. Heard a male and female's voice have a muffled conversation above the room that she was in. Walls are paper thin. She thought this was weird because you couldn't have any men over after 8 p.m. And in the sorority house, she thought that she was the only one home. Upon investigation, no one else was in the house. No windows are open either. Many stories in the journal of things disappearing in the house and reappearing in really weird places. Weirdest one was someone's hairbrush was missing. Only to be found on the attic stairs. Lights would turn on and off randomly and the door would open and close by themselves. The guest room door being the most common. Lastly, a group of sorority sisters were watching TV in the living room when they heard shuffling across the kitchen floor upstairs. Few of them went upstairs to look around to find a source of the noise, and the kitchen stairs were rearranged and almost all the cupboards and drawers were open. There's so many more stories I could tell about this house. I just told the most notable ones in my opinion. My sorority recently decided just to move out of the whole house. After roughly 25 years of residing here, hopefully our new home will be a little more quiet. I hope one day I can move to anywhere a little more quiet too. Sweet dreams. Well, that actually did happen. So this is going back to 2010, 15 years back. I was only 16 years old when this took place. I had a much older boyfriend at the time who was 19 years old. And for privacy issues, let's just call him 6. And, well, because his name, number, and numerology ends up being, you guessed it, 6. So, a little background. Like most 16-year-olds, I wasn't living with my mom. My dad was never in the picture. No, by the time I was 16, I was living with my boyfriend 6, his younger brother who was my age, and his girlfriend, their mom, and Mom's boyfriend. However, the mom and her boyfriend were constantly out most nights partying and whatnot. They were just constantly never home. Six's brother had his girlfriend over, but only had her over during the weekends. And remember, we're 16, so we're still in school and have that priority. The brother's girlfriend's parents were strict on having her sleep at her own place during school night, so Six's brother would go over to her place on school nights. This is a little bit confusing, but it's all very important to remember. Okay, so Six, well, of course, he's graduated. He's already having a full-time job, and it's a graveyard shift. So he wakes up at 10 or 11 p.m., and he's off to work between 11:30 and 1 a.m. in the morning. I was on pretty much the same schedule as him because I was doing online classes. So it didn't matter what time of day or night as long as I'd gotten those hours in. Right. So I'd wake up when he would wake up and help him get out of the door for work. Sometimes I would stay up and wait for him, or most nights I would go back to sleep and wake up just before he would get home. Anyways, so this night it was just Six and I. Mom was out with boyfriend. Brother was over at girlfriend's or whatever. But it was only Six and I. That's when we both woke up to his alarm. And that the household would be gone till tomorrow morning. Six did his usual routine on getting ready for work, made lunch, poured a bowl of cereal, and brushed his teeth. Got dressed, came and said goodbye to me. But today I wasn't ready to wake up and help him. Sometimes I'd help him pack lunch or pour his cereal or whatever. No, instead I just laid in bed awake, but was comfortable, and didn't want to move out of my cocoon-wrapped state I was in with my blankets. Our bedroom light was on, and we had our own bedroom as each other. Editing. Our bedroom light was on. We had our own bedroom, as each couple has their own bedroom in the house. Mom and her boyfriend has one room, brother has his own room. Moving on, Six came into the room, and I remember him asking me if I want a movie on as he's holding the remote to the flat-screen TV in our room. I tell him, no thank you. So he puts the remote down beside the TV, which is right beside the door. Once you come through the door of our room, the closet's on your left. TV's on your right, and our bed is also right on the right side of the room on the opposite side of the room. Six and I sit in bed for the last 10 minutes before he has to go to work. I remember being slightly tired and just couldn't wait to close my eyes and go back to rest. Finally, Six kisses my forehead and says he's off. He turns the light off and closes the door behind him. The house was so quiet. I heard him closing the front door once he left. I even heard the keys jingle as he locks the door. We lived in somewhat of a sketchy neighborhood, but it didn't bother me much since Mom was very liked by almost everyone in the neighborhood. So I knew being home alone was safe. We were pretty good at keeping every window locked and secured, and I knew Six had locked the front door, so it didn't take long for me to turn on my side with the back facing the bedroom door and fall back asleep, back into a comfortable state again. I don't know exactly how long I was sleeping for until I felt something heavy pressing into the foot of my bed, as if someone was sitting at my feet on the bed. I recall looking over my shoulder and seeing Six's face with what little streetlight peering through the window above my bed. "Six?" I said. "I thought you had to work." I questioned, but Six never answered me. So in fact, he just smiles at me, silently and very sinister-like. It was almost demonic. It almost didn't seem like it was actually him. I turned back around, closing my eyes, because I guess I was right tired at the time and didn't register. Not even seconds go by, and I feel someone lying down under the blankets with me. I feel their arm wrap itself around me, pulling me across the bed as if pulling me closer to cuddle. but I don't feel my backside pressed up against anything or anyone for that matter. I don't exactly grab Six's hand, which is placed over my stomach either. I just fall back asleep thinking Six was holding me to sleep. The light is peeking through my eyelids now. Six comes running through the bedroom door, still in his work uniform, startling me to shift and sit up in bed. I'm looking at him as he starts to undress himself. He gives me a "morning, babe," as he is facing the closet starting to undress himself. "You slept in your uniform?" I questioned. He turns his head, looks up at me, puzzled and confused. "What? No, babe, I'm getting ready. Just getting home from work. What are you even talking about?" "You didn't come back home last night and get into bed holding me until I passed back out?" I was nervous now. "No, seriously, you're telling me you were at work all night?" I said you could hear the words choking as they came out, jumping into bed with me now that he's undressing, leaving his uniform on the floor. "Yes." "Babe, what, did you have a dream of me or something?" he says with a smile. His normal smile. But that's when it hit me. His smile last night was different, and it wasn't his smile. And no, it wasn't a dream. It all felt too real to be a dream, like I actually felt someone putting their arm around me and pulling me. I felt it. Couldn't have been a dream. It was all too vivid and real. Just couldn't have been. Can anyone relate or have something similar to them? Does anybody have any thoughts or theories on what happened that night? I have plenty of unexplained experiences, and this is just one of the many. The Haunted House. It's been 15 years. None of us really acknowledge what happened. But I talked to my brother about it yesterday. Decided to share the story when I came across this group. I'm going to share a few of the things I saw myself. Background. I was a 19-year-old female at the time. My ex-best friend was a 20-year-old male. My friend, I call my brother, a 25-year-old male cousin, and a 21-year-old female who's gonna be Peach. And it was two brothers named B1 and B2, one male we're gonna call T, and one female we're gonna call S, whose ages I don't remember. We're renting rooms in a big house in Brandywine, MD. The house was owned by the brothers' godfather, so we didn't pay much, luckily. This was during the pandemic, so we were home more than usual, and I wasn't visiting home much. It was 2 hours away, due to restrictions and, well, not wanting to get my elderly family sick. 1. Me and my ex-boyfriend were in the male's roommate room. They were playing the game while I was OTP and smoking. On the phone, maybe. And by the way, don't do drugs, kids. We were the only ones home since everybody else was at work. My cousin was running errands with my quote-unquote brother. The room door slowly opens, and we all freeze, especially me because I'm sitting on the floor close to the door. T told me to stop playing. I said I didn't do it. I said it in a sort of shaky tone. Then all three of us ran across the hall to me and my ex-boyfriend's room. While closing the door, we see one of the breakfast bar chairs in the steps, and that sealed the deal for me. That glasses, we call one of the ghost glasses because he wore glasses and was mean, was definitely messing with us. T then says he left his phone. We told him not to go get it, but he does. When he opens the door, the chair is now in the middle of the hallway. I started praying. I was terrified. We ended up barricading the door and falling asleep eventually. The chair was back at the breakfast bar. That's when B1 came home later that night and early the next morning after we had fallen asleep. Everyone except Brother was home. Man, it was a bad storm going on. The power was on, but our service went out on our phones. And the chat feature for the games didn't work. Then the power goes out. So we all go downstairs in the living room to see if anybody else's power is out. But the other houses still had lights on. Now we all start to get antsy. BFF, B2, and T then go to the front door to open it and see if the storm is really that bad to only knock out our power. But the door wouldn't open. We eventually tried to open the door and it wouldn't open. I again start to pray because I'm terrified. And I mean close to crying. Everyone is panicking and trying to open the patio door and it won't budge. Then the basement door opens. We are also allowed in the basement per the owner's request. I ran upstairs. I got the sage because absolutely not. Glasses go back down there and leave us alone. Or I suppose I should put it as, glasses, go back down there and leave us alone. There we go. I can't find the sage, so I have my crystals and I start saying the Lord's Prayer. And at that point, I'm terrified about to piss myself. We are all in the living room together because we're scared to separate. Then Brother comes in and we tell him don't close the door, but he does. He quickly runs everything down to him and he laughs and goes to open the door and it wasn't opening. The power cuts back on as I finish the prayer to myself for the third time, and the door finally opens, and our phones finally work again. I called my mom because I was shooketh. 3. We broke the basement rule. So this is our fault. But still scared as me, Peaches, and ex-BFF are in the basement, watching Once Upon a Time on Peaches' TV. We had Peaches' baby shower the day prior, and brought the TV down there. We all ended up falling asleep, which was strange because none of us were sleepy whatsoever. We wake up, we continue watching the show. Some time passes and the door in the basement to the part no one can go into for whatever reason opens. It opens slowly on its own. We all look at each other. If you're black, you know the look. We jetted up the steps. Peach made it first, then me, then my ex-BFF. We ran up the basement steps, then the winding steps to where our rooms are and went to Peach's room. I never stepped foot in the basement again. I was too scared to do so. 4. Not really something that happened, but I was sleeping on my bed. I was extremely hot. It's kind of unusual because I'm anemic and I'm always cold. Ex-BFF usually has the fan on in the room. That's because he gets hot easily. So I assumed he turned it off. I opened my eyes and glasses jumps at me. Full-on jumps at me, and I thought I was going to fall through my bed. I got up, went to his bed, got the remote for the TV because I knew I was not going back to sleep. I kind of did eventually, but I don't remember the actual falling asleep part. That house is the house that we do not speak about whatsoever. We all moved out and went our own ways. I only talk to Brother now. Everyone else is either somebody that wasn't close, so we didn't keep in touch after the move, or sort of fell out with them. That house definitely changed T and X, BFF. They just seemed different or off after living in that house. We have a few theories, but we won't even be able to find out why it has so many different spirits attached to the home. I hope the new owners like roommates. Paranormal M is where the ordinary fades and the mysterious takes over. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to uncover the stories that'll send shivers down your spine. Let the journey into the unknown begin. My mom's house. We moved into my mom's house when I was around 10. Initially, we never noticed anything strange going on. But I'd say things started happening in the first year of living there. I don't know how many ghosts are there, only that there's one, and we all call it Rosie. My 6-year-old brother was the first one to mention anything. See, when you entered my bedroom, there was a window on the wall straight across from the door. You had to pass my room to get to my brother's room, and if the door is open, you can see the window. He ran to me crying one day, saying he saw a girl in my room in the front of the window. He said that she had shoulder-length hair and glasses. This could be nothing more than a childhood imagination, but he was definitely pretty spooked by it. The second thing I remember was a while later, and probably the thing that scared me most. My older sister convinced me to switch bedrooms with her. That's because I had the master, and it was bigger than hers. Our house was one of those houses that's halfway underground. So even though it was, all the same floor, some of the windows were ground level and some weren't. The room I moved into was the creepiest room in the house. I had my bed positioned under a window, which was not quite ground level. Nothing could reach it from the outside, it was just way too high. One night, I'm laying in the bed trying to sleep, and all of a sudden something knocked on the window. It's right above my head. Naturally, I was fucking terrified. I was like 11. I jumped out of the bed and ran to my sister's room and told her. And, of course, she didn't believe me. A couple of days later, it happened again. Only this time, she was in the room with me. She definitely heard it. She opened the window, looked around, and was yelling that if somebody was messing with the window, they'd better stop. It wasn't rocks being thrown or anything. It was the very distinct sound of rapping on a window. Unmistakable. Another time in that room, I'm sitting on the couch and they're reading a book. Cat was sleeping next to me, and I had a bunch of school papers laid out in the bed. As I was reading, I heard them rustling around, but I didn't look up from the books because I assumed it was my cat. It took a couple of moments for me to realize my cat was next to me. There were no drafts that could possibly make them move. I immediately left the room. A few days later, I casually mentioned it to my sister. She told me that she'd had creepy things happen to her in that room too. She said that she had a couple of pencils on her shelf, and that one day it just flew off. Not across the room or anything, it wasn't far, she just said it fell in front of the shelf. But there had been just a tiny bit of momentum behind it. I can't really say whether that's 100% true or not, given I wasn't there, but the things I've experienced in the house, I believe it. Over the years, we've had all kinds of little things happen in the house. There's been times the kitchen cabinets have opened. Not in a scary, dramatic way, like in scary movies when you walk into the kitchen and every single cabinet is wide open. It wasn't like that at all. I'd be sitting on the couch and hear the tiniest squeak of the cabinets. Walk into the kitchen and one would be like halfway open. We've had doors open and close and the TV go on and off, things like that. Sometimes I'll sit watching TV and the entire cable box will go off. Once I rolled my eyes and said out loud, "Turn it back on, Rosie." And I shit you not, started to boot up. That one couldn't be a coincidence, but it's cooler to believe that the ghost listened to me. Now for my personal favorite. This happened 2 or 3 years ago, and my current boyfriend lived there with me before we moved out. We were both 18 and were sitting on the couch watching a movie. It was maybe midnight. And at this point, my sister had a daughter and I was pregnant myself. So there are baby toys there for when my niece would visit. Among those toys was one of those activity centers for babies to pull up on and play, like a little table. Well, this thing's been going off for a while, just making all kinds of noises and playing music. I definitely chalked this up to the ghost because it did this all the time. But it never ever did that until we moved into my mom's house. I guess it was getting on my boyfriend's nerves because eventually he says, "Shut the fuck up." Has all kinds of pre-programmed phrases and shit like baby toys do, and before it goes off, it will say bye-bye. That's what it did after he said that. I jokingly said, "Oh, Rosie's gonna get you tonight." So later, we're in my bedroom, laying down trying to sleep. In the corner, there's a window right next to a closet door. Now, I don't know if this came from the window or the closet, but suddenly there was a really loud thump from the corner. My boyfriend jolted up, and all I said was, "I told you." Needless to say, he slept on the couch that night, laughing my ass off. Another time, my boyfriend's little puppy ran past the toy into the kitchen. The toy said, "Run, little dog, run." Fucking freaked my boyfriend out too. I don't live there anymore, but I do visit a lot. Maybe a month ago I went over there, and I never knock when I walk in, so I walked in the front door one morning and my mom was sleeping on the couch. I asked her why she was on the couch instead of downstairs in her room. She said that she could see a little super dim ball of light just hovering over her dresser, and it scared her. There's literally nothing that could have caused this because of one, my parents' bedroom's in the basement. There's one single tiny window which have blackout blinds on them. And two, even the little tiny light from the computer monitor my stepdad put black tape over because he swears up and down he can't sleep with light from it. So there you have it. Not terribly terrifying or anything. And Rosie's never really given anyone bad vibes, and whatever is there, I don't think it means anybody any harm. I suppose this could all just be chalked up to something explainable too. But personally, I don't think so. Neither does my mom. She's experienced all kinds of things in the house too. Author's story. Okay, so something has been bugging me lately, and it's freaking me out to where I'd broken off with the woman I was seeing. The one with the imaginary friend Goblin that she swears up and down absolutely existed. So she finally got a new place after several years. Beautiful house that she had been saving up for and pays to stay there full time now. I was excited too because she was living in some slightly cramped apartments before this, making private time hard to come by. It's also too big for, well, just her and I, so I was supposed to actually move in to help rent, but not after these past few weeks. She settled in fine without me. I'm slightly jumpy even if it's somebody else's new place. My imagination can go to scary places. And again, she never understood how much her goblin encounter she claimed really happened really put me on edge. Third night I'm there, we crash late around 2, maybe 3 a.m. with some drinks. I wake up at around 4:30ish with her passed out and I gotta take a leak. The bathroom's right across her hall and lights on. I piss wash my hands. Excuse me. That needs a comma because that means a very different thing. But I'll just go with it. I piss wash my hands, hit the bathroom lights off when I hear it. It literally sounded like a limping dog walking around downstairs, but so subtle that I shake it off. I hop in bed and drift off and hear it again faintly. And she owns no pets for the record. This time growing louder till it seemed it was just at the bottom of the steps. I'm about to wake her when, boom, she sits up wide awake and screams, "No!" That's while she was crying faintly. I'm just staring at her and I just try to calm her down, asking what's wrong. She said that she must have been having night terrors, and it's normal when she first moves into so much space, begging me to move in with her as soon as possible. So I calm her down, deciding not to mention anything about what I heard to not exacerbate things. We're just sitting up chatting till sunrise. Now both of us are wide awake. 2 nights later, I'm back over. We do our usual late-night drinking and some intimacy, then clonk out. I wake up needing to piss hella bad again, and it's right around 4:30. She's not in bed. I head to the bathroom, piss, shut the bathroom lights off, and head toward the stairs. That's when I hear her downstairs talking, I assumed on the phone. I could make out her soft giggle saying, "I love my new place. Can't believe you're still around. I'm so happy that we, Sophie," I called out as I was heading down the steps. She suddenly jumps and runs towards me saying, "Oh my God, I thought you were out." "No, just had to pee. You coming back up?" I remarked. "Yeah, I'm just finishing chatting with my old girlfriend from college and telling her about the house. I couldn't sleep. I'll be right up. Give me a few minutes." "It's fine. Take your time. It's no big deal." And at this point, how she was acting, I'm thinking she's seeing an old guy friend and starting to think too much about it laying in her bed. That's when I turn to my side and I see her phone is still upstairs right here. She has no spare. Wouldn't need one unless she really was lying to me, but I just can't fathom that she pretty much tells me everything. It's been a wonderful almost 2 years that we've been together. I want to confront her about it, but I can't, and the vibe is off all the next day and we're all just hanging out. She doesn't want to go anywhere, just stay inside, maybe watch movies or listen to music. She's not depressed though, actually. In almost a manic state, which she has in the past, but not like this. Her personality is completely different than I've ever seen it. We do our usual drinking into the night before crashing on her queen-size mattress. This time, I pee before I crashed, praying to just, sleep through the night. Suddenly, she's poking me to wake up at around 4:30 again. I'm a bit irritated. I was dead asleep this time. "Why'd you wake me? What's wrong?" I ask while I'm half asleep. She's out of the covers with her arms around her legs, rocking back and forth with a huge, playful grin. "Well, I love you and I just want you to be able to play with me. It makes me feel younger." "Are you high, Sophie?" I asked, which is fine, as yeah, sometimes we indulge together, but nothing hard. She shakes her head no, and again she's acting really fucking odd, like I've never seen. "No, I'd share if I wanted you, but how much I love you and I believe in you." "Is that fucking it?" I ask, half asleep and irritated to be woken by this shit. She gets a little bit upset and says, "No, it's not it. I just want you to meet him." Thinking she's talking about some new guy friend, and I'm kind of a bit pissed, and I ask, "Meet fucking who, Sophie? Are you cheating?" "Oh my God," she exclaims. "No, I just wish you'd meet Teekum. He's back." My heart sank and my stomach went into knots. "No," I said. Smiling, she says, "You're still scared. Why? He wants to meet you." "Sophie, stop." "I love you, but no more goblin talk, please." With tears in her eyes, she says, "He said you'd be like this. It's okay." "Good." I turn over and she turns to her side when at the foot of her bed, I see for just a second long, slender, green hands sticking out with nails black. They recede under the bed quickly as if seen. She's still pouting like a little child, and that's when I can't take it. I literally grabbed my keys and clothes still in my boxers, and I just drove off. I've not attempted to make contact with her since, nor can I explain or care to find out what happened those nights. Especially that last one. I seriously had to get this off my chest. I've barely been sleeping. And you're welcome to use it as a follow-up for the first one, where it's just old stories, but this is the last I'll likely ever talk about this event or her. I think you're missing out. Some people have baggage, this one has a goblin. Sounds better to me. There may be a portal in my house. About a week ago, I'm sitting in my kitchen browsing the web, probably Reddit on my phone. My kids had been asleep for maybe about an hour, and my wife was in our room finishing up the paper for work. There was not a radio, there was not a television on. While browsing in complete silence, I heard my wife cough several times. The cough sounded as if she had breathed in some water and was trying to get the water out. Jokingly, I jumped out of my chair and ran over to the room where she was sitting. I started patting her back and pulling her earlobes down. Again, in a sort of joking manner. She looked at me like, WTF. So I told her I was trying to help since she coughed so hard. My wife, still with a WTF face, looked at me and said that she hadn't coughed. I stood there and I evaluated what I may have heard possibly. I thought maybe it was one of my kids, but the cough was from a woman. It wasn't a 4-year-old or 1-year-old girl's cough. Other things about this cough is that it came from inside the house. It was the type of hack, like after water goes down the wrong pipe. It was one session of coughs, about 4 coughs altogether. How did the coughing not continue if the coughs were that hard at the beginning? It didn't and still does not make sense. And that's not the only thing that happened. Fast forward to the next morning. My kids are awake and eating in the kitchen. I'm in the living room watching TV, still waking and drinking coffee. My wife is in her room getting ready for the day. All electronics are off, except the TV and the phones. My wife's phone rings from what sounds like the kitchen area. My wife runs to the kitchen to answer it because she's expecting an important phone call from work. My wife searches for her phone in the kitchen, but doesn't find it. She asks if it was my phone that rang, but I told her no. My phone was in my pocket. It turns out both my wife's work phone and personal phone are in our room on the other side of the house. We checked the kitchen and the surrounding rooms for anything that could have made the ring noise, but we found nothing. I don't know the name of the ringtone, but it is a very common ringtone for iPhones. So my wife and I searched for the reasoning as to why we could clearly hear a phone ringing in the kitchen, but obviously cannot find a logical explanation. I was gonna write it off as another weird coincidence, but I kept thinking of how clear the phone ringing was, and how my wife heard it too. Add this to the cough I heard the night before, and I start to worry that there may be an intruder in my attic. I think, not possible. But I have 2 little girls and a little boy too. It's a slim chance, but I'd feel better if I'd just go up there and check. I text my wife to watch the kids because I'm worried there might be an intruder in the attic. I don't want to verbalize it because if they're up there, then they'll hear me. I check outside and around the house first for any signs of a person being on the roof of my house. I look for cuts in the wall and I see no signs of intrusion. I then grab the ladder to get inside the attic. The only way into this attic is through a small 2x4 foot opening at the top of the interior of a closet in one of the rooms. So I grab my flashlight and my gun. I set up the ladder and I plan on entering the attic as quick and as tactful as possible. I don't want the intruder to be lying in wait for me. I push the drywall that blocks the opening, and I can hear a door swing and then shut. And I say swing because it sounded like a door was on a hinge or hinges. Can't get the drywall off, and the element of surprise is now gone. I push through anyway, and I inspect the attic. The attic has no floorboard. You have to navigate through it by standing on support beams. It extremely is annoying to have to go up there and do housework. Yet, I find no signs of somebody being up there. No entry points, no cuts in the wall. So I come down, I double-check that my wife and kids had stayed in the living room like I'd asked in case there was an intruder. She confirms that they were and no door had been shut. I pretty much already knew the door shutting wasn't them because the sound came from the attic. But there's no door in the attic. I went through a checklist of logical explanations to the cough, the phone ring, and the door shutting. I've not encountered an explanation. I know it sounds kind of weird, but frickin' portal is what I'm coming up with. And I've lived in this house for years. I've always, heard weird noises. But never something like this. Most portal stories I've heard sound totally far-fetched. Usually a portal story includes a demon or something spiritual. But this was just totally random. People crossing dimensions to hang out in my attic? There's no malice, no sightings, and no physical evidence. But the sounds were definitely heard and are unexplainable. I intended on posting the story a few days ago, but I failed to do so. Partly because I'm always chasing after my kids and because I'm expecting a reasonable explanation to present itself. Well, that hasn't happened. Something else happened a few nights ago. It's about 11 p.m. I'm asleep in bed, and I'm woken up to my wife shaking me. She tells me she heard a door shut. I say to her that maybe her 4-year-old, but she says she's watching the monitor and the cameras are on the kids. She said that she had been watching the monitor because she had been hearing these weird noises. I say maybe it's just the house creaking. She says that she heard the window shake. Now, this is significant to me because we have some old windows. The difference between the old and new windows is that the old windows will rattle when a door is shut, due to air pressure or when the house is shaking like earthquakes. New windows won't do that. So she heard a door close and the window shake. That's enough for me to grab my gun and check for an intruder. I do an interior and exterior check, and of course, I find nothing. I go back to bed and conclude that there is a portal in my house. My friend saw a approximately 8-foot shadow creature wearing a white coat. In the previous suburb that I've lived, there's like a playground beneath a small hill that my friends and I used to hang out with there. On top of that hill is a walk path. Since it's the 80s, it was used as railing for trains. Everyone and everything that walked on that path can be seen from the playground, since it's pretty open and nothing's obstructing the view except one very thin tree. 6, maybe 7 years ago, I was hanging out in the playground with my friends as usual. I was the only one facing the hill and the walk path, and it was getting dark. I looked down for a second so I can light a cigarette, and when I looked up, I saw an abnormally tall person that was completely pitch black, but you could make up a hat that looked like a fedora, a long trench coat, and some sort of a briefcase from his silhouette. He was running fast, but dead silent. When he got behind the tree that was obstructing the view, he simply disappeared like some cartoons. I was very confused by it at first, so without saying anything, I went over to the tree to see if anyone's behind it. While walking to the tree, my friends were confused as to why I'm going, and they were asking me, but I didn't say anything. Once I got to the tree, I saw nobody. If the person were to go in any direction after passing the tree, I would have seen him. And in that moment, my hearth fell. I ran back to my friends, traumatized, to tell them what happened. They started making fun of me. They were saying that I went crazy. 1 year later, I stopped hanging out with most of my friends, but I started hanging out with all the time with my current best friend. And one night, we're just chilling. We started talking about strange encounters that we had experienced. I decided to tell him about my sighting of a shadow man and creature. Once I started to describe what the man was wearing, I saw fear on his face. I said that he was wearing a fedora-like hat, and he interrupted me by saying, "And a trench coat?" I felt fear in that moment as well. He told me his encounter with the said man and creature. He was walking on a path one summer night when he got attacked by some stray dogs. He crouched to pick up a rock, but when he lifted his head, a very tall shadow man stood right in front of him with no facial features except glowing red eyes. He wore a fedora hat, a long trench coat, and carried a briefcase. Same things I'd seen. He got scared. He started sprinting the opposite direction and went back home. Once he got home, he told his mother about the encounter. She was freaked out as well. She told him that his aunt had an almost exact same encounter around 20 years ago. One day his aunt was picking some mushrooms, and once she lifted her head up from the same, or rather when she lifted her head up, the same man stood in front of her, and this was during daytime. Only difference in this encounter was that the shadow had an old Motorola-like phone from the 80s in its hand. She ran away from it as well. Don't think there were cell phones in the 80s, but okay. The day after I decided to tell my grandmother about the incident, since she's a very religious person. Everybody in the mentioned story is Muslim, by the way, including me, but we do not practice the religion that much. She told me that it is probably a jinn, and that she did not see it, but my great-grandmother did when she was young. She seen it in her house, and she said some dua or prayer, and the shadow disappeared. The night after that, my friend and I made up a reason for the sightings. We thought it was some type of warning to stop sinning when you are sinning heavily. Us two were sinning non-stop at the time, in parentheses. And that the object that the shadow holds means what you have to stop doing. After that, we didn't hear or see anything related to the shadow creature till about a month ago. At this current time, us two were far from the bad people that we were. We changed to be better. But sadly, we still do not practice religion that much, so I doubt that our quote-unquote reason was actually it. A month ago, I had a nightmare. I swear I dreamed that I was in some abbeys, or abyss perhaps. It was pitch black, going with the latter. I was walking on some type of a wooden balancing beam, one used in gymnastics. And as I was walking on it, the shadow creature appeared on my left, but this time with nothing in his hands, and he was floating. He just stared at me for a few seconds while I was walking on it. After he raised his hands in the air, did some movement with them, I was set on fire. I thought nothing about it at first. It was just a nightmare, but I continued to have the same nightmare for the next 5 days. Tonight, my mentioned best friend, who's still living in the suburb, he was coming back home from work around midnight. He went to his front door, and once he was untying his shoes, he remembered that he did not lock his car. So he went back to the car, locked it, turned around to get back to his front door, and he seen the shadow creature on the corner of his house. but now he was wearing a clearly white coat, like the ones that doctors wear, as he described it, and it was taking a step towards him, like it's sneaking. He sprinted inside his house, locked the doors, and gave me a call to tell me about the encounter. He sounded absolutely terrified. After about 5 minutes of trying to calm him down, he decided to take a peek out of his window to see if anything or anyone's there. There was nothing. I think there's a spirit in my house. So there are 3 different stories I want to share about things that have happened in my house. It's probably worth noting that at least one person has in fact died in this house. My wife and I purchased this house 5 years ago, after her aunt, the previous owner, passed away in the living room area. Additionally, our aunt's dog was put down the same day she died. It was in her will. The dog was 17 years old, blind, deaf, and couldn't stand on his own without somebody holding him. So he needed major help just eating and going potty outside. He also had a moderate case of cancer. I feel like I need to mention these things because I think there's a lingering spirit in the house. Story 1. A few months after moving in, my father-in-law came to visit and stay the night in the guest bedroom. This room contains our internet modem and router, which emits a very bright blinking set of lights. At around 4 p.m., my father-in-law asked if we could put some electrical tape over the blinking lights so it'd be easier for him to sleep later. So we did. We all then left the house, and we all went out for dinner. Back at home at around 8 p.m., we noticed the modem and router no longer had electrical tape covering the lights. Weird. Weird. We all asked each other if anybody removed the tape. Nope. I inspected the router all over, near the floor and everything. No sign of any tape. My father-in-law decided he'd just turn the router around and place his duffel bag in front of it to block the lights. The following morning, we were eating breakfast. I go into the spare bedroom because our internet stopped working. Thought I needed to reboot the router or see if my father-in-law accidentally unplugged something. It was then that I discovered the electrical tape was once again covering the lights. It wasn't wrinkled, nor did it show signs of dust from, possibly falling off. So I asked my father-in-law if he reapplied tape, and he said no. In fact, he doesn't know where to even, keep the electrical tape. So he couldn't even have done this if he wanted to. All 3 of us vividly remember the electrical tape being completely absent before going to bed. The light emitted from the router is hard to mistake. It's obnoxiously bright, and if, tape were on it the night before, it would have been obvious. So, yeah. Somehow, the tape was completely removed, then reapplied, and nobody claims they did it. Story 2. And by the way, electrical tape can fall off, and you can put it back on without it being wrinkled or dusty. I do it every day. Yet, story number 2. This happened last year. My wife was tired, wanted to take a nap at around 5 p.m. So I'm in the living room watching Netflix, and after about 20 minutes, I hear a faint crying sound coming from her bedroom. I quietly make my way over and lean toward the bedroom door. It distinctly sounded like my wife was crying, but trying to keep it quiet. I go to open the door and comfort her. However, the door is locked. I sent her a text message telling her that I'm here if she needs anything. No response, so I figured she wanted to be left alone. So I go back to watching Netflix. 45 minutes pass and I can still hear the crying. So I go back again to check on her and attempt to open the door. This time the door is unlocked. The very moment that I touched this door handle, the crying stopped immediately. So I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is she keeping from me? And as I entered the room, prepared to comfort her for anything. However, as I entered the room, I noticed she was completely asleep. She even had a bit of drool going on, and her breathing pattern indicated that she was in fact asleep. There's no way she could fake being asleep that good, and so abruptly as well. So I just gently woke her up and asked if everything was okay. She seemed really confused, like she had to reassure me several times that A, I'm fine really, B, I have no idea what you're talking about. And she wears her heart on her sleeve, so I know there's no way she could keep something like that from me. She's a terrible actor. And I'm genuinely convinced that someone or something was crying in that room. But I'm simultaneously convinced it wasn't my wife. Story number 3. This is a short one, and it happened on Valentine's Day this year. We're getting ready to leave, and we're doing some last-minute tidying up. We typically try to clear the floors of all objects so we can turn on our Roomba before we leave. We've had our Roomba for about 6 years, and it's never once malfunctioned or done anything weird. My wife was across the house and she yells to me, "About ready?" I respond, "Yeah, just gotta turn on the Roomba, then I'm coming." No sooner did those words leave my mouth that our Roomba turned on all by itself. I wasn't even in the same room, and it makes this distinct ding sound when it turns on, so there's no mistaking it. I go check the Roomba's charging station, and sure enough, the Roomba is already on and doing its thing. Our Roomba is a mid-range model. Doesn't have cameras or a microphone, so there's no way I could have done some kind of voice-activated thing. It was just so bizarre. The one and only time it's ever turned on, quote-unquote, by itself is when I loudly verbalized that I wanted to turn it on. Which won't work on people. It was made of static and void. For the longest time, since the age of about 6 years old, I've experienced sleep paralysis. Before it started happening, I experienced a really terrible dream of a tall humanoid-shaped monster that was fully black. Not a shadow figure, not a person shrouded in darkness. This thing was made of void. Basically, in a dream I heard a loud roar. It was outside my 2-story bedroom window. I looked outside and I saw this thing standing underneath a corner street lamp. No visible features beside it being tall, like maybe 8 foot. It was humanoid in frame, and the roaring noise was coming straight from it. I would then run downstairs, and my family would surround me like they were trying to guard me from this thing. But each time I turned around, a family member would vanish, and then once they were all gone, everything would go black. This roaring got louder, and then I'd wake up. I would only experience this dream once, but it got followed first by brief bouts of what I feel is astral projection, or perhaps out-of-body experience, which only occurred in my grandma's house for some reason. I would wake up and see myself in bed and then feel this sort of pulling sensation. It would lead me to the front door. I would stare at them and feel the sensation that something was on the other side of the door and wanted me to come outside. Nothing spoke and there was no noise, but I felt this draining and foreboding sensation when I stood looking at the door. I would wake up extra tired the following day. This was a reoccurring experience, and it was only at my grandmother's house, which I fully believe was haunted, and I can explain that later. The sleep paralysis was far more random. Like once a year at first, I wouldn't see anything. I would just experience the horrible panic of being unable to move. My heart would be racing, my chest feeling heavy, and the feeling like really hot and uncomfortable. Then eventually I'd see that void creature in the dream I had when I was 6. It never did anything. It was silent this time. But there was a fuzzy, crackling noise coming from it. It was like static. And again, it looked as if my hand would disappear if I were to try and reach out and touch it. Each time I would have sleep paralysis, it would be closer to me. Like it was just inching closer each time I had an episode. The last and final time I saw it, I was 21. And it had actually been a couple of years since I experienced sleep paralysis. So I had brushed it off for the longest time. But one night I woke up feeling extremely hot, and the void figure was just standing directly next to my bed looking down at me with this bright burning red eye. The room itself was also a hazy deep red, as if I was in a photography darkroom. The static noise was pretty loud. Sounded like this thing was speaking. I couldn't make out any actual words. Its voice was deep and kind of had a vibration to it. Oddly enough, I didn't feel fear as I stared up at it. I just stared at it for what felt like maybe a minute, then closed my eyes and went back to sleep, as if I just couldn't be bothered with it. I didn't even remember it until midday the following day, and that's when I was scared. But nothing further happened after that. At least for a while. No sleep paralysis, no void figure in dreams, nothing. It just stopped. It wasn't until I was about 30 that something happened that shook me up pretty badly. I was married at the time, and my husband worked overnight, so I'd be at home by myself and sleeping. I need some kind of white noise in order to sleep, and that usually comes in the form of a fan being on. I woke up because the fan turned off, and it wasn't uncommon for the power to go out randomly in our area, at least for an hour or so in the middle of the night. So I merely sat up in bed for a moment out of confusion. For a split second, I thought I heard what sounded like a quiet growl from underneath my bed. By the way, I don't have any pets at the time. I brushed it off because it was so quiet, and I figured I must still be out of it from sleeping. But I got up with the intention to go to the kitchen to see if the oven light was blinking. That's because that usually indicated the power simply went out. The second I opened the bedroom door, there was that deafening roar from the nightmare when I was 6. Everything in the house turned red. My only thought was to run out the front door, but when I did, I ran right out of my bedroom again like I was caught in some kind of a loop. I couldn't leave the house. The roar was getting louder, and it was just making me start to panic, like, let me out, go away, wake up. I keep repeating when I finally stopped by the front door and just held the doorknob. I could feel sharp claws dragging down the back of my neck, and then I woke up. I was drenched in cold sweat, and I was stuck in bed for a while because I was afraid to move. But eventually, I got the courage to get up and turn on every light in the house. Definitely the most vivid nightmare I've ever had. I'm almost 34 now. Got out of a toxic and unfaithful marriage and currently doing a lot better on my own. There were a lot of negative people in my life before, and since having them cut out of my life, and, well, maybe that plays a part in this. That's because I haven't had anything like that really happen since. Then again, I've had years of dry spells before. I don't get nightmares quite like that anymore, none involving the void being at least. Who knows, maybe my cats play a role since they sleep right next to me every night, and in a way I feel like they ward off bad things. I fully believe I had been haunted by something that preyed on me when I was the most vulnerable in my life. I just hope I never experience it again. I need help. What I do know as of typing this, the activity is ramping up tenfold. I'm wary of sharing any actual names, including my own, as you might see why. And before you go off immediately writing this off as somebody high off crack trying to make a piss-poor ghost story, I assure you I'm not. This is my story, that myself and 3 others know of. I'm not here to convince you of anything, really. I'm only here for 2 reasons. To see if anybody's had the same experience, and or can help me in ridding this thing away from me. So with all of that out of the way, let's start. I will name myself X. I was 21 at the time of this incident, and I'm now 22. I worked many different jobs, mainly the food industry. My father was part of the HQ staff of a security company that still operates today, only 1 year later. I eventually decided to try my hand in something completely different. Security, of course. I worked for the company for about 8 months as a level 2 officer. And after about 1 year, I moved up to level 3 to officer. Level 3 is somebody who's authorized to carry and handcuff. According to the company's policies and the client's policies, I was moved to my first post as a level 3. A hospital located in San Antonio, Texas. I will not give out the name. Anyways, I worked at said hospital for about 3 months until I was there, and there was an abandoned section of this hospital. I was offered a tour, and before I go further, I should explain who was with me upon entering the abandoned section. First up is Agent Y. Agent Y was a former Secret Service agent who retired and eventually ended in the security company I was in. Next up is Marine 1 and 2. As the name suggests, these 2 were former Marines. One was infantry who was in the Battle of Fallujah, and continued to see more action for another 6 years before leaving. Marine 2 was a former drill instructor. I'm saying this as a point of reference to show you that these people were not some wannabe thugs taken off the street to become some lousy security officers. In fact, 70% of the company are military, or sometimes they have law enforcement background. Anyways, Agent Y was my supervisor of site. Each site needed a supervisor. I won't go into detail about that. Agent Y also so happened to be the hospital's main security supervisor. So Agent Y and Marine 1 and 2 all went with me to the abandoned section. We all had our own flashlights. We explored essentially the whole building without any incident, until we reached the ICU. Fucking goddamn it, I'm crying as I type this. This will haunt me until I die. We reached the ICU. We were stopped as there was a 3-way fork. Each hall had a miniature hall connecting to the next. All 3 hallways were parallel to each other. We decided on the far left one and continued down. The narrator wonders how there's a bird at 3 a.m. The plan was to go all the way down the circle and back to take the next hallways. If it weren't for what I was about to experience, it was almost entrancing to see all the equipment and whatnot left there to rot. We reached the end of the first hallway when, before all of us could turn around, Agent Y was first to notice that Marine 2 was fixated on a particular doorway. When we all turned in the direction of Marine 2, I immediately felt sick, like I was going to vomit violently. It started to smell like rotten meat, and this all took within the span of 3 seconds. When we all faced the doorway, we all immediately noticed it. It was fucking peeking at us from the top of the doorway. God, I need to step away for a moment. It stared at us from the top of this doorway, and it was more immediately drawn, or rather I was more immediately drawn to its eyes. I would have expected normal eyes, but was instead met with inky blackness. There were voids where its eyes should have been. Marine 1 was first to run, followed by Marine 2. I then ran next, and my heart was shitting itself. As I was running, I noticed Agent Y outrunning me, and for some god-awful reason I was compelled to turn around to see if it was chasing us. The damned thing was floating toward us. From here, I'm not sure what happened as my brain blacked out, but what I do know is that a few months later, the abandoned building was destroyed. I genuinely wish it would stop here, but it gets worse. Agent Y, 3 weeks after the building's demolition, he committed suicide. A few days later, Marine 1 died under unknown circumstances. I tried to live my life without an acknowledgement of what I saw, but I still see that godforsaken thing in the corner of my eye. I fear I'm next. Any advice would be of genuine help. About 5 days ago, I eventually got a priest who performed an exorcism on the house. The entity was only kept at bay for some time, but eventually decided not only to torment me, but rather Marine 2 as well. They seem to have taken the brunt of this thing's anger. This shit is starting to sound more and more unbelievable, but I genuinely wish it was all just a joke. God, I wish it was. Ghost in the kitchen. Not so long ago, I had an experience like no other. Though to this day, I'm happy to admit, I'm grateful. And when I reflect on this day, I walk with pride, as I feel I was lucky to have felt a sense of calm, and I took on a new sense of understanding. An understanding about myself and the world around me. That being said, I would like to add a bit of background. Or, I suppose, 2 bits. My life was in shambles, so I gave my dad a call. A call to turn my life around with his help. I was jobless, depressed, thin, and weak. And in a nutshell, I was a piece of you-know-whatski. My dad states that I can come home as a means to get back on track, and naturally what Dad says goes. So I was lucky to be back. I was lucky to have been on a comfy couch in a warm house with food and back in touch with our beloved pets. All this sinks in as the night grew later. Dad and his woman go to bed, and in their room with the door closed. I'm left in the living room with the dogs on their kennel. The night was easy. The TV was off. The sounds of being back home were, well, recognizable. I was content. I sat in the recliner and couch, and I intended on drifting off to sleep eventually. For I knew I was safe, and just overall grateful. The only lights on were the kitchen ceiling fan, which was directly above the kitchen table. And this is relevant because as I tried to drift off to sleep, I couldn't help but be a little bit annoyed that they were on, but hey, it's my dad's house. He wanted them on, I guess. So this slight annoyance kept me up until I would shift thoughts. Aha. That being said, occasionally I would look at the dog kennel and reflect on the dogs and how I missed them. Our family had 3 black lab miniature pincher mixed dogs. We named them Ginger, Clover, and Sage. The Spice Girls, as my dad would joke. Aha. They each had their own personalities and were unique in their own way, despite looking absolutely the same. Well, anyways. During my zone-out stage, something unusual happened. What caught my attention at first was a low growl sourcing from Clover. That's her smallest Spice Girl. Aha. I paid no attention to that at first, assuming that they were just growling at each other because someone's leg touched their ear or something stupid. Aha. Mind you, all 3 fit in that kennel, but at that time they were a bit smaller. So again, I heard a growl. I didn't mind it. Moments later, an even lower growl with a bit of a ruff in there. Aha. I guess that's this guy's way of laughing. Aha. This is when I reacted and said, "Swoosh." But what didn't occur to me at the first growl was how unusual it was that neither of them even growled. And in all my years, they never did that, especially when all was calm in the night and everything was kosher. So the second growl grabbed my attention, mainly because I didn't want my dad to wake up. So as I reached to her second growl, I let it slide for about another minute. By this time, I was in my head with the question, for what? Why is she growling? I eventually turned my head to look at her in case she did it again, only to catch her fixed on something in the kitchen. Normally, either of them would look back at you, sort of as a response to looking at them. Aha. But on this night, she was locked. So naturally, I found this odd, and so I decided to look in the direction that she was looking. And this is the part that gives me chills. I kid you not. There I saw cloud-like material above the kitchen table below the ceiling fan. And the ceiling fan was on. It was moving in its rotation. To this day, I don't understand why I was okay with this. I wasn't scared. I was anything but. I do remember feeling at ease, though. Maybe I forgot to mention that my mother had passed away in this house. And in a weird way, I was inclined many years ago to be open-minded to anything paranormal, especially if it occurred here. And I think that's key. Okay, now back to the dog. The growling persisted, and she just sat up with her front legs propped. She was the only pup aware, as the other 2 paid no mind. That in itself was weird to me as well. For when one reacts, they usually all do as a unit. So as I stay fixed on this quote-unquote cloud, I noticed that it was stationary and somewhat transparent, much like a cloud at first glance. The longer I stared, which was literally all I could do, the more I began to wonder what in the F this was. I didn't freak out, I didn't get up, I knocked on my dad's door. No, I honestly remember just falling asleep shortly after that experience, and then nothing after that. And for the record, still gives me chills. And yes, I told my dad and my now mother, though I expected. My dad jokingly said I was crazy, and my mom assured me that she thought it could be my biological mom making her presence known. She's cool like that. Deep down, I feel that too. I also feel like my dad has accepted and probably experienced some things too prior to me. At least me showing up in the house. So all in all, I've had plenty of experiences with the paranormal before. And, well, after my mom's passing. It's just difficult to find others who can relate. Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to haunting mysteries and spine-chilling tales. Subscribe now and tap the bell. Stay updated on our captivating episodes. Are you ready to embrace The unexplained. Something in my apartment. I want to tell you about this apartment I used to live in. Maybe somebody can tell me what we were dealing with. Back in the year 2000, when we first got married, my husband and I lived in an apartment in Summerville, South Carolina. At first, nothing was strange about it, but soon after we moved in, we adopted a cat. And soon after that, we adopted another one. We had the second bedroom set up as sort of a cat room, where we put the litter box, the food and water dishes, the cat tower, and other toys. They were pretty rambunctious, as cats are, so at night we would just sort of put them in their room while we slept. That way we wouldn't wake up the apartment being destroyed, and at night we would hear this metallic tapping sound. It would always be coming from their room. The wall behind our headboard was shared with that room, so just on the other side of the wall. It would happen almost every night. It would go on until we fell asleep. And it only happened at night, never during the day. We couldn't figure it out, so we joked that we were building a spaceship and planning their escape. We also chalked up random missing items to their imagined spaceship. After a while, we started letting the cats roam the apartment at night, although all their stuff stayed in that extra bedroom. One night, as we were trying to get to sleep, we heard a crash in the kitchen. We were in the habit of leaving the dishes on a towel in the corner to dry overnight, so we knew that one of the cats had knocked them off. That was the sound. Crashing dishes. It was late and it didn't sound like anything actually broke, so we just groaned and said we'd deal with it in the morning. The next morning, however, we got up and there was nothing in the kitchen or anywhere else in the apartment. We had apparently put the dishes away the night before. No idea what that crashing sound was. The creepiest thing happened one night when we were watching TV in the living room. The cats were playing and chasing each other and hiding and jumping out at each other. We were on the couch and there was a love seat about 3 feet away from the wall. The cats stopped, one on each end of the love seat, both staring at a spot just underneath the window. At first, we assumed that they were about to pounce on each other. But after a while, we started paying attention and realized that they were both completely stiff, which isn't particularly unusual for that kind of play, and they couldn't even see each other, nor were they trying to. So we got up and my husband went to one side and nudged the cat with his foot. She didn't budge. A little creeped out, I went to the other side and picked up the other cat, thinking that this would break his concentration, but it didn't. He stayed completely stiff in my arms, not taking his eyes off that spot. Even his tail was like a stiff rod. My husband kicked his foot through the air in the spot that they were staring at, and suddenly they both just relaxed. The one in my arms just went almost limp and jumped to the ground and just wandered off like nothing had even happened. Same with the other one. Another thing that had nothing to do with the cats, and we didn't even talk about it until years later. We were both freaked out in the bedroom. Sometimes, when I was trying to get to sleep, I would just close my eyes and see a dark figure standing near the foot of my bed. It was against the opposite wall and slightly off to one side, but it was always in the same spot. It wasn't tall, maybe 4 feet, and it was solid, not shadowy. When I opened my eyes, it wasn't there, but when I would close them, it was back again. Other times, I would come home from work in the morning. I worked nights and he worked days. I'd go into the bedroom to change and not able to stay in there. And this was daytime, not pre-dawn hours. Sometimes it was fine and I would change and go to bed, but other times I just felt really uncomfortable and not really wanted to stay. I just told myself I wasn't tired yet and went to watch TV in the living room and slept on the couch until the afternoon. Of course, I didn't say anything to my husband about it because I was a grown woman, apparently too afraid of being alone to sleep in my bed. I felt ridiculous and just passed it off as I fell asleep watching TV. And when I came home, sometimes to find my husband asleep on the couch, I just assumed he had legitimately fallen asleep watching TV. Years later, after we moved a few times, we were watching some ghost show or another. There was a story about a Native American legend in the area which described this thing I remember seeing in my mind. I don't remember anything else, really, about what they were saying, because both my husband and I were leaning forward, pointing at the TV, saying, "I saw that!" We never mentioned it to each other, but we both saw the same thing on those nights, and both of us could only see it with our eyes closed. He also told me that when I found him sleeping on the couch, it wasn't because he fell asleep. It was because, like me, at certain times he felt like there was something in the bedroom with him, and he just couldn't stay. One last point. The hall leading from the living room to the back where the bedroom and bathroom were had a turn which blocked any light from the front rooms, so it was dark black there. When we watched TV at night, any time one of us would go to the bathroom, our male cat would scurry out of wherever he was hiding and go with us. While we were in there, we could hear him scratching around in the litter box. So we knew what he was doing. He would usually be waiting at the bathroom door when we came out to walk back with us. On the occasion that we were out before him, he would stand in the bedroom doorway and meow until one of us came back to escort him back. And after we moved, he was never like that again. So, does anyone know what this entity could have been? I've searched online, but I can't find any reference to anything like that in the area. According to the show we were watching, it's an evil entity and it's known to local native people. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the show because we got sidetracked comparing notes about our experiences. Possible encounter with ghost demon. This story happened around 1 or 2 weeks ago, and is the first time in my life where I encountered or thought I encountered a ghost. I and my friends were having a sleepover at my house. There were about 7 of us. We wanted something exciting to do, so we're thinking of stuff that we could do, and we just remembered that there was this abandoned ammunition factory. It wasn't too far away from us. Some people in our grade started to go, including me once. But most of my friends have not gone, so we decided to go. When we got there, I had this horrible gut feeling that something horrible was going to happen. Mind you, I had been there before, and when I was there, I didn't get this horrible gut feeling. I told my friends I was just going to stay by the car, but they begged me. So even though I had this horrible gut feeling, I went into the dark, lifeless trail to get to the destination with my friends. That's called foreshadowing. We finally arrived at the ammunition factory, which if you were curious where it was, look up Twin Cities Army Ammunition Plant. And if it says it's abandoned, then you got the right location. Like before, it was creepy, but unlike last time, this anxiety only grew. The factory was crazy. I mean, upside-down crosses were a common sight. Same as 666 messages, and occasionally you would see satanic, hypergraphs in the building. Hieroglyphs? Hypergraphs. Also, my friend that he even saw candles, possibly used for rituals. Can't personally confirm that one. So we explored the main building and eventually went to the outside tunnels of the factory, which if you look at Google Maps, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is where the possible ghost and demon encounter happened. Mind you, before this happened, my friend, let's call him Connor, was, as a joke, calling out a possible ghost by saying over and over the phrase, "Show your presence." We were all in the tunnel when my friend, let's call him Thomas, was 100 feet behind us in the dark, trying to scare us, but instead of scaring us, we saw him sprinting at us telling us that he heard knocking. At first, we didn't believe him because the whole time he was trying to scare us in many different ways, but he kept begging us that he was not kidding. We all then decided to stay silent, see if we could hear anything, and sure enough, we heard a loud knock-knock. That's when we bolted out of the tunnel. We were all one group and we were running toward the forest to escape when we heard Connor scream, which made us think that he was being chased, which made us run faster into the forest. In all reality, Connor just did that to be funny, which I don't know why you would do that in a situation that all of us felt could be life or death, which made all of my friends suspicious that he knocked. But I'll talk about that later. Apparently, Connor, Thomas, and my other friends, let's call him Brendan, all went back through the building to get to the exit. So we were in two groups, and I, knowing that splitting up is never a good idea, but blame it on Connor why we split up. At the end, after the group, I was traveled through thick thorn bushes, which we got cut up really bad in. Ran into the police, but just got a warning and eventually hoped an 8 or 10 foot barbed wire fence, which I'm assuming means hopped. And the other group traveled back through the building, and eventually saw another group of teenagers and decided to scare them. Hid in the bushes to avoid the cops, and we made it back to the car and went back home. Hypocrite much, but I get it. Turns out my gut feeling was right, as the last time I was there, nobody else is in the building. There were no cops. Mind you, this all happened at around 11 p.m., so it was very dark. When we got back to my house, we played some video games. Did some other stuff, even played some poker. When it was around 2 or 3 a.m., we started talking about the factory. Here's where the story gets terrifying. The whole time we were under the impression that somebody was messing with us back there. But then we talked about it. If someone was messing with us, they would have had to travel 100 feet in less than a minute, if that's how short of a time it was from the time Thomas ran to us to the time we heard the second knock. For context, none of us except Thomas heard the first knock, as it was 100 feet behind us. Two of my friends claimed they faintly heard it, but Thomas was the only one to clearly hear the first knock. There's two ways they could have traveled, either on the roof or through the trees right outside the tunnel. But with logic, those answers are easily disprovable. If he traveled on the roof, we would have heard him as the roof of the tunnel was sheet metal. And the first time I was there with my friend was trying to scare us by going up on the roof, and whenever he stepped, he made a lot of noise. The second option, of going on the outside of the tunnel, also doesn't seem to make sense because we would have heard the tree branches and sticks break. And also the foliage was so thick. I think it might be physically impossible to move 100 feet in less than a minute, but again, you can go on Google Maps and see what I'm saying. Plus, if someone was messing with us, when we started running away, they probably would have screamed they would have screamed the P word at us or something. Also, when we finally got outside, we looked at the tunnel from the outside and we didn't see anybody on the roof. The only thing I can reasonably think of is that it was one of us, but also, we were all in a big group when it happened, so would have saw if somebody did it. Even if Connor was acting suspicious, I think we would have noticed or seen him do it. Also, it wounded as it came from the roof as well, sounded. Shakes hand at grammar. I've been jumping over most of them, go. Anyway, also, we were in my house. Connor put on God it was not him, as did everyone else pretty much did. Come on. Footsteps in the loft. We moved in there as a family. My parents, my brother, and I. This was maybe when I was 7. It was a semi-detached UK house with 2 bedrooms and a loft. The bedroom my brother and I shared had access to this loft. That was via a standard door and a staircase leading up to the large loft and suite. My father used to sleep and work there before he moved down, as my parents were separated for a long time before their divorce. While he still lived there, however, I became accustomed to the sounds of him walking in the loft and down the stairs to be in my brother's bedroom. And this will be important for later. Again, I knew inside out what footsteps sounded like when somebody was in the loft or walking down the stairs to the bedroom. But anyway, before my father moved out, a lot of shit happened between him and my mother. So I remember starting to feel a deeply troubling energy whenever I was in the house. After he had left, I still continued to hear these footsteps. Of course, pacing up and down the loft and sometimes down the staircase to the door where my brother and my bedroom was. My mother would often go up there to use the ensuite, so there were occasions where I heard the pacing and went up thinking I'd find my mother there, but the loft would always be empty. I heard these footsteps a lot in the evenings, all the way from downstairs in the living room. They were heavy. Sometimes would slow down, sometimes speed up. I dreaded when my mother would send me up there to get some wrapping paper or something or other. I distinctly remember walking up to the landing where the main bathroom, master bedroom, and my bedroom were, while still hearing these footsteps going back and forth. I'd reach the attic door, and the minute I would open it, they would stop. Sometimes, when I felt brave, I'd do a thorough check of the loft space in the ensuite, again finding no one there. This went on for months, maybe a year, and to add to the footsteps, the door which led to the loft began to sometimes open slowly and then slam shut. I put it down to the draft, despite no windows being open, and despite the force in which it would slam. I also deeply considered that I, an 8-year-old, was going crazy. I thought, well, maybe the divorce and the negative experiences in the house were making me see and hear things, and I was resolved to confide in my mother for help, which I didn't. So, one day my mother wanted to go food shopping. There was a Safeway about a 40-minute walk away from the house. But on that specific day, I was too tired to do the 40-minute walk and threw a tantrum, adamant I was going to stay home by myself. My brother and mom left, and I sat down on the sofa to watch TV. The sofa was against the wall of the staircase leading up to the landing with the bedrooms. After about 20 minutes, I began to hear the footsteps pacing in the loft. I started to get spooked. I remember thinking, it's all good, they'll stop soon, or if they don't, nothing bad will happen. There's nothing up there. And then they started coming down the loft stairs, and at this point I turned the TV volume way up. I consoled myself with the idea that this was a usual thing. I remember telling myself, it's okay, they'll stay there. But they didn't. I started hearing them. Heavier. They were walking across my room. That feeling was like absolute horror. Like someone was up there and now knew I was alone. Again, I thought, okay, as long as they stay a floor above me, I'll be good. I calculated in my head that the steps should have reached the top of the staircase leading to the floor by now. I held my breath and I heard nothing. I was about to dismiss it as just stupidity. But then it started walking slowly but loudly down the stairs just behind me. To the right of me was the door entering the living room. I made the decision that I was not going to look, because there was something there and I could hear that there was something there. Anyway, I started singing to myself. I sang Twinkle, Twinkle Star so loudly over and over again, and to be honest, I don't remember much after that, apart from hearing a knock at the door after what felt like literally only a minute, even though my brother and mother were probably only halfway. And then opening it to see both my mother and brother back with the shopping. The footsteps continued after that like they did before this day, as well as the door slamming. I never told anyone and we moved shortly after. Never brought it up again, till I was maybe 11. By then, I had chalked up these events down to my life at that house having a negative effect on my mental health. So my brother and I had gone to dinner with my dad at Pizza Express. We must have been talking about spooky things. I thought, why not tell them what I experienced in the house? I told the story in a brief way with not much detail. I look up and I see my brother literally go pale. All he said was, "I heard him too." He went on to describe the sound, the speed, and the heaviness of the footsteps. The change of direction, the door slamming, all of it. My father suggested it was the neighbors due to the house being semi-detached, but even as an 8-year-old, I was thorough. I made sure I could differentiate, if you know what I mean. I often heard neighbors running or going up and down the stairs, and that wasn't it. Spirits or entities, looking for clarification. From October 13th, my family rented a house. It was nice sized and it was in the suburbs and it was built in the mid-50s, I believe. When we moved in, it was already furnished. I was in my first bedroom and I changed rooms 3 times. There was a desk in it and I was doing homework and I was probably 10 or 11 at this time. I see out of the corner of my eye a man in black, walking slightly behind me. I didn't see him fully. I saw from his shoulder to about his wrist. But he appeared to walk out of my peripheral, and when I turned around, there was nothing. Just myself staring back at me in the mirror. And I could feel something was wrong. I tried to go back to my homework, but I felt very uneasy. Like something was in my room that grabbed my stuff and ran downstairs. The next time I saw something, I was sitting at a table. That's went out of my peripheral again. I saw something, and this time a woman in a dark pink and purple fleece. I know it was a woman because this time I saw half of her torso, chest and shoulder and arm, but again, I turned, no one was there. And I should mention there are a lot of mirrors in that house, none of which my family put there. I later saw some spiritual people say that you should never have a second-hand mirror. That's because you don't know what they've seen. So maybe there was bad stuff from that. The next time something strange happened, I switched rooms. I switched with my mom because in my room I wasn't sleeping well. Started to sleepwalk, my neck and back started hurting from sleeping in that bed, and, well, I also became very ill. I had the stomach flu for about a week, but it got so bad I had to be hospitalized and kept overnight for rehydration and medication. I think it was through an IV. But once I was in the hospital and I had the IV, I stopped throwing up and recovered in pretty much a day. Now, when I switched rooms with my mom, it was night. Everyone was asleep. But I had my door open, unlike everyone else. I woke up to a light illuminating the hallway. But at first I wasn't scared. I felt at peace almost. Then I was getting brighter and moving to my room. Once I saw the full thing, I felt my stomach drop. My blood ran cold. It was a big orb of shining light and it was moving on its own. I don't even know why I was so scared. But it was moving toward my room. It was sentient, and I know it because it stopped at my doorframe because I was awake. I was staring at it, and I know it was staring back at me. It was just floating there. But I had a fond response from the first time, and fond, maybe? Or perhaps a deer-like response from the first time to now. And this all happened in a year, so I was like 11 or maybe just turned 12. I really felt in that moment like my life was in danger. I couldn't bear to look at it anymore. I pulled the blanket over my head and was just waiting for something to happen. I eventually fell back asleep, and when I woke up it was gone and everything seemed normal. The next time something happened, my family and I were watching the Eliza Lamb documentary. Hope I spelled her name right. I hope I said it right. It was a documentary on Netflix. We hadn't finished it when my grandmother and I made a makeshift Ouija board from cardboard, paper, and a shot glass as a planchette. We actually summoned a spirit, and I believe this because we asked it a question if a goth guy from the doc killed Eliza. And it said no the next day. We watched the documentary from where we left off, and it says the guy was cleared of suspicion. But my grandmother made a mistake when we were done talking to the ghost. I told her that we need to say goodbye. She shook her fingers off the glass and said goodbye without forcibly moving the glass to goodbye. I told her no, and now we have to hurry to fix it. So we tried to say goodbye the right way, and I thought everything was good. But the next day, I wake up and the fridge is leaking water. Call the landlord, and he sends a repairman. They have no idea what's wrong, why the fridge is leaking and how it's leaking, and where the leak is originating from. Nothing. Me too. Anyway, the leaking eventually stops, but then the walking in the attic starts. I would hear footsteps and rustling in the attic many times throughout the day. I was so sure there was someone in there, I had my aunt go up and look, and, well, you guessed it, no one was there. I would also hear footsteps walking around upstairs even when I was there home alone. Then the landlord wanted to move back in, so we had to leave, and the footsteps, things breaking, seeing entities, and partial people. Extreme illness, everything all stopped in the house I'm in now. Also, forgot to mention earlier that I had to move out of my mom's old room after we switched. That's because the house would become infested with stink bugs. Winter and summer. There was always stink bugs. Then I eventually found out that they were congregating in my room. I pulled back the curtain, and on the back the entire thing was filled with stink bugs. I never had an infestation like that, and I eventually moved bedrooms again. Sounds better than my centipede infestation. If you hear slight pauses, it's because something's tickling my feet. And it's got too many legs. Ugh. The Saley House. In a quiet and scenic town named Atchison in Kansas sits a house whose characteristics are completely different from its locality. A phantom named Saley has reportedly made this house its home, and this has given the house its well-known name, the Saley House. It is claimed that even the bravest of hearts break emotionally inside the house because of the eerie atmosphere that it offers. History. Built during the mid-1800s by the Finneys, it was used by Dr. Charles Finney as his clinic. He was a local physician and used the house to practice medicine. He used the bottom floor to perform surgery and examinations, and used one of the bedrooms as his office. The family initially lived inside the building, but eventually moved out because of the limited space inside the house. One dreadful night, a panicking mother brought her 6-year-old daughter named Saley to the house for treatment. The kid was going through extreme pain and suffering, and the mother begged Charles Finney to treat her. After performing a thorough examination, he confirmed that she had appendicitis and decided to operate on her before her appendix would burst. Because of the emergency, Charles Finney did not wait until the anesthesia's effect was felt, and proceeded to surgically operate on the girl. This, however, proved to be the wrong choice, as Sally died in the operation table itself. However, before her death, she went through extreme pain, with reports saying her screams were heard throughout the street. After all, what else could a kid who's being cut open in a half-dozed state do other than scream? The house was left abandoned after this incident. The locals say that occult rituals were performed in the house's basement after its abandonment. The house was later bought by a young couple, Tony and Deborah Pickman, who moved into it in 1993 with their newborn. Oh boy. They eventually moved out of the house again after Tony was attacked by a quote-unquote unknown entity inside the house. This led to the house being featured on a television show named Sightings, which increased its popularity among the paranormal investigators community. The Saley house was listed on Zillow for $1 million USD in February of 2016, and then its price greatly dropped to almost $500K in 2016 of August. In November 2017, it ended up being taken off the real estate market. Paranormal occurrences. Some claim that the house is haunted by the spirit of Saley, while others claim that a demon that was called by the cultic rituals. The house hosted haunts the house and apparently hides under the identity of Saley's apparition. Also, after investigations, the Kansas Paranormal Group claimed that the phantom of a middle-aged woman also haunts this house. The house's former resident, Tony, reports seeing his dog growl at the empty spaces, mainly near the upstairs nursery. He also reported that he eventually started feeling scratches on his chest and abdomen while he stayed in the house. He says that the operating area grew cold all of a sudden and objects moved all on their own. He says that the event where he was lifted and pushed off the stairs by something that can't be explained proved to be the last straw. One of Atchison Chamber of Commerce's members, Andrea Clements, reports getting a headache and scratchy feeling in the back of her throat every time she enters the house. A paranormal investigator named Elijah had investigated the house multiple times, and every time we've come it's gotten progressively more intense, but we feel it's more than dangerous, is what he had to say. He firmly believes that the house is haunted just by Saley, but by something more sinister as well. During his investigations, he reports seeing balls and toys moving on their own in the upstairs rooms, and also reports hearing footsteps inside the house during the night. Visitors of the house say that their gadgets abruptly stop working inside the house, only to begin working again after they leave the place. They also say that the batteries drain extremely fast inside the house. Some have seen objects move on their own, and some even say that things were aggressively thrown at them, usually by something invisible. Many visitors reported seeing mysterious scratches and bruising on their bodies during and after the visit. And it should be noted that most who report being hurt by the entities inside the house are men. Visitors have also reported being touched and feeling cold spots on their bodies. Some have also experienced sporadic mysterious drops in the temperature. The house not just scares people, but also animals as trained guide dogs consistently refuse to enter the nursery and growl and bark at the empty spaces. Many psychics who have tried to commune with the entities inside the house have also claimed the house to be haunted, and the house has also made many skeptics who enter it leave it as believers of the paranormal. Current state. The house is now open for public visits and overnight stays, which can be booked on their official website. My lizard doesn't like when people advertise. Which can be booked on their official website and continues to stay a hotspot for paranormal fanatics. And I, of course, wish you all sweet dreams. See ya. What is real and what's just a story? So, just to give context, I'm a Filipino living in the city of Manila. I was born and raised here, but I've never really belonged or really considered myself so much as one, really, since our family's mixed and part European. So I don't have all that conservative and superstitious characteristics that they usually have. Even so, I don't rob myself from enjoying some local folklore, legends, stories perhaps, and even beliefs that we have, such as local ghosts, mythical creatures, and deities. And we call them Diwata. I've always enjoyed the horror and fantasy genre of things as well, and history. My interest in it first sort of picked from reading English and Italian literature. But I've always thought that, well, like everyone else, those are just, stories. Something that we only use for imagination and maybe entertainment. But my younger brother and I experienced something so crazy, scary, and wild that even after 27 years, I still remember everything vividly. So it was around the year of 2003. Can't remember the month, but all I remember is that we still had school at that time. We suddenly moved from the city to the nearest province. Oh boy. Paraniki or Paranek to Cavite. My apologies. I cannot speak this language. Because we couldn't afford the last house that we were renting anymore. So, new school, new house, new neighbors. This new house was a 2-story house with 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. One of those rooms is where me and my brother slept at. We were in a bunk bed at that time. It was around 5th grade, that I was in. My brother was in 3rd grade, I think. And behind the house is the animal farm of one of our neighbors. We call him Mang Johnny. So, sometimes at night, the animals would be heard making noises or the dogs barking or fighting. And of course, it did produce that farm smell as well. But me and my brother wouldn't mind at times, since we enjoyed the cool breeze, and the province has to offer this, especially in a hot tropical country like ours. So we'd leave the window wide open, especially at night, since that's pretty much coldest around those times. One night, lights closed. My brother woke me up, but in a very hushed way, like whispering. It was 3 a.m. that time, I think, because I checked my PSP, which I had underneath my pillow. I was even annoyed at him because it was the weekend and I just wanted to savor all the sleep we could get. So I just said, "What?" Then in a very scared but low voice he said, "There's someone at the window." And I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Why would somebody be there unless someone's on the roof, which is below our window, is the roof of our storage room and restroom. But I was kind of still sleepy, so I haven't really focused on or absorbed what he was saying. Then when I looked at our window, I immediately woke up, eyes wide. While slowly going down from the ladder of our bunk bed, I could clearly see a shadowy figure of someone outside our window. And since we left it open, its hand was latched at the edge of the window, and it was long and black. And by the way, our window was that sort of blurred glass type. My brother and I stood there for 2 or 3 minutes, I think, like from shock from what we were seeing, and being scared of making more noises and movements that could potentially make things worse. My brother started saying that he's getting so scared and I don't even know what to do or how to remove its hand from the edge so I could sort of close the window completely. And since both of us are too chicken to do it, we both started egging each other on for who should do it. Because the noise that we were making that time, the hand for some reason started to slide going outside. I don't know, it probably heard how scared we were and how we were planning to close it, so might pin its hand in the process. But then my brother, surprisingly, he was able to muster the courage and immediately went for the handle and closed it right away. After that, the shadow just stayed there. It didn't move or anything. And it just slowly dawned on me that throughout the whole ordeal, the animals from the farm were going ballistic and noisy, like insane wild. The dogs barking and howling and chickens clucking and flapping their wings, pigs and everything. It was very windy that night for some reason. Anyway, after that, we told her grandmother what happened, and since then, she forbade us to ever opening our window again,
taped papers with Bible verses on it. She's very religious, of course. Ever since that experience, I've always wondered, is there a possibility that those kinds of things are real? Creatures and monsters. And what else could be real out there? So what about souls, or aliens, or time travel, or multiverse? Those crazy Greek gods, or God? Thinking about it fucks up my mind and my perception of reality. What's real and what's just a story? Whenever I remember this, it always triggers my existential crisis, as well as my never-ending curiosity and fear of the unknown. How alone are we really in this time or life? And now that we're adults, I recently asked my brother about what happened that night. He said that he couldn't remember it anymore, but our grandma does.
My interesting experience. So this happened a couple of years ago, March 24th, 2022. I was 16 and I had just got my license. My friend's family was going on a day trip to the beach. It was the Pacific City in Oregon. And a few of our friends decided, since I got my license and a new-to-me car, we should load up in my old 300ZX, take the TV tops off, and go for a nice trip to the coast. All was going well, other than the discomfort of 4 guys crammed into a small coupe on a 2-hour drive. We eventually made it to the coast, and we had a good day. After we had packed up our things and started to head home, my friend suggested we take a road that he knew. A Nestucca access road for anybody familiar with the Tillamook Forest. Back home, instead of the main highway, it would take us about an extra 45 or 60 minutes. But he said it was pretty and it'd be a nice change in scenery. So I obliged. The sun was setting, and in the thick forest, it got dark quick. And before we knew it, there was no cell service, no houses, and absolutely no cars. Which is pretty typical for the mountain ranges between the Oregon coast and the Portland metro area. So it wasn't anything I was really worrying about. After about 10 more miles, I saw a green SUV, either a Dodge Durango or a Ford Escape, early 2000s models. It was hauling a fifth wheel, crashed off, and was off the side of the road. Being that no one was around, I decided that we should pull over to see if anybody was okay. Hopefully we'd be able to offer any help if we could. It was probably 8 to 10 feet off the road on a slope. It was only caught by the trees it had hit. And the fifth wheel was absolutely trashed. Both of the sidewalls were caved in with the contents of the RV. It was all along the side of the drop-off. The SUV was filled with clothes and food wrappers. Almost all of the windows were shattered, and there was some pretty significant blood stains on what was left of the driver door glass. And not only that, but on the windshield. Didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary for how bad the crash was. There was no one in or near the car, and a truck had stopped by us. We told him that we didn't see anyone, and that we would just be on our way, so we kept driving, and shortly after, we started our journey back on the road. We had to go pretty slow as the condition of the road was getting worse and worse with massive potholes and cracks in the road, and definitely was not intended for lower cars. I'd say about 3 to 5 miles after the crash site, there's a pretty sharp right-hand turn with a pullover area on the apex of the turn. As my dim headlights lit up the trees behind the pull-off, I saw what looked like a pale man with saggy skin. From what I could tell, was fully naked, but was sort of behind some tall grass and shrubs. so could really only see up to the bottom of its stomach. It had no hair and was kind of scrunched over, like how you would imagine old men hunched over just staring at my car. It just didn't have any prominent features, but the biggest part I remember is its eyes reflected my headlights bright, almost like a cat's eyes, and with its whole body turned, just kept looking at the cars we drove by. I didn't know what to do or what to think, and my friends in the car were all staring behind us and claimed that it kind of leaned out of the shrubs to watch us drive off. We were all freaked out. We were discussing what we just saw, whether we thought it was some tweaker that had crashed his car and just maybe walked off, or perhaps if it was some paranormal creature. I kind of played it off as the first option, but the more I thought about it, it seemed like something you'd see in a liminal space or a bad AI-generated image. No eyebrows, no hair. Pale, white, saggy skin, like when a person loses hundreds of pounds in a small amount of time. Except it was saggy on its cheeks and neck and arms. But it seemed scrawny and frail. We sped home and kind of just told people the story when the subject of paranormal experiences came. About July of 2023, my, at the time, girlfriend's brother and I were pretty close. And so, him, his friends, and I were up driving through the trails of Dixie Mountain. We were talking ghost stories and such. That's when I told them this story. Her brother's friend said he'd seen the same crash, showed me a picture of the same SUV I saw, but he didn't see anything creepy. I don't know what I saw or what happened, but it definitely scared me and my friends, and I'd never been back on that same road since that day. Maybe someone's seen something similar, or perhaps had a similar experience in Oregon. I hadn't thought about posting my story until today. That was because my partner and I were reading a book about cryptozoology, and a sort of mythological creature, and, well, it made me think of that story. Thanks for reading. I apologize for my bad storytelling skills.
The Bel Air House. The paranormal tales surrounding the Bel Air House are not new, and in fact it dates back to the early 20th century. There had been certain events that brought about the haunting of Bel Air House. It's simply abnormal due to the fact that when you see the Bel Air House, the primary thought you get is that it's an innocent-looking residence. It sits on the top of a cursed coal mine. However, if you enter the house, you'll come to witness that the house belongs to a horror movie. The house had tales of the supernatural even during the years when it was sitting abandoned. People from the neighborhood claimed to sight figures roaming around within the house, or even peeking out of windows. These were reported when the house was uninhabited. The Bel Air House is situated close to the banks of the Ohio River. This is land wherein the French and Indian Wars took place from 1754 to 1763. The house is on a ley line, meaning that there's consistent paranormal energy encompassing this house. The Bel Air House is also believed to be haunted due to a coal mine explosion that took place within the Ohio Valley in 1893. That's where 42 men died in the explosion. It took days to find their bodies. History. A humble man with a good reputation named Jacob Hetherington owned all of the coal mines within the Ohio Valley. He additionally worked within the mines along with his employees and his pal Jack, Mule. Jacob married a charming lady named Eliza Armstrong. This humble man was not just the authentic owner of the Bel Air House, but also Bel Air itself. In March of 1893, It was widely said that the Hetherington coal mines at Bel Air were to be deserted after the explosion. The operators had spent $8,000 in a try to put the fire out, concluded that there's going to be no more efforts that are going to be made. This explosion happened in coal mine number 1. And the frightening part is that the Bel Air residence is located on top of coal mine number 1. In 1847, Jacob Hetherington built the Bel Air house near the Shawnee Burial Caves. Because of the house's location, it's believed to serve as a portal to the realm of spirits. Also, in 1754, the French and Indian conflict ran riots throughout Bel Air. The bloodshed still stains Bel Air. Also, it is believed the place that this house is located on was used by Native Americans to perform occult rituals. After Jacob, Alex Hetherington inherited the fortunes, but the business started to fail due to Alex's strange state. He reported seeing demons, claimed that they tried to kill him, and also had sporadic seizures. People believed that he was haunted and cursed by spirits of people who died in the coal mine explosions. Alex was put into a mental asylum and the property moved into the hands of his daughter, Lyde, Liddy? I'm going to go with Liddy. After a few years, even she died inside the house itself. After her death, Edwin tried all he could to commune with the spirit of his sister, with the help of multiple occult rituals. It is believed that these rituals made this house a portal to the realm of the dead. Paranormal occurrences. It is said that the kid of one of Edwin's servants was pushed out of the window in the attic. She had a powerful bloodline that would lure a specific demon inside the house. He is strongly believed that this demon would help him commune with his sister's spirit. But after this incident, 3 other people died in a similar fashion by jumping out of the window in the attic. After the house's abandonment, neighbors started to report seeing apparitions on the windows of the house. The house then went into Ghost again. The house then went into the possession of Christine Lee, or Kristen Lee, and she moved into the house with her family. Kristen reported making contact with multiple malicious spirits and documented the terrific experiences that she had. Because of multiple terrible experiences, she eventually had to move out of the house. The house is said to be haunted by multiple spirits, with Emily Davis being the most prominent one. Some say she's a little girl, while others say she's a disconcerting demon who hides inside of the identity of a little girl. This entity is often spotted inside the attic. Paranormal activity is never ensured inside the house, with visitors reporting hearing voices and footsteps, and seeing phantoms and shadow figures. Poltergeist activity has also been reported inside the house, with the visitors being physically attacked and scratched by the unknown. Current state. The Bel Air house is now open to paranormal investigators, and it can be rented from their official website. Kristen, who is the current owner, still hosts the place and shares the creepy encounters she's had inside the house. So, if you're brave enough, try paying it a visit once. And I think that'll be paying literally. And at least, those ghosts seem to be paying the rent. People seem to be, looking for that sort of a situation. The Thing with No Skin. I grew up in a haunted house, rather a haunted neighborhood. It's an old Air Force base that has since been recommissioned for college students and families that go to school on the outskirts of town. Growing up there, I had experienced many strange things, many of which I cannot explain besides it being paranormal.
Even though I know a good bit about the paranormal or the occult, some of these entities proved to be out of my main knowledge base. I've seen my little sister's double, seen multiple shadow people in the house with a friend present. He quickly left after they all moved away at once, and had things move around, knocks on doors when no one else was home or asleep, footsteps up and down the hallway, conversations that would mute when you got close to them, and many other things. However, one of the creepiest ones always happened in the main bathroom. I had a small hallway branching from the main hallway. It wasn't very long, but I never felt safe there. During the night, even as a growing adult, I would just run as best as I could at night because I feared what was behind me. I slowly stopped doing so because I knew that whatever it was, I got some kind of pleasure from it, I think. Slowly started to not feel a presence near as much. I still think it was still there. One evening as I'm talking, as I'm taking a shower rather than talking to it, and I'm just getting ready for bed. I hear a knock, but not from the door. It came from the medicine cabinet. So being the curious fucker I am, I peeled back the shower curtain to see some of the fog having been wiped off the mirror. I started to take a closer look when I saw a black slanted eye with no skin around it start to peek its way into my line of sight. I quickly hopped back in the shower and sat back against the wall, not knowing what to do. Eventually turned the shower off and hauled ass out of there dripping wet. The next time I saw this thing, I was walking down the hall after getting home from school. I'm the only one home, so I start to do what male teenagers do when no one's around. Yucky. I hear some scuffling, like dogs running around, and a door open. I ready myself for somebody to be home, and as I walk out of my bedroom door, I hear a "Hey." But sort of muted. It's not a voice I knew. So I started to make my way toward the front door with my back to the wall. As I felt I might need to dash back to my room for safety, my mistake here was that I was facing the hallway that leads to the bathroom. Move over bit by bit and I hear another voice. Seems to be coming from the living room. So I take another step. Then I see something in the corner of my eye, like a hand pulling from the corner. I couldn't make it out at the time, but it didn't really freak me out enough until I got it in full view of the hallway with this thing. It was standing there in a grotesque way. Black slanted eyes, no skin anywhere, black claws, and smelled something awful. More of rotting meat than rotten eggs. I froze for a second before I saw it flinch a little like it was coming for me. I dashed back to my room, slamming my door behind me, only to get 3 knocks every few seconds. I don't remember what I said, but it was along the lines of, "I'm not going to be afraid of you, you can get past this door." And then it stopped. I waited there until somebody got home, to which I went outside for the rest of the day, making sure I didn't have to use the restroom at night for any reason. A few months go by, and I'm still uncomfortable in this bathroom and hallway. But not much has really happened since, so my guard naturally starts to slip. One night, I do believe it was a Friday night, so I'm taking a late night shower. Everything's going as normal, wash the hair, face, and body, and that's when suddenly the lights go out. There was a storm going on in town, and we were getting the weak part of it, so didn't think much of it. Stepped out to turn on the lights and see if the house had power. Sure enough, the house did have power, but the bathroom wasn't turning on, yet the exhaust fan was still on. That's when I started to get really worried. Turned the lights on one more time, and with no avail, decided to keep my shower going in the dark. As I got back into the shower, I could feel something breathing on me. It was breathing on the back of my neck and my shoulders. Felt a few brushes of what I hoped was just my towel and not something else. As I'm getting out of the shower, I'm drying my hair off and the lights come on. Awesome, I'm thinking, as I start to dry my face. When I pull the towel off, I look up. Mirror once again doesn't have fog, but the whole lot of it, not just the corner. I looked up a little bit more and saw the thing there, right behind me, making a smile of sorts, but its mouth was sewn shut, or so it seemed. Stood there for about 5 seconds, unable to move, before feeling its claw on my shoulder. It was closer to my neck. I was suddenly able to move, and again the bathroom dripping wet, running to my door. Slam it shut, shaken, trying to gather my nerves. I hear a deeper, high-pitched laughter, or both, and heard the bathroom door close. Went to bed that night with the lights on, all while hearing more footsteps than usual in the hallway. I've seen the thing thrice more, but thankfully none as scary as mentioned above, since I've learned to deal with it. And I've learned of ways to protect myself. Haven't heard much of a skinless humanoid, so this one is kind of stuck with me. Scariest besides being held against a wall from a vengeful ghost. The dark spot in the alley. About 10 to 12 years ago, I and my closest friends were staying the night at one of their houses. This is on an old Air Force base. Had many suicides and other things happen here, to which we still know not much of, even though it's come to be sort of apparent with things that we went through. One of my friends is also into the supernatural and occult and sort of meditation and in tune with nature. We were all sitting in the living room, TV off, when we heard a noise at the back glass door, so that happens to slide, like so many do. We all move cautiously over to check it out since, robbers and whatnot. One of my friends pulls the curtain away and we all freeze. It was like an eternity. We sat there in disbelief, and finally the question came. Do y'all see what I'm looking at right now? To which we all asked, what exactly? The girl with her face cut up. Yeah, I see her. One by one answers. The friend lifting the curtain cuts back and asks what we should do. Well, I said that we don't have many resources to help out, but let's see if she's still there. Pull the curtain back one more time to see that she's moved toward the back end of the patio. Then slowly turns toward us, but not moving. We all freak out a little bit, or a lot rather, and try to relax on the living room furniture, discussing the situation. Next thing we know, a huge noise comes from the front door, and we gather in a stupid formation from sitting to half sitting, ready to take on whatever's coming for us. The friend's house we were staying at comes through the front door with a giant dog. Comes to lick our faces while his mother looks at us like we're crazy. After this dog met us, he stood still, just like we had sooner, and jumped toward the back door. We knew what he was going at. He didn't bark, but only growled and moved from side to side of the door, like he was ready to pounce on something. The mother scowled at him a little while putting him on a leash, and once again leaving, grabbing a few of her things. Once she left, everything felt, a little more normal. It was always a little weird, especially at night growing up at this place. It was a full moon, so I and my other intuitive friend decided to kind of meditate in the patio and see if we could feel or find what was going on. No one felt or saw the girl since the dog showed up, so we felt it was a good time for it. As we're doing our thing, I hear scurrying behind this back fence and sounds like a bunny. Makes sense since we live outside the city and have much wildlife around. Then I hear it again, but this time I see the shadow of it moving through the fence. I don't say anything since my friend seems to have been all right and not heard anything. I hear and see it move a few more times, and then my friend asks me suddenly, "Did you hear that?" Yeah, I have for a while now, just didn't think you did. I didn't want to distract you either. I was doing the same thing. See that dark spot on the other side of the fence? Sure enough, there was a dark spot that had just zipped away once we got up to investigate. So we both noticed something was around, but didn't want to tell each other for some reason. Yet when we both came to the conclusion that there was definitely something, we both looked over the fence into the alley. Again, this was a night of a full moon, so you could see a good bit, especially being outside for the last 20 or 30 minutes. In the middle of the alley, we saw nothing, as in we saw a big blacker-than-black spot at a center of more than black and had a quote-unquote shadow of sorts that radiated off of it, sort of. Frozen for a second, we turned to each other and were just seeing the same thing, and sure enough, that spot is there, surrounded by moonlight and other things, with nothing to really give that kind of a shadow. My friend asks me to keep an eye on it. He grabs a garden trowel. It moves a little, and I see sort of a little shape to it, still a black mass at this point. When my friend returns, he makes the note of it moving a little and asks if it changed shape. Tell him it had moved, but there was a funky shape but returned to a black mass. And suddenly, my friend throws the garden trowel at it and it darts away. I've never seen something move so fast in my life, and it zigzagged along all the way from where I could tell. Next thing we know, all the dogs in the alley are going absolutely crazy. And that's when we knew that we weren't the only ones to see or feel this. We quickly ran inside after about 10 seconds of listening to angry dogs and the scurrying of whatever it was. We returned to retrieve the trowel to find it sticking headfirst in the ground, but nothing was on it. Then we presumed that whatever it was not of the normal world that we know. It, fleeing as it did, sort of threw us. It made us believe it was something paranormal and that we should find it again. Never have I seen that again, though. I'd like to, just so I could find out what it was. However, I've never seen such a dark mass in the midst of a full moon, especially with nothing to give it any shadow. It's a black mass I've seen before, though, but this time it was out in the open. I don't think it was related to what I saw before. We didn't sleep that night, though. Next morning when we went exploring, we kept hearing voices following us. We all went to our own places, but still sort of struck with some kind of awe, and for me, that was one friend, a sort of kind of inspiration. An inspiration to find out what it was that we saw that night. We hope to find out, but it may remain a mystery for a while. Until then, we shall discover other things, and explore other places. Gotta have a buddy system.
Could it just be the effect of the area the house is on that makes it seem haunted? I have lived in this house for nearly 25 years. It's electric heat, no carbon monoxide potential, and is on a former swampy area, and has a power pole directly on my property. I've been debating lately how much I'd like to find a way to sell and move from here. That's because it's, never truly felt like home. I can't tell you why. To me, it's just a place to live, but not a home. It's been a family home for over 30 years, though. The bottom half, completely finished basement, was built in the mid to late 1970s. The upper part was an older home that was brought in from elsewhere, age and origin unknown. So, with all of that out of the way, in the past, after my family first moved in, my mother would often see or talk to quote-unquote me when I wasn't there. Once, she saw me come upstairs, wearing a different outfit than I had, and spoke to me, and I replied. Another time, she went downstairs to ask for something. Quote-unquote I replied through my closed bedroom door, and when she came upstairs, she was surprised to see me in the living room. And I experienced the same type of incidents at one point, except it was using my stepdad's voice. I never heard of mimics until recently while reading this forum, but now I wonder if that was what that even was. The me just replied to my mother, but my stepdad, all of these in quotes, was more like trying to get me to go into the empty hallway. One evening, my stepfather was napping on the couch after work while home alone. When he woke up, he saw a man standing in the doorway to the living room. The man said to him, "I'm not afraid of you." My stepfather jumped up and the man was gone. No one else ever saw or encountered this man. 19 years ago, he got sick with cancer. And on the day he went to the doctor and got diagnosed, he saw two women walk through the kitchen in long dresses. He never came back home that day and ended up passing in the hospital about 3 months later. But he also saw an angry woman come into this hospital room during cancer treatment. Could be similar type of event. He got very sick very quickly, unrelated to the house. For years, the entire family would hear the back door open and shut loud in the overnight and early a.m. This continued for years intermittently, even after most of the family moved out. After a few weird noises, including footsteps on the stairs with no one there, a few years back I'd put an old, quote, blessed cross up on that door. Hasn't occurred since. I do have a great aunt who heard something calling her name during the first and only visit decades ago, refused to ever come back again. She's lived in this haunted, well, not this, but other haunted houses before. So she's not easily frightened by that sort of thing, but would never talk about it. Just that something said her name and she wouldn't ever come back. But she's eccentric. After my grandmother, her sister passed away, and she swore she saw her looking into her own home's windows. I'm not saying she's a reliable narrator, but she's never come back and told multiple family members about her name being called, but that's all. Things constantly break, especially water-related things. There's been 2 complete basement floodings. A pipe burst behind the wall, water heater broke and leaked twice. Sump pump replaced twice. Washer broke down and flooded 3 times. Taps and faucets have been replaced at least twice, and the roof has been replaced twice. That's been in the last 15 years or so. Possibly because of the former swampy land, I don't know. And it always takes longer than it should for people to repair things too. There is a ghost cat that's been seen by multiple people. It's mostly just a dark-shaped cat. You can see its eyes, though. It's not really any of the cats any of this family has ever had here. Just a solid black cat. And it'll look at you. One night I came upstairs in the near dark. A cat came over to me. I reached down to pat it. My hand threw it, and it was gone. Can't explain it, but I've seen it multiple times, as I've had at least 2 other people over the years. I know it's not my cats, though, but I've never seen them interact with it or anything, really. Beyond staring at nothing sometimes. That doesn't happen a lot. No one has ever stayed in this house for long previously. The last former owners left holes in the walls that were badly covered over with wallpaper. Like fist punch holes. They sold the house when they got divorced. This is just a few things that have happened, and there's been many odd little things over the years, but I think this is already too long to get into it all. I guess I just want to know if anybody thinks it's just because of the swampland and power pole combo causing people to imagine this sort of thing over the years, or if it may actually be haunted in some way. Sometimes it feels like something here likes negativity. I don't know. Not me.
Ghost of House 404. I've always been a skeptic about ghosts, but my family has a chilling story that centers around me. Despite the events, I remain doubtful. That's because I was only 6 years old at the time, and I remember very little. What follows is the story of House 404, as told by my family, and faint fragments of my memory. It started when my family moved into a new home. That was after my mom and stepdad got together. During the showing, the realtor mentioned that the roses taped to the walls shouldn't be removed. Even as a kid, I found that odd. Naturally, my stepdad took them down right after we moved in. Who would want roses taped to their walls? Me a little bit. Strange things began happening soon after. One day I came home alone after school. I sat on the couch and put on Snow Buddies, my favorite movie. Though I hadn't noticed anything unusual before, I suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if I wasn't alone. Then I heard pacing upstairs in my brother's room, the only room on the top floor. However, the moment my brother got home, the noises stopped. This wasn't an isolated incident. My aunt, who stayed in the basement with my uncle, often heard footsteps upstairs when no one was home. She, too, was a skeptic like me, but would often frantically call my mom to tell her about the walking that she could hear. That was when everyone was away. She and my uncle moved out quickly. Our dog, Bear, a large Australian Shepherd mix, started acting strange too. He refused to go upstairs, barked at the bottom of the stairs, and often growled while staring at my brother's bedroom door. That's where the pacing was heard. It would always sleep outside my door at night. One day, my brother's friend and his brother, they'd come over to play hide and seek. I was in the basement. I hid behind the washer while the other two chose spots under the futon and behind the TV speaker. My brother found his best friend pale and trembling under the futon. When we asked him what happened after the game was done, he claimed he'd seen footprints on the carpet and claimed he heard a woman whispering into his ear. When they found me, the boys spotted writing in what looked like red chalk or paint on the concrete wall near the hiding spot. It read something like, "These roses shall not be removed. They keep her spirit at bay. I say goodbye, for I'll kill myself today." After that, my brother's friend swore he'd never come back to the house. Don't blame him. And at this point, 4 people now never wanted to come back. My aunt and uncle, and now my brother's friend and his brother. A few nights later, as I slept, my stepdad's cousin, sitting in the living room, which had a straight view into my room, noticed something moving in my room. It had a glass door because it's supposed to be an office. He alerted my parents, and they all watched as my blanket was lifted off my bed. Not once, but 3 times. That was before it was yanked to the floor. Moments later, I was thrown from my bed across the room. I remember waking up crying, lying near my dresser, and my stepdad rushing in to comfort me, putting me back to bed. He claimed he didn't sleep for witnessing that. He said he would sit on the couch just watching my room, just as the dog would do from outside my door. We moved out only about a week after. Years later, I researched the house's history, curious to see if any listings said anything about the encounters that we had. We learned of a murder-suicide. A man had killed his wife days after their wedding before hanging himself in my brother's room. Her body was found in a sealed crawl space in the closet of my brother's room. That's where we would sometimes hear that scratching. The roses taped to the walls, well, they were from their wedding, seemed to hold her spirit at bay from what the man wrote on the wall. Removing them unleashed her. We say she targeted me because she had been pregnant at the time of her death, couldn't have the child that she longed for. So she got mad that I was a child living in the house her child should have been living in. As someone who is a skeptic, I genuinely see how this story may sound fabricated, and I personally believe I kicked my blanket off and maybe rolled out of the bed. The footsteps I heard could have been shifting foundation in the house, and the dog growling may have been the dog knowing about an animal that was in the crawl space. That explains the scratching. That was my dog being attacked by a centipede. He's okay now, but let me finish the story. The note could have been written by a delusional man that murdered his wife and believed she was haunting him. And the footprints and whisper could have been my brother's friend messing around. But I thought I'd share a story that my stepdad to this day hates bringing up. It's one of the few things that had actually scared him. And I think it's because this entity targeted me. To see what you all think, really. Is it a ghost or just some tricks of the mind? The lights. Before I start this, I want to say that I grew up around a lot of brujieras, which for English speakers is witches. I wasn't ever really afraid of death or ghost because I grew so acquainted, at least acquainted with that sort of gothic culture. When I hit my early teens, my abuela began teaching me about witchcraft. I'm now 17 years old and still don't got the hang of it. The first part of the story isn't really about witchcraft, but I'll make sure to talk about some incidents that occurred surrounding that in the future. Back to the main story. So, since I grew up around death and witchcraft, I've always believed in ghosts. Sure, I don't have a lot of scientific evidence to support, but I've seen some strange things before in my life. When I was much younger, maybe around 6 or 7, my family and I went out to the mountains. It was for a 3-day camping trip. I lived in Colorado at the time. It was in a smaller town, so I was always surrounded by mountains. I remember driving up this dirt hill at like 1 in the morning. My family was a bit late arriving at the spot. That was while my mom's friends were waiting for us at the spot. To give some visuals on this spot, it's a meadow area surrounded by hills and mountains. A small part of a forest is also nearby, as well as a small stream of water which I never figure out where it led to. On this drive toward the camping spot, it was so bumpy I barely couldn't sleep. So I mostly just stared out the window. It was mostly dark, but I found the silhouettes of the trees and mountains. It was satisfying enough to keep my 7-year-old mind occupied during the long, bumpy trip. After an hour of driving, I noticed a little light ahead of us. It was like an orb. I hope I mentioned this, but there was nothing around, nothing electrical that could have caused this orb. It was moving so slowly to it in the air. It was above the cliff, too. I don't know how to describe it, but it would take form as a square, then back to a circle. As we continued driving, more began showing. These white orbs were just floating in a line as if they were, like, taking us to where we needed to go. My mom and my stepdad took notice of this too. We all stayed silent, just trying to figure out what these orbs were. They were so close to the car, like I can stand out of the window and reach them. We finally made it to the camping area, and the orbs had disappeared on us finally. But the orbs came back. After a day of hiking and riding four-wheelers around, the sun was finally ready to rest. We all got back to the tents and campfire. It was around 1 a.m. again, and everyone was sitting down by the fire talking and laughing. I didn't pay much attention to the adults at the time, just staring at the fire in silence. I remember everybody staying silent before my mom pointed up at the sky. Maybe 10 feet up in the air and gasping, "Look, there they are again." I looked up and I saw the orbs again. They looked maybe at least 7 of them just floating in the air. It was like they were dancing, but they didn't move from their spot. Everyone was just silent, not saying anything else. We felt frozen, like we were scared to move. My neighbor came out of his camper and saw us all staring. He was only a year older than me. He saw the lights as well, and he took a picture of them on his phone. My mom did as well, and at the time I was grounded, so I didn't have my phone. All of us stood there quietly, just watching these orbs dance. They didn't feel scary, just as if they were existing with us as well. Maybe 2 hours passed and we were still watching them. Eventually, the adults took us kids to bed, and we didn't hear much about the orbs after that. After the trip, and my family came back home, we noticed the picture of the orbs from my phones. It was as if they never existed. We asked our neighbors, and their photos were missing as well. For years, I've always thought about those orbs, wondering what they are. That was until last year. I saw a TikTok of these orbs just floating. I freaked out immediately and commented like crazy, saying, "I've seen those before." But I got no replies. I wish I saved that TikTok before it got banned. I still don't know what those orbs are to this day. I wonder if they were ghosts or maybe even aliens. I don't know, but if anybody can find that TikTok, please let me know. It was Ring camera footage, and a small group of lights were just floating near the front door. If anyone has any possible answers to what I saw years ago, please let me know. Creepy old lady. So this is a repeating pattern I've noticed, ever since I started living in apartments. In my very first apartment, the year 2000, I just moved away from home and I was living with my new husband. There was an elderly woman that lived in the same complex, and from our patio we could see her watering her flowers down to the left of us. After living there for about a year, we heard this huge commotion outside. There was a fire truck and sirens, and we could hear screaming. When we looked outside, we could see the fire department trying to break into the same unit the weird old lady lived in. She had called 911, and she had barricaded herself inside the house. They informed her that they could not leave until they cleared this apartment. We could hear her screaming, "No, I will not open it, leave now," over and over. Eventually, the office manager came down and said she would open it with a key. That's because the firemen were starting to go to the front door with an axe to get inside. I can still see the leasing manager opening the door and running backwards to let the firemen in quickly. Once they were in, they were able to clear the unit quickly. There was no fire, and the old woman refused to give an explanation as to why she would call for help and then lock herself inside. So we just kinda shrugged it off. We only lived in this apartment for 2 years, and in that time, we discovered that the flowers she lovingly cared for on her deck were indeed plastic. She had them in a pot with dirt and wrapped them around a fence. But when we noticed that she had blooms in the middle of winter, sort of walked by her unit and noticed that they had been glued in place there. They were faded, but she kept the dirt in the pot wet. I like this lady. When we finally decided to move, we had relatives in and out of the apartment helping load stuff up. My sister-in-law asked me who the old lady was outside. Thinking nothing of it, I said, "What old lady?" And I went to take a look. The old woman from the other unit was standing out in the middle of the road. She was wearing nothing but a house dress. She was barefoot and messy, unkempt hair. She had a blank stare. I tried not to make anything out of it and mostly just tried to ignore her. People moved in and out of the complex every day. She had never done this.
She wanted to know where we were going and why. I kept my responses short and simple. But she looked concerned, even worried. The last thing I remember is us packing up the last of her furniture just before dark, and she was still standing alone in the middle of the road with that blank stare. She was watching the moving truck leave. Now, I'm not superstitious per se, but for whatever reason, the next few years of our lives were a downward spiral. Relatives dying, losing my job, things like that. Basically, the next 2 years, our next apartment just sucked. So, well, when we got out of there, we moved into our third apartment. And here's where it gets weird. I'm walking my dog, and way in the distance I see an old lady in a little house dress. She walks out of one of the units and slowly walks into the middle of the road. The whole time I could swear that she sees me, looking right at me. Actually gave me chills. But I told myself, this lady's far away on the other side of the tennis courts. No way she can see me. But I was wrong. I was so weirded out by the fact that there was no one else around in the middle of this nice spring afternoon. I almost turned around and backtracked, just to get away. I told myself I was being paranoid and again that there was no way this woman could be looking at me. So we got right into the lot, tried behaving as if there wasn't somebody standing alone in the middle of the road, and tried to walk around her. She just starts talking. As we're trying to quickly walk away, she didn't even address us, just, "That's your dog? I haven't seen you. Where do you live?" So I figured this lady is nuts and off of her meds. I just started walking faster. I figured maybe she doesn't like dogs, and, well, I've had people complain that they don't like animals, so I shrug it off and keep moving. I hear her still talking behind me, and after we had walked well past her, something about dogs. Never got that image out of my head, and even weirder, we go to that park every day. Never saw her or anyone matching that description again. Less than a year later, our dog died. He got sick around the time that we saw this creepy old lady. I again lost my job for different reasons. But the timing was the same, and we again had a death in the family. Very loud, sir. Relax yourself. Now my question is it possible to see an entity related to bad times coming? Or is the entity something that can cause a curse? I know it sounds ridiculous. It couldn't have been the same old lady, but I can't help but wonder.
My mom grew up in a haunted house. My great-grandmother Emily owned a house on Glenwood Avenue in Owasso, Michigan. Owasso. She was fairly well off, so she let my mom's mother move into the house when she was falling on hard times with her husband and their kids. And my great-grandma Emily moved out. Assuming that's what Gigi means. I'm going to try to make this as easy to understand as possible to who is who, and going to try to lay out who moved into the house first. My grandma Pat, which is my mom's mom, has 3 kids. Charlotte, who's my mom, Chris, and James. She was married to a man named Butch who also has 3 kids, Sandy, Lee, and Greg. These are all events that my mom and grandma Pat both separately told me about throughout my whole life. I'm now 22, and I've told my friends about them throughout the years, and I've been reading these Reddit posts. And I've decided to share the experiences that I've learned about. They're 100% true. So before I start speaking about what happened before my mom, I want to share a bit about what happened to my Gigi Emily when she lived there. She told my grandma that some strange things had been happening in the house. When she was in bed, it felt like a cat walked over her and she had no animals. Also, she told my grandma that something would tug her blanket at the end of her bed, and she would have to clutch onto it or it would be pulled off. Water would also run in the bathroom constantly, and she would have to get up and turn it off throughout the night. My mom moved into the house, and she made some friends around the neighborhood. They would tease her about how a witch lived there before and did witchcraft in the basement. Said that the house in general was haunted. My mom brushed it off, thinking that they were just trying to scare her. My mom said that her and her stepsister Sandy shared a room. She said that red glowing eyes would look at them in the closet. My mom said that they would be so scared that they would sleep in the same bed. And Sandy even ran and flicked on the light and moved the toys around in the closet, thinking it was just a light. But as soon as the light would flick back off, Sandy got back into bed with my mom. They would reappear. My mom told me that they would pull long black hairs from the drywall that was leading to the staircase, and that the drywall would literally just crumble. I just accidentally did that the other day. Know where the hair came from, though. My dog. Oh, that's plaster. My mom told me that one night my grandma Pat was waiting for her husband Butch to get home. She was watching TV in the living room and she was laying on a pull-out bed. She sat up to get a drink of water and had her feet on the floor, and something grabbed her ankle and squeezed. Shook it so hard from underneath the bed that it left a bruise. She looked under the bed thinking it was one of those kids that she had seen, that nothing was there. So she yelled for my mom to come out there with her until her husband got home. She told my mom what happened, and they were both terrified. I asked my grandma about this, and she told me the exact same thing. My grandma also told me that she'd seen large black figures in the home multiple times. Just got off the phone with my grandma to try and get everything as accurate as possible. She didn't have much time because she was at work, but she did tell me that a man hanged himself in the basement, and she would see things in the kitchen a lot, like a large black figure. Basement door was in the kitchen. She said that my mom would too, to the point that she would scream, cry multiple times from the ages of 2, 2.5. She told me that they moved out once when my mom was younger because of the weird shit that was going on. Someone else moved in for a while, but they had to move back several years later, which was when she was grabbed from under the bed. She said something grabbed my ankle and shook the hell out of it. My great-grandma Emily owned the house and the entire time, which is why they ended up back there. She also said that her son James had seen these red glowing eyes, and all the other kids would hear and see things constantly. But after things got physical with her when it grabbed her ankle, she got the hell out of there for good. She also said that renters wouldn't stop moving out of the house very quickly until somebody purchased it some years later. They had it blessed. She thinks that they're still there, living there to this day. When I was around 15, my mom told me about this again because it was all so scary and interesting to me. I'd have my mom retell me everything that happened in the house all the time. Ended up finding the house online. While I'm searching through articles to see if any information was available about the house, I found that right down the street was Rosevere Park and Woods, and it's said to be one of the most haunted places in Owasso. I'm not sure if it has any correlation with the house, I just thought that it was strange. You can read about all the stories about the park with a quick Google search. The strange, semi-invisible creatures who live in the woods. This happened in the north of Iran, Tabaristan. The forests between the mountains and the Caspian Sea have always been known to be a home for creatures called jinn, diev,
or peri, also known as fairies in Western culture, which I absolutely don't believe. My aunt and her family went to a vacation in the north. She just bought a new phone and can record video. It was a new thing back then, so she kept recording everything they did in that trip. When they come back home and rewatch the videos, they all quickly notice something strange in one of the videos. They rent a house that's next to the forest, the last one. In the north of Iran, because of farming rice, houses are not built next to each other in some areas. They made a campfire next to the forest. They used coals for kebab and then head back to serve in the house because of the flies, the annoyance of bugs. But they left the fire alone. That was because they wanted to come back and sit next to it after eating. When they are eating, my aunt is recording them, the house, and sort of explains the vibes. She then shows the fire through the windows, and then zooms in on it, then explains that we made fire here for kebab. Big fire, as you can see. Like she's recording to show her friends. After the vacation, when they're rewatching the videos, they quickly notice something strange in the part where she zooms in on the fire. There are at least 3 blurry human figures around the fire. They move around the fire and then jump over it as if they're dancing with the fire. The way they behave to fire is actually a famous tradition that Iranians do in the Scarlet Day festival. We make fire on the last Wednesday of the year to celebrate fire for some ancient religious reasons. After the influence of Islam on Iran, people pretty much call everything supernatural the jinn. That's because its existence can pretty much cover anything. That's mostly because they can take any form. So everybody pretty much agreed that these are jinns, and they made some prayers and more special prayers and said it's not good to talk about them. I personally watched the video on my aunt's phone like 20 times. I was mesmerized by that. I didn't have a phone back then, so when I grew up and understood how important that video was on my aunt's phone, it was long gone. I've been searching for that video for 5 years now. First, I wasn't even trying to look for the video because I knew it would be impossible, but when I ended up in the north of Iran for university, I met so many locals. I've heard so many similar stories. Most of them are fogged with myth and extractions. One day, when I told this story to some of my local friends, they quickly recognized it and they said that they had already seen that video. I thought that they were lying, but they finished my story before to even tell them what the figures were doing. They already knew it. I was blown away. So it turns out my aunt shared that video with some locals because they were excited that they caught jinns on camera. Over the years, that video was shared in the chain of Bluetooth sharings, and many people have seen it back then. So I started asking people if they remember such a clip. I found 3 more non-related individuals who've seen it. I tried searching the internet, deep web, dark web, any web you say. I have not found it. And if you do happen to have this video or anything similar to this, DM me an urge. I have 2 hypotheses, or hypotheses. A, old phones are not good at rendering fire, which is also zoomed in. The heat from the flames appears as a blur, but the display shows it as pixels and colors, and some random interaction of wind and the flames made some optical illusions. Also, my memories are distorted. I can't be sure what I'm remembering is real in the real video. You can't remember videos very vividly, and try remembering a scene from the Titanic movie. How accurate do you think your imagination is? If it's the part with the propeller, pretty accurate. B, there are some semi-invisible creatures who live in the forest. They appear to be smart based on that video. That's because they're mimicking what humans do in that area. If they've developed this much of advanced stealth features through evolution, they're probably very vulnerable. And if you're smart and know your vulnerability, you would definitely avoid humans, because they are the dominant ones. That's why they live in the deep forests. We do not know anything else about them. Seems like they're incapable of making fire, but they do like it, or maybe they're just trying to put it down to save their habitat. Maybe they thought humans have left a fire next to the forest and they know the danger because it happens almost every year in the north of Iran. Many parts have burned before. If they live in those woods, then a fire is a very stressful thing for them. Black, smoked, glowing entity tried to enter my body upon waking up. Last Thursday night, that was 3/6/2025, my 6-year-old German Shepherd, who's not a cuddler, from 11 to 1 a.m. was sleeping but woke up at least 5 times growling, which is pretty odd. He ended up laying beside me and put his head on my chest for a whole 2 minutes, which he never did before. Now I'm thinking maybe protecting me. What's also a little strange is earlier in the day I had visited my family and said to my sister and mom that my dog's not a cuddler and I wish he was. Coincidence? Probably. At 1:30 a.m. and at 2 a.m., he ran barking from my bed down the other side of the house. I have to bring him back to my room, so I shut my door to not wake up my roommate again. I only slept from 2 a.m. to about 3:30, but I randomly woke up from sleeping and was still laying on my back. And in that 2 seconds of waking up, fuzziness, I saw this black glowing energy cloud like it was beside me, but behind me, was trying to enter me through my back or the back of my head. I flipped my face and body toward my pillow to look at it, and it tried kind of coming toward me, and I just screamed and yelled, "No!" It was like maybe 1.5 feet away at this point. It started in my bed and pillow. I jumped over my dog, off my bed, and ran to the door screaming, which was shut. Tried opening it, and I just couldn't get my door open. Mind you, it's unlocked. I looked back, and it was on my floor between me and the bed. Only about 1.5 feet tall, but maybe 3 or 4 feet wide. And like black smoke-like with a glow all around it. But it was way darker than my room, and I had no lights on. Eek! Anyway, the thing reached for me. I saw 2 arm-like things reach at me. I tried to open the door screaming, crawled up to my left knee, and of course I screamed louder and the door finally opens. It felt like it was trying to enter my chest. Not entirely sure if it did. I'm assuming it did, and the door swung open and I ran to my friend's room who was walking to me, and we met in between our rooms. I then explained everything really fast. Went back into my room and saw that it was 3:36 a.m. I'm concerned that it was 3:33 when it all went down. That's usually a good sign. I was and am absolutely petrified. I was full body shaking uncontrollably off and on the rest of the night and during the next day too. It was real. I was full-blown awake, and I don't think it was my spirit. I was too afraid of it. It was too dark. I never shook like I did purely fueled by fear, even 12 hours later. So, of course, I put my nightlight on immediately afterwards, and it turned off by itself, not even 5 minutes later. Scariest part is this has happened to me once before. I somehow forgot, and, my mom reminded me that the same exact type of spirit or energy tried to enter me when I was waking up about 2 years ago. That was at my mom's. It was in the same exact manner, through the back of me. It tried coming back into my body with me, with my consciousness. I ran from it then, too. I ran to wake my mom up in sort of a panic and describing the same exact entity. Obviously, the next day when I told her what happened, she reminded me, and, well, I remembered. It's funny what the brain forgets. My mom told me that day that this has happened. Well, it's happened twice in her lifetime, also at her back. But both times she was too afraid to look. But what she did say was that she had never felt anything so evil. So evil she didn't even want to look at it, to acknowledge its existence. She was frozen in fear. Me, hell to the no. I screamed as loud as I could and ran both times. After some thinking, I truly believe I opened my eyes too quickly before my body awoke and saw what I wasn't supposed to. I was jolted awake out of sleep and my eyes opened too soon. I'm afraid now that maybe spirits or entities attach to our consciousness while we sleep and come back into our bodies to use as their vessels without us even realizing. I don't know. I'm concerned to say the least, though. And I've obviously seen interdimensional beings, I'm assuming. Does anybody have a better idea with what I'm dealing with here? I live in Massachusetts, and I'm 34 years old, and I'm a female.
Night in the Appalachians. So my girlfriend and her friends invited me to stay at a small cabin near bed and breakfast. It's in the Appalachian Mountains near Seven Devils. The idea was to just go up there to enjoy some snow tubing, and then maybe some light drinking, hot tub, and board games in the cabin afterwards. So the cabin was pretty high up in the mountain, and the drive up to it was kind of scary. Single car-length road for the most part. No railings on the side of the road, so if you were on the side of the truck, which we'd rented a 4WD to make the drive up, thank goodness, four-wheel drive, it was a sheer drop on that side. Sure, if we drove off the road, we'd likely be stopped by some trees on the way down, but still a bit nerve-wracking. Another thing was some of the trees on the trail had faces on them for decoration. I think they were supposed to look cute, but they just looked kind of unnerving for most of us. Really should have taken pictures, but was too anxious during the climb. The cabin itself was almost at the top of the mountain and fairly small. A small living room with a very tiny and narrow kitchen and 2 bedrooms. Hot tub on the lower porch because the cabin itself was basically in the 2nd floor, so you had to go up the stairway to get into it. Key to the cabin was a lockbox. So, no special door lock option, just an old-fashioned cabin. We came back in after snow tubing. And then after dinner, and others drank enough to get buzzed, whilst I only had a glass of wine, since I have a condition that makes it dangerous to get too much alcohol in my system, so relatively sober. I enjoyed the hot tub as planned, witnessed a beautiful shooting star, then played board games after that until maybe 1 a.m. That's when we all went to bed. I woke up a little bit after 4 a.m. because I was suddenly sweating. Then I felt kind of unsettled. I decided I need to go to the bathroom, so I got up, left the bedroom, and nothing seemed to miss. So I used the bathroom. When I left the bathroom, the front door was wide open. Naturally, I felt immediately uneasy. But again, this was a small cabin, so there was nowhere for any intruder to hide. I could easily see the entire interior of the cabin from the tiny hallway. I decided maybe the last person through the door last night after the hot tub didn't fully close the door and lock it. At least appropriately. That's because there is a sign by the door that says, "Close door firmly." And it was fairly windy outside. I mean, that wind was howling out there. So I go over to the door and I close it, making sure that it's firmly shut enough that the doorway kind of fully locks it. I even jiggle the handle a few times and try to see if it'll open when locked. It doesn't budge, so I start to head back to the room. Then I hear the door rattle a little bit and I turn around and stare at it. I watch the lock itself turn. Then the door opens and it doesn't slam open from the wind, it just slowly swung open. I stayed extremely still because, of course, well, that was crazy. The door has a huge clear window on it with no curtains. And a big window beside it, too. That also doesn't have curtains, and there's absolutely no one on the other side of it. There's no way someone could have ducked out of view, either hurried away from the door after pushing it open either. That's because they would have had to make a lot of noise hurrying down the steps to get off the walkway. Like I said, it was an old-fashioned door, as well with a simple lock and knob, no electronic buttons or anything to unlock or lock the buttons or even remotely do it. So after getting the nerves to close the door again and locking it firmly, nothing else happened that night. Couldn't really go back to sleep though, because I was just too scared to do so. The following morning I told the others about it and they were pretty spooked too. But otherwise glad that we were only staying that one night. Before we packed up the truck to leave, there was this strange knocking noise coming from the surrounding woods. Not like somebody knocking on a wall or knocking on a door. It was like a deep, hollow-sounding knock. It only knocked twice, stopped for a while, then it would do it again. Maybe it was just trees knocking together, but after what happened early in the morning like that, it was a little unsettling. And so yeah, I'm from Florida, and though I've experienced other paranormal activity before, that was the most physical thing I've experienced. And I've definitely heard plenty of stories about odd occurrences in the Appalachians. In a way, I'm glad I experienced something. But I'll never forget the fear I felt. After all, my first thought was an intruder or something, and it would have been pretty bad being up there so high by ourselves. If we'd had any reason to run, we could have easily fallen off a cliff or something in the pitch-black darkness outside. It reminds me of a place in the Appalachians I'd been where all of the trees were upside down. That was a weird one. ...2005 haunted apartment in Chicago. My husband and I got a creepy apartment in 2005. We had a handshake deal to work on the place in exchange for reduced rent. But we're absolute fools and didn't get it in writing. Which means we're paying full price for a place that had literal holes in the wall. We had to keep the couch in one specific place against an exterior wall, or there is a brisk draft. The windows that were nailed shut because the latches were broken. Like, there was one bedroom, a very small room that we used as an office. And then a huge pantry. There was a window that had been sided over. The entire window situation of the place was messed up and weird. The bedroom had a huge dent in the plaster and lathe wall that, well, ... look. I went to Catholic school. The school was in a former convent, and the blackboards were plaster and lathe walls painted with chalkboard paint with trim around them. The 7th grade teacher flipped out at one point and grabbed a kid's head and smacked it into the wall. Jesus. This was super weird, as it was not a school that did any kind of corporal punishment, but it was the 90s. The bedroom had a dent exactly like that. Whoa. I don't see how being the 90s excuses smacking a kid's head into the wall, but... Moving on. refused to go into the basement. And I didn't really like sleeping in the bedroom. I have horrible insomnia and spend a lot of time unable to get to sleep, and or unable to get back to sleep. It was really tough when I'd look over and I'd see a little kid about 4 to 6 years old staring at me quietly, just standing there and staring. Light skin, thick straight black hair, eyes completely shadowed, but I could still tell he was looking at me. It felt like he wanted something. I could never figure out what. The previous tenant had left some stuff behind. Asked if we could hold on to it for him. He came back after we'd been there a few months. I asked why he'd moved out, and he said he was tired of having family come visit Chicago and insist on staying with him. So we moved into a large studio close to where he worked. And the best part is, it's not haunted. Okay, bud, hold up. So we talked a little bit and he described the same thing. Waking up at night to see little kids staring at him. And he hated the basement too. There were a few other things that happened though. Once I was utterly overcome with a huge feeling of dread. And I have an anxiety disorder, so I'm used to suddenly freaking out for no reason. But this wasn't like that at all. It's like someone had a hold of me inside. I'd experienced lower levels of the feeling in that place before, too. A sick feeling that I'd never experienced previously, and haven't experienced since. My husband was visiting family, and I called him. I made him come home, which is very out of character for me. I'm really used to being alone, and also I hate interrupting his family time. But he came home, and the next day busted out some of his tools. He'd noticed some of the outlets weren't grounded and fixed them. That feeling completely stopped, and I've never felt it again, so did that contribute to things? And why did I and the previous tenant have the same experience? I also saw inexplicable dark shadows there. Once, one that threw the air, Once, one that flew through the air, as opposed to being on a wall or ceiling. Thought a bat had gotten in or something, and it swooped behind a heavy piece of furniture. I went and moved furniture around, looking for it, but there was nothing. I'm bipolar and have auditory hallucinations sometimes, so it's possible that was a visual hallucination. I really don't know. I've seen weird, shadowy stuff at other places, but never that often or that solid-seeming. Is it a brain thing or something really there? I really dislike not knowing. And I have to say, as somebody who has some chronic conditions, my entire place is completely ungrounded. And the only places that feel good to me are places that are grounded. So I will explore that idea a little bit further. This is an honest-to-God true story. Back in 2004, maybe 2005 or something, my girlfriend and I were driving around. I decided to go to the Honda dealership in town to look at motorcycles. This was completely random and totally spur of the moment. Also, social media did not exist, and there was just no way nobody knew we were going to be going there. We walk in, and there's this short, older-looking black dude who looks like he's sort of a kind of argument with the salesman. The salesman is literally trying to get this dude to leave, a second or two after Maya and I walk in, the old black dude, not an Always Sunny reference, turns around, stares right at my girlfriend and I, proceeds to totally ignore the salesman as though he isn't even there. He walks right up to Maya and I, introduces himself as Ramses, knows my name,
knows my girlfriend's name. And remember, there was no social media back then. Knows about us, too. Then starts to tell me about my grandpa and his war history. He shakes my hand and leaves. All he wanted to do was meet me. Also, he looked older, but he had the eyes of a way younger dude. Honest to God, I promise you, I'm not making this shit up. That dude had been waiting for me to show up, and he knew I was going to be there. He knew who I was. He knew my fucking girlfriend. He knew my grandpa. He knew his war history, and my girlfriend and I were both mind-fucked. We go home, I tell my mom, she tells my sister calls me on my flip phone. I think it was a legit 8,200 or something. She's all spooked too. A lot of weird stuff in her family going way back since I was born. So when stuff like this happens, it messes with all of us. And nobody in my family will deny even a little bit of it. Even my grandpa somehow knew this guy, which I highly doubt. There's no way he would have known my girlfriend. My grandpa never met her, not once. I don't even think he had an idea that she even existed. Didn't talk to that side of the family, not even one iota. God only knows how long, really, until I started talking to my dad again. 2022 or something. Now, here's what I think. Here's the mainly feasible options, and yeah, that's where I'm at in my life. Since I know this is all real, and so I have to start finding explanations for all of it, and when stuff gets really weird, you have to start thinking outside what are considered norms. 1. An angel. This lines up with another, even crazier story with another old black dude named Eli. That story deserves its own post, really. It changed my whole life. Number 2 would be time travel. Something outside of, no one could really lead back to Angel, or maybe this one could. So anyway, what do you think? This is real. That dude was waiting for me, and he did know me. Or knew of me, at least. I post about my grandpa all the friggin' time on the internet. Like, all the time. And that shit stays on there forever, and I've got a lot of fucking stuff going on in my life, and if you even heard half of it or lived this shit, you would understand what I'm saying here when I say I think I do something special at some point. And I think people have visited me just to meet me. And I know how crazy that does sound. The other option is the God stuff, right? I believe in Jesus. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and He died for my sins and was resurrected 3 days, and that Eli story. What's going on right now really leads me to believe the religious stuff too. I don't know. What do you think? What could have caused this? I've run this through my head God only knows how many times over in the past 20 years. Wish I still talked to Maya just so I could talk to her about it again and see if maybe I've forgotten anything. It was so fucking weird, especially knowing her. Well, even me and my grandpa, but then her too. And he was waiting, 100%. He was waiting for me. There's something really crazy going on in my life right now. You're probably gonna hear about me someday, maybe soon. I don't mean that in a crazy or violent way, by the way. Good thing to clarify. And it'll probably be bad at first. But this story is crazy. Double this. And I think it's going to be massive. Good thing you clarified the crazy or violent thing before, because it's turning back the other way by your description. Anyway. And I'm not making anything up. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I just felt really compelled to tell that story tonight. Our new, old haunted house. This is a really long post. I apologize in advance.
If anybody knows what's haunting my house, please let me know. I frequently attract ghosts to myself, and I tend to have the most activity amongst any other persons I live with. A backstory unrelated, because I have ADHD. I consider myself to have some sort of power due to the fact that I have dreams. Sometimes they come true. One night I had nightmares. Somebody was trapped in a car and screaming for help. The following night, my mom got a phone call at 11 o'clock at night. It was her best friend. Got up and got dressed without a word and went over to my mom. She was hanging up the phone and said, "Was that your friend?" She said yes, and now her friend's daughter was one of my friends in high school. I said my friend was in a car accident on the way home from work, wasn't she? My mom was terrified because that was the phone call that she had gotten. My friend's car had flipped upside down, and she was trapped. And she's fine now, just to clarify. Okay, so for starters, my house was built in 1901. It's one of the first few thousand homes to be built with electricity and lighting. I live not far from where Edison started implementing electricity back in 1882. Since moving into the house a year ago, I've had a lot of weird phenomenon. We have a spiritual friend who will not touch the third floor, which is where we found a death certificate to the man who first owned the home. He also died in this home. That being said, we don't believe that there were any other deaths in the home, and now on to the scary ghost stories. Back in May, our cat was acting really strange for a few days. One night, I saw her sitting at the end of her hallway. I looked at the other end of the hallway, and she was laying sleeping in the bed. When I looked back, the other cat was gone. In July, I'm sitting on her sofa. My cat was asleep in my lap. I heard what sounded like somebody sitting on the couch cushions beside me. I watched as the cushions sank. It was like somebody was sitting on them. The cat had immediately woke up and was making a low, threatening growl. Then the cushions went back to normal, so whatever was sitting there stood up and left. Then last month, one night, I had a recurring nightmare. The nightmare was that I woke up, and standing above me was a little girl, maybe 4 or 5 years old. She was in a black dress and she had long black hair. Her skin was a pale, deadly gray-blue color. Her hair was also dripping wet along with her dress. In the nightmare, when I woke up, she was standing above me, proceeded to try to suck my soul out of me. After the nightmare repeated 4 times, got up, went to go sit in our reading room in the chair directly across from the bottom of our stairs. I was sitting in the dark. I was watching YouTube on my phone. That's when I started hearing dripping sounds on the landing of the stairs. I looked up and she was standing there looking at me. I glanced down at my phone, turned my flashlight on. She had disappeared. Now we get to last night. I had fallen asleep upstairs in our living room, and on a chair that was in the house when we bought it, I kept hearing a woman softly speaking in a sickeningly sweet voice, was saying my name and then saying, "Wake up," maybe 5 or 6 times. When I bolted awake, my ears were ringing and the lights were flickering. The ringing was so bad that I couldn't hear for a solid 30 seconds, and then everything stopped. I went downstairs to bed but couldn't shake the feeling, so I laid and played on my phone beside my boyfriend. About an hour later, he bolted upright in bed and looked around frantically and was panting heavily like he was scared. About 15 minutes later, he did the same thing again. Now, he doesn't remember any of this happening. About an hour later, I went back out to our reading room, and the cat went up the 3 stairs to the landing and was staring up at the top of the stairs. I tried to get her attention, but She wouldn't stop staring. Then she did it again, that low, threatening growl. After that, I was officially terrified. Last night was the straw for me. This ghost needs to go. Someone please help me figure out what it is so I know how to get rid of it. A few stories and a few notes. This happened to a friend of mine who I trust. One night he was working as an office manager on an industrial site. He was the last guy in the building and had to complete some paperwork before heading off. It was quite late by the time he was finishing up. His office looked onto the main office floor, and in front of his office, across the room, were two windows that had metal shutters in front of them. That's on the outside that had been pulled down. That part of the room was in darkness, lit only by light from his office. At some point, he noticed what he thought were the headlights from a car outside the building, which were showing through the metal shutters of the right-hand side window. The car was clearly turning because the light was seen on the left-hand side window. It's only at that point that he froze. He suddenly realized that the light had traveled from the right window, across the inside wall, then through the left window. And at that point, he left the building sharpish. 2. This happened to a radio DJ who recounted a story one night while I was traveling home. And he's quite a funny DJ. His name is Spence, and he appears on the radio in Staffordshire and some local radio station. Anyway, he said that one night at around 2 a.m. he was traveling home from a radio show and got to a well-lit cross-junction that had a pedestrian island where the traffic lights were, and suddenly, he clearly noticed a woman pushing a pram in the area of the pedestrian island. Something made him turn away, but when he looked again, she was gone. 3. This happened to me in County Cork, Ireland, in the town of... He's also from there. In the town of Cobb, back in the 1990s. In that town is a massive cathedral, and having just arrived in a cold morning, I thought I would go to the cathedral for something to do and keep out of the cold. So I walked on in and walked down the central alleyway. And apparently it's not the aisle. The aisles are 2 lanes on the side of the room, so while I'm walking toward the front of the cathedral, I'm looking at the religious pictures on either side of the walls. But as I get closer to the front, I'm conscious of somebody silently looking at me near the altar. I'm looking in their direction, but I had a strong sense that they did not approve of me being there. They were barrel-chested and had white hair. I kept walking slowly toward the front, but still not looking at the person. But finally, I got to a point where I had to make eye contact and introduce myself. What I saw was not a person at all, but a huge wreath of flowers. They were dedicated to the priest who had died the week before. I accept that I could have been mistaken, but the feeling I got from being stared at was unmistakable. 4. The next story isn't really a story, but more of a comment a coworker gave me. Back in 1975, there was a disaster at Moorgate Station in London on the Underground. 3 carriages overran the platform and smashed into the wall 20 feet beyond the platform. Lots of people were killed, and the cause of the accident is actually still unknown, despite countless theories. I work in the rail maintenance industry, and our company provides maintenance staff who work every night, 365 days a year, in keeping the underground running. Graham, a coworker, was talking about things in general. He said all of the underground stations, Moorgate is the one where more weird stuff is reported, from the operatives at least.
These are hairy, arsed contractor types, and anything else. 5. Finally, a story from a holiday in Indonesia years and years ago. While I was there, I came across a guy from London. Told me about his childhood home. He told me that he always felt uneasy sleeping in his cot in the back room next to the toilet, even as a child. So he said one night he awoke and could only describe what he saw as various colored orbs suddenly appearing across the room, and a man appearing from nowhere. The guy came over to the cot and stared down at him. He had a mustache and a confused expression on his face. The guy telling the story then screamed, and his mom came into the room, turned the light on, and the guy disappeared, and that was that. It was only after that he found out that the room had been used by the previous occupants for seances. Rough. I think my grandfather comforted me from the beyond. However, in 2023, I experienced something I just could not explain. I had meant to post about it, but life kept getting in the way. So, for context, my grandfather on my dad's side died some 21 years ago. That's when I was 3. My grandparents lived in a bottom floor flat, with my uncle, their youngest son, living in the upstairs flat above them. My granddad died in the master bedroom. In the present, my gran lives in a nursing home due to dementia, but my uncle still lives upstairs. On this day, my dad brought me to the flat to collect my gran's jewelry. My gran has left her jewelry to me in her will. My dad suggested I just collect it now since my gran would not have wanted it to sit idle, or any toys that I still wanted from Gran's spare bedroom. He and his brother were going to visit my gran, so both flats were empty, except for me. To give an idea of the layout, I entered the front door into a small entryway. To the left is the master bedroom, and straight across on the right is the spare bedroom. Further forwards is the living room, the kitchen, and so on. I turned right into the spare bedroom, most because I was attempting to find a vintage 1987 Happy Meal toy of a quarter-pounder. Turns into a sort of robot. I searched for a bit and became distracted with all my old toys, one of which is a music box. There's 2 small dogs in a basket, which was on Gran's bookshelf. I decided to wind it up for old time's sake, which was a big mistake. I've always found the melody to be a bit sad. And at this point, with me being alone in the sad music box, I felt kind of overwhelmed. It felt like I was stealing from my grandmother. My gran is not dead and doesn't remember me anymore, but I felt like it was wrong of me to be rummaging through her things, especially since she wasn't there and, well, taking things. I wish things could go back to the way they were. It kind of just really hit me that all I had was memories now. I was surrounded by them. I started to bawl and tried to search some more, but it was hard with tears clouding my vision. The music box finished, I picked it back up and placed it back on the shelf I'd taken it from. So any last wind stuck would have been rattled out by my movement. Searched a bit more, but quickly gave up. Never found the Happy Meal toy. I decided to stumble my way across the master bedroom. The whole back wall was kind of like a large mirrored wardrobe. I stood in front of it for a bit to try and pull myself together. It was unsuccessful, so I went around Gran's bed to her dresser to collect her jewelry. I was still bawling my eyes out, so I wasn't really doing a very good job of looking. That was until I was shocked into silence. I remembered this like it was yesterday. That's because I remembered thinking how it just wasn't right. And I also want to reiterate that a decent amount of the time has passed since the music box stopped. there was no leftover wind. I know there wasn't. I turned my head to listen properly and stopped crying. I heard the music box playing again, and I remember I slowly went around my grand's bed back to the door because I was sure that it would stop. Or maybe I was just imagining things. However, when I got to the door of the spare bedroom across the hall, I stared at the music box and confirmed it was playing, and it continued to do so. I looked around the room, bewildered, and called out, "Granddad, is that you?" The music box immediately fell silent. I remember being completely amazed and crying even harder as I wished my granddad was there physically. I suppose he was, in a way. Quickly phoned my boyfriend and my mom about what had happened, and they both expressed that it was very odd. When my uncle and dad came back, I quickly told them as well. My dad doesn't believe in ghosts whatsoever, but even he agreed that my story was very strange. My uncle also commented that if anybody was to stick around, it would probably be my granddad. It's also worth noting that my mom has had an experience with seeing my granddad after his death as well. He appeared to her the night before he was diagnosed with pneumonia and told her things would get bad, but everything would be fine eventually. This and my experience made me think my granddad's trying to look out for me from the beyond. I think so.
The crooked man in the woods wants me to join him. Growing up, I spent a lot of time living with my grandma at her place. Now, for context, my grandma did not live in a house. She lived in a cabin in the middle of the woods, completely off-grid on a multi-acre property. No power, no water, nothing. There was a generator that we would use for about an hour a day to use basic amenities and whatnot. But for the most part, it was dark and cold. Living off-grid also means that there's no bathrooms, only outhouses. So, that being said, any time you needed to use the restroom, you had to walk a pretty long distance from the cabin to the outhouse. Maybe about a football's field in length or so. During the daytime, it's not a problem at all. You can see it's not really as intense. However, at night is a different story. One night while I'm staying with her, I had woken up desperately needing to pee. Usually, if I needed to go in the middle of the night, she wanted me to wake her up so she could walk me. But I was feeling independent, or as independent as 10-year-old me can feel. Quietly, I got out of bed, made my way to the door, grabbing a flashlight as I went. I started walking through the dense woods to the outhouse. That's when I heard a branch snap in the distance. Now, at this point, I was already deeply regretting not waking my grandma up to walk with me. But hearing an animal or something walk not 40 feet from me scared me, so I just froze. My mind immediately went to thinking it was a mountain lion or another aggressive animal. When I pointed my flashlight in the direction of the sound, my heart hit the floor. There, standing less than a rock's throw away, was a person. I was completely frozen in place and not being able to process what I was seeing. It wasn't a normal person. Something was wrong, very wrong. Their face was contorted into a vile grin. Teeth bared, neck tilted. They were standing weird. Their stance wide, but their shoulders hunched. With that tilted neck, it looked unnatural. At this point, I'm not even sure it was breathing. I remember the flashlight in my hand shaking so bad I couldn't tell if the figure was moving closer to me or if it was just a trick of the light. And that's when it started to beckon me. Its contorted body began moving its arm, trying to summon me to it. It was like watching somebody try to beckon their pet. And while it did this, it grinned widened, and it was impossibly wide. Its head seemed to fall even more to the side, almost at a complete inverted angle, like its neck was broken. I was horrified. It was at that moment that the fear seemed to shake the shock from my body, and I broke into a full sprint. In classic horror movie fashion, I tripped and dropped my flashlight, but that didn't stop me. I bounced off the ground and continued to run for my life, blasting through the front door so hard I fell to the ground inside the cabin. My grandma woke to this and came sprinting inside to see what the hell was going on. Breathlessly, with tears streaming down my face, I said nothing and just pointed. There, outside with the flashlights, was perfectly illuminating it, was the crooked man still beckoning me with its hand. My grandma's reaction to this was honestly the scariest part. She seemed utterly unaffected, proceeded to open the front door, much to my screaming disapproval. She walked down the front porch into the dark, began yelling at the man. "I told you to leave. You're not welcome here," she said. Not moving on this one thing, but scaring my granddaughter as my last straw. "Leave before I make you leave." And with that, she came back into the cabin and locked the door. I stood there in complete shock. "Grandma, why is that man at your house?" The fear was still sort of riddling my body. Her response made my body run cold. "He used to live here, but he died. He can't seem to move on, even though he chose to leave this world." I was floored. "How did he die, Grandma?" I asked. "My grandma, the ever-so-honest woman," she says, and she was telling me exactly how. "He hung himself in those trees over there, and that seems to be where he stays."
Mimic/doppelganger in my house. I've been seeing what looks like my boyfriend, just walking around our house. It started in August of 2024. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I looked up and I saw the reflection of the microwave. My boyfriend walking by, and I saw the back of his head down to about his mid-back. It was so real that I took my headphones off and walked after him, only to find that he was still asleep. He works thirds, so he was for sure in bed at this time. He was wearing a gray tank top, and he walked by too. This is something my boyfriend regularly wears, by the way. He gets home from work, he showers, and puts on either a gray or maybe a black tank top with shorts, and this is important to the rest of the story. Gecko is staring at me. "People from the internet send their regards to you. I forgot to mention it. Maybe that's why he's being rude." Fast forward to last weekend, March 15th, 2025. I was on my computer in our office when I saw him walk by the door. He was again wearing the tank top, and this time I noticed shorts. And what's odd is that I instinctively knew that it wasn't him. I wasn't fearful of it, but I knew not to follow. So I did what anyone would do, and I loudly said, "Nope," went back to what I was doing. I did hear noises in the living room and kitchen, but I assumed it was my dogs until I noticed they were all in the office with me. Not sure what that was, and I don't want to think about it either. It is important to note that my boyfriend was definitely sleeping, and he did not wear a gray tank top to bed. Later in the night, when my boyfriend woke up, I told him all about it, and I felt like I was going crazy, to which he agreed, of course. He is not a believer in anything paranormal, and he was trying to make me feel better with rational explanations. He joked how the ghost needed to get a new outfit and start paying rent. Fast forward to today, March 22nd. Because my boyfriend works thirds and I'm alone at night, I shut this place down like Fort Knox. Every door is locked, including the bedroom door, and sometimes I even put the dresser in front of the door because I watched way too much true crime. Anyway, because of this, I always make sure to be awake before he gets home so I can unlock and unblock the bedroom door. I should note that if the door is closed, he usually calls me to open it so he doesn't scare me. However, this morning I slept in. At 8:03, one of my dogs started to growl. So I assumed that my boyfriend was home. I got out of bed and unlocked the door and opened it. Then I crawled back into bed and get some early morning snuggles with my puppers. From our bed, you can look out into the living room. You cannot see the entrance to the kitchen, but you can see when somebody walks from the kitchen to the living room, if that makes sense. Anyway, I saw my boyfriend check to see if the door was open, then quickly turned to go back into the kitchen. And this is where it gets crazy. My dog also saw this, so my little one jumped off the bed to greet him. My other dog, the one who originally growled, well, she reacted, but didn't move from the bed, which isn't totally out of character, but I found it a little bit odd. I again felt like something was off. But since it was wearing what my boyfriend was wearing when he left for work, I got up and walked to the kitchen, and I noticed his lunch wasn't on the counter. That's where he would normally put it, and I knew that when I checked to see if his car was in the driveway that it wasn't going to be there, and of course it wasn't, and to be honest, I really wasn't scared. I was actually kind of irritated, which is, well, an odd response for me because I'm normally very open to the paranormal. But I think because I know my boyfriend doesn't believe me and the only other beings that have seen it are my dogs, I just feel alone in this. I ended up going back into the bedroom and I loudly announced, "I saw you and I know you're here, and I see that you're listening to us because you changed your clothes." Then I called my boyfriend to confirm that he didn't come home and then leave, which, well, he didn't. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I do want to note that we have a carbon monoxide detector, and it's a wall plug one, so it's constantly powered, and I just checked to make sure it's still working, and it is. I have thought about getting another one and placing it into another room just to be sure, since well, not only I, but my dogs are also affected by this. I should also note that I've never seen its face, only the back of its head. I've also never had any auditory hallucinations, if that accounts for anything. Toddler noises between the woods. This experience has my whole family in chills, and we need a rational explanation for it. It happened on last Christmas. My grandparents' house is in the middle of the woods. Our whole family has this yearly get-together kind of thing during Christmas. We were preparing dinner and my aunt was taking a nap. Well, she started screaming, twitching. She woke up in a cold sweat. She started mumbling nonsense about seeing visions of mangled toddlers creepily smiling and walking towards her. Boy. We thought she went crazy until it was bedtime. My grandfather crawled into his bed to go to sleep when he suddenly started to hear a toddler's voice saying, "Mama, Mama." Probably not quite like that. According to him, the voice started to progress and got louder, and by the way, there's no kids in our house. My grandfather's house is also in the middle of nowhere between the woods, and I'm assuming other woods. That means that we do not have neighbors close by either. My cousin, who was scrolling his phone while sitting on the toilet, started to hear the same sound around the same time grandfather heard it. And by the way, the toilet is at the far right of the house, and grandfather's room is at the far left. So there's no way of them that they could have heard a voice from different directions at the same time. So, my mother and myself were sharing a bed that day. She woke up to the voices of a toddler giggling and saying, "Mama." Our dog, an 8-month-old lab, was barking and growling crazily that night. It was so not like him. That furry dude is friendly with anyone and everyone. Same thing happened to my uncle, father, dad, and grandmother, and all of them woke up to the sounds of a supposedly cursed toddler. The weirdest part being that I heard the sound from different parts of the woods. Now, I'm a terrific sleeper, and I was oblivious to the situation until my cousin yeeted me out of my sleep. It's the first time I've ever said that word, but I've heard of this word. Yeeted. Yeeted. Does that mean thrown? So we all grabbed a bunch of flashlights and searched all around the area, but found nothing. It resulted in a midnight family meeting with my grandmother claiming that it was her deceased son who died as a toddler coming to see her. My uncle claiming it was the work of a thief. My aunt, too, saying that it was her deceased baby brother showing his rage as we forgot to light a candle on his grave last year. My grandfather saying that it was a wild animal and so on. We almost forgot about this experience until recently when we visited the house and we were awakened by footsteps and some kind of soft murmurs. My aunt and uncle were just saying they kept on hearing something rolling on the roof. This was for days prior to this experience. I do not believe in your typical ghosts, otherwise known as the vengeful white-robed woman with pale skin and black hair looking for revenge. But I do hope to get a rational explanation for the experience. So I ask you, has anyone had any similar experiences? Share your opinions about what it could have been. Also, I don't strongly believe in ghosts as of now, but I am willing to learn about their possible existence. I also don't really think there are any supposedly cursed objects in the house other than a copy of The Crying Boy. So I slept in the same house again, and I had a terrible nightmare. A family with 4 daughters were living in this house. One of their daughters went missing, and it was later revealed she was killed and buried in a garden by her father. At the end of the dream, I remembered that sister's ghost haunting the other sisters. Is it just my overactive brain making up stories? I don't know. I vividly remember the faces of the people I saw in my dream. And as far as I'm aware, you're not physically capable of dreaming about people whom you've never seen in your life. Definitely incorrect. I'm definitely not staying over at my grandparents' home again anytime soon. I would ask your father or your dad. That's 2 times the amount of answers that you can get. And 2 times more than most.
Something has been attached to my father and I for 10 years. Hi there. I'm a 21-year-old male from the Southwest. Lived alone with my dad for, going on 15 years now. For some context, my dad is not a superstitious person, nor does he believe in the paranormal. My dad served in Desert Storm and the liberation of Kuwait. When he came back and started a family, he kept a box of stuff he found and took from those countries during his tours. One of these things is an old gas mask that was taken from a POW, along with a ton of random memorabilia and knickknacks, most of which are in Arabic or are extremely weathered. Ever since I was a kid, my dad's room gave me the creeps. My hair would stand up on the back of my neck, and I always felt the urge to run when I had my back turned to his door. After our first out of 4 moves, it got worse. When I was around 12, we changed apartments. I started to notice that cupboards were being left open and things would bump around in his room, especially in his closet. This was basically all the time when he wasn't home. And eventually, before he moved out of those apartments, I saw his bedroom door open by itself when I was home alone. Once we moved out of that place, into a condo, everything just stopped. For almost a full year, there wasn't a lick of anything supernatural or weird until we started backing up to move for our third time. And that's when I found that goddamn box. At first, it just looked like a box for comic books. So I assumed that's what it was, and during the moving process, I ended up opening it. After taking the top off of the box, everything immediately felt off. It was like I was doing something I shouldn't have done. That's when I found all the junk in there. I thought nothing of it, and we moved it, along with everything else, into the new place. For some context, the third place that we ended up moving to was 2 floors. The master, the guest, the second guest bedrooms were upstairs, and the guest being directly next to mine. During the unpacking phase, my dad ended up moving that box into the guest bedroom. I noticed almost overnight that this room felt normal for once. I felt totally fine in there, but the guest bedroom made me feel sick to be inside of it. After we got settled in, a few incidents occurred, which neither me nor my girlfriend can explain. The first being noises from downstairs. While we were upstairs, usually a low tone sound, kind of like throat singing or maybe a dragging sound. Then we would hear steps almost behind or maybe even above or going up and down the stairs. And along with this, there was a constant temperature change throughout the house. But worst of all was this time with my bedroom door. For context, I usually like to goof around with my girlfriend by holding doors closed when we'd chase each other around the house. Except this time I closed my door and her ran to the other room. But she, for whatever reason, couldn't open the door. She said the knob turned and the door almost had resistance from the other side. She was freaked out beyond belief, and I didn't really know what to make of it. And then we fast forward to now, and we're on the 4th move. Both me and my girlfriend have started seeing apparitions or shadows appearing in plain view, in or around the guest bedroom where, get this, the box is. The other night I got up to piss, and I walked up the hallway. I saw 3 to 4 foot tall shadows peeking out of the doorframe of the guest bedroom at a perfect 45-degree angle. Within a couple seconds, I literally watched the fucking thing slowly move back into the room. I was freaked out, so I was pissed. I tried to get back to my room as fast as possible. I looked at the room on my way back to my own. I noticed in place of the 3 to 4 foot thing, it was now around 6 feet tall, with half of its body emerging from the doorway. According to my girlfriend, later that night around 2, she went to the bathroom to grab some tissues. She said that she saw the lights on this room and the door half open, which was odd to say the least because nobody goes in there. And tonight we both witnessed my bathroom lights turn on by themselves. I started to get this feeling like I'm unwelcome in my own home. Does anybody know what I should do? I fear it'll keep getting worse, and I'm not gonna lie, seeing shadowy figures when I'm walking through the hallways at night makes me feel kinda icky. A woman that attended our church was possessed. It's almost 5 a.m., so please forgive me if this isn't perfect. This story is true, and my mom told it to me plenty of times over the years. I also know this sounds super far-fetched because we only hear about this type of shit on TV, but it actually happened. When I was a baby, my mom attended a small, close-knit Baptist church in Flint, Michigan. The church had only about 15 or 20 people that would come regularly. So, everybody knew each other. The pastor was close to her family in particular because my dad was in and out of the jail constantly. My dad didn't attend church, but my mom was a dedicated Christian. All of this information came directly to my mom from our pastor and Valerie herself. I was born in August of 1997, so I'm assuming this took place circa 1998 because my mom said that I was a baby at the time. She was still breastfeeding me. My mom befriended a thin, middle-aged woman named Valerie. They were newer to her church. She would come now and again because her husband started to come regularly. Before I got into all of this, just know that I understand all witchcraft is believed to be good at, etc. and all that. Everybody has their own beliefs, so don't come for me in the comments. Or me. WTBS. Valerie came from a line of witches. She owned various spell books, Ouija boards, and other items that were passed down from her mother and grandma. She practiced black magic religiously. She used her Ouija board daily to make all of her decisions, down to what she ate, what she bought, and what she was going to do for the day. She attended her church a handful of times and decided she wanted to convert to being a Baptist. Baptists don't get involved with black magic, so she decided that she wanted to give up using her book and boards. Our church held services on Sundays and Wednesdays. She started coming more regularly. She started getting sick and vomiting about an hour before each service every week, and she was beginning to see these black figures. She would see them constantly in her house and experiencing a lot of unexplained occurrences in her life every day, and general bad luck. People from our church noticed that she wasn't coming anymore and started to ask her husband if she was okay. That was because she was on the prayer list under unspoken, meaning nobody knew what was going on. Just that, she needed prayers. Eventually, her pastor started to speak to her husband, and her husband told her pastor about her past and how she was vomiting before service every week. He got very concerned and asked if she would come to service even if she got sick. My mom said she would sit in the very back section and literally vomit into a bucket the entire service. And this happened for several weeks until she agreed to attend a meeting with her pastor, her husband, and a few other deacons. After she went into detail about what she was experiencing, they came to the conclusion that she may be possessed. They told her an exorcism may be the only thing to help her. After she agreed, they all left the church to go to her house to collect all of her books and tools she used for many years as the first step to help her. They decided to perform the actual exorcism the following day. During the exorcism, she was sat down on a chair in her church, and as soon as they began reading the Bible, she began foaming at the mouth and growling. She started getting violent, so they had to physically hold her down. But as soon as they did, she started literally throwing the grown men around like... My mom said it was like rag dolls. Mind you, she was 95 or 100 pounds. It took several hours, but they decided to end it because it seemed to have worked. The following couple of days after that, her son was complaining that he was seeing shadows in his room. So our pastor decided to come and just check if accidentally he'd left anything behind. Whatever negative energy or demon that was in her or her house still ended up being attached to a book in her son's room that had a unicorn on it. After they found it and removed the black shadows, they all stopped. It's believed that negative energy can hold on to any magical, mystical, or something like that if it's an object. After all that, she attended church without any issues and was still there when we left to go to a different church closer to her house, and I was around 6. And again, all of this information came from my mom, directly from Valerie and her pastor. It's all I can remember right now, and I'll call my mom later today and ask for more details about it. Hadn't talked about it for years. What do you all think about this crazy shit? Still mind-boggled and interested in knowing more details. Unicorn book, huh? Ouija board in haunted cemetery. For some backstory, this happened in Greenwood Cemetery in Spokane, Washington. The Greenwood Cemetery here is locally famous for being haunted. There's a specific old broken staircase leading into the cemetery called 1,000 Steps. Many people in my city have stories about seeing entities on these steps and feeling odd and depressed while walking up them. My story doesn't take place on the steps. but rather in the actual cemetery. My friends and I did use the 1,000 steps entrance to enter the cemetery. This happened 3-4 years ago, 2021 or 22. A group of friends and I, 2 male and 1 female, we decided we'd go to the Greenwood Cemetery and bring a Ouija board. I'ma be so real, the idea for the Ouija board was 100% mine. I used to play with them semi-often, and this is the only experience I've had that actually frightened me. My friends and I walked around a bit. We looked at the headstones. My friend, a female, and I decided we wanted to have a picture taken of us together. So our other friend, the male one, took a photo of us. Immediately after the photo was taken, male one showed us the weird entity standing behind me in the photo. In the picture, I'd blocked out my friend because I'm really not sure if she'd want to be associated with this online. We began looking in the area behind where we had taken the photo for anything that could have caused the shadow-looking thing behind me. Male one decided to take a picture of the area directly behind us, see if anything would pop up again. Nothing did. In the first photo, the entity photo on the right side of me, you can see the headstone of the second photo slightly sort of beside my legs, although I'm blocking majority of the headstone. After we decided, yeah, no, that's definitely a ghost, we moved closer to the way we came in. There is a large cement circle on the ground, probably 10 or 15 feet in diameter. We all sat there and talked for a bit. I brought out the Ouija board and I asked if anybody wanted to try it with me. Turns out I'm the dumb white person from every horror movie ever. And that's because every friend present said no. We were all a bit on edge due to that picture. I decided I'd play it by myself. Dumb idea. I'm a very observant person and down-to-earth person. I usually notice things that are weird before my friends do. But for some reason, while playing with the Ouija board that night, felt like my brain had gone a bit fuzzy. Almost like my defenses were completely lowered as soon as my fingers were on the planchette. I began asking my typical Ouija board questions. Is anyone with me? Am I alone? How old are you? Did you live on Earth as a human? Etc. The spirit only sliding the planchette to yes or the letter U. I didn't catch on, but my friends did. I asked the spirit, is there something you'd like to tell us? The planchette circled the letter U again. I asked, is there something you want? Once again, circled to U. I still at this didn't fully realize what the spirit was saying. I asked, do you mean someone in my group? It circled you. I asked, do you mean you as in myself? I can't remember if my friends let the spirit answer or if they made me say goodbye before we got an answer. They were terrified and, well, rightfully so. I ended the Ouija board, and as soon as my hands were off the planchette, I felt immediately anxious. I felt extremely on edge and actually started processing what the hell happened. We left right after that. Male number 2, who I was the closest to at the time, couldn't stop commenting on how weird it was that I didn't end the game the first time it said you. And, well, how it was completely out of character for me to not have an ounce of anxiety while playing that game. I still don't know if the entity in the picture and the spirit I talked to were the same. And honestly, I don't care to find out. I wish there was more to the story, but alas, I don't think anything's attached to me. I don't have any unusual things happening after this. I encountered the lady of the bank. I have had many paranormal encounters over the years. I find them fascinating and frightening sort of a way, if that makes any sense.
This experience, however, was pure terror for me. For context, I need to explain our local legend. I'm from a tiny town you only know about if you live here, or close to here, or know somebody who is here. On the outskirts of this tiny town is where I live. This is also where a back road known as the Bank is. This road is extremely windy and narrow, the type of narrow that you have to lay over as far as you can on the rare occasion another vehicle is oncoming. It is surrounded by thick forest on one side and a steep bank that leads to the creek on the other. Local legend says about 60 or so years ago, a woman was traveling alone on this road late one night. It is believed that she fell asleep at the wheel, ended up going over the bank. Her car was found close to the creek. It was horribly mangled, and sadly, she or her body were never found. Some say she went through the windshield into the water. Others say she stumbled out of the car into the water. Regardless, it is believed that she met a watery grave. The creek in this area is said to be bottomless, and that's why she was never found. After this, there were many reports of others driving along this road after dark and seeing a woman standing along the side of the road, only to vanish when you would slow down. Others swore a woman would just appear in their car as they were driving solo down the dark road. There were so many tales of this ghostly woman. She became known as the Lady of the Bank. Jumping to a few months ago, I had attended a gathering at a building in this area. I was told there was a wreck on the main road, and the road was temporarily being blocked off. I was tired and just wanted to get home, though I felt horrible for those involved in the accident. I decided to take the bank instead, as it would take me past the accident and led me out just a couple of miles from my house, but mind you, I've driven this road many times before, mostly in daylight, a couple of times after dark, but never alone. Of course, I was told the stories of the Lady of the Bank, often enough, so this was all when I was growing up, but honestly, it wasn't in my mind this night. I had other stressing matters taking up my thoughts as I drove. I had my music playing at a low volume. I was carefully gliding through the curves. The only road-related issue I did worry about was hitting a deer. My thoughts were harshly interrupted by loud ding, ding, ding. My heart jumped to my throat as my eyes darted over to the inside of my car. That's when I noticed the seatbelt icon lit up, and I finally realized that it was the alarm that, well, somebody wasn't wearing their seatbelt. I was bum-fuzzled. I checked to make sure my seatbelt was securely wrapped around me and fastened in place. Just as the loud dinging started again, I once more glanced over to the passenger seat and nearly fainted. There was a figure in the passenger seat. All I really could make out in that split second I noticed them was long, dark, wet-looking hair, mostly covering the person's face. They appeared to be looking forward out the windshield. I remember a scream leaving my throat as I slammed on the brakes. The car skid to an abrupt halt, causing me to lurch forward, then being pushed back by the seatbelt. I can remember hearing my heartbeat in my ears as I look up and slowly over to the, once again, empty passenger seat. The annoying is how dinging stopped. The seatbelt icon was no longer glowing on the dashboard. At that point, I stomped on the gas, deer no longer being my biggest concern at the moment. Made it home without further incident, other than the anxiety attack that still lingered. I've since told this story to a few of my family, friends, some locals. They all believe the Lady of the Bank tried to hitch a ride home with me that night. Well, heart goes out to her. I won't be taking that road after dark again. Further weird occurrence. So, about 20 years ago now, I was living in Inglewood, which is a Victorian four-story pile in Fulshaw Park South. It's between Wilmslow and Alderley Edge. Hope I said those right. I was there because I worked in Wilmslow for a law firm. I'm so sorry. Getting tired. I could walk to work through the village in about 20 minutes. I lived on the top floor in a one-bed flat. And to give some ideas to the layout of the flat, you entered into a hallway, and on the right was the kitchen and the living room. On the left was the bathroom and the bedroom. It was great at first. It allowed me to get to Manchester really quickly for a night out, and I could spend weekends in Wilmslow. Sunday mornings in Alderley Edge. It was also a proper fanny magnet, so to speak. I was single at the time and on dating sites, and I seemed to get lots of women coming around, but over the course of time there, things started to become weird. For a start, I stopped trusting the place. Hardly even used the front room. I was preferring to eat in the kitchen or maybe even my bedroom and do work at the desk in the bedroom. When I had a shower, I would find myself leaving the bathroom door open and staring down the corridor, never taking my eyes off it. When I slept at night, I found I would wake up. Nothing unusual about that, I guess. It's just that I would wake up having sat bolt upright and I would open my eyes so that I was staring at the bedroom door. And that's another thing. The door. I closed it each night and it would not stay closed at all. I was on the top floor, and there is a possibility, but a very faint one, that subsidence could cause the door to open. But I totally doubted that. For whatever reason, whenever I woke, the door was fully open, not just ajar. My now ex-wife and girlfriend at the time came over one night and she hated the place. She felt that the whole place felt really dark and, well, troublesome. But all this leads up to the night I left. Basically, before I left, I had to take the meter reader for the electricity and square up with the service provider. To do this, I had to go down to the basement, and to do that, I had to meet the landlord, who was an old RAF guy. He lived on the ground floor. He opened up and we went down, and two things come to mind. The first was that the rubber covering on the electrical wires had melted through overuse, I guess. The second were the crayon pictures in the area of the basement which had been set aside for my flat. Obviously, children had been allowed to play down there at one point, and that was their lasting legacy. Anyway, I got the reading of the electricity, and we both went to the stairs and turned off the lights, and he locked the door behind us, departed back to his flat. I then went upstairs and started to pack everything I had into my car. I don't have a lot, but the whole process still took me about 10 trips up and down the stairs. Now, before I say the next bit, let me explain that I had a good friend who lived next door. She was a music teacher and didn't earn a lot, but lived alone and was always open for a bottle of wine when I bought one around. She was, shall we say, careful with her money, and needed to be since she didn't earn a lot. The other thing that needs to be said was that evening, a December one, it was quiet. Little to no wind, but warm. So as I go to the main entrance to the stairwell, the basement door is on the right, and all I hear is bam, 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 bam from behind that door. No voices, just a repeat, proper, violent smashing against the door. I froze and immediately went to Anne, the woman next door. "Hi, Anne," I said. Do you want to come up and see if you want any of the food I still got left over in the freezer?" And thankfully she said yes, because there was no way I was going back past that basement door alone. I have no explanation for what I heard that night at all. And the time I was there, I'd never heard anything from that door. Nothing. It just went mad for a few seconds, and I got the hell out of there.
A door with the shakes. This morning I was watching a YouTube video. It reminded me of something that happened about a decade ago. I've been meaning to share for quite a while now, so here we go. And I swear this story is 100% true, and my mom, who was there with me, can back me up. It was around 2015. My girlfriend, now my wife, and I were living in an old apartment building. It was 12 stories tall. We were up on the 10th floor. One of our close friends had just moved into an apartment on the 2nd floor. So we spent the day helping her move in. My wife, my mom, who is always down to help someone move, and I were running up and down between the U-Haul, the 2nd floor, and our apartment. Since we were in and out constantly, we didn't bother locking any of the doors. This is going to be important later. At one point, my mom and I went down to the U-Haul for another load of boxes. We carried them back up to our friend's apartment on the 2nd floor, same as we'd done a bunch of times already. But when we got there, the door was locked. We knocked, expecting her to open it, maybe apologize for locking it. But nothing. We waited 5, maybe 10 minutes, knocking every so often and calling her name. And at first, we just assumed she was in the bathroom or something. And any minute now, she'd open the door and make a joke about dropping the kids off at the pool. Then out of nowhere, the doorknob started shaking violently. It wasn't just a little jiggle. It was like someone on the other side was frantically trying to lock or unlock the door. The whole thing rattled back and forth, shaking the entire door. At first, I thought maybe she'd been changing or something and panicked when she heard us outside. The weird thing is there's no sound, no footsteps, no voice, nothing. Just the doorknob going crazy for about 10 to 15 seconds. It was enough time for us to stand there and watch the doorknob twisting and turning as the door pushed back and forth. My mom and I just looked at each other like, what the hell? Finally, we left the boxes outside the door and headed back up to the 10th floor. I'd left my phone, and my mom didn't have her friend's number. So when we walked into the apartment, I called out to my wife, asking her to call our friend and let her know that we'd been standing at her locked door with boxes. But as I came into the kitchen, I froze. There, standing casually, were my wife and her friend talking and having drinks. I just stood there dumbfounded. My mom came in behind me and froze too. They noticed and asked what was wrong. I looked at her friend and said, "Who's in your apartment? We've been knocking at your locked door for 10 minutes and somebody just locked the door and never answered." She looked at me like I was crazy. She said that she hadn't been into her apartment for, at least the last 20 minutes. She swore she hadn't locked the door all day, and there should be no one besides us in her apartment. At that point, I was freaked out. I went back down to her apartment to check. When we got there, the door was unlocked and the place was empty. The only sign we'd ever been there were the boxes still sitting outside her door. To this day, my mom and I can't explain what happened. There was no noise inside the apartment and no movement. No voice, no nothing. If we'd been at the wrong door, you'd think somebody would have at least yelled at us to leave. But we were, right at the door, with the boxes still there to prove it. The only semi-logical explanation I can come up with is maybe a maintenance guy was in there, locked the door behind him, and panicked when we knocked. But even that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he just open the door and explain? Why stay silent and leave as soon as we walked away? And the silence behind the door was so unnatural for someone being just on the other side of it. The good news is, our friend lived in that apartment for over 2 years. They never reported anything strange. But whenever I bring it up, my mom and I both remember it vividly. Her and my wife still try to find some kind of logical explanation, but I'm convinced that place was haunted.
I recently moved to a new house, and I heard whistling all night. My mother bought a new house in the Appalachian Mountains. Congratulations. We've always lived in the area, but we used to live in a valley that the mountains created. This is our first time ever being right on the top of the mountains. My mother and her boyfriend are Christian, while me and my younger sister are what you might call spiritualist. Maybe pantheism. My family is also Wyandot, Native American descendant from my great-grandmother, who my mother was incredibly close to. I've encountered many spirits before. However, my family has always politely considered me and my sister crazy for trying to keep ourselves safe from spirits. I've had spiritual encounters before, many scary ones where I almost felt my soul was taken. But this was the first time I felt like my life was genuinely about to end. We live in an old coal mining town, but the old owners spent almost 2 years renovating to make the house comfortable and livable. It's incredibly windy, but having lived in windy areas before, I know the difference between wind blowing by or through a window. It's also a freezing February, and it's so cold I'd rather leap into the snow than open a window right now. It was maybe 9 p.m. I was in the bathroom when I first heard it. It was that really distinct sound of a human whistle. No one in my house knows how to whistle, and none of the shows that we watched contained that sort of whistling. My mother and her boyfriend started suddenly arguing soon after, but they had nothing to argue about. Went upstairs and heard it all night long. Started reading a book and put on noise-canceling headphones with a drama video on to ignore it. But I just kept hearing it. It was a human whistle. The way you'd call your dog or somebody back to you while hiking. But also like a very accurate bird song. We have neighbors, but they keep to themselves and usually use their dogs' names to call them back, not whistling. I felt incredibly unsafe. The only similar feeling I can describe was when I was being followed home one night. But he stopped following me when he realized I knew he was there. Incredibly tense with adrenaline and complete nausea of anxiety. I just kept ignoring it, even though it sounded just out of my window. But every time I would sneak a glance, nothing was there or changed. It just kept whistling. Sometimes whistling over itself. I eventually fell asleep, but kept waking up every other hour because I still heard it. By about 4 a.m., when my baby sister started crying, I felt the adrenaline had completely stopped. She seemed pretty scared, but my mother eventually calmed her back to bed. But when we were in the kitchen, our lights had started leaking the fluid that turns them on. Excuse me? Alrighty then. I heard somebody tapping on her back screen door in the kitchen, as if gently knocking. But no one ever called back when I said hello from the living room, so I didn't answer. I just don't feel entirely safe here. but I feel my mother wouldn't understand my fear. I have anxiety, but it's never affected my perception of reality or my religion. I don't take any medicines, food, or drinks that would affect that either. I plan to buy a dream catcher for my room, alongside maybe a rock salt lamp. I brought my amethyst, my biggest quartz here because I felt called to before I left. I'll probably leave those on the windows with a bowl of salt near my bed, but I'm not sure if there's anything else I can do. I want to know the medium of light that you have that is fluid. Paranormal M takes you beyond the veil of reality into the realm of mystery. Hit subscribe and tap the bell to join us on this haunting adventure. Dare to uncover what lies beyond. I'm tired of the son of a bitch in my house. Parenthesis, rant. The house was blessed. My then boyfriend, now fiancé, moved in. Or, as I've come to address it, he stopped bothering us. I'm now 23 weeks pregnant, and 3 weeks ago, he came back to annoy the shit out of me. I was 20 weeks pregnant with my first daughter. That's when I first encountered him, and now he's come back to be an invisible pain in my behind. Don't mind me sounding like a woo-woo here, but these things don't scare me. I'm used to not feeling alone in completely empty rooms. I grew up with the paranormal activity, and so I'm tolerant of it, as long as there is peace. However, in this instance, he is truly trying me, spiritually and mentally. It started with hearing my nickname being called at unholy hours of the night. Spooky, absolutely, but I still slept like a baby. My stuff going missing, then magically reappearing in bizarre, how did you get here places, and appliances randomly breaking out of nowhere. All this was irritating, but I prayed over the house, did the whole shebang and everything, and it stopped. Well, for all of one night. Then, at 3:30 a.m. one night during a bathroom trip, bang bang! Loud-ass thud bangs in my roof like a burglar or something was trying to find a way in somehow. I don't know, that's just where my mind went. Naked and afraid, I tried to sneakily peek through my curtains to see if I can find any shadows and alert the appropriate people of criminals. But nothing. Even had my mother check the property cameras in that general area the next morning, and nothing. Okay. Maybe it's the entity trying to spook me. Very funny. Whatever. Skip a night and we're back to 3:30 a.m. bathroom venture. Specifically coming back from one, and I'll explain my house layout loosely so you understand my thought process. Bathroom leads right out into my living room. The front door basically inside my living room. So walking back to my room from the bathroom would put my back directly facing the front door, which has a rectangular stained glass window in the top middle of it. Now again, I'm walking back to my room. 3:30 a.m. Bang! Very loud bang on the bottom half of my front door. I freeze, naked and afraid again. I immediately turn around in fear that there's a burglar watching me from the window and he's kicked my door because, duh, nobody makes a sound like this at 3 a.m. looking through people's doors and windows. I fear for my life that somebody saw me and now wants to break into my house. I look, and nothing. I sneakily peek through curtains, and also nothing. My mother again checked the property cameras, one faces my front door directly, and nothing. Now I'm pissed. I'm not even afraid. To me, this thing is way less scary than someone trying to break into my house. Its only effect is somehow it tends to induce irrational anger and frustration between my partner and I, and also my daughter's nightmares, which are constant, and kind of severe enough that she is full-on hyperventilation and anxiety and panic attacks before sleep. And then when she wakes up from a nightmare, I could ignore it if he would just basically leave my daughter alone, but clearly he knows this is the only way to irk me, to mess with my child. Before writing this post, I broke out the holy water, blessed my toddler, my fiancé, and even the cat before going out of my room and demanding it get out of my house, and telling it that it had no place in my daughter's dreams or even in this house. First time I wrote about this was 2023. I truly was afraid. I had never experienced something directly trying to affect me before. Now I'm used to it. I'm tired of its antics and I'm done with its shit. It's got no place in my house, within my family, or around my unborn daughter. For all of you listening out there, well, thanks for listening. Sweet dreams.
I saw an AI human robot. I've been searching for ages across the internet, trying to find an article or post that might explain something I witnessed about a year ago. Sometimes I push it out of my mind. It's because I have no evidence. No one to confirm what I saw, even though many others saw it too that day. I live in London, near a busy market. It was just closing. It was autumn, and one of those crisp, moody evenings, and the streets were packed with people heading home after work. The area gets crowded after work hours since it's close to the city's office blocks. I was on my balcony smoking and people watching. Among the usual crowd, there was a tall man in a nice shirt and jeans. He looked like he had just left the office and was about to grab drinks with his mates. But something was off. Instead of moving with the rhythm of the crowd, he walked in an oval pattern, stopping abruptly at the same spot every time. That was before resuming his strange loop. I couldn't take my eyes off him. I watched him repeat this bizarre walk for over 10 minutes. Each step, each pause was exact, almost mechanical. What was even stranger, though, was that no one got close to him. People noticed, of course, but it was as if some invisible barrier kept them from approaching. He was too unsettling, too unnatural. Then my phone rang. It was a friend who lived nearby, urgently asking for a favor. I had no choice but to leave, but that meant walking past this man. I left my apartment, and as I got closer, his appearance seemed even more out of place. He looked perfectly normal at first glance, clean-cut, well-dressed, a nice watch, and a backpack slung over his shoulder. But he didn't make eye contact with anyone. His eyes were fixed on the ground, and he just kept walking those ovals, completely detached from the world around him. The closer I got, the more I felt like a deep primal fear. There was something wrong about him. His movements were too precise, too robotic. Everyone around him kept their distance, and now I understood why. There was a chilling, oppressive energy about him, as if making eye contact would trigger something violent. It wasn't just that he looked out of place. He felt dangerous in a way that I just can't fully explain. I was sure if I got too close or acknowledged him in any way, something bad would happen. And trust me, when I say I'm one of those people in public that will interfere and ask someone if they're okay or need help, but not this time. I walked a bit further, but could still see him from down the road, and he was still there, trapped in that repetitive robotic loop. I'm so annoyed because my phone camera at the time was extremely poor. I tried to take a video, but you can barely see anything at that time, and from how far I was standing, so I didn't bother trying after I got my camera out. I never found out how long he stayed there or if anyone ever approached him, but I'll never forget the cold certainty that washed over me in that moment. That man, if you can even call him that, he wasn't on drugs. He wasn't just lost in his thoughts. He was something else entirely. He was dressed well, but for the wrong season, like he'd stepped out of another time, another reality, and came out too early. Trust me, I'm the furthest thing from a conspiracy theorist. But I wasn't the only one who saw that AI robot or whatever he was. And I'll never shake the feeling that what I witnessed was real. And that there are things that walk among us. I have seen very much a similar situation. About 10 years ago, but things just came flooding back reading that, honestly. I passed out when I had a close encounter with the female spirit, and had an encounter with the spirit animal sometime afterwards. Background. Before it was born, my mother moved around a lot. She settled down in the city for a decade, decided to move closer to her family later on in life. This was due to her grandmother's illness getting worse, so she moved into a house which was 30 minutes away. Female spirit. I've lived in that house all my life. It was the house where I had both of these paranormal encounters. When I was 4 or maybe 5, I remember it being a Saturday afternoon. I woke up from a nap and no one was in the house. Just my mother that was asleep in her bedroom. I went down the hall stairs and went toward the kitchen door. As I was opening the door, I saw something move at the corner of my eye. I turned and looked, and what I saw had me stunned for the rest of the experience. I saw a 6-foot or 7-foot woman appearing from the wall next to me. She was towering over me in height, and again I was 4 or 5 years old when this happened to me. The woman looked faded, but I remember seeing some color on her. She was a pale-skinned woman, long brunette hair that wore a long white dress. I don't remember if it was a wedding dress, but I do remember her having some sort of white crown around her hair. Regardless, when she saw me, she couldn't stop staring at me. Her eyes were fixated on me for the entire encounter. We were standing next to each other, staring at one another, and neither of us weren't moving. The whole experience felt like it was going on for a minute. Then she began to move closer to me. She began to kneel toward my face. Her face moved in toward mine. I then remember passing out on the spot. When I woke up next to the kitchen door, my whole family were around me trying to get me up. They asked what happened to me, but I avoided telling them at the time. I remember going into the kitchen and seeing that it was now the evening instead of the afternoon. I was passed out for 2 or 3 hours. And this happened to me over 20 years ago, and I've never forgotten this experience. Spirit animal. It was 3 or 4 years after the previous event. I was 7, turning 8 soon, and it was a school night. After finishing my homework and hanging out with some local children, I was at home watching Stargate SG-1 on Sky 1. I needed to go into one of the rooms upstairs to get something, so I decided to do it during the ad break. Went up the hall stairs, and when I walked past one of the rooms, I saw a spirit animal walk down alongside my mother's bed. The animal appeared to be a dog, a Jack Russell Terrier to be exact. I again was frozen on the spot, but this time I didn't feel scared. I was watching the dog walk around the room until the dog began walking toward the corner hall. When the dog was going this direction, the spirit turned its head to the side and began watching me. Me and the dog were watching each other for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the spirit moved its head back toward the wall and walked that direction while disappearing. I thought at the time I was dreaming. That was until I went back downstairs, saw the ad break for Stargate SG-1 had been over for some time. End. I never told my family these stories, until my mother one day spoke about the people who lived in the house before us. She met them before moving in, and said a lovely woman in her 80s lived here with her Jack Russell dog. Hearing this had led me to believe that the spirits I've seen, perhaps, were of those who lived in this house before us. Seeing the female spirit could have been the woman at a younger stage or not her at all. The spirit animal and the woman's dog were the exact same breed of creature. Creature? That seems like a harsh word for dog. The House on Mary Hill. The house has 2 stories. Honestly, a beautiful house. It had a big yard and even clotheslines in the backyard. Downstairs was shaped really cool. It was like a big circle, basically. The kitchen was massive, and the area where the bedrooms downstairs were open with the access point upstairs. Excuse me. Upstairs was where our parents' room was, and a guest bedroom. My parents chose the room to the left, leaving the room to the right unoccupied. The house felt safe up until one night. I was sitting in my bedroom with my bedroom door open. I could see into my brother's room across the way. I was reading a book sitting Indian style in my bed when I saw out of the corner of my eye somebody running straight across the front of my bedroom door and into the bathroom. I jumped and looked up and saw my brother still sitting at his desk, who looked pretty undisturbed. I yelled out to him, "Did you see that?" He looked up and said, "Whatever it was, I don't even want to think about it." So we never spoke of that again. But we started closing our bedroom doors, and after a while my mom's friend needed a place to stay. So she opened the door to her. She stayed in the guest bedroom upstairs. She was a really cool woman and stayed to herself mostly. After a few weeks, she started to hang out downstairs more often, and she seemed like she was all tired all the time. But we got close, and she would watch my brother and me with our parents when they weren't home. Or rather, watch me when our parents weren't home. So one night, I was in her room, and we were talking about stuff, and I told her about that one night my brother and I saw something run across the way, and she froze up. Said that there was something in this house, and that she doesn't like to sleep in this room, and that the room she was staying in was always cold. So we stopped talking about scary stuff, just ended up watching some TV and actually passed out in her bed with her. I woke up and it was dark, freezing cold too. And there over the top of me was a very dark figure. It seemed so angry. I nudged her and she said very slightly, "I see it. Close your eyes and it'll go away." I closed my eyes and I started crying. But as fast as it had appeared, it was also disappeared. She jumped out of the bed, flipped the light on, and we ran downstairs to my room. She slept in the room with me that night. The next morning I went to my mom, and with her, and we just told her what happened. This time she believed me and told me that she has felt a presence in this house as well, and then proceeded to tell me and her friend that the last owner committed suicide in the bedroom. That was the bedroom her friend was staying in. She'd told us that the bullet hole is still visible in the wall. My color left my face. I told her that I saw that mark on the wall last night when I was in the room with her friend. So her friend left the house. Completely understandable. It wasn't even the next week yet when me and my brother were playing outside. It was dark, but we had a very bright street light that lit up the yard, and you could see the whole side of the house. I told my brother what Mom told me and said that it explains a lot of the things that, he's seen and heard. Had my back turned to the house picking up the ball that we were tossing back and forth. And when turned around, he was staring up at the guest bedroom window, stone cold still. I looked up and saw what had him so frightened. It was a dark figure of a man, and he was standing in the window with his hand up against his head, holding a gun. We ran inside and we were panicked. Our mom took us to my brother's room. That's because her dad was not happy with our antics. She told us that she will do everything she can to convince our dad to move. Months passed, and one night we're all sitting in the living room, and my dad's chair was the closest to the side door of the house. He was sitting in his chair, and something caught his eye to his right. And he turned his head really fast, jumped out of his chair, and swung the door open. Well, no one was there, as you might guess. He swore up and down that he saw a man standing at the door outside. But there simply wasn't. We moved out of that house 2 weeks later, and never looked back. Weird things have been going around in my apartment, and I have some questions. For context, my great-grandparents' grandparents, and my father, and soon to even be my mother, lived in this apartment before they had me, so it's pretty old. Who knows what kind of energies are here? Nothing really happened when I was little, but when I was 10, I was hearing things fall in the kitchen, such as a cup holder and things that you keep on the table, and sounds in the balcony next to my kitchen. The small amount of activity had stopped, but it started again a few years later. That was this year. My hairbrush, it fell on its own behind me. My hairspray fell, and when I placed it back, it fell again 30 minutes later, this time more violently. It rolled to the other side of the hallway. And how? My carpet is rather thick in the hallway and started around the area it fell on. Wouldn't it stop it just from rolling? Well, I heard footsteps by my bed in the middle of the night. My merch fell from its spot twice. It had been in that spot the whole time since I got it. Why would it fall? I never mentioned it, and it was stable. So I heard something breathing in my right ear one morning. I was by my bed and it woke me up. Nothing there, which kind of made me freeze. And I got 2 more things that happened that are more creepy for me other than these that happened back to back. About a week ago, I got a 9-day break from school. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up. After school naps always make you wake up at the most random times, and I didn't mind much. I turned on the lamp and spent my time eating chips, watching YouTube, and staying on my phone all the way up until 3 a.m. It got to be 3:25 a.m., and I was just laying in my bed with my chin on the pillow, phone in my hand. Well, I was the only one awake at the moment, and remember that. The kitchen is next to my bedroom. I think everybody knows the annoying sound of forks clattering against the plate when you let it down to talk or just chew. I began hearing that. And I didn't mind too much, and I assumed it was my mother because, well, a few minutes prior she went and used the bathroom, so I shrugged it off. Although after a few seconds, it happened again. And then again. My blood ran cold when I looked back and I noticed that it was pitch black in the kitchen, and the sound was heard every 5 seconds. That meant that there was no one there. I checked and the noise stopped. There was nobody, and I got chills and went back to my room. After I settled in my bed, the noise started again, and the same thing happened 2 more times. I realized whatever it was playing with me and annoying me. The same kind of annoying feeling you have when a drop of water keeps falling from the faucet that just won't stop. So I sat in the kitchen for about half an hour. Then I went to my room, and it stopped. I don't know what that was, but I was the only one awake, and I think it knew that it was just toying with me. Why try to make me go there? And now, yesterday at 9:30, I'm in my room once more. And I was just sitting with my chin on my pillow again with my phone, until I heard the chair in the kitchen rattling, and my cat running toward me scared. I was curious, and I froze as I thought of a reasonable motive as to why that happened, and the whole time I was staring into the hallway that was dimly lit. I swear I saw the height of at least a 6-year-old child run past my room and into the kitchen. I couldn't pull my eyes away. I'm sure of what I saw. It was solid, just a shadow, but I just saw legs, arms, and you name it. Now I'm just wondering, is it attached to me? And if yes, why? What are the motives? What does it want? Is it a playful or a harmless spirit? Is it a spirit or something else? How do I make it stop? Please help. My first paranormal experience. I'd tried living with each of my parents, but things didn't really work out. So I started looking for a place to live. The only place that was available at the time was a room in a guest house on the outskirts of town. I got a bike to cycle to work, but kinda got help to move my things in, and I settled in. I felt independent, all grown up and pleased as a punch. I'd been living there for a couple of weeks, maybe months. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but one night, things changed. I was tired. I went to bed early. Had no problems falling asleep, but woke up at some point in the night unexpectedly. I assumed nature had called, so I went to the bathroom. Got back in bed and drifted off again. I was having a perfectly normal dream when suddenly I heard a noise in the real world that woke me up. Found myself lying flat on my back, and with the duvet folded neatly half down the bed. I can't see properly without my glasses, but I thought I could see someone standing by my bed. Put on my glasses, and to my horror, I realized that there was someone in my room. Standing over my bedside, it was right there looking down at me and making this terrible noise. That's the noise that had woken me up. Then I realized that I could see the light from the outside through this thing. Slipped off the end of my bed to run to the door, only to realize that it was locked. The keys were on the bedside cabinet. I looked back to find the thing looking back at me. It was a dark shape, and although I could barely make out the features, I could see its mouth gaping open. The noise was like a long and loud gasping sound. It's as if the thing was trying to draw breath to speak, but it was incessant. I turned on the main light on the wall beside the door out of my room. The shape was still there, but it began to fade and the noise began to drop. Eventually, the shape was gone. The noise continued after, but stopped, and the room, which was icy cold despite me being against the radiator, started to warm up. I stood there maybe an hour or more, trying to explain away what I'd just seen and heard, but I couldn't. I did get back into bed at some stage, but I left all the lights on and didn't sleep. The next night, the landlord complained to me for leaving all the lights on, but I didn't tell him why, and I swore I'd never tell anyone. I must have looked terrible as everybody in work asked me if I was okay. When I saw my dad later that day, he even said, "You look like you've seen a ghost." But that's when I broke down. I told him what had happened and expected him to laugh or get angry, but instead he told me about things that he and other family members have seen in their lives. Well, then of course he asked if I was okay. So the next experience is what turned out to be sort of a haunted guest house. I was living in it, and the story goes as follows. A night or two after the first experience with what I believe was an adult male, but possibly something far more malevolent, I awoke to hear noise in my room. I put on my glasses to investigate. As I sat up in bed with them on, I could see a small figure about the size of a child, standing at the end of my bed facing the wardrobe and looking up at a poster I had on the wardrobe door. I could make out a kind of fringe, a nose and a chin as the light from outside was coming through the window behind him. I sat upright with my glasses on and just watched him quietly. I didn't feel threatened like I had with the other ghost or entity, and it just seemed curious of the poster. I turned on the bedside lamp to see if I'd still be able to see him, but he was gone, and that was that. The poster, by the way, good, I was going to ask, was for a Japanese manga-style video game called Oni, which oddly is Japanese for ghost or demon. As I later learned, I still have the poster in the original cardboard tube it was posted in from the UK, but I've never had it up on any wall in my room since, and I don't think I ever will. Weird camping experience. Any insights? I was out camping in Canada with a friend, a boreal forest region, if that's any use. And this is something which I'd done many times before with no issues. We ran out for a weekend and had already stayed one night. We were preparing for the next night. I went off to get some firewood. I was out there for a fair bit of time, since it didn't want to run through the night, and my friend was watching the food that we were cooking. I'm not really sure how I got myself turned around, but I managed to get lost even with my flashlight. And like an idiot, I had forgotten my whistle in my other jacket pocket. For anybody who goes camping like this, don't repeat what I did, and just assume the camp isn't so far away, because I did. And I ended up much further away before I had the sense to shout. I didn't want to look like an idiot who'd gotten lost 10 feet from camp, so I just kept on. And by the way, that's how you die of hypothermia. As I'm trying to find my way, I could hear noises. I've been in the bush many times, and I'm familiar with animal sounds. But this was like an odd wail, or like a grieving sound that lasted a little bit. Not like that of a wolf howl, but something that made me feel dread right away. It was really unnerving. But at the time, I figured it was maybe a distant road sound carried through the trees, or maybe just the wind howling. It didn't sound like a cougar or anything I was familiar with. This is the point where I decided to start shouting, and listening for my friend to call back. I did have a flashlight with me, but if you've ever been in the forest with snow coming down, it can still be very difficult to see, which is why it's so hard to trust my own judgment at this point. The sounds continued again, and I saw something perched onto a rock. It looked like a canine, in a way, I guess, but its body was just too large. Didn't look like any wolf or coyote I'd seen. It had 4 legs, and its face was unnervingly angular. Its eyes were large, and it was looking at me. What scared me a lot was most animals' eyes will shine back if light hits it, but its didn't, and worse still, it didn't move when I yelled or postured at it. It was completely still and just watching me for a bit. I couldn't tell if it was black or brown or gray. I don't know why, but I started to cry. I felt sad the more it looked at me, but I can't place the feeling exactly. Like how you cry at a funeral is how I felt, like just a very oppressive emotion mixed with fear, the fear I was already feeling. Its eyes are burned into me still, and the sounds. The best way I could explain it is like they were wide and deep like the sea, searching me for something. I just turned back and started moving again, shouting until my friend found each other by our flashlights. I didn't tell him what I saw because it was just too ridiculous. I was already frightened and disoriented by the time I saw the creature. There's a million possibilities. All I have is that feeling of dread that stayed with me, like a piece of me got taken. It never lunged or attacked or anything, it just kept waiting and kept staring. Never saw any tracks in the morning, and we left soon after that. I know it could have been anything, and that the human mind does play tricks on itself, especially since I was already primed for being scared when I got lost. But I just have this conviction that it wasn't that. It felt like I wasn't on Earth when I looked at it. Out of body, maybe. I am confident enough to say that it wasn't natural. Has anyone else seen a creature like this, or understands my description? Just a big, unnatural, fox-like thing that pulled my emotions out and terrified me. I feel like I'm insane. The long hallway on Macedonia Road. As a child, you're more susceptible to the supernatural. And there's always the adults that don't listen. I get it, kids have wild imaginations. And this house was no imagination, though. This house was dated with what felt like the longest hallway. Also, to make matters worse, there was an old family cemetery in the woods behind the house, but of course I was never told that until we had already moved out of the house. That's because my mom didn't want to scare me. With that being said, you would think she would have taken my experiences that I had there to heart and maybe not have brushed me off. But hey, I was just a kid. Here are two of the most startling experiences I and my brother had. 1. I turned off my Walkman and removed my headphones, gathered my towel, and headed to the bathroom. The shower was warm, the steam was rolling, the bathroom was painted white, and all the appliances in the bathroom were white also, down to the white shower curtain. It made me feel safe because it was so bright. I was humming BSB while thinking about what song I wanted to listen to when I was done showering. Suds all over my hair and face, my eyes closed. I turned toward the shower head and rinsed my head and then turned away from the shower head, and just as I was turning, I saw a hand imprint. It scraped the shower curtain on the outside. An adult-sized hand. Called out to my mom and told her that I'm almost done because I was kind of used to get all fussed at for taking long showers. She didn't answer me, but I knew I better hurry my butt up. Finished rinsing off, turned off the shower, opened the shower curtain, and the bathroom was still so steamy, and the door was shut. I thought that was odd considering my mom had just come in there and didn't hear the door close back. Also, the steam would have escaped, so I got a little bit panicked and hurried up and wrapped my towel around me. Sprinted out of the bathroom and into my room, it was right across the hall, and quickly shut my bedroom door. I got dressed real fast, and just as I was about to go out of my bedroom door, I heard footsteps outside of my bedroom. I backed up, and then I heard my brother say my name. So I opened my door, and he was at my door. He saw the panicked look on my face and just told him what had happened. And as a big brother normally would, he told me that I was just imagining things. That line he told me soon changed courses for the next experience. Story number 2. One night I'm listening to my Walkman. My brother busts into the room, panicked, and looks at me and says, "That's very funny. You must have ran fast to get back in here." With the most confused look on my face, I said, "What are you even talking about? I haven't been out of my room since we ate dinner." He told me that he was sitting in his room and he heard footsteps approach his door. And then somebody knocked on his door very loudly. So I reminded him that Mom and Dad were home and it might have just been them, just maybe trying to see what he was up to. But he said that as soon as the knock happened, he just jumped out of his bed and ran toward the door and opened it because it startled him. Apparently no one was there. His room and my parents' room were at a dead end of the hallway. My bedroom and the bathroom were at the front of the hallway. And this hallway was long. So I told him there was no way I could have ran that far to my room, shut my door, throw on my headphones, and be that settled into my bed. So we both walked out of my room and walked to the front of the house. And there we found both of our parents sleeping in the living room. Dad in his chair, Mom on the couch with a blanket on top of her. We didn't go back to our rooms until we woke both of them up and they walked back with us to the hallway. What scared me the most about this house was the mirror at the very end of the hallway. I asked my mom to take that down, but she just giggled every time. I saw a woman in that mirror behind me one night. My brother was never fond of that mirror either. But after the night he experienced, it was a creepy house, I'll just put it that way. And I've lived in a few haunted houses in North Carolina. (1-800-B000). It was the summer of 2012. Life was good. I was up at 2 a.m. watching Teen Nick in my house den. The whole house was always fascinating to me. One of the first houses built in our small town in Kansas was during Prohibition as a moonshiner's legal party house. The whole house is a sort of colonial style full of Victorian features. From the outside, it looks like a 2-story, but there's actually 3 floors and a half basement. The architecture was always confusing as to how this was accomplished, but wedged between the top and the main floor is a log cabin-themed room. It's our family room and den. It was a glorified bar room fitted with a monstrous fireplace, an Alaskan moose head from circa 1920, and a salvaged chandelier from the former Douglas Opera House. That's cool. I hated being alone in that room at night. That was because I always got a weird sensation, like someone standing over me. When I would try to sleep on the couch after a long night of TV, my best friend and I just felt like this time to Oh, I messed up. My best friend and I also felt like this time to time sleeping in my own bed, which used to be the master suite. Never could get the cat or dog to hang out in the den, though. Its door was an inch thick of solid wood and had a very complex lock that remained tucked inside its latch. At no previous points had the owners had the key. We never bothered to close it, and it would get stuck in the frame because it was so heavy. Designed to keep the police out if someone sort of tipped off a booze party. There was a nursery on the top floor that shared a wall with this room, and it was sold to us with no doorknob to a small 4x10 room. This room became our home office. There was a brand new computer, an all-in-one printer and fax that remained unplugged and rarely used. My bedroom was right next to it, and I always slept with my door open. In the middle of the night, I could often see the computer light up and paper would cycle through the printer. Could never get myself to check it in the morning. When we looked at the sheets, there was nothing on them, and we'd load them back inside. It was my sister and I's favorite place to pirate scary movies. We would close the door so as not to disturb Mom and Dad because it didn't latch, but one night she left me in the room to go get a snack. When she came back, she couldn't open the door. I was trapped inside. My mom had to use a butter knife to force the handle, and I was shook given the timing. But back then, I'm sort of minding my Teen Nick business when out of the blue I get a call from my friend. She tells me she's doing a Ouija board, which I've always done my part to stay far from. She says that her presence told her to call me. She informed me that I was wearing a black shirt, which I was, and I only owned one. I hung up the call and immediately went to my bedroom to wait out for the next few hours to daylight. The same summer, my mom, grandma, sister, and I went on one late-night drive where we'd blast oldies, cruising the back roads. As we're driving, an unidentifiable creature ran in front of our car and across the road. None of us agreed on what it was that we saw, though. We thought it was a very large white rabbit, cat, or small dog. It was moving unthinkably fast for any of those animals. It made it across the road in 2 hops. At the time, we joked about it and kept on our way. When we got home and stepped into the foyer, heavy work boots start down the upstairs hall and down the stairs. They stop at the den level, and from the foyer, you can see the part of the staircase that leads to the den. No one's there. We're all looking at each other, waiting for my father to continue his trip down the stairs, and he then comes up from the basement, followed by our dog. Cat's chilling in the window on the main floor. We sent him upstairs to investigate. He checked everywhere, even the attic. There's nothing. Could all be coincidence when we moved into an apartment that fall, and nothing else strange seemed to happen. I'm tempted to ask the family who lives there now if they've ever experienced anything. The original owners are buried in the morgue just down the street. The Black Tag. The morning of September 11th, 2001 started like any other. By 8:46 a.m., everything had changed. The moment American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower, I knew my experience as a medical specialist wouldn't prepare me for what lay ahead. I was dispatched almost immediately, along with countless other first responders, to the World Trade Center. My role was grim but necessary, triaging the injured and tagging the dead. Carried my tags, green for minor injuries, yellow for moderate, red for critical, and black for the deceased. The scene was chaos. Bodies were strewn across the plaza, many fallen or jumped from the burning towers. My job was to identify the dead, not to dwell on how they got there. I had finished tagging bodies in the stairwell. I turned to face the plaza. That's when I saw it, the carnage below. Debris from the collision rained down, pieces of building, chunks of airplane, and people. At first, I couldn't process what it was that I was seeing. Then I ran toward the devastation, my tags ready. One man was convulsing. A seizure was overtaking him. He was beyond saving. Others nearby were unmistakably gone, mangled, and lifeless. I moved swiftly, trying to not let the horror paralyze me. But then, I saw her. She stood out, even amidst the chaos. An older woman, maybe in her early 50s. Her hair was done neatly, she was a brunette and it was styled. She wore tasteful earrings and light makeup. Even in this hellscape, she exuded an elegance that didn't belong there. But the moment I got closer, my breath caught in my throat. Her body was a wreck. From the diaphragm down, there was nothing left that resembled a human being. Somehow, though, she was alive and lucid. She looked me directly in the eyes. I pulled out a black tag, a mark for the dead. "I'm not dead," she said. Her voice was pretty firm. "Call my daughter, I'm not dead." For a moment I froze. My mind raced, trying to comprehend how she could still be alive, much less be speaking to me. "Ma'am," I managed. "Don't worry about the tag. We'll be back to help you soon." It was a lie. I knew it, and deep down I think she did too. There was nothing anyone could do for her. As I moved on to tag the others, I couldn't shake her voice. When I passed her again later, she was still there, still alive, still arguing with me. "I'm not dead," she said. It was louder this time. "I'm not dead." I told her again, "Help is coming."
though I knew it wasn't true, or cries followed me. I made my way back to the lobby, and the cries were echoing in my ears. For hours, I worked in what I can only describe as a biblical nightmare. It was the valley of the shadow of death. Death was everywhere. It was all-consuming. I saw it, I smelled it, I heard it. And that woman with her broken body and unbroken spirit, I talked to it. It's been years. I still don't know how to process what I saw that day. Sometimes I think it wasn't real, that maybe the stress and horror played tricks on my mind. Other times I'm certain it happened exactly as I remember it. Was she truly alive, or was it some final reflex of a body pushed beyond its limits? I don't know. But I hear her voice sometimes. I'm not dead. Stays with me, even now. I did what I could that day, though it will never feel like enough. Those of us who were there carry those memories forever. I can only hope that wherever she is, whether she survived or not, she found peace. And I hope someday I will too.
Did this random woman inform me about the death of my relative before it happened? This happened literally last Monday. Hasn't left my mind since. I was waiting at the bus stop after I finished a lecture on my course, and it was completely packed of students as usual. Normally, I just put my AirPods in and sync into my playlist without really paying attention to anyone around me, or even my surroundings in general. And I've been following this routine for the past 2 years, mind you. I never care enough to look up to see who's standing there, or who I might recognize because I genuinely don't care. This time was different. There was this older blonde woman waiting at the bus stop, staring at the massive apartment blocks across the street. And despite the bus stop being packed with students, she stood out completely because of her clothes. She was wearing what I would describe as really classy vintage clothing. It was surprising, but wasn't exactly a shocker. I know these days many people experiment with their clothing styles, so honestly it's not that big of a deal to see the revival of older, more formal clothing. What was surprising, however, was her appearance. This woman looked straight out of the 1950s. Her hair was short and gelled back, similar to that of Marilyn Monroe. Something was just so out of place it was making me uncomfortable. And the weirdest shit was that nobody was paying attention to her, when I was just blankly staring at her like a freak. So, I just decided to just ignore her. I turned on Spotify and began scrolling on Reddit. Ages passed, like a long-ass time. This is a teacher writing this. Honestly, I lost track of it, and my bus was taking forever. At some random point, I see students directly in front of me shuffling around, and the woman seeping through them. Now, standing in front of me. It was only now that I realized how attractive she was. I didn't get a proper look at her earlier, but I now could see that she was very, very beautiful. 10 seconds of eye contact passed. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said calmly in such a weird way. Even her accent was out of date. I was so confused by what she meant. She closes her mouth and walks off. At first, I thought she was trying to flirt with me or something. But then I honestly thought she was just a stupid woman trying to prank me and that she was an idiot for wasting so much time at the bus stop. Polarized much.
fast forward to when I get home. Nothing. Everything's completely normal. My mom greets me, and even though I didn't believe her, I was relieved that the woman didn't create anything negative in my life. As I'm preparing to go to bed, my mom gets a call. It's my aunt informing her about the death of her brother. He had died in a motorcycle accident. I was never really that close to my uncle, so I respectfully shared my condolences with my mom, but didn't feel too much, really, other than the shock from the whole situation before. My mother burst into tears, and I was just worked up trying to comfort her. When things had settled, I went to lie down in bed and remembered the woman. I was freaking out for like 15 minutes straight, then eventually convinced myself it was just a coincidence, which it likely was because she didn't specify what kind of a loss. The whole situation still had me dumbfounded, even if it was just a coincidence, but there was just no way it was timed so perfectly. And that is probably the most I'll ever get to ever experiencing a paranormal encounter, if it can even be considered as one. Professor, huh?
Paranormal M invites you to explore the eerie world of the supernatural. Hit subscribe and stay connected to haunting episodes that will captivate your soul. A Victorian mansion in my hometown during my senior year into the unknown began up until I left for my first year of uni. I was a tour guide there, and because of this, I was kind of allowed to just explore the home during my free time between tours. This mansion, which was known for its eccentric owner and is apparently haunted according to local urban legend, is big. Big isn't really the right word to describe it, as the home is quite huge, really. Its layout is confusing, which lends itself to the overall creepy vibe that the house just gives off. This house is allegedly haunted by its owner, and I'm happy to confirm or deny which house it is if people would like that sort of a thing. It's a well-known tourist location where I'm from. There's a certain time of year running from June to mid-July where the house is generally more active. It's generally accepted by tour guides, as we were the ones spending most of the time in the house out of all the employees. There's far more sightings and paranormal experiences that would occur during this time of the year. Our running theory is that these weeks were the time in which the owner's daughter had been alive, before dying 6 weeks after her birth. This death was what really started the owner's spiral into what many would consider to be hysteria or craziness. This happened in late June 2018, if I remember correctly. It had been a slow day, especially slow for the summer months where waves of tourists would come toward the home. During slower times, tour guides are sent into the home to clean, generally dusting, washing windows, or sweeping, simple tasks that would help maintain the house. I, along with one of my coworkers, were cleaning in the owner's main bedroom. Thus, tour guides would refer to this room as the dead room, as this was, in fact, the room that the owner had died in. This wasn't something we would use around guests, as that would probably freak out the ones that were not fans of the paranormal activity. We had a lot of guests that were fascinated with the architecture or were there just because Yelp said it was a fun tour. At this time, my coworker was fairly new to the job. Seeing that I was one of the more senior tour guides with a year underneath my belt, I was pointing out things in the room to her. One thing in particular that I pointed out was a scent sachet that was placed in a period pitcher on the bedside table. It was supposed to have a floral scent of some kind, but it was not particularly strong. So guests mostly, they'd be able to notice any difference it could possibly make, basically. After doing so, I decided to actually do my job and clean. I was dusting the window frames. My coworker was inspecting the chest of drawers, and for reference, this is across the room from where I'd pointed out the scent sachet just a few minutes before. While she was seeing if the various drawers in this antique piece of furniture would open, she noted that the scent sachet would possibly be more effective in this side of the room. This was the side of the room where guests would enter in the tour route. There were 4 drawers in each side of the chest of drawers. she finally got to the bottom one. At this time, we were about 3 or 4 feet apart, our backs to each other. My coworker said in passing, "I'm sorry, ma'am," to the home's deceased owner, as there was a possibility that this piece was original to the house. We're unsure. We really don't know if the furniture was sold off shortly after the owner's death in a private auction. But as she stood up, there all of a sudden was a strong rose scent. As if somebody was shoving a bouquet right in front of your face coming from the right between where we were standing. I remember feeling this wave of panic immediately wash over me. As I turned to look at my coworker, I asked her if she smelled it too. She said yes, and that she was certain we weren't alone anymore. After a long second of us just looking at each other, 2 of us just bolted to the room, or rather, from the room. We were incredibly spooked by this very in-your-face moment. I have no way to explain it since, and the smell of roses never fails to cause a shiver to run down my spine. I don't know if that would make it a good gift or a bad gift then. I like them.
Don't look behind you. Summer 2017. Sometimes at night, I couldn't sleep. I'd go for a run around the neighborhood. I hadn't been doing well mentally. Running was the least destructive activity in my life. One night, I decided I'd run to the local high school. I jogged from my house down the mile stretch of road. I ended up at the football stadium. I ran a few laps around the track and started up and down the bleachers. I was feeling pretty good until something washed over me. It was the sense that I was being watched. For a split second, I thought I'd just keep going. And just as I went to climb the next step, the memory of a story that my grandfather had once told me resurfaced. One night when he was 7 or 8, my grandfather woke up to a man staring at him from outside his bedroom window. When he got close to the window, the man leapt down from the second-story ledge. My grandfather said that the man had vanished, but that an elongated animal on 4 very long legs scurried away from our house. He told this story only once, after I'd mocked native legends. Thought it was just an old man's tale. I'd forgotten his story until that moment, when chills went through my body, and I knew something was watching me. I wanted more than anything to forget about it so that I could just finish my routine. But something within, call it intuition, I guess, it urged me to leave. That fear was stronger than my thoughts of rationality as, well, fear tends to be. I called my mom and she answered. I said that I knew it was too late to bother her and that I was sorry, but that something didn't feel right at the stadium. She said, I need you to run home, and whatever you do, keep your eyes in front of you. Don't turn back. I'm going to meet you halfway. Stay on the phone. Don't hang up. I'm coming. I didn't understand why she was panicked, and I felt overall felt awful for bothering her. As I was exiting the stadium gates, my blood ran cold. A man in a wide-rimmed straw hat was leaning against the chain-linked fence that surrounded the campus. He was smiling. That excited smile. One I will never forget. I jogged past him and he nodded at me and said, "Time fun." I bolted. I didn't even look back. I invoked the name of Jesus. I prayed to whatever higher power there was. I asked angels to protect me. I kept running until I saw the headlights of my mom's car. Later, she told me that when people like us have big feelings like that, it's evolutionary. The way prey can sense a predator. She suspects it was a dark creature, one that was drawn to people going through deep depression. From then on, I decided to never run alone after sunset. Summer 2019. One night, this coworker wanted to go for a run after we got off. We both worked the graveyard shift, so we agreed we'd go to the track at the high school since it was open and not too far from work. We arrived, just chatting carefree, complaining about work and walking up through the front gates. As we stepped foot onto the track, she stopped and said, "I don't like this place." I froze and I looked at her. "Why?" I asked. She just shook her head and whispered, "Something evil lives here." I took her hand immediately, walking us back to the gate and toward the car. I remembered my mom's advice. I told her, "Don't look behind you." I hadn't told a soul about my initial experience before that. My coworker said it felt like someone was following right behind us until we got into the car. I'll never go back there. Never. Does anyone know what this could be? I recently moved in with my best friend and her family. I knew her house had some weird activity before. I've always grown up around it, so it didn't bother me. Although lately it's been getting pretty bad, but I'm not sure. We've been seeing this thing outside and it doesn't really do anything other than make noise. The worst thing it did was shake the camper and poke my best friend's ex-boyfriend in the back when he was laying down on the porch. Recently, we've been seeing odd things. Like the first thing was a chunk of meat wrapped in newspaper that was left on the porch while we were still out there. We were hanging out in the hunting blind. We were hanging out in the hunting blind, so we wouldn't, or rather we would have heard somebody come up the steps or had seen them walk by through the holes in the tent. Excuse that. It's winter and the meat wasn't frozen. It was clearly fresh and it wasn't there when we walked by the first time. Then after that, we had a friend over and we were just in the hunting blind again. We heard footsteps. At first, my best friend had her hand out one of the holes and something grabbed her hand. I brushed it off and reassured her it had to have been something else. At first, I said it was a big bug, or maybe she touched something else. We heard footsteps, but no one was out there with us. And later, we all heard a man's voice, and we all heard a different voice. Heard my best friend's dad, and my best friend heard her friend who was silently staring at us. And he just heard some guy. I yelled out to Dad that we could hear him, and insisted that he was going to jump out any minute. It didn't happen. We sat in silence and stared at each other. Then we all heard a man's voice again, just whispering directly next to us. None of us were talking or even had our mouths open. We started freaking out at that point. We looked outside one of the tent holes to see the porch, and no one was there. The porch light turned on, and we had to ask our guy friend to literally jump up and down just to get the light to turn on. It's really old, and I know over the years it's been harder and harder to turn it on. We packed up our stuff in the tent and immediately went back inside. About 2 days ago, we found these large, and I mean large, footprints. They were by me and my best friend's bedroom window. We share a room at the moment and don't have curtains anymore. There is only one set directly in front of the window. They weren't there originally, and we walked by to get to this hunting blind. They were long and thinner. They weren't like, naked footprints. It was just shoe prints without actually any detail. We brushed it off and just went inside. Also, we just said that we need to get a new curtain as soon as possible. Things have always been happening, but they've never been this consistent unless something really bad was about to happen. And I will likely update this. And usually only these little things that would happen, like hearing the cats when they were asleep next to us or something. Or just footsteps and knocks outside. Even tonight we heard 3 knocks on the window or something. Does anybody know what this could be? Multiple people have seen a creature around our house, including me. The best way to describe it is it's pale with human skin and looks like it has large animals forced into its human skin. I don't believe in skinwalkers, and I think it could be paranormal. We also see lights outside. Seems like it has the potential to be dangerous too, but I'm not sure. Another thing that happened was me and my roommate was messing with the Ouija board. I don't really believe they actually work. I was just joking around, had it spell out something stupid, then toss it off the bed to mimic a ghost throwing it. I never said goodbye. Later that night, I very clearly saw a little boy run into her aunt's room. I just ignored it and went outside to tell my best friend what happened. I've seen a little boy spirit before, but that's when I used to live with my parents, so I don't know if it's connected. Everyday noises at night. But I'll tell you the whole thing from the beginning. 1 month ago in my apartment building, some weird noises started, like somebody was doing some construction work on their flat. I didn't pay much attention, like somebody should be repairing stuff or something of that sort. It started on a Friday. It was almost always in the afternoon when it started, ending like at 2 or 3 a.m. The weekend, same thing. Morning, quiet, rest of the day busy with the noise looking like somebody was hammering something. Everyone that was on the right side of the building, being my side, was starting to get annoyed. Mostly because everybody wanted to rest to be able to work in the next day. Of course, we started to try to find the location of the source, to try to pin down this to some particular apartment. There's also another building close to ours where the walls connect, and I've gone to every apartment. I put my ear near the lock and almost no sound, just propagation. The flat mostly affected is my upper neighbor, I think. That's where she lives with her daughter. We thought that it should be the apartment above her making all this noise. Even though the water supply is shut down, same with electricity, so logically nobody should be living there. But we had to be 100% sure, so we called the owner. Asked her kindly to open the apartment so we could check if somebody was using it, or had forced an entrance perhaps. But no one was there, and the noise could be heard. It was coming from the apartment underneath where my neighbor above lives. So we ruled out that maybe the inhabited apartment was the source. Time goes by, and this phenomenon repeats every day. No misses. Bangs on the wall, bangs on every division of the apartment of my neighbor, on the furniture, on things falling in the bathroom and kitchen, and police were even called 3 times. But of course, they couldn't solve anything. They entered this flat. They also heard the noises, but they could not pinpoint where all the sound was coming from. It also travels very fast from the kitchen to the living room. Also on the corridor, and this is on the first floor, we started to bang the wooden walls. Then we would have replies, like more bangs from this unknown source. Even asking questions and saying, knock once for yes, knock twice for no, we would actually get replies. If I knocked 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, I would get the same number of knocks answering me. It was very weird. Fast forward to the last days. Both my neighbor and her daughter went away for the weekend. Magically, the sound stopped. I didn't know this until yesterday, and I just thought, finally, the noise went away. They returned yesterday. And guess what did also? Yep, that's right, knocking hell again. So I'm in the corridor with both my upper neighbor and another from the same corridor chatting. Both her and her daughter were outside the flat. Her daughter playing with the other girl, the other neighbor's granddaughter. And by this time, 0 noises. They were all chilling in the corridor. But later on, her daughter went inside to pick a doll to play. We started hearing the knocks again, and every single time her daughter went inside, we would hear, like, after 3 or 5 seconds, the knocks. So I asked my neighbor, "Can I go inside?" She replies, "Yes, of course." I went inside, full silence. I stood there like 30 seconds and nothing. I came out, I asked my neighbor if she can go inside as well. She goes inside and 0 knocks. We ask her daughter if she can go inside again, and boom, knocking all over the place. I kid you not, this didn't miss, and like 10 or 12 times she went inside. Every single time. Knocks. Later on, other neighbors arrived in the corridor. Did the same request. We went inside and 0 noises. Daughter goes, full-blown knocks. Haunted apartment. In April of 2021, I was on my way to get my medications when I got into a very serious car accident. My dog and I recovered after very serious injuries. When the man hit me, he was going 65 miles an hour in a 3-mile-an-hour road and blew the stop sign. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, but there was this huge rainbow around my car. I couldn't move for 45 minutes and thought I was dying. I feel like maybe I do have good spirits looking out for us, because we survived. In October of 2021, my partner, a 25-year-old male, had moved in with me at my apartment. I've lived in this apartment completely alone for over a year. Nothing had really been happening, but it was starting in very small instants. When my partner was in a different room, I was laying on the couch with my dog, Kuma, and my cat Marley asleep next to me. Cool dog name. Our balcony door was locked because I struggle with paranoia. I used to have curtain lights hanging from our balcony door until I had noticed that one strand was swinging, and it wasn't just subtle. I managed to get a quick video of it, but it stopped as soon as my partner came back. Since 2022 started to now, we've noticed our devices were acting up. My television is linked up to my PlayStation 5, so when I turn on the system, it'll turn my television on. I work from home, so I'm here 24/7. The television itself had turned itself on multiple times. Now my PlayStation 5 just turns on regularly by itself. Could that be a glitch? Maybe. We were also trying to sleep one night. My entire work laptop, monitor, and keyboard all turned on after it had been powered down. None of it made sense. Within the last month, I could hear my boyfriend coughing in the living room, but he's at work. Could it have been my neighbor? None of them are home when I'm working. It happens multiple times throughout the day, along with phantom vibrations. This is always something my partner and I disagree with. He swears up and down that he's never heard this vibration at all, and that perhaps I need to just let it go. The couch vibrates 4 times like a Samsung phone. But that makes absolutely no sense, as none of my friends have left their phone here. My couch is new. I've noticed that my hair gets blown when I'm either cooking, showering, or working. Today, 08/23/2022, that had been what motivated me to write this. I'm currently at work and I started to hear the coughing again. So I just took a break to see if I could catch it, but it stopped. This is going to make me sound like I'm insane, but I had gotten Arby's for dinner. A little bit insane. And we had this leftover sauce cup that I didn't use, so my boyfriend threw it away. After 2 days, I noticed it had been out on the counter. I was confused as I had watched my partner throw it away, and it was just hanging out like it had never been touched. Another day goes by, and the sauce cup is upside down, and it's next to our dog's bowl. I picked it up to see if Kuma had been moving it, but there's no bite marks. Kuma would have eaten it. Today, the sauce up cup was directly in front of our shoe closet. My boyfriend said he had thrown it away 3 times already. Thought it was me taking it out, so he threw it away again. I just threw it away about 45 minutes ago, and I'm worried that it may happen again. And if it does, what do I do? It's clearly messing with me, and we're already moving, but who knows if it'll follow me. I will attempt to forgive you for having Arby's for dinner.
A Marilyn Monroe painting. When I was around 16, my stepdad worked as a mover. Someone who moved gave him this colorful hand-painted canvas of Marilyn Monroe. Took it home for me as a gift. My stepdad spent a lot of time down in the workshop in our basement, at least when he wasn't at work. One day when my mom and him were down there, I came down to ask my mom a question. I saw the canvas sitting against the wall and I asked where it had come from. My stepdad explained to me that he was going to give it to me as a gift, but for some reason my mom didn't like it at all. She had no reason. My mom tried telling me that she didn't want me to have it, but since I had already seen it and wanted it, it would have been kind of ludicrous to keep it from me, since it was technically for me. I ended up hanging it in my room above my bed. And by the way, we had a ranch-style house, and my bedroom was at one end of that house, and the house is basically long and kind of narrow. Our basement was open and the size of a long, narrow house. It was unfinished with brick walls that were painted bright orange. Had concrete floors. Had 5 lights on the ceiling that went straight down to the basement with drawstrings sort of hanging from them to flick them on and off. It had 2 rooms off of the long corridor, both unfinished. One was the workshop and one was where the water heater was. The staircase to our basement was directly on the opposite side of the house from my bedroom. That night I had 3 horrible, stressful nightmares. Like the ones that make you wake up trying to catch your breath. This continued for the next 3 days. In one of my dreams, my bed sank through the floor into the very back of the basement directly below my bedroom. The basement was pitch black. I knew something was in there with me. Felt like I couldn't breathe because of sheer panic. Got up from my bed and instantly started rushing to try to get up from the stairs on the opposite side of the basement with something that felt so sinister chasing right behind me. I knew the creature was small and black because I had seen it when I reached the bottom step. That's because of the light that came through the crack of the basement door. I woke up before it could touch me, sweating, trying to catch my breath. And for whatever reason, I connected my dreams to the painting by the 3rd day. It was in my head by the 2nd day, but I ignored it because I liked the painting. Thought it was kind of ridiculous to even think about not fully knowing spirits could be connected to objects. I've always been super intuitive. Several of my aunts and great-aunts on my dad's side, who passed away from cancer when I was 11. So I didn't really see his family much. They were self-proclaimed witches, and I think it's been something that runs in the family to this day. As crazy as that sounds, it's pretty true. My mom was a Christian woman, and we would attend a Baptist church basically my whole life at that point. I told my mom and laughed and said that it was probably just in my head and that everybody had nightmares once in a while. I knew it was connected to the painting, so I asked her to put it into her room. She thought it was silly, but ultimately agreed with, "All right, we'll see." Placed the painting in her room against the wall nearest the side of the bed she slept in. And shockingly, she too had 3 horrible, stressful dreams. I remember her saying that one was about some kittens that were very sick with crusted shut eyes and flies all over them. She said it made her have an overwhelming feeling of complete and utter dread. She told me that she knew it was the painting too. Understood exactly what I was talking about. She immediately got it out of our house and the dream stopped. I asked her several years later what she did with it, because I'm 22 now. She told me she ended up putting a painting in the trunk of her car and kind of got sketched out within a few days of having it in there and ended up stopping on the side of the road while driving, putting it at the end of somebody's driveway for the garbage man to pick up.
Can anybody help me understand what happened that night? 11 years ago, my life took an unexpected turn that I'll never forget. I was a directionless 19-year-old from Cleveland, fresh out of a devastating breakup and a brief stint at Youngstown State University. College wasn't for me. I'd only gone because my guidance counselor insisted, and I dropped out after about one semester. But during that short time, I met Jenna. It's not her real name. And our relationship continued even after I returned home. Growing up on the rougher side of Cleveland meant that we needed somewhere else to spend time together when Jenna was visiting, so fortunately, my brother shared a house with 3 friends about 10 minutes from my place. It was your typical young guy's party house, complete with 2 dogs in the basement. Chocolate, a pit bull with an escape artist's soul, and Creed, an American bulldog. One fateful night, Jenna and I were crashed on the oversized couches in the living room. That's when my brother and his friends returned from the club with a few women in tow. Among them was somebody who'd made it clear she was interested in me. After everyone else headed upstairs to sleep, I lay there wrestling with temptation. In a moment of weakness I'm not proud of, I went upstairs to pursue something that would have destroyed my relationship. Thankfully, the woman had more integrity than I did that night, firmly rejecting my advances and calling out my disrespectful behavior. Consumed by shame, I returned downstairs. I couldn't bring myself to share the couch with Jenna. Instead, I took the other couch near the living room entrance, draping my arm over my head and pulling a blanket over my face. As I drifted off, I heard what I assumed were Chocolate's familiar footsteps approaching. She was known for sneaking out of the basement. That's when things took a terrifying turn. I tried to get up to return the dog to the basement. My body wouldn't respond. Only my eyes could move. Sleep paralysis, I thought, trying to rationalize the situation. Then I felt something climb onto the couch. What happened next still haunts me. Teeth slowly sinking into my outstretched hand. The pain both sharp and deliberate. When I finally broke free from the paralysis, I tumbled to the floor. The room was empty, no dog in sight, and Jenna remained peacefully asleep on the other couch. Panicked, I ran to check the basement, only to find both dogs exactly where they should have been, looking up at me curiously from behind the basement door. I spent the rest of the night on that couch, wide awake, just trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it a supernatural warning, a manifestation of my guilt? To this day, I have no explanation for what bit me that night, but its impact was lasting. Although Jenna and I eventually parted ways for unrelated reasons, I've never even considered being unfaithful since that night. Some might call it karma, others a hallucination. But whatever visited me that night changed me forever. I've kept this story to myself for over a decade, partly out of shame, partly out of fear that no one will believe me. But I still wonder, what really happened in those dark hours? And was I merely punished for my intentions? Or maybe even saved from something worse?
Haunted beehives. My godmother's family lived even more in the middle of nowhere than we did. We had to travel down a narrow, corn-lined road and then turn onto an unmarked, rutted gravel road for about a mile to get to their place, which had some mown grass and a pond, which we weren't allowed in because there was a snapping turtle. And past that was a bunch of pretty wild prairie grass and also a creek with some willow trees along the banks. They had chickens, 2 nanny goats, and there were some abandoned beehives pretty far out from the house. It was near the overgrown foundation of a barn. This barn had fallen down or been torn down years before. A bunch of creepy stuff happened in that house. Some of which felt creepy at the time, some of which was just puzzling, and some of which was kind of only creepy in retrospect. But one thing that really creeped me out were those beehives. I hated going near them. I like bees just fine. I'm not afraid of them, but I always felt this sense of dread around them, and sometimes I could kind of see something out of the corner of my eye like a shadowy human figure. This was pretty alarming because there was nobody else living around there, you know? But every time I turned to look, there was nothing. And this was northern Illinois. Everything's flat unless there's a creek carving lines through the flat ground or trees or whatever. But this was flat land and tall grass. You can't hide a person unless that person is like lying down or something. Anyway, 20 years after I'd last visited their property, I reconnected with one of my godsisters. There's a big rift between the families for religious reasons. But we were reminiscing, and I mentioned how spooky the beehives were, and she said, "Oh yeah, that's my grandfather." I was like, "What?" I don't remember her grandfather because he died when she and I were really little, and she's a few months younger than I am. At that time, her grandparents lived in one house on the property, and she and her parents and siblings lived in the other house. After her grandpa's death, her grandma moved in with them and they tried to rent out the other house. Tenants didn't stay very long. We were over there like all the time, and I don't really remember anyone living there. Although her parents talked about it sometimes. Sort of like how people would sign a lease, move in, and then move out a month or two really abruptly. I'd heard stories about him, and he sounded really nice, a really kind-sounding guy. Not the sort of guy who'd menace kids in the middle of a waist-high grass and flower bed. Well, one of her brothers was allergic to bees, and her grandfather was always chasing him out of the area. They were worried the younger kids would be allergic to the bees too, and he wound up getting rid of the bees, which he loved, just in case. But his fear for his grandkids had kind of sunk into the ground there, I guess. He really wanted kids to stay away even though the danger was gone. Which is nice in theory, trying to protect people even after you're gone, but in practice, it just felt fucked up and freaky. I don't know if I'll ever visit again. Or if I want to check out that area if I do. Kind of want to take my city kid out to see some place I spent so much time at my childhood. And I'm curious if this otherwise banal place still feels so odd and off. But we're about an hour away now. And I would like to give a casual shout-out to that snapping turtle. He sounds like a stellar guy. Is this an experience or am I just paranoid? So for background, I live with my family and we all find paranormal stuff ridiculous and illogical. Right. I was never really too firm in my refusal of anything else being out there, but I am skeptical. But, benefit of the doubt, right? Nothing's impossible, yada yada. But I thought more likely than not, people are just making things up when they talk about paranormal experiences. I had never experienced anything paranormal, but one of my friends swears that this shit is real, and that they've experienced unexplainable things. I should probably go to her about this if I'm being honest, but she's out of the country. She isn't online. So I thought, being the lurker that I am, there must be somewhere on here that talk about this stuff, and here I am, so. I'm stalling. Okay. So myself and another friend who also doesn't believe in this stuff, we went round her house and started playing some games. Not like Ouija board or anything, because what's the point in buying something for stuff we don't believe in, right? We were playing these stupid fucking games and making fun of them and all this crap. Eventually, my friend just started saying stuff out loud, asking stupid questions and doing like a mock ghost session thingy. It was pretty funny. We were kind of bored though. And so everything's fine until she asks whatever to start doing things, like pushing objects off shelves and knocking pictures off walls or moving things or turning off lights, right? So nothing's happening, and I think it's pretty funny, but she's looking kind of stupid and just speaking to the air like that, so I join in. And we're laughing and it's funny until her water bottle fucking falls off of her desk. Weird coincidence, kind of scary, but it was probably the wind or gravity. There's so many explanations there. Wasn't much water left in it anyway, so barely weighed anything. Her bedside light kind of flickers too, but again, electricity, power cuts, you catch my drift. I've kind of lost the mood and I'm feeling a little bit creeped out because of weird timing, but the stuff just eggs my friend on. She's grinning and laughing while joking about things touching us. Like giving permission, I guess. I was a little weirded out, but again, not exactly anything I firmly believe in, and even if I did, she can't give permission for me, right? So, it's her funeral. That was my thought process anyway. So we kind of stopped the jokes and games there and decided to watch a movie instead. Whole thing just kind of left my mind, to be honest. I went home, showered, went to sleep, everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. I had no dreams, I wasn't scared, and I'm genuinely just so confused right now. So anyway, I wake up and like my forearm kind of aches and hurts a bit. It could just be a morning pain or whatever it would be, and it would go away, so I go to the kitchen, make myself some breakfast, get dressed and everything. And then when I'm changing my shirt, I see fucking like scratches or something, and like bruises and stuff on my arm, and I just can't, right? So I'm confused, and I think that they were there yesterday, and I didn't do anything yesterday to get these, so what the fuck? Texted my friend who I was with yesterday, and she's confused as fuck as well. You've got a potty mouth, ma'am. And it's totally weirded out. You can't hear it, but my gecko also just yelled. He agrees. So her friend's also totally weirded out, and she shrugs it off and then jokes about it being like a ghost or like something from yesterday. Kind of just went, haha, yeah, and we both went offline. So I kind of just sat there for a bit, no thoughts, just this building feeling of panic. And just, well, no. So I just went outside, and here I am still. I texted my ghost-obsessed friend, but they didn't reply, so this is my last resort. No breathing. The old man with an oxygen tank. Between the ages of 6 and 13, I experienced something paranormal every night. The first year in my family's new home, age 6, I only felt incredibly uneasy. and I was very scared to sleep alone. My little brother didn't feel it. My parents just thought I needed to get used to the house. I slept on their floor for over a year. They forced me to start sleeping in my own room. That's when I started hearing noises coming from the basement. Every night I would hear a metal clang, and then a step thud, like someone was walking up the stairs and dragging something. It would stop at the top of the stairs. And again, I was the only one hearing these things at night. It happened every single night for 5 years. The last year we lived in the house, things really escalated. I began noticing items from my room ending up in the basement. My brother's toys would go completely vanished. Our pets refused to go into the basement. And I had a big slumber party for my 12th birthday. And an older girl suggested that we tell scary stories in the basement. I didn't like the idea, but I didn't want to be lame. As she finished her story, a rush of cold air went through me. As it passed, I heard a faint whisper say my name. Another time, while babysitting, I was babysitting my brother. He yelped in pain and said I scratched him. I was on the opposite side of the couch with all our animals outside. It wasn't a gash, but there was a red scratch that broke the skin. He stormed off to his room, and the same rush of cold air came back, but this time I heard a low laugh. The last 2 nights of sleeping in that house felt like something out of a horror film. The first night I heard the usual metal clang and footsteps up the stairs, but this time they didn't stop. I heard the footsteps come down the hall along with the sound of something dragging. There was also a faint sound of heavy but slow breathing. It got closer, and finally I saw the spirit for the first time. He was extremely vivid. He was very tall and sick-looking. He was an old man. He had an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose. He was dragging an oxygen tank. He was in dirty PJs. I remembered thinking his fingers looked abnormally long. I couldn't move, and all I could do was stare. He stared back and cocked his head. After what felt like a lifetime, he turned and went back to the basement. The next morning, I told my family what happened and just kind of shoved off as a nightmare. I wasn't asleep alone that night, so I slept in my brother's room. And again, late at night, I heard all those noises again. The only thing different this time was when he entered my brother's doorway. He tried to come in but couldn't. He seemed to become agitated and started wheezing. Again, I was frozen with fear. He tried to speak, and in slow, deep breaths he gasped out, "Don't leave me." When he said me, it was like a deep, loud growl. It felt like a boom, and I just screamed and screamed until my mom came in the room. We left in the middle of the night and got a hotel room. I haven't been back to that house in years. I no longer have connections to that town. I live in a different state, and I'm now 25. A few nights ago, I heard his breathing again, and when I woke up, I swear I saw a glimpse of his oxygen tank leaving my room. Has anyone had a childhood ghost reappear after leaving, or had something similar happen? Yes, I have, but I tell those things elsewhere.
Surreal moment this morning. Needs some debunking. You've all heard of the game Knock, Door, Run. I hope. It's where kids dare each other to sneak up to someone's front door and either knock it, ring the doorbell, or clatter the letterbox, then just run for their lives to avoid getting caught. Well, the skeptic in me thinks this has just happened. However, the believer in me is cautioning me not to be so hasty. My granddad was rushed to A&E last night with a suspected heart attack. after 4.5 hours of not being seen. That's because the UK NHS is in shambles right now. He discharged himself, and my mom just brought him home. Throughout last night, I kept hearing the items clattering around in my bedroom, and I saw a tall shadow figure slip in and out of the walls. That was on several occasions. The temperature plummeted too. I couldn't get warm. I put it down to my feeling stressed about his welfare, and I am very close with my granddad. While I do live over 100 miles away from him in the Northeast, my husband and I relocated in summer last year. I'd hoped my granddad would be able to visit at some point this year and meeting our new dog and see the sights of her new hometown. He'd been asking me to describe the local area to him in as much detail as possible. This morning I came downstairs, fed the dog, picked up her muck in the backyard, took the bin in to prep for her, collection tomorrow. Nothing out of the ordinary. I sat down and I called my folks to see if there are any updates. Yeah, he's up and about this morning, but after a shower he'd slumped into his chair. He was exhausted with barely any breath. The docs have called up many folks to say his one lung appeared softer than the other. They need to talk to him about his heart, so the sooner he can get in, the better. Mom ended the call with that and an assurance that I'd be kept updated throughout the day. I sat back, played a game of tug and war with the dog, then switched on the TV. The doorbell goes. Now, where our living room is, we would hear anyone creeping or walking or running up to the door. There's a big front window right next to it that picks up every little sound. It's double glazing, but the walls are pretty thin. Even if the culprit had scampered, I'd still hear the footsteps stomping away or even the front gate creak on its hinge, or the squeals and laughter from the kids. Keeping in mind the schools are off, but it's about 9:30 at this point. A bit early for a knock-door run. And by the time I got to the door, not even a minute later, there was no one there. There was no parcel on the ground. The postie has just been about maybe 10 a.m. No kids were hiding behind the front hedge of mine or my neighbor's front area. There were no people on the path either up the left or right side of the pavement down the front. Even if the kids had gone away, I'd still be able to see them running or trying to make a bid to hide. So, am I being paranoid? Do you think this is a case of knock door run? Or do you suppose something else is happening? I hasten to add that while my granddad was younger, or rather when he was younger, he practiced deep meditation and claims to have an out-of-body experience. He once told me that if he felt things were going south for him again, he'd happily put himself into a trance and just not return. As far as I'm aware, he's still alive, but very unwell. Am I just experiencing an overly active imagination? Well, if it's so far as you know that he's still alive, ask the man. Sounds like he could use some company. And for all you guys out there listening, I appreciate you and sweet dreams. See ya. When a hunter becomes the hunted. I know this is a rather cliché statement. One I'm sure has been used many times before. What I'm going to present are experiences that I've lived through, or ones that have stayed with me for a very long time. Backstory, very short. I first became interested in ghosts, paranormal phenomena, and supernatural events maybe when I was 10-ish. I had read a book that really piqued my interest. The first years of my journey into this part of my life at that time meant you went to your local library and looked through their indexes for anything you could find. What I did find was, just lackluster, boring, and, not helpful at all. My solution was to join a group and go out once to see what it was all about.
Like many, I expected to see full-body apparitions and paint peeling off. Maybe things being thrown around. But no, nothing happened. Fast forward to about a year ago. My early experiences taught me to lower my expectations and to treat any location that has claims of haunting, could be experienced, or meet the standards of tests that we use. All investigations should start without expectations. We, in fact, do not ask to be shown hotspots. We've done that for years. We've collected many cigarette smoke orbs, buzzing insects, or are eaten alive by mosquitoes. We've had some physical things like walking and knocking or banging. We've invited another group to join one night, and when they asked for a knock or a tap, it came almost immediately. As interesting as that sounds, we noticed one member missing. So we knew where the bangs were coming from, and no, we didn't give that group a hard time, only had a good laugh. After many investigations, some long quiet night, we start at dark, depending on the season. And we called the night at 4 a.m., and all that time, not once did I feel anything. No attachments, no odd feelings, no voices telling me to hop on one foot and yelling ow for an hour. Following a very active investigation, dark entity or possible demonic activity, we were spent by the time we picked up and left. Sometimes later I started noticing odd feelings when I was at home. Rooms that had never had any feeling to it became melancholy. I had a closet in the hallway and the door would open. I would just close them. And that happens, of course. I would close them and go on my way. The feelings in my home started to take on a very odd feeling. Like I walked into a room with people fighting. Like at times I could hear yelling. I got up to look and it stopped, and this continued for about a week or so. Every ghost hunter should have a good friend who's a medium, or can feel a presence around you or a location you live in. Long story short, she did find an entity, one I would identify as an imp. Not dangerous unless you'd try to chase it into a wall. They are mischievous little assholes, and their presence could mean a stronger force could come through. In my case, it did not. And I know this wasn't very exciting. However, one should always be careful when investigating or exploring. Things can wait in the dark, paranormal or human. Or things can wait in the dark, paranormal or human. I know of at least one investigator who was shot while in a homeless camp and he didn't know he was there. And another who spent 3 years in the hospital because of injuries he suffered from a location he dove too deep into. Always be sure if you should investigate. Just because you could not mean you should. What? You heard them. Has anyone ever experienced feeling like they're living between two realities or parallel universes? I've been going through something for the past 10 months. Maybe even longer. And I've never met anybody who understands it. I'm hoping somebody here might relate because I feel so lost and discouraged. Almost disconnected. Whenever I sleep, it's like I'm not just dreaming, like I'm actually living in another reality. These experiences feel more real than my waking life, to the point that I sometimes question which world is real. The places, the things, the emotions, it all feels like I've lived it before, like real memories. But none of it exists in real life. It started with terrifying, hyper-realistic dreams where I felt completely trapped. I was aware that I was dreaming. Every time I tried to wake up, I found myself in another dream. Each one scarier than, the last one. It's like I was jumping between alternate worlds, unable to get back to the real one.
every time it happened, it lasted longer, and I became more afraid that I'd never wake up in my real world again. One of the scariest parts was that I even felt physical pain from those dreams. One time, something hit me in the back of my head in a dream. When I finally woke up, I still felt the exact same pain in real life. It's like my body was experiencing things from this other world. I constantly see places in these dreams that I know so well, like I've been there countless times. I remember them from my heart, the same way I remember my own home. I know these places inside now, and I have a lot of memories with those places. But when I wake up, I realize they don't exist in the real world. The strangest part is that I haven't even dreamed of them before. It's not like recurring dreams. I already knew these places before ever seeing them in a dream, so that's how well I know them. But where do I know them from? That's what's making me feel like I'm losing my mind. It's not just places. I see things like objects and symbols, even specific details of everyday life that feel deeply familiar. I don't even think they exist in reality. These aren't random dream details. They're things I recognize with certainty, like they've always been part of my life. But they haven't, at least not in this life. These dreams aren't just brief experiences. Like every single night I go back to another life, and when I wake up it feels like I've left something behind. I can't fully be present in this world anymore because a part of me is still over there. Even when I'm awake and busy, I feel disconnected, like I don't truly belong in this reality. Because of this, I've stopped enjoying life. I don't want to make friends, have relationships, or even try to be happy. That's because I feel like I'm not supposed to be here. It's like I'm stuck in between two worlds, constantly thinking about the memories from the other place. I don't know what to do. I've tried talking to therapists and people around me, but no one seems to understand. They just think I'm imagining things or going crazy. But these experiences... Sorry, my computer does that sometimes. But my experiences feel real. And I know what I've seen, and I know how I feel. Has anyone else ever gone through something like this? I just want to know I'm not alone. Absolutely.
A ghost story or not, weirdest thing that ever happened to me. So I grew up in a semi-detached house. I don't know if you guys in the US have this term, but it's where houses are built in pairs as one building. They share a single wall in the center, but they're otherwise totally separate houses. Anyway, when my parents moved in, there was no fence between our house and the adjoining one. That was in the back garden, or rather just a single wire. They hardly ever saw the neighbor to begin with. If he was out in the garden when they went out, he would zip inside. He was something of a recluse, maybe in his early 50s. That was until one night my father had a bonfire in the garden. He noticed this guy in the shadows. He called to the guy, who came over and joined him at the fire. The chap's name was Jack. He was a very interesting character. He worked on the railways, and this was the early 80s. Don't recall exactly what, but it was something involving a lot of manual labor. He had built a machine workshop in his garden, all powered by a big coal-fueled steam boiler. I was too young to remember much, but apparently it was quite something to behold. He was a lonely single guy, but soon became a good friend of the family. We could just go over there and hang out, run between the gardens as we pleased, because he enjoyed the company. He was actually a really nice guy. Anyway, roll on a few years, and there's a giant thunderstorm. The next morning, Jack was found on the pavement between his house and ours. He had a heart attack, and it looks like he was trying to get our house for help or get to it. My parents realized after the fact that he'd been banging on the wall for help, but the commotion of the storm. They just had heard the noise, but not really put two and two together that the neighbor was trying to make contact. Shortly after, a new couple moved in. I was over there one evening, maybe 2 or 3 years after that fateful night. I was babysitting their baby. They were upstairs in a cot while I was downstairs watching MTV with the volume pretty low. As I'm sitting there, a tune begins to play. But it's not on the TV, it's to the right of me, and I swear it's the sound of tapping on a small wooden table. It's only a few feet away from me. I look over to the noise, to the table, and sit there almost frozen as the notes play. Their cat is walking past. It stops, looks in the direction of the table too. And this goes on for what feels like a long 15 seconds. I'm sat there almost frozen. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing on end, and I have the feeling of someone walking over my grave. The feeling isn't terror, but let's say I'm on hyper alert. The feeling passes quickly. I regain my composure. Go over to the table, tap my finger on it, and it definitely sounds just the same as the notes I was hearing. But I wasn't able to produce different notes by varying my tap like the noises I heard previously. It was sunset, not dark outside. Walked around the house, checked all the doors, which were all locked. Baby was still sound asleep in the cot. No way it could get out and no one else is in the house. I remain in the house until the parents return around midnight. I don't feel nervous, but all these years later, it's still an odd experience. I don't know how to really pigeonhole it. I don't read any more into the feeling of walking on my grave than a biological response to something unexpected and alarming in the moment. A communication from a deceased neighbor beyond the grave? Well, it makes the story a little more interesting, I guess. I don't really read into that either, but it was an odd experience that remains a vivid memory to this day. My sleep paralysis demon bit me. I've suffered with sleep paralysis since I was a child. Throughout all my years of dealing with this, I've had some truly horrific experiences. However, the one I had a couple of days ago has been the worst one yet. I woke up not feeling the greatest. I was up a few hours, and after not feeling much better, I decided to lay back down. I was gonna just try to nap it off. I was turned to my side, facing away from our bedroom door on the far left side of mine and my husband's king-sized bed. I felt my body relax, and I fell asleep rather quickly. Next thing I remember is slowly opening my eyes and seeing our bedroom wall. That and the door that leads to our bathroom, as the bathroom door was closed. I then tried to move and couldn't. As I've been through this many, many times, I was already mentally telling myself that, well, I was in sleep paralysis. I needed to focus on trying to move a little, such as wiggling my fingers, a tip I learned online. However, I'm already feeling scared, and I can feel my heart racing. I then hear the sound of our bedroom door open. Then it closed behind me. That was as our bedroom door makes a very loud and distinct popping noise. I immediately thought that it was my husband coming in to check on me. Thought he'd be able to get me to snap out of this horror. That thought quickly vanished as I heard heavy stomping running around the bed until they stopped directly in front of me. I see a very large and tall black figure standing in front of her bathroom door. This is the same figure Same figure I encountered in almost all of my sleep paralysis experiences. I can never make out any features. Before I can register any other thought, the large figure lunges at me. I feel the heavy weight of this thing on my body, and it feels like it's crushing me, especially my ribs. As previously mentioned, I'm still laid on my side with both my arms pulled up and my hands are tucked underneath my pillow. By now, I've closed my eyes, trying so desperately to move. That's when I felt teeth burying into my ribs. I don't know how to truly describe the awful feeling. It's an intense feeling of pressure, pain, and almost a tickling sensation. And it's one of the worst things I've ever felt. At this point, I'm trying to thrash away and trying to scream. I'm just completely paralyzed. Feel like I have no air left in me. And I never am able to make a sound. I can literally feel this thing's mouth opening and closing in different spots along the side of my ribs. And at this point, I'm mentally screaming and pleading to snap out of it. Next thing I know, I sit straight up in my bed. My heart's racing. I'm broke out in a cold sweat, and I can still feel tingles in my ribs on my left side. After my eyes dart around the room and I find it to be completely empty, I lift up my shirt to inspect my side. The skin's not broken, but the whole left side of my rib cage is bright red. I've done a good amount of research on sleep paralysis and understand the scientific explanation for it, but waking up with physical marks from these experiences is brand new to me. I've had a ton of anxiety when it's bedtime ever since this. I find it a bit hard to believe there's nothing evil or demonic about these sleep attacks. I have giant red marks across my ribs as I talk to you. Wish it was demonic, though. Well, I take that back. I do not wish it was demonic. But then at least I could confront, or perhaps confront the reason. A tale from the skeptic. Here's a little backstory for you. My wife and I were married after a 5-year courtship on January 1st, 2010. There were good times and there were some bad ones too. I won't go into many details, but during the course of our relationship, she suffered a major back injury. While she was recovering from this, she got addicted to opioids. Hydromorphone, to be exact. She got addicted hard. It overtook her life in several years. I tried to be understanding, I tried to help her myself. But when it became too much for me to handle on my own or deal with at all anymore, I demanded that she either seek professional help for her problem or her marriage was done. She did the typical addict things. She denied, she got mad, but finally she accepted. She checked herself into a detox facility for about a month. She struggled, but she succeeded. She left that facility and went straight into a full-blown rehab. 28 days later, she was home, clean and sober for the first time in years. We reestablished our relationship and fell in love all over again. Things were great for the next several months. We got to know each other all over again, too. It was great. That was until it wasn't. On May 2nd, 2018, she relapsed. I learned the following from reading her personal journals after she passed away. She'd been having some back pains again, and had been fighting the urge to start using drugs for the pain again. She had been fighting silently for a couple of weeks. When she broke down and relapsed, the drug she relapsed with was fentanyl. Bastards. She died within moments of her relapse. That was the only thing that was found in her system at the time of her passing. I was devastated. I spent the next months running on autopilot, and there's no need to get into that here. One thing I failed to mention was that my wife was an incredible cook and baker. I've been keeping in close contact with her family ever since her passing. One of the common themes during the holidays was how much they missed her baking and knowing that they would never get her treats during the holidays again. So this year I decided to try my hand at it. I'm not a kitchen adept at all, not even close. But I had her recipes and figured, what the fuck, let's try it. So off to the store I go. I load up on all the ingredients as per her recipes and fire up the stove. I spent 2 days making treats and dropping them off with her parents and brother and 2 sisters. Everyone was happy with the treats. There were some good conversations and a couple of tears. After everything, I went home and started cleaning up the mess. As I was standing in front of the sink doing the last of the dishes, I felt a hand. Not an object, a hand like a palm and 5 separate distinct fingers on my lower back. It startled me so much I screamed and took a jump back and looked around. There was nobody there, but I was suddenly overtaken with a sense of calm. I just felt right. I've never had something like that happen to me before. A few days later, I'm laying in bed just dozing off almost asleep. And that's when I felt something crawl into bed with me. I felt it crawl right beside me. I swung my hand back thinking it was our cat, and nothing there, nothing at all. I lay there awake for a while, hoping for something more, but still feeling that same calming warmth. Same warmth I had days earlier in the kitchen, before I fell asleep and whispered, "Thank you, I miss you, and I love you." Haven't had any more experiences since, but I'm no longer a skeptic. Those ones are sad, but I like those the most. Just me. Rubbing my eyes now. This is Paranormal calling my name, your destination for eerie stories and thrilling mysteries. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications
plus
for
old
weekly
female
chills.
Over 50 years ago.
Dare to explore
in
the
Northeast
unexplained
Ohio.
with us.
My aunt owned a huge 3-story plus full suite attic Civil War era mansion. I would often visit and play with my cousin in this house. As an adult, I realized the house was set up like a house in the movie Clue. It had the secret passages connecting certain rooms on the opposite sides of the building. My aunt used to rent out the rooms and suites to random people, and some of the long, dark halls had sounds of people. But I wasn't allowed to go past a certain point, and I never saw anybody coming in or out, so I'm not really sure if there really were other people there. I have a bunch of crazy stuff happen there, but this is about my last day. I guess I should also tell you my aunt and her 3 sisters, who all lived in other places in the same city, practiced witchcraft. All these people have since passed away. I did not practice witchcraft. I'm a Christian, but I've seen too much to not believe in evil and the paranormal. Anyway, the layout at the front entrance was, you stepped into a huge room that was off to your left, and there was a huge staircase that went upstairs. If you walked past that on the other side of the wall, there was a small servant staircase that went both upstairs and down into the basement. If you kept going that direction, you entered a room used as a schoolroom. It had a wrong map covering one wall and windows that looked to the front yard. If you went further, you'd be in the kitchen. That was the evilest feeling house I've ever been, then or since. On the last day I was ever in there, no one else was in the place, or at least as usual, I didn't hear anybody talking, and it was eerily quiet. I was in my early teens, and I had stayed the weekend. My aunt and cousin had to go back and told me they'd be back shortly. I was standing in the schoolroom window watching them both get in the car in the driveway. Then I heard in my cousin's voice say from the basement, "Hey Sarah, come here a minute." Now I'm looking at the voice's owner, outside getting in the car. But this was clearly her, and clearly loud enough not to be my imagination. There was no other sound that could have been mistaken for, and there was such a feeling of dread and evil, even though it didn't particularly sound to be like an evil tone. But I was terrified. I was frozen stiff for a minute while I figured out what to do. I was never going to go down there, but my only two routes was past that stairwell or through the passage in the kitchen to the dining room in the back of the house, then back through to the front stairwell. That's because I had to go up to get my money and overnight bag. I closed my eyes and took off running past the basement stairs, upstairs, back down, out the front door. I did close it, but it wasn't locked. I figured out how to catch the city bus home and never went back. I never told my family why I wouldn't go back, and as far as I can remember, they never pushed the issue. The house has long been torn down, and it was vacant for years, really. Then a major medical facility in the area purchased the land in the whole, like a few city blocks. It looks nothing like it did when I was there. But I always wonder, would I have died or gone missing or gone insane had I went down there? I always wonder if the current medical facility on the property is haunted. But I live 3,000 miles away now. My time working in a bar, once frequented by Al Capone. Several years ago, I was a local legend. For lack of a better term, at least in the bars where I lived. I bartender, I DJ'd, and I bounced. I'd taken a summer off and a friend called me. The next town over was a historic building, and in the basement of this building was a bar. Al Capone used to visit it during Prohibition, and legend is many people died there. This building was once a thriving bar and hotel but closed down. Not really quite sure why. It was also known to be one of the most haunted places in the area. Anyone that's ever visited there had stories. So, that being said, here's mine. The friend that called me said her friend, that we're going to call Julie, was bartending at this place. They were trying to reopen it. They wanted me to DJ and pull double duty and bounce. I said sure. I showed up a couple of hours before opening. I met Julie. She was waiting outside for me, refusing to be alone inside. We went in and she made me go to the restroom with her. My back was turned because she was too afraid to even do that alone. We waited in the office for the owner to show. We made small talk, but I kept looking over my shoulder. Julie noticed and said, "Yeah, they're watching us." Not exactly sure how long we were talking before I heard footsteps on the upper floor. Julie, who's a redhead, somehow turned paler. I wanted to go to investigate, but she wouldn't let me. Soon the noises grew, sounding like a chair or bed was being dragged across the floor. The owner showed up and we went to the bar to set up. He joked about ghosts and told me some tales about what he had seen and heard when he was alone there. The word was out about the bar, but since it was sort of out of the way in a small town, not a lot of people showed up. We ended up closing around midnight. I helped clean up and we all left together. As I was pulling out, I noticed a face in the window on the second floor. Not the most extreme of experiences, but it was strong. I could feel the fact that I was being watched. I never went back either. I was in my office today. That's when one of the guys came and got me. We have a giant industrial dryer that runs at over 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Also, there's no small-sized people here. Everyone wears extra-large-sized gloves or larger. Nobody can reach the drum of the dryer unless they're on a ladder. It's a big dryer. I followed him to his work. And, as it turned, there it was. A child-sized handprint in the dust, clear as day. Seemed like my little friend is making the rounds. The company where I work runs 3 shifts. I work the tail end of the 3rd and most of the 1st. I never mentioned it to anybody what I saw under my desk, though the aforementioned child's handprint is known by everybody now. This morning I came into my guys freaking out. They were up in the system working, around 40 feet from the ground. That's when one of them saw a little boy running around in pajamas. There's only 2 guys that, work nights, and, they were together. So they climbed down the ladders to the floor and searched for an hour for this kid. They said at one point they heard him giggle. And this is too strange not to be the same apparition I saw at my feet a few weeks back. Negativity is everywhere, and you should be aware of the consequences. I've been thinking about something I'm seeing more often in spaces like this. Way too much negative energy. You know, those vibes that drag a conversation down. Stuff like name-calling and downvoting just to dunk on someone, or even dismissing people without even trying to get where they're coming from. It's getting pretty common, right? Well, here's the thing. Negative energy doesn't just vanish. You may be familiar with the 3-fold rule. Pretty much what you put out comes back to you 3 times over. So, if you're spreading hate or maybe judgment, you're inviting back that negative stuff into your life, but amplified. The 3-fold rule is part of the law of return. Energy boomerangs. It's not about some cosmic judge smiting you. It's just a natural consequence of how energy flows. And here's where it gets real. Spewing negativity doesn't just bounce back. It opens doors. You're not just piling bad vibes on yourself. You're practically rolling out a welcome mat for something darker. Evil, chaos, bad luck, random sickness, unexpected expenses. And there are things that thrive on bitterness and hate. You're feeding them, giving them a foothold. There's people in these subs who genuinely have real gifts like intuition or insight or sight, and have had experiences that don't fit the everyday mold. It's what makes subs like this so different. But not everyone's going to vibe with that, and I guess that's okay. If something doesn't click for you, asking for clarification can keep things chill, and open up a real discussion. Like, hey, can you tell me more about that? It's simple, but it works. Especially when somebody's asking something that doesn't make sense to you. That's because it's meant for the OP. Another clue is if OP never responds. That's usually because they freak out at the accuracy or are caught in their lie. If you don't know how to ask for clarification or don't want to, it's best to just step back and not engage. There's no point in feeding the negativity or worse, inviting something you can't uninvite. It's risky. I see so much negativity on Reddit, especially in paranormal corners, and it often comes from people who don't get it, don't have the context, or think that they do get it. Ignorance or arrogance aren't crimes, but they don't have to turn into a flame war either. We can keep this space better by lifting each other up instead of tearing down, or worse, cracking the door for something truly nasty to slip through. I saw somebody adamantly arguing and name-calling who within a week posted elsewhere that they'd lost their job because they had no sick leave. They didn't have a way to pay rent. Someone else with a similar attitude got kicked out of school and their mom passed suddenly. A quote-unquote ghost hunter got their show canceled,
and they should know better. Another went to a demon sub to see how they could get rid of the demon they had attracted and had no idea how they attracted it and so on. Actions have consequences. I know it's hard to be nice, that's the point. All these negative entities have influence. If you understand that, you'll save yourself some trouble. Be strong. Don't give in to temptation. And if you must be mean, just know that there's always consequences, and sometimes they come when you least expect them. That's because giving you a false sense of security increases the shock factor and the negative emotions associated. Weird, animal-like thing. Since I'm a kid, I've been susceptible to all energy, or whatever you'd like to call it. After I started living with my boyfriend, who's also pretty susceptible himself, we've been learning more regarding the paranormal stuff. So, for the last 2 or 3 years, we were able to feel the atmosphere, like where we live if said energy was bad or spooky. We think that maybe some sort of portal opens up, and it allows things to get wild. As when we get that feeling, awful things happen in our city, like violent crimes, abuses, and fires, and you name it. I'll get into the portal thing in the next paragraph. The first time I saw something weird, I was with a friend walking my dog. It was almost midnight, and we felt observed. We were at a parking lot. My dog was nervous. She was looking behind her all the time, and she was silent, which is pretty rare as she's a Shih Tzu, and God knows they're insufferable little creatures when barking. We decided to go back home as we were walking toward the exit, and we saw this polar bear kind of an animal. It was big, like really big. And the thing was extremely fast, but it seemed hairy, white, and skinny. The head reached the top of a car window nearby, and the legs were outwards. I don't really know how to explain it, but it looked like the knee bent backwards. It had a hairy tail, and the hair was silk-like. I didn't get a really good nor bad feeling about it. It just weirded me out. It looked like an animal with no intrinsically moral compass. My friend, who doesn't believe in paranormal, asked me if I saw the same. I said yeah, which confirmed that I'm not crazy. A year or so later, I was at my window with my boyfriend. We were drinking tea while looking at the moon and talking. The night was quiet, and we felt peace. We were facing the same parking lot. This time, the night was clear. It was a full moon. And suddenly, my boyfriend points between 2 cars and says there's a big dog there. I take a look, and we both realize it is not a normal animal. It had a soft glow to it. The thing ran fast again, disappeared in less than 3 seconds. But it seemed fatter than the last time. I told my boyfriend about what happened with my friend, and we tried to figure out what was that thing. Last week, the atmosphere was feeling awful again. There was an increase in paranormal activity around us. We had to seal our home to avoid bad energies. We were out with our now 2 dogs, and our youngest started bawling. He was scared, but trying to put a brave front. We looked in the same direction, and the same animal-like white figure ran extremely fast. And this time, with no cars hiding it, the thing ran toward another direction. Not where it ran the 2 previous times. This time, we were able to see the animal closer, and the fur looked almost like feathers. But it looked like a mammal. I really don't know. All the times, we couldn't remember the head and face of the animal body. We believe some portal opened up and allowed bad things to enter this realm.
and in the process, some quote-unquote animals roamed free. Have you ever seen something like it, and do you have any idea on what it might be? Orb of light creature phased into my room 8 years ago, snarled at me, and I cowered in a blanket. 2-5-14. It was around 10 p.m. at night. I was alone in my room and I had a huge day ahead of me. So I wanted to stay sharp and get some last-minute studying done while on my phone before falling asleep. Then suddenly I noticed in the corner of my eye, tiny orbs of white light started to amass just outside the window next to my bed. Gradually, the orbs of light grew brighter and more pronounced. As it started to phase through the window, my once darkened room became flooded with almost blinding white streaks of light. As more and more white particles were manifesting themselves right before my eyes, I felt a great fear that something was coming, and that I needed to hide myself quickly, so I did the only logical thing I could think of at the time. I dove headfirst under the comfort of my bed coverings. From under my covers it was dark, but I definitely felt safer there despite sensing this unknown presence still approaching me slowly. I panicked as it was happening, but somehow I managed to calm myself down. I definitely didn't feel like I was dreaming. I was totally wide awake. I wanted to believe I was dreaming, but I managed to check my cell phone for the time, and it was only around 10 p.m. at night. Being able to quickly check the time on my phone seemed to confirm, for me at least, that I wasn't dreaming. When I got within a few feet away, I closed my eyes hoping it would just go away. I felt it stop right next before me. I wasn't sure if it was friend or foe, but I knew it was watching me. I felt its grand presence looming over me while I cowered. I also felt it could sense my fear, because as I started to succumb to the fear of possibly dying, I started to hear growling like from a dog. At first, it started off soft, but after some silence, there was a loud snarling sound, like as if from a wolf. Needless to say, I was very afraid at this point. And from there, I kept my eyes closed and I didn't want to move at all, so I stayed still. I felt if I had peeked at that moment that I might not have survived. I just wanted it to leave me alone. After some brief silence, the orb of light seemed to have shifted its focus from me and floated across the other side of the room into my walk-in closet, where it slowly dissipated. No longer feeling its presence, I hopped out of bed and followed after it toward the closet. Nothing. My supernatural encounter had ended. And from time to time, I wonder what would have happened to me if I'd looked at it instead of hiding. I'm not sure what it was, a cryptid and interdimensional being. Something or someone astral projecting even. Whatever it was anything but a dream. Has anyone experienced anything similar? I'm scouring my brain for a dream where I had a phone in it. I guess because I'm of that age where we didn't have smartphones. I think I was alive long enough before they came out that they just don't find their way into my dream. How about you guys? Anybody anybody in the following generation? Can you perhaps tell me if you have dreams with your cell phones in it or not? That's a question I haven't asked very many people, actually. I know this sounds crazy, but I'm 100% sure that I've been hexed. This is gonna make me sound schizophrenic, but bear with me here. I had a really bizarre dream last night. I was in a relationship with a white Muslim woman decades older than me. They wore a blue hijab.
She was not at all the type of person I would be attracted to in real life, but in the dream I thought she was beautiful. We attended this lecture on Rosicrucianism. That was together, and, well, Justin Bieber sat down next to me. He was kind of obviously on something, and he was hitting on me. It was pissing me off. I found the secret room in the building, and there were 3 different doors marked with the symbols of the different Abrahamic religions. I opened the door with the Star of David on it, and I found myself in a bedroom. My dad was in there, except he wasn't my dad. He was this weird, overly cheery stock photo character of my dad. He was trying to act normal, but he was packing a suitcase while he was talking to me. I visited a gift shop in the building with one of my friends, and there was this old guy at the counter. He was trying to sell me this crystal necklace. The crystal was black, and it looked like it had specks of blood inside it. I told my friend about this dream yesterday. She said she believed that I'd been hexed. She said that if somebody tries to force something on you or sell it to you in a dream, that's a sign you've been hexed. She also said that if something tried, or rather someone tried to feed you something, especially if it's a dessert, you have been hexed. I used to have a friend who dabbled in black magic. He had a couple of screws loose, and while he told me that if I ever betrayed him, he would either curse me or kill me. My ex also considered himself sort of a Satanist for a while. He was also trying to convince me to let him give me a vial of his blood, and he would beg me to give him my personal belongings, such as my clothes. Oh boy. There were a couple of strange happenings in a row at work right before I got laid off. One day I noticed that the woman at the register in front of me was staring at me. I tried to ignore it, and later my manager asked me to go over and help said woman's bag groceries, so I did. She said, "I'm sorry I was staring at you earlier, and this is going to sound really weird, but you sound exactly like my friend who passed away." I was like, "Damn, that's crazy, I'm sorry. What was she like?" And she said, "Oh, actually, it was a guy. You just remind me of him so much for some reason." I only mention this because it's relevant to the story, but I am a detransitioner. I was on hormones for a while when I was younger, and as a result my voice is deeper than most women's, but not crazy deep. At work I speak in a fake high-pitched customer service voice. I never told anybody there about my backstory. It felt like she could see right through me. The same day that incident happened, I went to go get a drink from the water fountain. That's when I noticed that there was this guy standing at the end of the aisle staring at me. Put his hand up to his face, and I swear I saw him lick it slowly, without even breaking eye contact. Very Frank from Blue Velvet-esque. This is all making me feel insane, and maybe I am insane, but I am convinced I'm being subjected to some sort of spiritual attack. Do you think it was a ghost or a home invasion? I live with my husband, my father-in-law, and my 3 dogs. English is not my first language, so bear with me, please. I was home alone with the dogs. One is my service dog, a gigantically oversized German Shepherd, scared of nothing. So he stays with me most of the day in my bedroom, whereas the 2 girls, both big but medium-sized German Shepherds and a Golden Retriever, they have their own room. Both rooms have doggy doors leading to the outside. Around midday, I hear the front doors open. Our house is extremely old, and it hasn't been updated since building. So the front door is incredibly loud, It creaks and it slams. It also has a metal door in front of that, which squeaks and slams with a vibration-like noise. Basically, it's a very loud and specific noise. My dog, who is sleeping, laying on his back in a deep, deep sleep. He shoots awake and he rolls over. His ears standing fully up and looking at me with the most terrified look I'd ever seen on his face. His eyes looked like they were bulging out of his head. As the footsteps started around the house, he was tilting his head, trying to figure out the noise, and kind of almost whimpered. It was like he was scared and confused. The noises got further from my room and closer to the back door, so my boy ran out. A few seconds later, after the door opened and the footsteps started, the girls ran out of their room into the yard, which is what they do when someone comes home. Once everyone was outside together, after about 4 minutes of footsteps, the 3 dogs all went to look at the back door, but all eventually went back inside, since no one was there to greet them. The footsteps continued around the house for another 15 or so minutes, till they randomly stopped. No door opening or closing to let someone out. When this was all happening, I did not think it was paranormal at all. I thought it was my father-in-law, and that my dog was just being dramatic. I sort of giggled at his facial expression. My husband came home an hour later, which is when he pointed out that there was a big puddle of pee, albeit a decent amount had soaked into the wood by now. It's where my boy was laying on the floor. My dog is not old. He hasn't peed himself since he was 5 months old. And as a service dog, he has to be strictly potty trained and has access to the outside through his doggy door at all times. He had peed himself out of fear. I told him what happened since it explained the pee puddle. He called his father. His father had not been home. He was in fact hours away. We frantically searched the house, thinking that somebody had broken in, but nothing was gone or even moved at all. My father-in-law and husband both think it was my deceased mother-in-law. They had died in the house 16 years prior. My husband and I had an extremely bad fight the whole day before, so they think it's somewhat correlated. Although I definitely believe in the supernatural, I'm also a scientist and trying to think of anything else that it could be. But it doesn't make sense, and I'm very scared to be home alone. The Toilet Paper Ghost. I got deja vu reading that name. That was until this incident occurred in 2015. I was visiting a friend in Portland for the weekend. Halloween weekend, as cliche as that sounds. The house my friend lived in with several other roommates was old. Everything creaked and groaned, especially at night. I wish I knew how old it was exactly, but I don't. On my initial tour of the house, I noticed it had a laundry chute from the upstairs bathroom leading to the basement cellar. That's where their laundry machines and a bunch of old spooky furniture from residents past moldered. Furniture from residents past moldered. Is that a word? And sat. Molded. Grew mold. Getting covered in dust and spiderwebs as well. They never touched the old stuff, but it was there. I was in my 20s then and was getting ready to go with my buddy to a basketball game. The Trailblazers versus the Suns. And then maybe at bars. While putting on my Halloween makeup in the bathroom mirror, I felt this odd sensation. This stillness. Then in the pit of my stomach, I felt anxious butterflies. The kind of thing you feel when you're playing hide and seek and you can see the seeker from where you're hiding. And there's something like moments away from finding you, you know? kind of frozen in this trance for a moment when all of a sudden a full roll of toilet paper tipped out from the rest of the pack, went onto its side in the floor, and began to unravel. With absolutely no draft in that bathroom, no fan, no gust of wind, this brand new roll of toilet paper just began to move and unravel by itself. It was unraveling down the laundry chute. Stood there, eyeliner in hand, poised against my eyelid, watching this teepee unravel to the mirror in which I was doing my makeup. When it finally made it to the end of the roll, the cardboard inner roll sort of just spun around in a circle for what felt like forever and then stopped. I kept standing there for a moment, unsure what just happened. Suddenly, my friend knocks on the bathroom door, which startled me. "Hey, is everything okay in there?" I came out looking super pale, and he's like, "What's wrong?" I told him what happened, and he looked at me funny. Told me he was just in the basement and saw a ream of toilet paper come streaming down and fold over itself in a perfect zigzag. He led me downstairs, and sure enough, I see the unraveled roll of teepee neatly folded over itself, with no one side really being any longer than the other side. He kept telling me, "Seriously, you're telling me you didn't do that?" And he finally believed me after some convincing. He had thought I was doing it and came up to check on me. I was just playing around with toilet paper for some reason, I guess is what he was thinking. But neither of us had been doing anything to provoke this incident, and he was digging through his laundry looking for his son's shirt. I understand it completely. Having read this, you'd think it's the stupidest incident you've ever heard of. It happened to me, and I know how stupid it is. But to me and my friend, it was crazy and bizarre at the time. Nowadays, my friend and I just laugh about it because why? What kind of funny little haunting was that? Maybe some presence wanted to play a classic Halloween night prank on us and TP the living room. The living. But to this day, I feel like some presence was playing around with that toilet paper. My friend didn't own the house and had only lived there for a few months, and never go to check and ask the main owner if there's other strange things that had happened there before. But I don't care what anyone tells me. I count this as a hilarious paranormal experience, with what my friend and I now call the toilet paper ghost. Potential paranormal activity. For context, I live in a home that is roughly 130 years old. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when it was constructed, since such records do not exist. But it is one of the oldest buildings within my town, and its 130-year history served many different roles, such as a police station, a dentist office, as well as hosting many different residents. As for previously recorded paranormal events within the home, not aware of any that have occurred. I did not have contact with the previous tenants, and from town folklore, there are no reports of hauntings occurring within the home. But regardless of lack of previous evidence, or perhaps more aptly put, lack of recorded evidence, let me share what I've experienced within the nearly 2 decades I've spent in my home. The first event that occurred was what I considered to be sleep paralysis. This occurred for about the first 7 years, almost every single night. And as I lay paralyzed on my bed, dark shadow figures appeared with horribly disfigured forms, their body less human, more akin to that of trees with sprawling branches, though I was not afraid seeing such things. I felt a strange sort of peace, almost as though they were guardians. But there was one that would appear that I did fear, a dark shadow figure, human in form, with no discernible features outside of the dark human silhouette. Now, this could just be run-of-the-mill sleep paralysis, but nonetheless, I wanted to share for the sake of context. Jumping ahead a few years, I began to hear knocking, some coming from inside the walls, and some, much like the experience I'm about to share with you, occurred outside the walls. As I walked down the hallway toward one of the bathrooms, which is the same hallway that used to lead to my previous bedroom, the one where shadow figures appeared a few years prior, I felt sort of negative energy, but I brushed it off. Entering the bathroom and shutting the door, I then heard a rapid succession of knocks coming down from one end of the hallway. They were at first quiet. Then they grew louder as they approached the bathroom door. Upon the knock that reached the door shook violently with a deafening sound. The knocks continued until they reached the end of the hallway, at which point they fell silent, and I've yet to experience a similar event. Now, to the past few weeks, I've noticed small things, odd occurrences with no seemingly negative intention behind them, and in fact, they've actually been helpful. One example that stands out to me was when I was getting ready for a busy day, and every cabinet I went to opened by itself. Sometimes, before I even raised my hand to indicate which cabinet I wanted, they just swung open. Again, this house is 130 years old, so I'm still skeptical. Nonetheless, it is peculiar. I've always jokingly said that if there are ghosts within my home, they're perhaps the most boring ghosts I've ever witnessed. Other than the events I've stated, I recall nothing else. Thank you for and I'm looking forward to hearing what y'all have to say.
An encounter I had in Iceland. Hello, I had a bit of a late night watching horror movies, and that caused me to remember a fun encounter I had a couple of years back. Kick-started my interest in the paranormal, you could say. See, I always have been extremely skeptical about every scary video, every scary story, and about spirits in general. But this one encounter changed all of that for me. I was around 16 at a friend's house. It was a rather old home that stood in the city of Selfos for a very long time, but it never gave off those ooh haunted vibes. Anyway, there were about 8 of us at this friend's house having a normal get-together. No alcohol, so can't blame it on being drunk. That's when I decided I needed time alone to answer a couple of text messages inside the living room. The living room stood right next to the dining room, so all my friends were in plain view. It started with me feeling a light breeze on my neck and a chill. Then a minute went by, and clear as day I heard a raspy old woman whisper into my ear. They were saying hello in Icelandic. I was, of course, jump-scared as I was deep into my texting, and I looked around seeing no one in the same room as me. So a minute goes by. My friend walks through the door, and mind you, that door is on the same side as the ear I got whispered in. So, as any rational person, I asked him if that was him whispering through the door. He denied it, and I brushed it off and walked into the dining room, joining the others with my back toward that living room. I told the group that I was going crazy and that I heard an old woman whisper. The owner of the house laughed and said, "No, you're not crazy. That's normal here. 4 people died in this house. An old woman and 3 men that had died of suicide." And as she finished saying that, my hoodie got tugged on, and multiple people had seen it get tugged on. And when I tell you I freaked out, man, I was like trying to shake a spider off me, ripping at my clothes and goosebumps all over my arms. Everyone was laughing at me like I was some dork. But after I was done ripping at my clothes like a lunatic, we heard heavy-set footsteps sprinting up the stairs. Sounded like heavy work boots, and after we heard the footsteps reach the top and run upstairs, a door slammed and the footsteps ended. Everyone in that house was in that dining room, and we all sprinted upstairs to search if anybody had somehow ran into the house and up the stairs. As you might imagine, no one was upstairs, and we searched every single room. Man, this entire encounter has 8 witnesses. So I can't find any rational explanation for any of this. The door couldn't have slammed because of the wind, as it was the middle of summer with barely any wind outside. Now, I do have another story from the owner that I find kind of wholesome, yet extremely creepy. She had reportedly once been awake near 1 to 2 a.m. on her phone alone at home. That's when her door swung open with footsteps approaching her bed. Then she heard that same old woman whisper and tell her to go to sleep. Then her door closed and her light shut off. I get a sort of protective feeling from that interaction, at least, and like she told me nothing ever violence happened and she learned to live with these spirits. I really wish now, with my interest in the paranormal, that I could go back and, properly investigate and see if I could communicate further, seeing as the spirit had greeted me. What could it have been? It's been years. I was about 11 or 12 years old when this happened. I was with about 3 or 4 cousins of mine at their house. I had gone to visit for the day along with my older sister. That's because she was babysitting all of us, given that, all of our parents had gone to work and we were left alone. Anywho, the story starts in what would be the backyard of the main house. That's when my uncle bought this property. It had sort of a ran-down house behind it, behind the main house, or the previously mentioned backyard. And us as kids, we would go in there and play and whatnot, and this day it was no different. We were playing, having fun, being kids. But all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, we will see my sister, and she is leaning against the wall of this said ran-down house. So we were confused a bit, but we call her name out, thinking nothing of it, and I remember her face, and it was blank. Never made eye contact, never cracked a smile. Nothing. Her eyes were just wide. They were wide open. Never forget it. And we're all at a standstill, calling her name out, hoping that she'll snap out of this and laugh. But she wouldn't move. And then suddenly she just took off running. She ran through the right side of the house. We ran through the left, thinking she was playing a prank on us, maybe to scare us. We decided that we'd all run to the main house and catch her in the act. Now, there is space on both sides of this ran-down house because both sides have driveways. But there's a catch. The side we ran through, the left side, had a gate, and the only gate is to the main house, and the other side that she went through, being the right side, didn't. So even if she hopped that 6 to 8 feet tall fence separating the house, we would have beat her to the punch and caught her. So we ran the same distance, but of course she had obstacles. Well, we didn't. Anywho, we made it to the house, and there she was, cooking normal. Well, normal as could be in this instance, and she was taking care of my then baby cousin. She wasn't fatigued, not tired, not out of breath. Nothing. We came in out of breath, so we asked what this was all about, and she looked at us confused, like we were insane. We all freaked out, told her what had just happened, and she swore up and down she didn't have anything to do with that. Until this day, I asked her to give it up, and 8 or 9 years later, she still says she has nothing to do with that, and I kind of believe her. That's because I don't just see it possible in no way, shape, or form. So I come to ask, if it wasn't her, who could it have been, or what could it have been? Forgot to mention, there's about a 10-foot distance between these two houses. So if she did in fact run back to the house, jump that fence, and so on, we would have saw her trying to jump that fence and trying to run, and also when my uncle When he bought this house, the main house was riddled with satanic type of stuff. So if I had to guess, maybe that could have came into play, but I don't know. Let me know. It's been 8 or 9 years, and LOL, need answers. I'd like you to define riddled with satanic type of stuff. End quote. Story with my young daughter. Not sure what to believe. We had moved into my mother-in-law's home when my daughter was 4 months old. By the way, my daughter's now 38. So we were a young couple, both 21, living with my best friend in his apartment when we got married. So when our daughter arrived, it was time to move to my mother-in-law's house. Had a backyard, baby's own room, and help from my mother-in-law. She was a widow, lost her husband when my wife was 2 years old. The decent-sized house that she purchased after her husband passed away. She was still working. That was while I was also working, and my wife was a stay-at-home mom. About a half year into this arrangement, my daughter started waking up screaming in the middle of the night. Since I was working, my wife got up and just tried to comfort her. But it always took more than an hour to comfort our daughter. This went on for 3 or 4 nights straight. Finally, my wife was sleep-deprived and frustrated, so she nudged me to get up and comfort the baby. The first night I entered her room, my daughter was standing in her crib crying and looking specifically at a corner. Picked her up to soothe her. No matter which way I turned while rocking her, she kept looking at that corner. The hairs on the back of my neck was standing. Eventually, she fell back asleep, though. By the way, this happened for 2 additional nights, crying and looking at that corner. But the nights after that, she would cry to wake us up. But by the time I got there, she was quiet, yet still looking at that same corner. Upon reflecting, even when we were at that apartment as a baby, she would look up to the ceiling corner above the changing table. She would babble, like she was talking to someone, but not directly at us. That's whenever we would change her. Because she was continuing to wake us up, approaching 2 weeks, we were both tired. So I brought it up to my mother-in-law. She was sleeping in the front room while both of our rooms were in the back. Told her the full story. I guess I was hoping she would share the load of soothing the baby. She said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll deal with this." And by the way, my mother-in-law is a deeply religious Catholic, never misses Mass, and combined with some of the superstitions from her country, believes in her powers of faith to heal small aches and pains through massage. Absolutely real, by the way. Interestingly enough, after we told her daughter didn't cry out anymore, and all of us got great sleep for a week. But here's the thing. My mother-in-law never got up to soothe the baby. The crying just stopped. I was amazed, so after a couple of weeks I stopped to my mother-in-law and asked her what she did. She simply said that she asked her late husband not to visit the baby because he was scaring her. That was it. My beloved mother-in-law passed away 7 years ago. Having watched our mother-in-law struggle in her home alone with all her health issues, we moved into a bungalow, since to spare my arthritic knees. During COVID, my daughter moved back home and had her grandson. And yet, sometimes my grandson would babble to a specific ceiling corner of the family room when we change him. And we all say he's talking to his great-grandmother, and even now has a fondness for my mother-in-law's pictures, even though he's never even met her. Rest in peace. My grandparents' home is haunted. My grandparents' home has always been haunted as far back as I can remember. Every animal in the house to this day refuses to enter the back bedrooms and hallways. Even my giant mud with separation anxiety. The feeling of unease and being watched is constant to the point many of my relatives refuse to use the bathroom in that house. It's down that hallway. I used to sleep in the worst room of the house, the one that just emanated negativity and fear. I have many stories from growing up in that house, such as shower curtains being yanked and whispers and footsteps in the night, opening and closing doors. But recently, things have kicked up a notch. My grandmother asked me to make the entity leave, and I did try. Sage, incense, holy water telling the entity to leave as it was unwelcome in the home, etc. It did not work. But things did, quiet down a little bit until now. Though I've moved away, I still visit often, and I also paint. I spent months on a painting of lovebirds that my grandparents wanted to take and place in their home. I didn't think much of it. Sure, books and small knickknacks randomly fly off the shelves, but a large painting would be fine, right? Wrong. This painting is nearly 4.5 feet long and 4 feet wide and sat perfectly above their fireplace. As my grandparents are older, they had not hung the painting due to being unable to use ladders. But they leaned it against the wall, and it stayed that way for weeks. Recently, they found my painting thrown to the floor, face down, with punctures through the canvas and the canvas frame, made of thick wood, and it was warped. The glass statues in front of the painting had also been knocked down, but they were unscathed, and nothing was found that could have caused such damage to the painting. My grandfather, bless his kind heart, painstakingly tried to repair the canvas and minimize the damage, though the frame is still warped. The painting itself no longer has gaping holes as he pieced it back together and taped back, even showing me his repairs that are far better than I could have imagined. He's carefully propped the painting back up, placed heavier knickknacks in front of it. Still, I am sad about my work being damaged, and I suspect it's from this entity. We don't live in an area where seismic activity would have been a concern, and even if it had been seismic activity, I would have assumed either precariously placed knickknacks would have fallen and been damaged. They have floor-to-ceiling bookshelves full of stuff in the same room, and the mantel still had most of its small and fragile stuff untouched, and nothing else is really out of place. I told my grandparents that I'm not equipped to tackle this entity and directed them to other resources. This thing, it's been a constant headache. That was really since I was a baby in that house, and I suspect it won't go anywhere else willingly. And made its annoyance at my removal attempt very clear. This is relatively tame compared to many stories I've seen on here, but I've been dealing with the paranormal my whole life, and this one particular entity is, incredibly frustrating. If anybody has any advice for grandparents, I'd love to hear it. Paranormal sightings from my work's back warehouse. Human-sounding noises, knocks, footfalls, scuffs. For context, I work at Alco Clothing Outlet. I feel comfortable dropping the company name now on account of the location I work at filing for bankruptcy. And the vast majority of the location is hosted by an extensive back warehouse taking up about 70% of the entire building. I work as a cleaner part-time, so it's rare I have to go back there for very long. But the majority of the stories I have, they stem from said back warehouse. Most importantly, this story's not mine. One of the store's cashiers, an older woman, told it to my manager, who told it to me the same day she heard about it. but several of my coworkers claimed to have witnessed the same thing. Anyways, as for the story, and why I bring this up. While she was on the main floor, my coworker, the cashier, she claims that she's heard sporadic and heavy footsteps on the roof of the building. Easily some dozen feet above us and made of metal and concrete. As far as I'm aware, nothing like this has ever happened before. Not to this extent. Especially since there's no maintenance scheduled for that day. And if there was, the roof would have nothing to do with it, much less the section over the main floor. The main reason I'm inclined to even bring this up, or to believe it, is because of another one of my personal experiences. My shift was cut an hour short one day. That's because the manager on duty needed someone to be cut from the schedule due to it being so slow that particular day. But in order to stave off boredom, since I don't know how to drive and my ride wouldn't be able to get me to another hour or so, I just decided to wander into the back warehouse. I went there to call one of my buddies on the phone. Since the lights were off and I was certain the last of the main back warehouse workers had gone home for the day as well, because who the hell works in the dark? So as I got nearer the janitor's closet to put the last of my supplies away for the day, I heard what was undeniably, to me at least, it sounded like the scuff of a sneaker on a tile floor. It was hardly 3 feet beside me. It gave me enough pause to swivel my head around and skedaddle back to the safety of the main floor's break room. Mind you, this scuff was maybe 15-20 feet away from the spot where I saw a shadow figure weeks prior. Finally, since I feel it's partially relevant here and probably doesn't warrant its own conversation, many of my coworkers once again claim to regularly hear knocking from the main wall separating the lit floor and the dark warehouse. The only wall without any kind of window, gate, or door. Though that one could easily be explained away in my mind. Does anyone think this could at all be related to the quote-unquote tall figure that ducked out of view that I'd mentioned in a prior confession? Or if it's even paranormal at all? I'd love a second opinion from anybody who doesn't work at that building. Does anyone think this could at all be related?
The ghost we nicknamed Kurt Cobain. My family believes in ghosts. We have a lot of stories, especially from the current house they live in. We also prefer to deal with things in a flippant way, and I mean that we bless the house how many times, and some things always come back and starts drama. My mom believes that entities attach themselves to me, and I end up taking them home. But that's a story for another time. When my sister was in her younger teens, she really liked Kurt Cobain. Had a poster of him on her wall. My mom was kind of grossed out by it, saying his negative energy from him committed suicide would affect my sister. Yes, dramatic over a poster, but that's the type of person she is. At some point during her occasional lectures, in an effort to spook my sister, she said, "Kurt Cobain climbs out of that poster and makes you have bad dreams." And that started it. The ghost we would hear in that specific part of the house was now Kurt Cobain. And involving friends and relatives into the lore was a fun experience. Kurt Cobain walked around upstairs. This room was kind of a converted attic in a one-level house, so if Kurt Cobain was awake, anyone on the first floor level would hear. People tend to feel uncomfortable in that room, aside from my sister and myself, who shared the room with her, and I was around during college break. My boyfriend, who never really believed in ghosts, had his first experience while staying over there, and we now call it the Kurt Cobain confrontation of 2015. Good movie name. My family had left the day before for vacation, and my boyfriend and I were going to follow them up early the next day. So we spent the night at the house because we were going to grab a few extra things in the morning. As we went to bed, the light we turned off flicked back on. Then we heard Kurt Cobain stomping around upstairs and opening drawers. In the morning, when we were just kind of grabbing what we needed to, we saw that my sister's bed, a large piece of furniture that has drawers attached, was completely moved to one side. This extends to others staying over, like my sister's friend staying over during a party hearing 3 loud knocks just recently. And in case you're wondering, yes, if you were in the same room while Kurt Cobain was walking around, you would definitely hear him, though it usually sounded like shuffling. To avoid from being scared shitless and being unable to sleep, I would plug my earbuds in and listen to some basic white noise or rain. Or something super normal, maybe. And tell him to just leave me alone. Something I ended up getting used to with various entities in that house. In regards to that room, once I was staying there while I was in town and my sister was out of town, it was about 11:30 p.m., so everybody was in their respective rooms. I'm watching a YouTube video on my phone when I hear boom. It sounded like a bowling ball was dropped in the closet. I'm absolutely shocked and I'm trying to investigate the sound. And my other sister just comes in to check on me. She said it sounded like I fell off my bed. Then my parents, who were staying at the renovated basement, doing a lot of construction in the house, came up to scream at us over the ridiculous amount of noise we're making. This asshole Kurt Cobain did something so stupid loud my parents in the basement woke up. Could never figure out what the fuck the noise was. Nothing was broken or fallen over. So that's the short story of how my family handles scary stuff. It's fun to say, oh, that's just Kurt Cobain, when somebody's staying over hears something weird from upstairs. Estes method at home. One day it was just me and my sister at home alone. My sister, a 19-year-old female, downloaded an app that basically worked like a spirit box. Both my sister and I thought it'd be funny to try it out. So I blindfolded my sister with an old scarf of mine, and my sister used her earbuds to hear through the app. At first it was normal, until my sister started hearing words like help. I asked who was this, who didn't answer, only silence. I asked again who was it, and this time it said attached. I asked who are you attached to, and it said red hair. My sister dyed her hair red a month before. And for confirmation, Kay asked, "Are you attached to my sister?" And it said yes. I was kinda spooked and asked, "How many of you are there?" Only to receive, "We're here." I asked if it was in the house, and I only got the word forest and come find us. The town I live in has a forest on the west side of town, and 3 of my friends lives there. I asked again who this is, and I received a response, "He's coming." Like anyone, I asked, "Who is coming?" Only to get, "He is," and run. I asked, "Who is he?" I got, "Don't speak of him." It was weird. I asked some more questions, but all I can confirm was that there's either an entity or a demon in the forest. But I then decided to try to change the topic and asked, "How did you die?" And I got the words bombing. And it turns out, back World War II-ish era, there was unexploded hand grenades in a building on the main street of the town I live in. And turns out, back in 2006, a contractor found those grenades. I got my sister out of the Estes method and told her about what I found out. Then I suggested I go under, so I did. My responses wasn't like my sister. Mine sounded more panic, scared, saying words like "run and get out."
And when my sister asked who she should run away from, the thing said her. My sister asked if the spirit was afraid of me, and the thing said yes and dark hair. My hair is a dark brown. There is more than was said that I can really remember, to be honest. But the one thing I'll always remember was hearing the loud male's voice say, "Get out." I was spooked out and got out of the Estes method, and after taking a little break, I went under again. But this time I only received silence, and the words like, "Not safe, run, and get out." After all that, we can confirm that there was spirits attached to my sister. The spirits are maybe afraid of me for some reason. And also, there's an entity or something in the forest. And I gotta say, I have never witnessed a legitimate phone app for anything like this. So I remain ever skeptical. Not that I'm a non-believer, but a non-believer in 99.99% of phone apps.
My paranormal encounters as a child. Story number 1. My first experience was from when I must have been about 4 years old. My mom would tuck me in bed every night, close the door to my room. I always insisted on having my door closed as I couldn't sleep if it was open. It would remain closed until I got up and left my bedroom in the mornings. One night, my mom tucked me in, left the room, closing the door behind her. I fell asleep, and then in the middle of the night I woke up again. My door was wide open and standing there completely still. There was a fully black cloaked figure. It was as tall as the door frame. I instantly tucked my head under the covers to hide and cry myself back to sleep. And when I tell this story to people, they write it off as a dream. Part of me wants to rationalize it that way, but the thing that confirms it was real for me is that when I woke up again in the morning, my door was still wide open. I can't explain that away. Story 2. My second experience was over a period of a couple months. This story was when I was about 9 years old. I've been having my usual random dreams as I normally did, all unique to each other and normal. It's like apart from one thing. Near the end of every dream, I'd look down at my wrist and see a small line. Each dream, it grew a little bit bigger, and I remember thinking it was a bit strange, but didn't spend too much time thinking about it. That was until the last dream I had featuring this wrist line. In this last dream, the line had fully wrapped around my wrist like a bracelet. I don't remember the rest of the dream other than it had an overwhelming sense of dread. When I woke up, I looked down at my wrist and I had left a tight rubber band from school around my wrist that night. It had caused my hands to swell like a bunch of bananas. And this one creeps me out because it was almost like the line on my wrist was a countdown timer to when I'd make this mistake. My final story. I guess this one was when I was about maybe 12. Me and my older sister shared a room at this point. It was just a normal day after school. It was just me and her in the house, and she went to have a shower while I was sat in bed playing Xbox. Normally, my mom wouldn't be home until about 5:30 p.m. from work. But at about 4 p.m., I heard the front door handle be pushed down quickly, but loud. It was a very specific noise I'd known since I was tiny. When my mom would come home, I'd hear the key in the door turn and the handle go down and the creak of the door opening. But all I heard was the handle. I thought, Oh no, Mom's gonna be mad. We forgot to lock the door. But then I heard nothing else. Eventually, I went down the stairs and I saw the door was closed and locked. I still can't explain what that noise I heard was. It was a very distinct noise to me as a child. The sound of that old clunky door handle was nothing like any of the other sounds that I could rationally think of. A beautiful neighbor. A couple of years ago, I had come home from a typical day of work, and I'd run out quickly again to do whatever errand I had for the afternoon. I live alone, but occasionally I have my kids with me. I have a corner lot in an older suburban development, and I'm surrounded by really good neighbors. The woman across the street from me on the small side of the street was in her mid-90s at the time. She was actually somewhat active for her age, frequently going out late at night and driving herself most of the time. Whenever I would see her in her driveway, I would make a point to say hello and ask if she needed anything. In addition to being somewhat active, she was also very witty. She always knew my name and noticed things like a new car whenever I would pick up one or something. She would notice things like a new car whenever I would pick up something that I cleaned up in the yard. If we happened to see each other when we were in our cars, either pulling in or pulling out of our driveways, which faced each other, she would simply make a point to wave in a very generous way and smile. I got to know her sons a little bit, but they're both about 20 years older than me. We didn't have much in common, but we would chat whenever they would stop by to see her, and both of us happened to be outside. Probably around 4 or 5 months prior to this incident, I told one of them that she was out the other night. He had stopped by, but she wasn't home. He was surprised to learn that she had still been driving herself. I don't think anything of it because she never really seemed to have any problems and seemed to be very with it, so to speak. Soon after that, her car was gone, and the two men started checking on her more regularly, even though one of them had to drive a couple of hours to get here. So, getting back to the sunny afternoon, I pulled out of my driveway to go about my business. I saw her sitting in her driveway in a white suit, bluish blouse, and sunglasses on. Pulled away slowly and waved at her, as I always had. She didn't wave back, rather she used one hand as a visor, and she was trying to make out what she was seeing, sort of. Despite it being me, who she had seen hundreds of times before, being only about 20 yards away. I sort of shrugged my shoulders, didn't think really anything of it, and went about my day. That was midweek, and to this day I don't know if it was on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday. Wouldn't have ever given it a second thought because it didn't really matter. That is, until that Saturday. Came home from whatever it was I was doing, and both the boys were there with their families or just trucks. Figured they were either there to celebrate something or maybe move her possibly closer to them or in a nursing home or somewhere else. Of course, I went over to say hello, and asked what was going on. The older one told me that she had passed away unexpectedly of a heart attack. I was shocked and told him that I had just seen her in the driveway. I had waved to her. He said that it had happened around 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday. Rather than being overwhelmed by fear or anxiety, my mind immediately went back to seeing her that day. Still don't know if I had been one of these last people to see her alive. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 12, 13 hours before she had passed, or if I was the first one to see her after passing. Well, I'm not feeling so well, so I will see you guys later. Sweet dreams. Experiences from a childhood haunted home. I'm having trouble sleeping, and I've been reading a lot of these posts here. It's making me want to post my own family's experience. I was young when we moved into this place, but I remember a lot of the stuff that happened. That's because it consumed our life, the time that we spent there. Fortunately for me, I've only had a couple of experiences myself at this place, and I'll start with those. The first experience is that one night my older brother and I, we shared a room, went to bed around midnight. Anyway, it was just us that was left awake at the time, and as soon as we laid down, we heard noises coming from the attic right above us. We had a bunk bed, and I had top bunk. It sounded like someone was playing a game of marbles up there, which is weird because we didn't even own any marbles in the house. My brother and I are both like, what the hell is that? We eventually decided to ignore it and go to sleep. The next morning, my older sister went up there. It was her bedroom, and she had spent the night at a friend's when we heard those noises. And sure enough, when she got up there, she found a bunch of marbles on her floor. No idea where they came from. The other unexplained event that happened to me also involved the attic. I was upstairs alone, and my family was downstairs. All of a sudden, I hear this loud thump come from the attic, and I freak out and run downstairs and tell my family. My sister went up to check what it was and found her baton trophy in the middle of her floor. It somehow moved there from its spot on her dresser behind her radio on the other side of the room. Okay, so the worst experiences happened to the rest of my family. My oldest sister in the attic told us that she would wake up in the middle of the night many times, and she would see an old woman standing in front of her closet, just staring at her. She'd be too afraid to move and would usually end up just ignoring her under the covers. The worst experience for my sister happened late one night. I wasn't home for this, but I heard about it later. She was in her room when she said out of nowhere she felt a presence. And then everything in her room started shaking. Like her dresser and walls and bed were thrashing about, and the old woman was in her usual spot and pointing at her. My sister ran out of the room, and my mom had spent a long time calming her down before she could explain what happened. Okay, I'll tell one more story that happened there. I'm on mobile, so I'm sure the formatting on this is probably shit. Anyway, whatever we had in that house was evil, and it didn't like the women in the house. This was made apparent when one morning, all the women in the house, my mom and 3 sisters, they all woke up with a similar bruise on their left wrist, like something grabbed them hard enough to leave a mark. No idea what caused it. The creepiest part is shortly after that happened, I was in my mom's room while she was changing the sheets on her bed, and when she removed her sheet, there was a fucking handprint and stain thing on the side of her bed. And this thing was not a human hand. The finger marks were long and very skinny, and the palm was also not human-like. Freaked the hell out of my mom. Welcome to Paranormal Figures in Black Robes, where we reveal the secrets of the supernatural. Subscribe now.
Before this all happened, I want to explain what happened to some stray cat my neighbor,
to explore
number 1, was
the unexplained.
He would feed it antibiotics and food, and also had more cats around his house. So I was out peeling tomatillos for some food I was cooking in my front yard. Tomatillos. I heard some dogs fighting, and this was usual since my neighbors, the second one, had chihuahuas which typically fought and barked all day. They went on for a while, so I checked to see what was wrong, and when I looked over, I seen the 4 dogs ripping the strayed cat neighbor 1 was taken care of. Neighbors 2 didn't care and didn't even call their 4 dogs in. I tried saving it, but it died in my arms, so I asked the neighbors if it was his. I didn't know until now, to which he said no. And so I decided to bury it in my backyard. I washed my hands and went back to my front yard to keep peeling tomatillos, but I'd seen something strange happen. This man on a bike I never seen started to ride back and forth through the alley near our house as if he were looking for something. I didn't think much of this until now. This recently happened a day ago on my way to work. I woke up at around 4. Started on my way as I would usually, but as I reached the intersection near my house, I seen a man with a black coat or robe down to his feet. The car lights were very bright, but his face was not visible at all. I was spooked, but didn't think much of it and continued my day as per usual. After work passed, I head back home and got out of my car and went to go get my mail, which happens to be near neighbor one's house. So, as I always do, I started a conversation with him. He thanked me for burying the dead cat in my backyard and wanted to say something else. He had told me that he had also experienced and seen some man in the black robe near the same intersection. It was around the same time, that time being 4 a.m. Though his experience was much worse. He opened his garage early like he would every other day to start his yard work. Just wanted to add this, but his yard is beautiful. But when he opened the garage and looked out, he was shocked to see a man in a black coat on the sidewalk. The man was standing there and was looking away from the houses. My neighbor grabbed an axe from his garage and waited. The man in black turned and slowly headed toward neighbor number 1. And out of nowhere, another man with exact features and no visible face came from the right side of neighbor 1. Started to walk toward the first man in black, as if they were meeting up. Once they got close, they started walking back and forth on the sidewalk. Neighbor 1 stayed there for an hour, but the men didn't stop walking back and forth. The sun started to rise, so he closed his garage and locked his doors. We hadn't had any encounters from then, or perhaps since then. Spotted shadow animals, blobs outside. Like the title says, I've had 2 experiences of spotting black shadow animals or blobs in my backyard. I'm putting this under apparition since they weren't people, but I can change the flair if that would be a better fit. The first was very distinctly cat-shaped. That's what I thought it was at first, since the occasional stray or outdoor cat visiting isn't super unusual. And at that time, we had an orange and white cat nearby recently. It was under a row of conifer-type trees, so it was shaded, across the yard from where I was. I didn't have my glasses on, and I'm nearsighted, so I was watching it because, well, cat. Totally understand. Then it walks behind a tree trunk, disappears when it should have popped out the other side. Think of the cat from Coraline. These weren't super skinny trunks, but they weren't so fat an entire cat could hide behind them at that angle it walked behind the tree at. The second one was more indistinct, and that makes me say blob as well as animal. When I saw it, however, my first thought was bunny. It was about bunny-sized and seemed to sort of leap under the shed. I turned the corner a second later, and there's nothing there. The strange thing is that I had our older puppy there on a leash with me. He was really little and still learning where he was and where he isn't allowed to be. He has a very high prey drive and a good nose. And if you have a treat, he knows which hand it's in 9 times out of 10. But he had no reaction whatever this was, which, if it was an animal, surely he would have noticed if it, did with my weaker human senses. I actually posted about this on my Tumblr a while back, and somebody had commented that they had an experience with what they call a shadow toad. Apparently, it crossed their path while they were walking in the forest with their dog. Shadow toad. Potential explanations I've thought of, but I'm a bit skeptical of, and why. If anybody has any other explanations or similar experiences, I'm open to hearing them. I'd class myself as a skeptical believer in the paranormal. Dash. Black or... Melanistic animals. Never heard that word. Relating to melanin? Melanistic. Black or melanistic animals. No one else saw a black cat or a rabbit near a property. All the animals that visit us are squirrels, rabbits, with a rare fox, or maybe a groundhog. Occasionally an opossum. None of them are completely black, and if they were, surely they'd have been spotted again at some point, considering we have 2 puppies that go out fairly frequently. That, and like I said in the story, our energetic high prey-drive puppy had no reaction to this. The cat was just a cat that just happened to sit or climb up the tree at a perfect angle, and it looked like it vanished. And this cat was going in a straight line from my perspective from one side of the tree to the other. If it was at an angle, I'd be more on the fence or inclined to believe it was just a cat. I know a lot of blob cats. Is it a blob? Is it a cat? It's a blob cat. Messages from animal spirits. These incidents happened many years ago. I hope you find them interesting. Back in the 80s, I used to really be into Native American studies, taking classes, going to powwows, using sage to smudge and pray, and so forth. Around spring, probably 85 or so, I went on a hiking trail near the Bay Area. It was off of Prospect Road near Stelling and Cupertino in California. Correction, the trail was actually in Saratoga. Don't recall for sure. I remember while hiking on the trail getting a strange, uneasy feeling that was kind of a bad energy. So, the next time I went there, I hiked for a bit on the trail. I went up a hill just a bit, sat down facing east. I smudged myself and, rather stupidly, prayed for the bad energies and spirits or whatever it was to leave and be replaced by positive energy. Which probably was not a wise move. Probably not even 10 seconds elapsed before I heard an animal, like something with 4 legs running up from behind. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood up. I was too stubborn to get up or even to try to look back. Ran to my left side, very lightly hit my left shoulder. Went a few more feet and then vanished. I couldn't see anything with my eyes, but I could feel it, and I could hear it running through the leaves. Needless to say, but saying it anyway, made sure my sage was completely out, gathered everything together, and left. I guess I got the message that this wasn't my business to do this. Another time was in late 1989. Went to a sweat lodge, and the medicine woman was flapping an eagle wing while saying her prayers in Lakota. It actually sounded like there was an eagle inside the lodge. I was praying for the eagle to hit the top of my head because I needed help mentally. I'll take one too. I won't go into details, but I really pleaded for help. And when it didn't happen in the lodge, so... However, later that night after getting home, taking a shower, lying in bed, a spirit bird materialized at my closed bedroom door, flew across my room and hit me in my chest and vanished. And I say spirit bird because although I couldn't see it, similar to the 4-legged animal, I could hear its wings flapping. I could also feel its energy. I told a friend of mine what happened, and he said, maybe your heart needs healing more than your head. That's good advice. After thinking about this, I think this was, and unfortunately still is, correct. I had a lot of anger over the years for various things I'm not sure I really want to talk about. Some of it is just for forgiving myself for being immature. I don't think the spirit bird healed me, but was rather giving me a message. Funny, as a boomer, I know I still have a ton of work to do on myself. I hope to attend the Stanford powwow this summer. be kind to each other, and to yourselves also. I'm just gonna back up that last statement. My creepiest encounter. Anyways, my family and I came back. It was late at night from a family gathering. Everybody went to sleep and, it was late. And to be clear, back then I had a room in the basement. It was next to my room and my sister's room, and next to her room was my parents' bedroom. And to be clear, if you want to go to the parents' bedroom, you gotta go through my sister's room. Then there's a tiny floor which leads to my room as well as a bathroom and a stairway. My room also leads to our main floor. After you open the door, there's a stairway going up. So, just as I'm getting comfy, I've heard strange noises from my parents' bedrooms. Like something slowly approaching, but not steps but like something on wheels. I heard it say something I didn't understand, in a robotic kind of a way. And I was already freaked out and I didn't really know if I should turn the light off or on. I let it stay on and was really close, and as every kid I pulled my blanket over my head and the thing stopped before my bed and said, "So." It stopped before my bed and said, "So." At this point, I was absolutely terrified and I couldn't move because I was deathly scared. I gathered my courage and watched what was standing there, just watching me. I think it was a witch just watching me. You might think that sounds stupid now, or that it's just the imagination of a child, but hear me out. I live in Germany. My region is famous for Walpurgisnacht. Maybe. Walpurgisnacht. So basically, all witches meet up at this place on the Hexentanzplatz and dance with the devil. So why is this important, you might ask? My aunt once gave my family a witch. It's like a sort of doll. You can hang it anywhere, and it looks like the witch is floating on a broomstick. Anyways, this witch is still there, hanging directly before you enter my old room under the stairway I mentioned earlier. She also looks really scary, so now it's getting crazy. My sister once slept in my bedroom since we had guests, and I slept in my mom and dad. Or probably by them. And after that night, my sister told me that she saw some sort of a witch. To be clear, my sister is 5 years older than me. Could be that she was scared, because I've told her about my encounter before and she was scared after that. Maybe she just imagined all of this. Her reaction the next morning was real and she was really scared. Now, about 10 years later after that accident, we still have no clue what we've encountered there. We both aren't skeptics. My memory is blindsided by attempting to speak German.
Just involuntarily astral projected again. WTF. I tried to train myself to astral project. That was when I was 12. And as a result, I ended up getting really good at lucid dreaming. I can also astral project, but I can never control when it happens. Usually, I have limited control over my quote-unquote movements when it does happen. It feels a lot different than a lucid dream, though. It's hard to explain. But when this happens, I can feel myself rise out of my body. Sometimes I immediately get transported to somewhere else. Sometimes I don't. Can't control this either. before I was even close to falling asleep for the nap I just rose out of my body. I got transported to a road that ran through some wilderness, someplace where it was nighttime. And by the way, it's the afternoon where I'm at. So I was flying fast down and above the road, but it felt like somebody else was pulling me. Since I knew what was happening, I said out loud, "I know I'm astral projecting again. Can I please be in control this time?" And I was gently placed back into the ground, on my feet. I began to just walk to try to explore, because for once I wasn't terrified about what was happening. I was actually interested in exploring my surroundings. Then, quite rudely, I was transported right back to my body again. It was like I was laying down where it was, but I wasn't in my body, if that makes sense. You would think this next part was sleep paralysis. But no, I get that too. The feeling is remarkably different. I looked over to the side of my head, and a white, bald guy in blue scrubs was standing over my bed and watching me. I yelled, "What the fuck?" Then I just sat up. And this is the difference with sleep paralysis. You can't move at all. But with astral projection, you can move your spirit. He seemed kind of shocked that I saw him, like he just got caught. He backed up toward my bedroom door. So I shouted at him again, "Who are you? Get out, leave. You're not welcome here." As you do if a ghost is bothering you. He made the arm motions that said, "Okay, okay, okay." You know, similar to the "I surrender" gesture. He bowed and walked out of the door. And as he bowed, the space where the top half of his body moved from, it was black like a shadow. Then I just rose out of my body, by my choice this time, and floated around the room and saw my body still in my bed. I started getting that panicky feeling I usually do when I astral project, that I'll die if I don't return to my body immediately. So I floated right back to it. I got back in, and a few seconds later, I was able to quote-unquote wake up again. This whole ordeal took maybe half an hour. I was a little more in control this time than I normally am. And this is the first time I had absolutely no trouble getting back into my body once I tried to. But who or what was that guy in the blue scrubs? Mind you, that's no sleep paralysis demon. He looked normal. And he was kind of pathetic, not scary at all. Plus, I don't get paralysis demons when I get sleep paralysis anyways. Strange happenings at a bed and breakfast in Antietam battlefield. From 3/18/320, I stayed in a rustic bed and breakfast near Sharpsburg, Maryland. It's overlooking the I don't know how to say this word. Antietam? Antietam? Antitam. One of those, hopefully. Battlefield. Obviously, I was aware of the area's haunting reputation. I very much believe that the area is extremely haunted, especially after my time there. But I didn't expect just how soon things would begin happening. For context, I was staying there with a friend, in rooms adjacent to each other. Each room had a private screened-in porch that had somewhat of a unique view. Each room had a different angle of the battlefield. Anyway, I was sitting on my porch at around 9 p.m. The sun doesn't set as soon as it does on the flat land due to the elevation, so it was still slightly light out. I was able to watch the sun set, and as it was setting, began to be overwhelmed with feelings of dread. Eventually, it went away, and I was able to calm down. At around 9:30, I began seeing a very faint light in the field. It was dancing and undulating, but not bright enough to be a car's headlight. Mind you, I'm overlooking the site of one of the bloodiest days in American history with quite a bit of residual energy. I would soon figure out that the light was the least of my worries. I called my friend over to take a look.
We decided to go onto his porch to take that look and see if we could see this light from maybe a better angle. After looking at the light for a few minutes from his porch, I suddenly look slightly to the left. I see a black shadow figure manifest from the ground, dart in front of a tree, and retreat back into the darkness. It was already dark outside, but there were outdoor lights, and I could see the very dark black figure even against the background of the night. Upon seeing it, my body was overwhelmed with goosebumps. I was so freaked out that I went back inside. I consider myself a relatively reasonable skeptic. I keep an open mind, but I will always try to debunk something. I had no reasonable explanation for what I saw, and I did not sleep that night as the feeling of a presence in my room filled me with some serious trepidation. I jumped at every knock, I jumped at every creak, and I'm a full-grown adult. I've never been so genuinely scared in my life, to be honest. The next morning after breakfast, I discreetly asked the innkeeper if she perhaps had any things like that happen to other guests. She did attest that people had spotted similar figures at the edge of the property, just before the field meets the woods. I'm still reeling from that experience. The rest of the second day was peaceful. I had a private ghost tour of Shepherdstown, which further strengthened my belief that the area was haunted by some heavy, dark, angry, and maybe sort of melancholy energy. And I wish the very opposite energy for those of you either asleep, awake, everyone. Sweet dreams. Or good day.
Can somebody tell me what's going on? As a healthy skeptic, this is my last resort. First, the minor things. I see things out of the corners of my eyes. Particularly, a man sat in a plaid shirt, hunched over in the corner of the room. I usually see this man in the same spot, but sometimes in several different places. I've also seen other figures in my peripheral vision, sometimes even people I know, but most of the time just dark, moving, sort of human-like shapes. This never happens to me and has happened to me, well, apart from this job. Thank you, giant truck. Second of all, sometimes I'll put metal cutlery out and it will slowly move in an unnatural way across the flat tables without anyone touching it. I've stood several times in the empty room and watched it slowly move in strange patterns. Due to the cafe and shop being underground, there are no windows or doors to the outside of this area, so no breeze. There's this one bathroom that I've seen a dark figure lurking in the doorway of. Peers around the corner at me in the pitch black. I've seen its thinned out face and tall build. That bedroom also has a stand and cupboard locked away from customers. Sometimes, a loud banging comes from the other side, which rattles the door and lasts about 10 consistent seconds. It's as if somebody's pounding the other side with something heavy. This has only happened 3 times. People in my work have also reported strange happenings, like hearing whispers in their ears and random things turning on. I've never experienced anything paranormal, well, especially not at home. Ever since I worked here and spoke about these occurrences at my home, things have begun to happen. Like there's a wall with many pictures of my family on it. One picture fell off the wall in the night and smashed. It was the only picture that just had me on the entire house. A picture that they were in, I'm assuming. My stepdad couldn't understand why it fell off. There was no visible damage to the hook and it had always hung on. I have also seen a distorted face with nothing but a long neck sort of peer and shoot under my bed when I saw it. Once I sent a voice note to my friend and I was telling her about the occurrences at work, and I was home alone and in the background I can hear something saying like, "What's happening?"
and then you can hear a metal pan slowly grate across the stonework surface. Then a scratching as if somebody is dragging fingernails across the ceiling. Lastly, I had a few strange dreams that don't even feel like dreams anymore. I wake up and the bed is violently shaking. Then a tall, unclothed, unhuman thing with pale skin jumps from the end of my bed and runs toward the door. The weird thing is my boyfriend started to have very similar dreams. This thing looked like the head and long-necked thing that I saw going underneath my bed in the middle of the day when I was doing laundry. My weirdest paranormal encounter. Thought I was going crazy. So what I, a 25-year-old male, experienced a year ago was frankly crazy to believe, even for me. So you're gonna have to trust me on this one, and I sadly have nothing to back up my story. Except maybe my ex-girlfriend's testimony, but since we haven't ever talked about it later, nor have talked since she left me. And I went as far as swinging a psychiatrist to confirm I did not go mad. Swinging a psychiatrist? I was at a low point in life about a year or so ago, and what began as me just visiting a girl I met at my job became one of the scariest events in all of my life. Tell me about it. Picture this. I was working as a waiter at the time, and I just broke up with some girl I knew was not going to be the one. Some girl walks in, and it's approximately Christmas time in the mountains in the south of France. I gather up all my strength, and I hit on the girl for most of her dinner with a friend. It goes well, as I'm not too pushy, and the connection was evident as she walked in, so I end up with her number. And at the end of the shift, I sent a message, not expecting to get a quick response. But she replies almost instantly with something along the lines of, "It's been hot. I wish I could see you tonight, but I'm already home and it's more than an hour away." I usually wouldn't have gone all the way to meet up, or would have at least have waited a weekend day or something, but I went anyway. I arrived sometime around 3:30 a.m. as I left work at 2 a.m. It didn't take long for us to get to business. Pretty passionate night, had to do it multiple times and could still go at it, to be honest. But things began to be weird right before I had to leave to go back to work at around 6:30 or 7 a.m. It started with some lights flickering and a loud thump downstairs. So, not a lot to be scared of, but the timing was weirdly responding to what we were saying. Note, she lived alone at this time. At the second thump, it was no coincidence anymore, and she says she's never heard that in her home. So I try to investigate what the sound could be because she's genuinely feeling pretty scared. And it's not a big house, though, so I quickly go to the kitchen where the sound seemed to be coming from, and right behind me in the living room. Same exact thumping sound, but way closer. I turn around and I see some shadow-like form where the sound is from. My phone's light pointing directly, but the thing stayed pitch black. After a few seconds, it seemed to dissipate in front of me. So I freeze, I don't understand what's going on, but I have to go back upstairs. Still half naked, and someone I barely know is upstairs, not knowing what's going on. So my legs are trembling, I go back upstairs, and I immediately put on some clothes. I tell her that she should leave her house too, because X. Because X. You're just gonna leave me hanging like that. I'm not entirely surprised. Did I meet a witch? Coincidence? 3 years ago, my fiancé and I went for a holiday in Montenegro. We were walking down a little street that was also a marketplace.
They were selling stuff on tables. At almost every table, someone tried to lure us in to buy from them, but we weren't interested in anything. Then suddenly, we saw one really weird-looking lady selling fruits. Looked like it was out of this world. They were huge, they were perfectly ripe, and they were spotless. My partner and I agreed that we'll check it out. My guess would be that the old lady was a gypsy, wearing a black coat with red roses. Her atmosphere was weird. We bought 2 or 3 kilos of apples and grapes. As we were leaving, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I took a single peach from her table without her seeing. I basically stole it. Lame. Because I was so curious how it tasted. Then buy it. Even today, I don't have an explanation why I did it. I never stole in my life. And other option would have been just kindly asking if I could try it, or even just buy one for God's sake. Yeah. Anyways, I took it. And after we left the market on our way to the hotel, I took a bite from the peach. It exploded in my mouth. It was awful and had rotten cream in it. I started coughing and I almost vomited. I looked at the peach and it was all black and brown on the inside. Its seed was missing, and it was full of maggots or some kind of larva. It was very strange because I could have sworn I didn't see any holes on it, and like I said, it was spotless. After we got home, as we're getting ready to go out in the city, started feeling nauseous. In a short period, I started vomiting and having diarrhea with a fever. It was weird because I didn't swallow any of the fruit, and funny enough, when my fiancé opened the other fruit that we actually bought, all of them were picture perfect in the inside and delicious. It took me 3 days to recover. Now, we could speculate that maybe I'm just, contracted some disease from elsewhere, who knows. It was just a really big coincidence. The face of that lady burned in my memory, and her atmosphere. She was kind, but also scary. Could it be that she's some kind of a witch? Why did I felt the huge urge to steal from her? I'm not that person. Oh, you're never that person until you are that person. I think that's kind of a happy ending. And by the way, if you put salmonella or any contagious bacteria or virus in your mouth, that's generally all it takes. An opening is an opening. A ghost from a dream followed me in real life. So this is a story from when I was just a kid, I believe 8 or 9 years old at the time of my first encounter. I had a weird dream with a woman in a white dress with flowers on it. Kind of like an old nightgown, but more layers of cloth. She didn't look scary or evil or anything, just like a normal person pretty much. The thing is, when I woke up in my loft bed and looked out of the little window over my bedroom door, she was standing in the hall, looking right back at me. It freaked me out so much I just yelled out for my parents. I just hid underneath my bed. My parents didn't believe me and said it was just a bad dream. Well, as a kid, you believe your parents, have all the answers, and so you just listen to what they say. Go back to bed, forget about it. Problem is, this was not the last time I would see her. Every now and then I saw her, and sometimes in a dream, sometimes in real life. Sometimes clear, other times just a glimpse her in the corner of my eye. Sometimes at night, other times in the middle of the day. Eventually, I was in the last year of what can best be described as elementary school, here in the Netherlands. And in the Netherlands, we only have 2 schools before you start study for a specific job and field. So I was 11 years old, and as a tradition, your class goes on a week-long trip the last year of school. That's a smart idea, Netherlands. During this trip, we're sharing ghost stories in the boys' room of an old farm that had been converted to a sort of hotel. There were already rumors that the place was haunted, supported by the fact that many of the photos taken inside had weird white rings on them from some unknown reason. But that's not really important here. The important part is some of the kids got really scared. One said the ground was spinning and tilting, and a few others started seeing and feeling stuff no one else could. And eventually, the panic woke up the teachers and girls in the other rooms, who all went to the hall to have a look at what was going on. So far, everything was fine for me. But when I looked into the hall where all the girls were standing, I saw here, clear as day, standing between the rest of the girls. No one even seemed to notice the grown woman, but I yelled out in fear to get away from me and leave me alone. Something I now regret, because I'm still not sure if it was even real or just the overactive imagination of a child's mind. Probably unrelated, but might possibly be relevant if something my mother told me years later. When I was a little kid, like 3 or 4, I used to talk to Princess. Not playing or pretending like it was an imaginary friend, but full-on conversation sitting there. I don't remember any of that, but I thought it was interesting and makes up parts of my theories on nature of this ghost woman thing. I haven't seen her since, but the memories are still some of the clearest I have as a child. Spent many hours trying to find out if it was even real. And if it was, what was she? Before I close this thing off, I might not have seen her over again, but sometimes I can still hear someone yell my name, usually a woman. Most of the times this happens when I'm alone. Not sure if it's related, since I'm also half deaf and my mind compensates for it in weird ways, like sometimes hearing stuff that's not there by interpreting other sounds as words. My mother stayed with me, even after she died. For a little while, my 8-year-old life seemed pretty happy. Normal. That is, until my mother fell very ill with breast cancer. My stubborn 8-year-old mind hadn't realized the danger my mother was in. I wish I had. Maybe then I could have understood what was happening a little bit better. Mom was too weak to walk up the second floor of our house and get to her bedroom. So naturally, my dad moved their bed downstairs into the family room. As my mom lay bedridden, unconscious and ill, strange things would happen as I lay with her. I would feel a presence, almost like I was being watched. Even as a little kid, I'd always be petrified of anything to do with ghosts. I was always afraid of being anywhere alone in the house. So when I felt that strange feeling, I began to cry. I cried quietly, and I remember. I don't want to wake Mom up as she was resting, but strangely, a wave of warmth overtook my body and I suddenly felt very tired. I'd stopped crying. It was almost as if something were there comforting me. Now that I'm older, I have a strong feeling that the warm presence was my late grandmother, who, by the way, I was close to. My mom eventually went to hospice care, and she passed away there. There was a thick heaviness on her last visit. "Do you know who Jesus is?" my aunt would ask. That day in the waiting room with all my family, when my aunt asked me that question, I knew what was next. Ever since my mom had passed, I've always felt a weird, different kind of presence in my house. As I lay in the empty, cold bed, I think of her as I fall asleep. Not long after I've fallen asleep, I woke to the feeling of my hair being tucked behind my ear. In my drowsiness, I'd forgotten all about Mom's passing. It was her. I saw her face and I felt her warmth, and I went back to sleep. It wasn't until I was fully awake and aware later that day that I realized what had happened. I knew she was still with me. Fast forward a few years later, I'm 12 and I'm living in that same house. I'm asleep in my room when something wakes me up. A tapping sound at my door. I jolted out of bed and opened my door as fast as I could. Nothing but a cold draft met me. You see, that tapping was how my mom knocked on my door and get my attention. I'd shut myself in my room when I'd get upset. It was her gentle way of telling me that she was there if I needed to talk, which I never really did, especially when I was upset and when she was still alive. I wish I had. I've moved out of that house since, and I haven't had any more paranormal experiences. I'm almost sad that it's over. That's because I know that presence was my mom. I know she was telling me she was still there. I know she's still in that house with Grandma. Ghost or bipolar? I've seen shadow people for as long as I can remember. I see them so often that I don't react to them. Before getting diagnosed with bipolar disorder type 2, I always thought that they were just ghosts that would peep at me from around corners, or run past in my peripherals. Never really told anyone about it until I started going to therapy for intrusive suicidal thoughts. Go to therapy, and within the first 6 months, I got diagnosed with bipolar type 2, about 3 years ago. It should be noted that I'm unmedicated. Moved into an older home 18 months ago, about a 90-year-old house, and it's directly down the street from a cemetery. Never really thought anything of it. Realtor joked that the quote-unquote neighbors are very quiet, and I drive by it every day without a thought. I live alone with 2 cats, and I'm used to seeing the peeping shadow people and sprinters in my peripherals, or even people that I thought were there that turned out just be straight-up hallucinations, maybe 2 or 3 times a day. Seeing stuff like that, I found out, can be symptoms of bipolar disorder. I've been seeing the same hallucination now, periodically since I moved into this house. From what I can put together, this hallucination looks like an elderly and heavy-set woman. First time I saw this hallucination was when I had settled down into my home. I laid down for bed and I just began dozing off. I don't know why, but I felt like I wasn't alone. Half asleep, I opened my eyes and I saw it standing in the doorway of my room. I wasn't startled because as soon as I saw it, just kind of quickly faded away. For me, it's unusual to see the same hallucination, other than indiscernible, vaguely human-shaped shadow people. Over the past year, I've seen glimpses here and there around the house of this specific hallucination, but nothing out of my ordinary. Yesterday, I had just taken a shower after work, about 5 a.m., so still dark outside. I dried off in the bathroom. Stepping out of the bathroom, I jump out of fear. That's because this hallucination was on the other side of the door. As it began to open the door, I'm imagining it was waiting for me. It bolted down the hall as I was walking out of the bathroom. The reason I was scared was because I bumped my shoulder into it as it bolted and it freaked me out. Not sure if I'm explaining what happened well enough, but I hope the instance makes sense to someone. I'd love to hear an outsider's opinion on this. Hard for me to tell if I'm just hallucinating really bad because I live alone, or if this house is haunted. More than just night terrors. Ever since I was about 1.5, I would have terrible night terrors. I would scream and cry like I was being murdered while dead asleep. Then when my parents would wake me, I would act like nothing happened and return to being a normal smiley toddler.
My doctors couldn't figure out why, as my brain looked normal. They don't take those things out. It didn't look like night terrors. So my mom brushed it off as she was already dealing with so much, and I was born into a house that was built in the early 1800s, and was the only building that survived a fire that burned down the whole town. A lot of weird shit went on in that house. Turned out that there's a hidden room of some sort that was filled with dead animals and stuff for witchcraft and rituals. Yuck. So we moved to our next house, and I was about 2. I don't remember a lot of this story as I was so young, so I'll try my best to retell it. When we moved, my night terrors got a lot worse. I'd wake up with the bruises from flailing my body so hard with fear. I would scream so loudly that the neighbors eventually called the police because they thought I was being abused. Up until I was about 10, I had a distinct night terror of a man and his dog standing over my bed, blankly staring at me while they burned to death. I suppressed these memories so deeply that I had no clue that I had any of these night terrors. But my family was very aware and got freaked out when I came home one day with my foster sister. Told them about how we played detective and helped solve a mystery where a guy and his dog died in our front yard. Years passed by. I had another night terror that I don't remember much of. They stopped altogether when my family moved into a different house. I was 15. I was a freshman in high school, and something I thought was weird is that I drew a picture of a man burning that seemed moldy familiar. But it didn't bother me until a few years later. That's when I turned 16. My family was eating dinner, and my brother, who moved out a few years before, he casually made a joke about me being a spawn of Satan because of my night terrors. I laughed because I thought he was just making a joke about my night terrors, till my mom got mad at him and told him to shut up. That's when I got confused and a little concerned. Understandably. I asked what they were talking about on my mom's side. She reminded me of my night terrors about the man and his dog, and then told me that there was an electrical fire in our house about 10 years before we lived there. The entire inside was destroyed, and an elderly man and his dog burned to death while asleep in my room. They didn't want to tell me while we were still living there. I'm now a senior in high school, and I found the drawing that put those two together. Kinda scared the shit out of me when I first was told. Has anyone else had a night terror that turned out to be true? Good question. Had this intense dark dream where I was being chased. I had to rescue this little girl. Meaning. Okay, so I just woke up from this dark and creepy dream. I have to talk about it because it's freaking me out. The dream started in a very gloomy and dark atmosphere, like a dark autumn night. There was this girl, maybe 8 to 12 years old, riding her bicycle. She was doing this while talking to her friend on the phone. She was lost, but was supposed to go to her friend's place, which was in some kindergarten or next to a kindergarten. I stepped in to guide her. We were on top of this hill that had stairs leading down. Below the hill were buildings. She's about to go down when something clicked in my mind. This place felt familiar, and I was sure there was no kindergarten down there. And I didn't see a kindergarten. So I told her, "It's not there, it's on the other side." Then suddenly, on the other side of the stairs, I noticed a man lurking in the shadows. He looked weird, giving off a seriously creepy, predatory sort of feeling. I immediately knew that he was up to no good. I told the girl to hurry up, that we need to go. She locked her bike, of course, but as she was unlocking it, I could see the man coming toward us. I told her to hurry up since there's a man coming. And that's when she started panicking. I got this feeling that this little girl has never sensed or seen any danger in her life. She didn't even see the man coming toward us, but started panicking when I told her this. Right as she got onto her bike, she began fainting. I was now on full alert. My mission was to get her out of there, bring her to her friend safely. The man kept following us. I was completely terrified. Tried to wake the girl up while praying to God and the angels to give her strength. I was holding her in the bike and I kept helping her so we could escape. Somehow I managed to get her to her destination. I locked the gate behind us, thinking we were finally safe. But then, because dreams love to mess with logic, the man just casually went around the gate on the right side since it didn't fully enclose the area. Here's the weirdest part. He didn't attack or harm us. Instead, he just smiled at me and handed me this black and gold wand or cane. And then, poof, the dream ended. What the fuck does this all mean? It was so intense and felt like it carried some deep meaning. The atmosphere was so eerie, yet at the end, the man almost seemed like he had a purpose. Was he really a threat or was he testing me? And what's up with the black and gold cane? Has anybody else had a dream like this? Any interpretations? I need to hear thoughts because this one is haunting me. This was weirdly a very vivid and alive dream too. It felt too real, like I could control myself in a dream. Never had a dream like this. They're pretty common.
Why would someone haunt a Dunkin' Donuts? A little bit of backstory. I worked at Dunk's. It was a relatively new building. It was in the middle of a plaza parking lot. Definitely not spooky surroundings. But I kid you not, this place was most certainly haunted. Here's a few experiences. My coworkers would tell me it was haunted, but I would laugh it off. And I'm a huge believer in the paranormal, but come on, at Dunkin' Donuts. Then came my first experience. We were closed and finishing dishes in the back, and all of a sudden a loud banging on the back door and the doorknob started rattling. I assumed it was somebody asking to throw away the donuts, which does actually happen quite a bit. But no one was there. Being in the middle of the parking lot, we would have been able to see someone if they were, banging on the door then left. Another time, I was in the back by myself. I was cleaning up. That's when I heard clear as day, "Hey, Rissa." And nobody calls me Rissa except my dad. Everyone at work calls me by my full name. Another time in the back room again. Myself and my coworker heard another coworker talking. Only problem is she wasn't there at the time. We were both able to identify her voice right away. Sounded just like her. That same coworker was there another day, broke down in tears. She said as she was helping a customer right in her ear, she heard her grandmother talking. She had to leave because she was so beside herself. Now on to the weirdest and most unexplainable experience. A coworker and I are in the back room. We're cleaning as usual. We had locked up the front and I just finished cleaning the dining area. And that includes putting the chairs upside down on the table. As we're cleaning, we hear the ding of the door, signaling that somebody has come in, and knowing we locked the doors, my coworker and I both looked at each other pretty freaked out. I go around the corner and look, and of course there's no one. The doors are freaking locked. No one could get in. So I go back into the back room and we try to finish up quickly. Then all of a sudden there's a loud crash. One of the chairs had fallen off the table. Freaked out, I went and took all the chairs down. And I'll be damned if another one falls. At this point, we're flying through like nightly chores, and then we hear the distinct sound of a chair being pulled out. I look again, and the same chair was pulled away from the table. Well, my coworker and I decided, fuck that. We had to leave. We left everything and locked up. So in conclusion, who the hell would haunt a dunks, and why? I don't see why not.
Visits around the same time, same day. Just to hop right to my question. Anybody notice being visited around the same time of day? On a perhaps semi-weekly occurrence? For example, when you get a visit, it's always on a Friday morning. So, several months ago, I think about 5 or 6, I'm working in my basement, which I had only somewhat recently started to do. It was a Friday morning, and I think somewhere between 10 a.m. and noon. I heard 3 or 4 taps somewhere. Couldn't tell if it was on a wall, the ceiling, or from the floor above me. I also considered if it was outside as I sit near a window, though it sounded like it was inside the house. The following week, Friday morning, similar time frame, I heard 4 very distinct taps. They were louder and they seemed to have more intent behind them, and I'm 99% sure that they were on the wall about 8 feet away, which is roughly where I thought it was coming from before. Also, I was home alone both these times. I can't recall if it happened the following week, but I do know it stopped for a bit around there. About 1, maybe 2 months later, so about 3.5 months ago, I heard it again, but it seemed a little bit more faint. It was around the same time on a Friday again. With it being a little more faint, I was wondering if I had just imagined it. This morning, on Friday, I was on a call around 11:15, and a music box that we recently put into our basement sometime in the last week or so started to play. The box plays a singular note. It's pretty common if you just touch it. It's very finicky. But it hasn't made a peep by itself before. It was just doing one note at a time. But it played maybe 6 or 8 notes overall. I made a joke to my coworker that a ghost is going to kill me. Then I just hung up. End of conversation anyways. After hanging up, I realized it was a Friday morning again. Then realized it was probably another visit. And not just a weird shift in temperature or something else that could have caused it. So yeah, again, I'm just curious if anybody else has noticed visits around a similar time like this. And also, what can be done? We've been here almost 12 years now. Never noticed anything until a few months ago. My wife did burn white sage in the basement several years ago. That was because she had like a, eerie feeling, you could say, down there. But that's mostly because one of our cats would always scream at us when we were down there. She, being the cat, did seem mostly to stop screaming at us shortly after burning the sage. Also, after the event this morning, I did say aloud that if anybody else was around me, that they should know that they're a ghost, and they've passed away, and that it's okay to go to the other side. I don't know if that would help, but I didn't know what else to do.
True supernatural encounters. When I was about 5, that was the first time I remember. My parents had claimed that toys would play without batteries, and my mom was paralyzed in bed with a skeleton leaning over her. But that was after they changed rooms with me, because I still remember clearly a giant white face coming out of my wall and speaking garbled language. Couldn't understand, so I asked my mom, and of course she was freaking out. Next is a more recent one. A year or 2 ago, I was in the bathroom at about 3:46. There's a gecko screaming above me. And then there was a banging on the bathroom door, and being the scaredy cat I was, I left open just a crack. So I peered through and I saw a freaking tentacle slithering away. Next morning I called my grandma and she said the night before my 5-year-old cousin said that he saw a big statue. And the statue had tentacles coming out of the ceiling above his bed. When I went to Colorado, they had us use dowsing rods on a ghost tour, and I asked if Slender Man was real. I don't want anybody to freak out, because this is real. But so is Slender Man, fellas. Not really. Another that is 1 or 2 years is my baby sister would start screaming when we tried to go in the hallway because of the black dogs in there. Nah, fam, not too much for me. Final story, my mom said, is an ancient Indian demon. I know this has all happened because my great-great-great-grandma got cursed by a witch. The demon that I'd like to think is a Wendigo would always call my name. Malarkey. Spooky. Or if it wanted me to come to it, I would sound like my mom or grandma. When I was waiting to get picked up outside of school, I was the last one when I think I heard my mom yell my name. Malachi Jackson. I was glad that she was there, but she wasn't. It also happens in my house. Brought this up to my 7th grade Spanish teacher who believes that stuff, and she said 100% Wendigo. She thinks it lives in the woods, and thinking back, the school I went to happened to have woods right by it. My house, same scenario. If you've read this far, I pray you believe, because I'm not trying to scare you or trick you. I just want the world to understand that us even existing is insane, so God could easily let ghosts and monsters exist. Want the world to know, but not to be afraid. They feed off of fear and energy. There are some ghosts that aren't real, that can sort of look like people or black clouds, but they're just really negative energy, and that's why it happens mostly when people are mad or fight. My mom moved a bottle with her mind because she was in a fight with my ex-stepdad. Focused for hours, only did it once. I'm gonna stare at a glass for a while. Without a reflective surface, of course. Sweet dreams.
The weight. The purpose of sleep paralysis is to paralyze your body during a sleep state, to protect you from injury or unnecessary conflict whilst inside the dream world. The problem arises when some people awake during sleep paralysis and can't move. Whilst not being able to move, many report seeing entities, such as shadow figures, animals, angels, and the list goes on. After the strange episode, they wake up and life goes on. Here's the question, though, are hallucinations real or just a figment of the creative mind? The most common deduction is yes. Seeing entities while in sleep paralysis is that of temporary hallucinatory behavior, and should not be viewed in literality. Is that a word? However, what about those who aren't necessarily paralyzed, but rather pushed down into their beds? I've awakened during sleep paralysis before, although I've never seen anything creepy or frightening while in sleep paralysis in my life. I remember the distinct feeling of not being able to use my limbs, hence the name sleep paralysis. Although when I spoke to my father about these episodes of mine, he informed me that there was a difference between a literal attack from an unknown force and just being paralyzed due to the body's natural mechanisms. He told me about times when he was attacked by real demonic forces. Due to personal reasons, I will not be describing his story. One key thing that stuck out to me about all the stories, stories of his is the fact that not only could he not move during the attacks, but he felt actual weight, as though something was holding him down with invisible hands. Now, I've had plenty of episodes where I've awakened during sleep paralysis, and not once, I remember clearly of course, have I ever felt invisible hands holding me down to the bed, or any slight tugging on my body for that matter. Ever since my dad told me those stories about what happened to him, I found that there are plenty of people who have encountered the same thing. The weight is what I call it. I decided to leave this post here, because I'm one of the few that does believe in science and to a degree a strong critic of anything supernatural. But I cannot ignore any anomaly when I hear or come across one. The topic of sleep paralysis is a very tricky one, but I think if we can pinpoint on whether or not the paralysis episode was that of numbness or literal weight being placed on certain limbs of the body, it'll determine on whether or not said experience was that of natural body mechanics or the spirit world.
Who else believes in fae folk and feels they're always around you? I know I'm risking sounding completely crazy, but I need some confirmation that I'm not alone in this. So I'm constantly seeing sparkles in my bedroom, and I thought I was just having some vision issues as I'm 43. One night, however, I was laying in bed with my eyes closed, almost asleep, when suddenly a bright light shined right in my eye, and when I opened them, there was this little creature with kind of an oval-shaped head where the longest was side to side instead of long side by, like ours. He had pointed ears with big black eyes, grayish in color. He didn't seem to be wearing clothes, but I could only see from around mid-chest to the top of his head. His hands were resting on my pillow, was leaning slightly to his left and toward me, looking me right in the eyes, but disappeared after a few seconds. I shifted my eyes to the right of where he stood, and I either saw him again or I saw a second one inches from where he stood. This was just inches from my face. I then felt something on my legs. Since then, I've just seen these small shadows and tiny specks of light. What I saw looking at me didn't appear to have wings, but also see tiny sparkles around the room in spots where it looked like there was something invisible blocking my view of things. I hear noises around the same areas I see these shadows or visual interruptions. A week after I saw the creature next to another person in the house, and they told me he sees brownies sometimes, and his things get moved around. I had not told him what I saw, just that there's something else in this house. I got him to sit with me for a while, and he did see the sparkles and shadows I mentioned. This activity started to increase, and now at times I feel my hair being touched the same way I feel something close to my face. I also put my hand out once and asked if one of them would touch my hand, and almost immediately I felt something warm on my hand. Then it felt like a tiny finger drawing on my hand. I've asked them to show themselves to me, but they have not. They'll touch me and let me know that they're here, and the glimpses I see are getting a little more obvious. But they don't seem to want to show themselves fully. Maybe they're easing into it to protect themselves, or me, since, I've been startled by them at times. I wasn't aware that they were even present. I also have seen other entities here, but the house has been smudged because they were not good. So now I ask you, has anyone else experienced similar situations? Can anyone give me tips as to how to communicate with them and let them know that they're safe? I think they know that they are, as, they've been sitting with me at night and making themselves known. Sometimes company is company. Even me to you. See ya.
Orbs Explained. So here's my basic orb explanation. It's not too in-depth, but maybe it can help someone. Somewhere to understand. This post isn't here to try to change anyone's beliefs, though, but to give more information on a pretty commonly posted subject. Believe what you want and don't attack me for it. Orbs. Orbs are an extremely common type of paranormal misunderstanding. They've become an extremely common misconception in the paranormal community due to many paranormal reality television shows. These shows have spread this misinformation to many believers, simply because they require content for their episodes. But if you look deeper into the paranormal community, you'll find that orbs are widely hated and not considered paranormal evidence at all. Orbs are also known in the photography community as backscatter. Many people believe that orbs are paranormal due to the way they appear and disappear in videos, and their movement. Orbs are very minute particles or even small insects flying in the air. Whenever there's a light source, it can be reflected by these particles, and the sensitive camera lens can pick up on these slight reflections. So, I'm an example of a night vision camera. Bold disguise, sir. A dust particle can float into the light, fade into existence, and when it's out of range of the light or the light is no longer reflected toward the lens, they can fade out of existence. And as for the movement, you have to consider just how small and light these particles are. They just float through the air. Any slight difference in air pressure, even a breath or slight movement, could cause them to rapidly change direction. These changes in direction are commonly mistaken as an intelligent pattern. My gecko's interrupting you and asking you what about all the orbs people see with their eyeball lenses. Hope I translated that right for you, sir. This is a type of sort of a thing known as agenticity, or an apophenia known as agenticity, which is the tendency to infuse patterns with meanings, intention, and agency. An easy way to tell if it's a backscatter is the environment. Normally people associate old buildings as possibly being haunted, but they're also really dusty. As you walk through an old building, you'll kick up dust. So if you go take photos, you're sure to have orbs. When you're outside, you also have to take into account pollen and insects. You'll also notice that orbs are rarely, if ever, visible in daylight photography. It's always either dark with the use of a flash or it's poorly lit. That's strange ending word, sir. I stand by my gecko's statement on this one, or rather question. Almost
Explore
the extraordinary with paranormal
light.
Your home for tales that defy reality. Don't forget
Many
to
years ago,
subscribe and turn on
I lived in Northern
notifications.
California.
The thrill
I was
of the
apartment
unknown
hunting.
awaits you.
I had been looking on Craigslist, but also decided to walk a neighborhood I liked. I saw a sign in the window of a fourplex saying that there is an apartment for rent. My significant other and I made an appointment to check the place out. It was perfect on paper. 2 bedrooms, a big yard, big living room. My partner chatted with the landlord while I toured alone, checking out storage and number of outlets. I walked down a hall past a bathroom to my right and into a sunny bedroom on my left. There was a wall of built-in storage and closets from the 60s. I put my hand on the knob, and the second I touch it, my vision goes black, and in the middle is either a close-up of someone covered in blood or muscle with no flesh covered in blood, just dark and red. I let go of the knob like it's hot, and my first thought is that I've been watching too many crime shows. For some reason, I say hello out loud. I open the closets, no bodies of course, and then slowly make my way back to the living room. Landlord and significant other are still talking, but I'm not listening. I'm looking down the hall, and I knew there was someone standing there. Couldn't see it physically, but there was a tall man in a red flannel shirt and blue jeans, like a tall Al Borland. He's looking at me with curiosity, and I got a strong, "can you see me" vibe. My partner loves the place. Can't stop talking about it all the way home. I don't say anything other than I wasn't sure about it, and I was a little bit uncomfortable. That night I dream about the apartment. It's in black and white. Same sunny room, and I'm just standing there. That's all I remember, but I woke up gasping, like the dramatic way people wake up from a nightmare in movies. As soon as I wake up, I calm down. Next day, I tell my significant other everything, but it's really kind of a great place, and we should take it. I think it's all in my head. They call the landlord and can't hear the him on the phone, but my significant other looks at me sharply and they hang up. My significant other says that the landlord felt that since we're taking the place, he wanted to tell us that his brother recently died there of a heart attack in the hallway. I don't care if I was being ridiculous. I said, fuck that. Call back and tell them we aren't taking it. I'm too old for roommates that won't pay rent. Military man haunting me and my townhouse. A lot of people wanted random updates as time went on. I didn't think I'd have one so soon, but since my last post, some stuff has happened that's definitely left me a little baffled or, well, confused. For starters, last night I couldn't sleep. So just for a bit of giggle, I bedazzled a couple of my Hello Kitty coasters and put them on his table. What better combo than a cigarette and a cold beer? And of course, everybody needs a Hello Kitty coaster for their cold beer. So I made him two, put them on his table. If he didn't like them, it would be no problem. I'd just remove them. I walked back upstairs and I sat in my gaming chair. Maybe 2 hours passed by before anything happened. I always keep my bedroom door closed. That's because I like it that way. I heard 2 knocks, and they're pretty loud, but not aggressive sounding. Just firm, I guess. But it definitely scared the hell out of me enough that I jumped. I sort of stared at the door for a while. That was before getting up and opening it. Nothing was there, obviously. All the lights were still off, and I got a little bit worried that he didn't think my joke was funny, so I immediately went downstairs to take the coasters back. They were both side to side by his ashtray, one on the left of it and one on the right. I take that as a sign that maybe he did like them because I had simply just put them together in front of his ashtray. But the thing that's genuinely confusing me is that I don't know where to go from here. I'm a big Call of Duty fan and always have been since I was a little girl. So, I grew up with a rough older brother, and that'll kind of do that. So, I own a set of dog tags that belong to the character Keegan Russ. I wear the dog tags 24/7, never take them off. Just a habit I have. I woke up this morning to my tags missing. I immediately thought that they finally broke, so I searched my bed only to find nothing. I scoured my room trying to find these dog tags for at least an hour before I finally gave up and just added them back into my cart to buy again. I continued with my morning and did random things before I went downstairs. And lo and behold, there, smack dab right in the middle of the table in the ashtray. I stood there because I didn't know if maybe that was his way of taking them, or if for any reason he thought maybe they were his somehow. I left them in the ashtray because I'm not sure if this was just a funny little retaliation to my joke, or maybe there's some sort of attachment there with them. If he wants them, he can have them. No problem at all. I guess I'm just extremely curious as to what to do now about it. Any input would be wonderful, because I'm super curious about what the situation could be on this.
Green ghosts, orange-beaked ghost, and death at night. I shared a room with two of my brothers when I was a child. I must have been around 7 or 8. That's when I suddenly saw something odd at night. It were multiple dark figures, somewhat human-like shaped, but without facial details. They walked in a circle, went through the wall. They never interacted with me or went outside of that circle, but every night they would come back. The pacing different, sometimes fast, sometimes almost to a standstill. On the other side of the wall they were walking through, it was my parents' bedroom. They had a picture of Maria hanging on their wall on that exact spot. Because I kept seeing them, I moved to my parents' bedroom, never seeing them again. My second experience was a few years later. I was 11. We moved to another house, still sharing the room with my brothers. I one night woke up. I could barely move, and across the room I saw this large white figure of a man. It had an orange chicken-like beak and angry orange eyes. It was looking at my brother sleeping. I crawled underneath my blanket and closed my eyes. When I looked back up, it was still there. It turned towards the wall. Every time I looked again, it moved close to the wall furthest away from me, and eventually going through it. Now, I have had sleep paralysis throughout my life, but this felt different. My last experience came 2 years ago. My mother fell ill with cancer, and I took her in. She was having some issues during the chemo, and she was taken to the hospital. During the time she was there, I suddenly felt something during the nights. It was this presence. I didn't see something or hear things, but just felt somebody being in her room. It felt like death, and it felt like it was searching. Every night it was the same. This went on for weeks. Suddenly it was gone. 2 days later, my mother passed away. I always thought it was death looking for her, and it had finally found her. What does worry me is that recently I felt a likewise present again during the night. It doesn't feel like death, but evil.
I didn't believe in ghosts until my family bought a house. My family and I had moved to a different state and bought a house. I no longer live there, but I definitely remember a few odd things that happened while living there. Our house was built in the 70s and was a fixer-upper. Husband and wife had lived there, and a few years prior to us moving in, the wife had died of cancer. Didn't know this until after I had my first paranormal experience at that house. That's because my parents thought my sister and I would be scared if we knew somebody had died at the house. My friend found out online that the lady had died in her home by Googling her name. My first experience is when I was in the basement doing my makeup. We were renovating the upstairs bathroom, so I had to use the one downstairs. When I was putting on mascara and close to the mirror, I saw a black figure in the corner of my eye. It was like a person was standing right behind me, and it felt like there was a dark presence. Turned around, and there was literally nothing behind me. Does anyone know the significance of this dark figure? Still not sure what it was to this day. The second experience I had was when I was sleeping in the basement because we had family visiting and my grandma was sleeping in my bed. It was past midnight, and I swear I could hear running back and forth in the hallway upstairs. I have 2 cats, but both of them were sleeping downstairs with me. Went upstairs to check and everyone was dead asleep. I continued to hear the stomping for about an hour. I remember it being really hard to fall asleep that night. The last experience I had was the scariest. My sister and I had a friend over and we were chatting about how we thought our house was haunted. My sister always complained to me about how she would hear footsteps in her room, which was weird to me because I had never heard anything, specifically in my room. We all decided to lay in my bed and see if we could hear anything. We're all in about 8th grade or so of course we're doing dumb stuff like this. And we were silent maybe for minutes on end, and then we heard a huge sound like something was throwing something off my nightstand. It was the craziest thing. None of us had moved a muscle. We heard that huge sound out of the blue. We looked on the floor, nothing had been knocked onto the ground, and it made absolutely no sense whatsoever. My dad never believed us when he said that we thought it was haunted. However, there was one time he was inside the house alone and said he heard the cupboards in the kitchen opening and closing while he was in the basement. He then came outside to ask us if any of us were doing dishes. We said no, and he thought it was weird, but then just, dismissed the whole thing. These were weird experiences, but I never felt unsafe. Maybe some spirits were mad that we were renovating the house. Not sure. Let me know if you've had any similar experiences. Voices in the hangar. I was at an airfield. It's called Throckmorton in Worcestershire. We use this airfield as a training site for driver training, and I keep a number of the training fleet there, primarily stored in Hangar 1. At about 8:30 in this morning, I let myself in, and because the rain was hammering and the wind was blowing, I closed the larger roller shutter door behind me. Today, Hangar 1 has 12 4x4 vehicles of various makes all parked in a line. Their rears are about a meter away from the hangar wall. 10 minutes later, I've got my head in the back of a shotgun, taking an inventory of its contents while I distinctly heard a male voice with a northern accent. It called out, "Okay, give it a try now." As I'm the only person in the hangar, I was a little surprised to hear this. I look up and down the line of vehicles, but I see nobody. So I walk to the front and look up and down, but still cannot see a soul. From here, I can also see the rest of the hangar, and it's sort of patiently obvious I'm the only person here. So I venture, hello? But I only get silence back. Now, I grew up with ghostly goings-on. Voices and doors closing mysteriously when no one's about. It's never bothered me before. But I'm getting spooked. I open the shutter door. It's a loud, clanking monstrosity you can drive a Cessna through. So nobody's come or gone without me noticing. Now I'm really getting spooked. So I quickly jump in my car and I just head off to the main gate to see Darren, the site's facilities manager. Darren immediately sees that I'm not my usual bubbly self, and I tell him the story. "Yeah, that makes sense," he says, before telling me that during World War II, Throckmorton was a base for Wellington bombers. On one occasion, The Wellington was having engine trouble, so they pushed it back into the hangar. They started to have a look at it. One mechanic was on the wing. He was tinkering under and cowling, and his mate was standing by on the ground next to the prop. When the mechanic on the wing told his mate to give it a try, the other swung the prop. The engine started immediately, and the lad overbalanced and fell toward the blades, which made short work of him. Darren went on to say stuff often goes missing in this hangar number 1. It later on reappears a few days or maybe even a week later, or it gets moved about. But voices are very unusual. I had to go back and I kept the roller door open and the engine on my car idling. Spirit encounters with my late Mamo. My Mamo, bless her soul, passed away in 2023. That was in late December. She had been really sick for a while and passed away peacefully in the morning. She was surrounded by loved ones and family the night before, so I think she made her peace to pass on the next day. She knew it was time. Well, around 2 days later, I could smell my Mamo's perfume, which is this Avon one. You know, that certain strong old lady scent. Around my entire house and especially all over my dog. My dog, whom my Mamo loved so much in her last years of life. The scent lingered in my house for days, yet I was the only one who could smell it. The scent being especially strong on my dog's bed and on my dog's fur. No one uses the vintage Avon perfume in my family, and that same perfume bottle was in her room, still atop her dresser. I smelled it to make sure it was the same one I was smelling, and it was. I knew the scent was her, and she was visiting us one last time before leaving. Her death was extremely hard on my family. I think she was trying to just linger a little bit longer before passing over fully. Even now, I still dream of her frequently, especially before big events. I had a dream. I was watching her shopping for Christmas decorations, her all-time favorite season. But I couldn't join alongside her. It was like a film was blocking me from fully reaching out and getting her attention. But it was like all time stopped in that dream, just watching her push a cart full of tinsel. That was till she turned a corner and disappeared. There was a bright light behind her, too. My favorite dream of her, though, was, right before my 21st birthday. The night before, I dreamt of hugging my Mamo, and she placed a kiss on my forehead. Then a bright light came from behind her, and I woke up. The latest dream I had was on the night before her 80th birthday this past January. I dreamt of hugging her. My mom also dreamt of her shopping for a birthday cake that night. She was getting the cake for her Tia, who passed away decades earlier. Sorry that got kind of long, but I never dreamed of my Mamo, just simple things of being in her house while being a child again. Or just seeing her exist. I don't know. Does anybody else have dreams of past loved ones frequently? Haven't had this happen before, but maybe it's because I was very close with my Mamo. And think about her frequently. There was never a day I didn't see her when she was alive. Ghost of my friend. A little backstory of my friends. I met my now best friend at the end of middle school. We hung out almost every weekend. We'd chilled at his mom's house most of the time, and she would work third shift. So when we hung out, we were usually alone. He has a brother who's only a year younger than us, so I became very close with him as well. We always presumed his house to be haunted as we would hear noises and stuff, and all those were literally across the street from a cemetery. Little bumps, footsteps coming up the stairs, etc. Nothing ever happened, and it never seemed threatening. So we actually still react, but we'd be less and less freaked out by it. Time goes by and we continue to hang out regularly every weekend at their mom's place. Same situation. Their mom works third shift, we're alone most of the time, and small paranormal-ish things happen every so often. We're probably freshmen or sophomores at this time. We would attempt to play online on Call of Duty, but their Wi-Fi wasn't the greatest, so we'd often play zombies, which we also enjoyed a lot. My friend's brother had to get up early the following day, so on this particular night, went to bed a little bit earlier than me. We continued to play video games for about another hour or two, and we decided to hit the hay. We would sleep in his living room, where they had a large L-shaped couch. They would set up the cushions in a way where the dogs couldn't climb up and ruin the couch when they weren't using it. So we had to just take everything down and set up the cushions. As this happened, I heard the floor creak and an odd sound from the end of the hall. Just a weird, moanish sound, as if he had just woken up and was tired. He had just done that. My friend didn't hear it, but I immediately looked down the hall and saw his brother walking across the hall to the bathroom. Not breaking sight of the hallway, I let out a little chuckle, then proceeded down the hall when I realized I hadn't noticed anything else happening. No sound of a door closing, no lights had turned on or anything. I reached the bathroom. The door slightly cracked, so I quietly called his name to check on him. No answer. I say it again, a little louder. No answer, but I hear shuffling in his room. I go over and I see him turning over, and he's in bed, and my eyes widen and freeze. I realize I hadn't looked away from the hallway and never saw him return to his room. But it was him walking to the bathroom. I was freaked out and explained to my friend what I saw. He was, equally freaked out. And that was a first for us. And not only that, it was a first for the house. For about a week following that, for that matter. Still gives me the chills when I think back. My friend and I got visited by the same entities while we were camping alone in the mountains. So when I was 15, my best friend and I went camping in this very isolated place. It had a beautiful lake in the woods and the mountains. The place is in Italy, the country that we're from. But I won't give more details. When all the people who were at the lake for the day left, we were left alone to spend the night there. My friend was trying to date a girl, and he consumed all my smartphone battery to text her with the poor signal that we had. That only made us more isolated and with Joe phones. We went to sleep very early, maybe 9 p.m. I did smoke a bit of weed, but he didn't. He never smoked anything. I was always more into paranormal stuff, and he was instead always very skeptical. I go to sleep and I start dreaming of friends and other people entering our tent, saying hi and telling us stories and then leaving. They weren't entering from the door, but passing through the walls one by one, except a couple and a girl with a dog on her leash. Now this place is 1 hour drive from the closest town, plus 30 minutes walking in the forest, which is completely dark at night, and, people don't come there at night, only in the daytime. These encounters kept happening for maybe 2 hours, and we were scared and kind of curious in a dreamlike state. When all this ended, I woke up and saw my friend sleeping soundly, so I thought it was only a dream. I went out of the tent to take a piss, and I saw the stars super bright. It was very beautiful. I heard a wolf, howling from the distance, and got really scared. We later discovered that the wolves were starting to go back to that area, and now 12 years later are very common there, and people don't camp anymore. I got back in the tent very scared and fell asleep again. The next morning I told him I had some very crazy dream. before I could tell him the details, he told me too. And he proceeded to tell me exactly the same things I saw that night. Same encounters, same conversations. I told him and confirmed him what I saw and told him details he also confirmed. We were so hyped and scared. Never really talked about it more, and after 10 years I asked him if he remembers, and he said he will never forget. And that was the one and only paranormal experience that he had ever had. I had others in my life, but that was very strong because it was shared. What do you think it was? Caution. Shadow people crossing. My partner and I were driving to a friend's house to visit for a little while. It's a very short, maybe 5 to 10 minute drive through busy suburbs that are usually very well lit. However, as we came upon what we call the halfway point between our houses, we stopped at a red light. I noticed that the street lights seemed to be dimmed on the other side of the intersection. Not all of them, but a series of maybe 3 or 4 lights on either side of the street. It was creating a very shadowy stretch of road about 40 feet long. I'm not insinuating that the lights being dimmed was in itself paranormal. I know nothing of how such public utilities work, and, well, sure it's some sort of power-saving procedure or some such. But in this instance, it was strange, as we've gone the same route many times, and specifically at the same time of night. Never noticed them being dimmed. Whatever the case, the lights were dimmed, and though it was dark, I could make out a figure of a person shuffling across the street. I believe I could even see the outlines of clothing on this person. They were wearing very baggy pants and a large coat like a trench coat or a cowboy's duster. This person shuffled across the street from right to left about 75 feet ahead of us, seemed to turn to walk towards us. Then they reached the other side. I said to my partner, "It's so dark, I could barely see him up there." To which my partner replied, "See who?" Which is normal for her, as she doesn't really have the best night vision. And I was actually kind of expecting this response. So when the light turned green, I intended to point them out as we were passing them. But as we passed by the bit of sidewalk this person should have been walking on, there was absolutely nothing. The headlights should have briefly passed over them with the angle of the road as we left the red light, but the light shone through the couple of low-hanging branches hanging across the sidewalk and revealed no one. It was as if whatever it was just melted into the sidewalk once it got across. I was more confused than anything at first. This person that I clearly saw just seemingly popped out of existence. I just sat there and said, "Huh? And what the fuck was that?" That was the rest of the way there, about 2 or more minutes in the car. It wasn't particularly frightening or even remotely threatening or even direct. It was just a moment that made me stop and actually ask myself what I'd just seen. I haven't posted any of my experiences in a while, and I realized that sharing my experiences was extremely cathartic, and often helped me make more sense of them. I think my dog saw a ghost in my lounge room, and I think I saw it too. Sometime in 2017, probably around June, July, and August, my dog had seemed to be staring into my lounge room at night for no apparent reason. My house is cluttered, so I couldn't do anything to explore it, but every time I'd see him there, I'd just look into the lounge room as well, trying to see if there was anything there. I couldn't see anything many of the time, so I'd just ask my dog, "What are you looking at?" He's usually very ready to react to any conversation around or projected at him, but all these times he was completely undeterred from staring into the lounge room. So over these months I'd see him doing this, and
Something I started to notice is that it was always around 11 or 12. It really started to freak me out. So I kept looking in when he would do this. For the first time, I think, I saw that of a gray figure. And I mean a slightly different hue of gray from the color of the room that was, in the dark. Kind of just floating there, looking at me. It was freaky. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because I don't exactly have the best vision. I blinked a few times and the figure disappeared. I was pretty spooked for the night and couldn't stop thinking about it. Now, once again, over the many days, I didn't see any figure when I would look into my lounge room, even though my dog seemed to see it. Eventually, I saw it again, but this time it was like it was trying to hide from me, behind some boxes I'd piled up, and once again, just looking at me. I spoke to my dad about the situation, and he said that he believes that when we die, our energy is left behind. So basically, like our soul. And so if I told it to go away, it'll go away. I ended up seeing my dog looking into the lounge room again. So I stood there alongside of him, ready to say the words, but I felt scared. I didn't know whether it would be, properly finding out that, oh, my cover's blown, something like that. So I didn't say go away, at least I don't think so. Bug on my foot. My memory is very bad, and this is the only part that I'm pretty clueless on, but if I didn't decide not to, well, I think fearfully whispered go away maybe. And then I didn't really see my dog looking into the lounge room anymore. He would just go to bed and sleep. The experience, while minor compared to some, had me pretty convinced that my house contained a ghost for a short amount of time.
Haunted apartment. This is a story my family told me. I was too young to remember this apartment, but when I was a little kid, my grandparents lived in company housing. My grandfather worked in an oil refinery in Louisiana. He lived in the previous manager's apartment on the top floor of one of the refinery's administration buildings. The previous manager, Jack, was a very, eccentric man. People knew him to be very private. He had secretly knocked out a wall panel in the apartment off the laundry room and expanded the apartment into the attic. He added an extra bedroom, and that's where he spent a lot of his time. Anyway, one day Jack didn't show up for work. People were pretty concerned, but they looked in his apartment and he wasn't there, so they assumed that he had left. A few days later, people below reported a bad smell in their office. The fire department and police came, and they found Jack's body in the secret room that he had built. No one had seen it before because the room was behind a hidden door. He had been dead for almost 5 days. My grandfather was the man they brought in to replace Jack. My mother was out of college at the time and went to Louisiana to visit her parents. My grandma made Jack's room into a guest bedroom. That's because the apartment was small and, they needed the space. My mother was aware of what happened, but my grandmother told her that the room was all right. That's where my mother stayed. The first night she told my grandmother that she wanted the bedroom door left open so she could get to the bathroom easier. And in the middle of the night, she woke up to the jiggle of the doorknob. She turned around to look and the door was shut. She panicked but laid there to see if it would stop. When it didn't stop, she decided to face her fears. She ran to the door and opened it. Nothing was there, so she went and slept on the couch. Another night, my mother was sleeping in Jack's room. She had a dream that a dead man was on the ceiling watching her. His eyes were bulging, staring at her. The next day, she described the man and what he was wearing. I think she said it was a flannel shirt and overalls and a certain brand of work boot. Multiple people told her that's what Jack wore almost every day. The description matched. Ghosts or no ghosts, That room was a creepy place to be. Supposedly, it never quite smelled right. And a small shout out to a couple of people a while ago that cared enough to mention that I should stop smoking. Random, but thank you. I appreciate it.
I haven't slept in my room in over a year. I'm gonna start off with, I'm sorry if I don't have the right tag. This is my first post here. But I live in an old farmhouse that was built in 1860. I moved in many years ago. I was only about 12 years old when we moved in. But when my mom told me I was sleeping upstairs, I immediately got an unsettling feeling, not even knowing anything about the house. So I got all my stuff up here and I slept up here. After about 2 years, I started feeling very uncomfortable in my own room, feeling like I wasn't welcome at exactly 11 o'clock every night. I've even had friends come over after that. Haven't said anything about this to and around 11 o'clock without failure. Every single one of them has said that they want to leave my room. This started about 2 years ago. I originally had just put it out of my mind and tried to ignore it. But after about 6 months of that, I went to sleep and woke up to an old woman standing over my head and I blinked. I waved my hands in front of me and she was just standing over my face staring. I watched her fade out of existence over a few minutes with a terrible smile. I didn't go into my room for weeks after that. And then, about 3 weeks later, the weird energy was just gone. So I was fine sleeping up here for about a year and a half, and then the weird feeling at 11 o'clock started every night all over again. So I started burning sage as soon as I would feel weird, and this has always helped. Then going downstairs to sleep on the couch. Flashback to about a week ago. I got the weird feeling, I started burning sage, and immediately my sage wouldn't burn. Then it went up in a huge flame and blew out in the opposite direction of my breath. I watched the flame go to the side, so I went downstairs, and the entire night I saw something peeking around the corner by my stairwell. The fact that I was seeing things downstairs really worries me because I've always gone down there to get away from the bad energy. Well, this has now been going on since then, and any time I just look out my peripheral vision, I see an all-black figure of a person staring at me. I guess I'm just trying to get some advice on that, like what to do, because I feel like things are escalating and I don't know how to go about fixing it. At least before they go too far, and for anybody that's wondering, why I don't sleep upstairs. It's because whenever I feel that feeling, I'm terrified that I'm going to wake up to that old woman standing over my face again. So I just sleep on the couch, just to make sure I don't have to go through that again. That experience was truly traumatizing, and I would do anything to stay away from whatever it was. Guardian Angels. Before I start telling the story, I want to tell you about the dog my grandparents had. Her name was Billy, and we were one soul. She died at a really young age due to kidney failure. And to understand how close we were, we did everything together. I even understood when she wanted to tell me something. Never experienced something like that with an animal, but she was very special. The most important thing that has to do with the story is that she always wanted to protect me. Now, to the story. As a child, I practiced handball for many years. I always walked to my practices to get there, and I had to cross a street. I crossed this street thousands of times before. Sadly, a lot of people don't care about the speed limit and go a lot faster. My mother made me very paranoid about crossing streets and getting hit by a car, so I always checked multiple times if the car was coming or not. so little me checked if it was safe to go. When I was sure no car was coming, I went my way. As soon as I stepped foot on the road, a car was racing toward me at a very high speed. My 7 or 8-year-old self honestly thought at this moment, okay, that was it, I'm gonna die. Until I felt 2 strong arms wrap around my stomach and tug on my leg. I was now back on the sidewalk. Car flew by. Someone saved me, I thought in my head. With tears in my eyes, I turned around to thank the person that just saved me from death. But there was nobody. Not a single soul. The weird thing is that normally there are always people walking by or cars driving past this street. But not this time. I was very confused and went home totally forgetting where I was originally heading. As I walked into my flat, my mother looked at me and said something about me looking like I've seen a ghost. Well, I guess kind of. I told my mother what happened, and she said that one of my guardian angels must have saved me. She told me about my great-grandfather that passed way before my birth. That night, I dreamt about a man with a big bushy eyebrow and my dog Billy next to him. So I went up to him and I said hi, thanking him about taking care of my dog. Some years later, I finally saw a picture of my great-grandfather for the first time ever. I was shocked. He was the man I saw in my dream last night. I truly believe that they saved me that day.
Strange paranormal activity going on at my partner's granddad's flat. Recently, me and my partner had been hearing random banging noises throughout the whole flat to the point that we checked to make sure the front door is locked and search every room just to see whether or not anything has changed position. Or maybe you might notice something odd. We left the lounge door open the other night, and once we woke up it was closed. That was the first time I've ever been like the little spoon. The thing that has brought me to share my experience with you on Reddit was to ask whether people believe in paranormal activity during hours of light. That's because this afternoon, around 12:30 p.m., I was lying on my bed with my heavily pregnant partner just watching some TV. We're both trying to recover from an illness. Not COVID, just a sort of shitty cold and flu. But all of a sudden, our ears felt like they had a buzzing sensation. So my partner suggested turning down the TV. I responded, I'd rather just turn the TV off. And as soon as I said off, it suddenly switched off by itself. And the free view box was still lit green. So that was on. Next thing, her dog Mimi is staring at something right next to my right side of the bed, and I felt a surreal, cold tingling, a shivering, a weird sensation all throughout my body. Pretty much freaked out now. Other things seemed to happen, such as the kitchen light flickering, taking longer to turn on at night. Unexplained knocks and bangs. Mostly sound like the front door, which we keep locked, or in the kitchen. The dog sometimes looks around the room as if she's following something and also barks and growls towards whatever it is. My partner's heard someone come in through the front door. Heard them making a cup of tea, thinking her granddad had come home, but turned out no one was there. The dog's brush, which we keep on the top shelf in the lounge, it had ended up on the floor the next morning. When we record around the room with the flash on the camera, you can see light orbs often around rooms in the flat. We're staying at her granddad's vacant flat whilst he stays elsewhere, due to coronavirus going on. Does anyone else believe in spirits or ghosts? And do you believe they're harmless to us humans living here in the physical world? My cat had a negative attachment. My fiancé and I, for the past year, approximately have thought something was in our apartment besides just us. Started out with once in a while just hearing different noises and thought it was our cat just knocking something over, or maybe a plate just sliding. But any time we would check it out, the cat wasn't in the room. Nothing was moved or fallen over. So over the next months, my fiancé got pregnant. Go into more detail, but all of a sudden my cat was scared to go through the hallway. Started to go through the hallway that divides all the rooms like a bat out of hell to get from the kitchen and living room. And once in a while we would see shadow figures around the same spot. We wouldn't like to be near this spot in particular. And we just told each other it's nothing mean to us or doing anything negative towards us, so we just went on with life as always. Got along so good and started getting ready for the baby to be born, but as time went on, we started to see more shadows, and we just started arguing, and we're always on edge. And we're always just at odds with each other, and just really like hatred towards each other. Act like people we didn't even know anymore. Trying to move this along and still let you know about some things that were happening. And the baby was born, and the cat just started acting very standoffish. Kind of just be very annoying and do anything that would upset us, and we thought it was just maybe because the baby was here now, but that wasn't the case. One night I was playing with the baby and I was doing bicycles with him and a bassinet and a melody playing. I would say, "Run, run, run" to my son. And when I heard something else say what I was saying, it freaked me out really bad because the cat was acting so bad I actually was trying to find him a new home. And I had had him for 5 years. Turned into a cat that I didn't know, and me and my fiancé were still being very negative towards each other to the point where it was almost finished. But I finally did find my cat at home, and when he left the house, it seemed so much quieter and almost seemed like the house was a new house. Me and my fiancé both thought the same thing about the difference in the house. Stopped arguing, and it's just very pleasant. We both are thinking that something either was attached to the cat or followed him to the new home. We always thought people were just lying on TV when they would say the house felt lighter. But whatever was going on stopped 100% when the cat left. So I'm not exactly sure what was going on, but I'm so happy things worked out, and I almost think my cat did everything on purpose to make me have to get rid of him, or to get whatever is in my home out. Anybody else ever hear anything like this? Let me know. I'm pretty sure that we're not crazy, I think. It's actually a first for me hearing that. Kind of shadow people encounter. 7 years ago, my school friend and I came up with the idea to try bushcraft. One day we packed a few things, and my friend definitely brought a small hatchet and a makeshift stove made from a tin can. We wandered through the forest for a bit, and it was mostly a deep coniferous forest, but had a strange feeling about the place. We eventually found a nice spot surrounded by young pine trees, which formed a natural barrier around us. It wasn't too late in the day, the sun was nearing the horizon, but it was still fairly bright. We unpacked our stuff, and that's when I realized this strange feeling came from the dead silence around us. No birds, not even the rustling of leaves in the wind. As we settled in, my friend started setting up the stove. That's when I began cutting down one of the small trees to build a frame for a shelter. That's when I started feeling chills and an odd coldness. After some time, when I was sweaty and done with cutting, I sat down on the ground among the small pines and froze. No more than 20 meters away, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something dark and unclear moving along the gravel path. I could just make out 4 limbs moving in a strange way, more like human limbs. The upper part of the figure was obscured by the trees. Right at the moment when it was about to step into a clearing where I could see it fully, it seemed
to dissolve into thin air. I even leaned over to check. There was nothing there. The area beyond our little grove was a flat clearing, and the thing's pace wasn't fast enough for it to have been disappearing into the next tree line. I was about 200 meters away. What was even stranger was that I hadn't heard any sound as it walked. No crunching of gravel or twigs, even though it looked quite heavy, just judging by its legs. Called my friend's name in a whisper. Without saying anything, we packed up our stuff in about 20 seconds and left. Not a bad idea. As we walked away, the forest sound slowly returned. Birds started singing. Trees creaked in the wind. And the chill and goosebumps faded. I asked my friend if he felt the same. He said, yeah. We agreed to tell ourselves it was just a moose. But it felt more like we were convincing ourselves than stating the actual truth. The same thing I tell myself when something touches my feet. It's just a moose.
Negative spirits in my household. We need solutions. In July of 2024, I began noticing strange electrical sort of phenomena around my house. The color temperature of LED fixtures began to change. Lights would suddenly turn on, despite the fact that no one was actually, flipping the switch. Then came the bodily sensations. Initially, some ghostly thing touched my body. Then it graduated into a not unpleasant sexual encounter. Having not been previously acquainted with the paranormal or supernatural, I wasn't particularly worried. I was primarily interested that something like this was even possible, and I began to investigate it further. At present, I wish I never engaged with this phenomenon. It has absolutely drained me of my energy. It literally molests me, and it shocks my feet or prods me with the sensation of needle pricks. It prevents me from sleeping with piercing tinnitus. It walks around on the bed to further irritate me. I have gone days without sleeping, and this thing is driving me insane, no matter what I try to do to combat it. Most of the hippie stuff doesn't work, although I completely believe this is solvable. I've tried smudging an incense, and, well, that makes it worse. Meditation is no longer possible. I contact a remote spiritual healer to remove the supposed entity attachment, and so far it has not improved whatsoever. I believe this to be a spiritual phenomenon, as I used to use substances and, well, I suffered profoundly from depression. In every regard, I'm psychologically healthy, and I no longer suffer depression, which was a significant issue in the past. And I'm currently engaged in therapy, which has been extremely productive, so I'm not looking for any psychological advice. But I am looking for actionable advice, as well as a grounded explanation of what is happening to me. Is it real, and seems to have a basis in the material world and is not purely resultant from my own cognitive psychological abilities? I'm looking for any advice which might give me an understanding of what has gone wrong and what I can do to prevent this thing from affecting me and my household further. Man, somebody help this poor person.
The night before my cousin's wedding. Indeed. My family and I were in our home country for the summer. We were attending my cousin's wedding at the time, and as always, we all stayed at our grandparents' house. I had to share a room and bed with two of my other cousins, their sisters. The older cousin was the same age as me. The younger one was 3 or 4 years younger. The younger one slept in the middle. Before I share my encounter with you guys, I just want to make sure you understand the room's layout. The bed was in a corner against the wall. On the opposite side, there was a closet with a big mirror facing the bed. To the right of the closet was the door. At some point in the night, I woke up and realized I just couldn't move. I could only move my eyes. Out of nowhere, I saw that the door was wide open and a little girl walked in. She was a small child with shoulder-length hair, like a Dora cut, if you know what I mean. At first, I thought it was my cousin who was supposed to be sleeping next to me. But when I looked to my side, both my cousins were still asleep. The little girl wandered in and out of the room, moving in front of the bed and the mirror. Then she climbed onto the bed frame and started crawling toward me. That was the moment I woke up from my sleep paralysis. The next morning, I asked my aunt, who slept in the room next to ours, if my cousin, her daughter, who was sleeping with her, had woken up in the night and maybe sleepwalked. This cousin was the only other one who resembled the girl that I saw during sleep paralysis. My aunt looked at me confused and said no, because she had been with her the whole time after all. I couldn't shake the dream, so I just went for a walk. My grandparents' house is right next to a cemetery, and I often go there to visit my ancestors. I just decided to take a walk there. As I approached the headstones of my great-grandparents, I noticed a smaller headstone about 3 meters away. Walked over to look at it, and it was this little girl who had visited me. The picture on her headstone was 100% her. That's when I decided to go back and ask my grandmother about the little girl's passing. Turns out she was one of my relatives. She had passed away at a young age due to an accident. And I wish the opposite of an accident for all of you guys. Sweet dreams. See ya.
My house feels very haunted, and I may have discovered why. That, or I'm overthinking nothing I don't know. My house is over 100 years old. It was built in 1902, and it's creepy as fuck. There's crawl spaces that go into the yard and driveway that are boarded shut, and just tons of things that make no sense. The place literally drove my roommate mad to the point of smashing walls trying to find where the quiet, disembodied voices were coming from. Now, I know that makes him sound like a schizophrenic, but we've all heard them. It's not just him. I just heard these voices basically anywhere else I've lived. Or haven't heard them anywhere else I've lived. I once, clear as day, while I was upstairs, heard a man cough 3 times. It was clear as day, like I said, from the basement. I locked myself in that room with a shotgun and waited till my roommate could come and make sure no one was in the house. My dog barks and growls at nothing. Something she never did before moving here. There was one night I kept hearing rhythmic tapping on my window, and every time I turned on the lights it would stop. Went on for hours. It eventually kept going even with the lights on. There was nothing outside that window at all. My friend even showed up while the tapping was going on to look in the yard and couldn't see anything at all, but as soon as he left his truck, it stopped for the final time. There's more examples, but basically creepy-ass old house. So I'm renovating a room in the basement right now. And after tearing out the old carpet, I noticed the concrete floor is painted red. Same with the living room, which is connected to that room. But only half of it. The rest of the basement is regular concrete. On the other side of the basement, there's also a bedroom that's painted red. Only 2 places that are red in the entire house. While cleaning, I noticed some darker red parts in the indents. That's where the concrete was worn. So I poured peroxide on it. The entire area fizzed up immediately. Half that room is already covered with tile, but a large portion of the other half bubbled. I'm wondering if someone may have been killed in the basement. Seems like all the activities involving the basement. The coughing was down there, the tapping was down there, and the voices are always down there. Eight-foot praying mantis. When I reflect on my childhood, I have a reoccurring memory that always baffles me. I remember one day I was about 5 or 6. I was at home alone with my mom while she napped. I don't have an exact memory, but I recall sitting on the couch in our living room and looking up, and in front of me was a massive praying mantis-like creature. It was so massive that it filled the entire room. I'm talking like 8 feet tall. I don't really recall it moving much, if at all. I went into freeze mode. Felt like I shouldn't make eye contact. I felt like I couldn't move and was paralyzed by fear. I sat there trying to be as still as possible for a couple of minutes. I knew distinctly that this was not a dream. My childhood brain could only process it as being an extremely large bug, but I felt incredibly confused by how large it was. I remember kind of just thinking it wasn't something particularly strange, or must have been something I just hadn't learned the existence of yet. However, I knew I was scared. Eventually, I mustered up the courage to run upstairs and ask my mom for help. I woke my mom up and told her there was a massive praying mantis. She, of course, just thought it must have been a normal-sized bug. She comes downstairs and it's gone. I remember being too stunned by its disappearance and almost embarrassed to tell her what I had actually seen and, well, how strange it was. I remember feeling very confused and trying to understand how my imagination could have possibly generated something that felt so real. Later in life, I had a friend. Let's call her Eve. Eve did mushrooms with a bunch of friends. She had a difficult experience with how some of her friends responded to the substance. Eve was essentially supposed to be their guide, and Eve couldn't figure out how to assist the others. It was as if the others had forgotten how to breathe. Eve said she was suddenly greeted by praying mantis, who were somehow giving her advice on how to help the situation. The advice resulted in Eve being able to resolve the situation. Anyone have any feedback or theories on this? I've always been very confused by it all. I would like to seek counsel with this praying mantis. How about you guys? Unusual childhood awareness. A fascinating experience I can't explain. Story when I was only 2 years old. I experienced something I can only describe as an incredible moment of complete awareness. I was with my family by a lake, and I clearly remember crouching down to pick up a stone from the ground. My feet were in the water and I was wearing sandals. At that moment, I saw a man in blue swimming trunks jumping into the water. Then I heard my parents calling my name. I stood up and turned toward them. I saw them getting ready to take a photo of me, and behind them I noticed another family. A girl around 8 years old, her father with brown hair, her mother wearing sunglasses, and a boy about 15 years old. I turned to face the camera, and just as the camera shutter clicked, this adult-like consciousness of mine, what I would describe as my present-day awareness, suddenly disappeared. What makes this experience even more fascinating is that in those moments I heard a voice in my head,
My own voice, speaking to me in Bosnian, saying, "Turn around and don't make a fool of yourself." I grew up in Germany, where my parents spoke to me only in German, yet this internal voice was in Bosnian, as if I were addressing myself in a language I fully understood. This happened to me a total of 3 times, once at age 2 and twice at age 3. Each time I was vividly aware of this inner voice and the scenes around me, but after a few moments this heightened state of awareness would abruptly vanish, and I'd return to my normal childlike state. One of these moments occurred when I was crying after being scolded by a parent, and again, I heard my voice sternly say, "Stop crying, calm down." After that, the awareness disappeared again. The first experience at that lake stands out the most because I have a photograph taken at that exact moment it happened. Every time I look at that photo, I vividly recall this experience as if it happened yesterday. Question: can anyone help me understand what happened? Is this connected to any known phenomenon related to awareness, early childhood memory, or even something deeper and more complex that we don't yet fully understand? Has anyone else experienced something similar? I'd greatly appreciate any insights or stories that could help me make sense of this. Funny enough, I have had dreams in German. And I'm not German. Well, I'm not from Germany. I keep seeing a shadow figure around 1 a.m. It was waking me up from my sleep. Let me preface this by saying I've seen figures my whole life. I moved into my current apartment back in August, and it's been perfectly fine. About a month or 2 ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and I see a shadow figure standing by my sink. I was afraid, but when I went back to sleep, it happened again. I got up, turned my light on, and nothing was there. Another night, I heard this weird drilling sound in my bathroom. I went in there, I turned on the light, and it stopped. I had 2 vodka crans one night. Oh, cranberry? That was before bed, so I was kind of drunk, and it didn't happen. It doesn't happen every night. Another night, I woke up to all my cabinets being opened. I have a cat, and he's never been weird at night and always seems calm when these figures are here. He's also the reason I can't close my door to stop seeing things out into the kitchen. My sister and I planned a trip for her to come stay with me at the beginning of this year. She's here now, but she's been here since Saturday. She does not have the same thing as me and my mom where we see ghosts or something, but she always had these weird premonition dreams. About a week ago, she had this thing where she woke up and screamed, then went back to bed. Sunday night, I saw the figure. I got up and she screamed. Last night, I saw something very strange. What I would describe as having the face of a harpy, but the body of like a DNA strand about 1 foot long, was hovering over my sister and almost pecking at her. We both woke up at approximately the same time and said, "I swear to God I'm seeing it right now." And she said, "It's okay, come here and think about a big ball of light around you." She ended up asking me if I had been awake or asleep and told her I just woke up, and she said me too. I want to know what's happening. I feel like there's some sort of a warning going on here. And I don't feel like it's evil or harmful, but I feel afraid. I don't have a mental illness that I know of, or disorders that could be possibly attributed to this. And I'm stressed out about school, but not any more than last semester. Please, let me know if anybody has any ideas on what to do to stop this from happening, or a way to find out what it means. Sleep paralysis demon licked me in the ear. I live in Georgia now. I moved out here 4 years ago from Texas. I've had sleep paralysis on and off my whole life, since I was a kid. Never actually seeing any figures, but just knowing that it's there. So I took a trip with some friends to a man's retreat on the side of this mountain in North Carolina. That was when I first got here. It was hard adjusting moving across the country. It was my first time I've ever done something like that. So, that being said, I was under quite a bit of stress emotionally, trying to get my footing in a new environment. The first night we were there, I walked into my cabin with a bunch of different guys I'd never met. There was no air conditioning, and it was the dead of summer, so we're all just sweating our balls off. Everyone's laying down, and I'm on the top bunk. One of my close friends is beneath me, dead asleep. I thought you said you didn't know anyone. I fall asleep to the sound of the box fan on the ground. Come 3 a.m., I wake up but I can't move. The box fan's making this warped whooshing sound. I knew what it was. I was paralyzed. My eyes are open, the room is dark, and out of the peripheral of my eye I see someone standing there. They're looking directly at me. An extremely dark figure. He's speaking in some foreign language at me. I never felt more terrified, and for some reason, I could see his tongue coming out of his pitch-black face. I don't know how to say this or how to describe how it felt, but I could literally feel this long, demonic language-speaking tongue. I feel it go into my ear, as if to terrorize me by saying it could do whatever it wanted with me. Because I have dealt with sleep paralysis on the entirety of my life, essentially, I've learned a few things to combat it when I feel it onset. 1. Don't fight it. 2. Internally say the name Jesus. That's because, as we all know, you can't speak when you're under the spell of paralysis. 3. Wait. I'm not on here trying to evangelize anyone, and this shit was scary, but for some reason the name of Jesus always loosens the grip of the paralysis, even if you can't audibly speak his name. Anyways, the best advice I can give to anyone is if you feel it coming on while you're asleep, do not fight it. Only makes it stronger.
Friend visited me in a dream after my wedding, where he was supposed to be a groomsman. One of my best friends died of a drug overdose in 2020. He would have been a groomsman at my wedding in September of 2024, but I decided to leave his spot open. I don't believe anybody could ever truly replace him. I even had a set of groomsmen presents set aside to give to his dad when his wedding was over. During the planning for my wedding, a strange thing happened where the veterinarian's office I recently switched to turned out to be the one his parents used when he was a kid. My fiancé, now wife, has a cat. Has the same name as his childhood dog. After we switched to this vet's office, my friend's dad started getting emails and automated text messages about his family dog that had passed away almost 10 years prior. When he went to the office to figure out what had happened, the vet's office didn't have an explanation as to why he got the notifications. They said, "It's an automated system. There's no reason why you would have started receiving these when they were supposed to go to this person." This is when he figured out that I had recently started using this vet, and that my wife has a cat with the same name as his deceased dog. He was immediately convinced that my friend was messing with the vet's computers trying to reach me. His dad called me and asked if I had any major life events happening. I filled him in on my fiancé, I getting married soon. He broke down crying and said, "I think Nolan is pissed he can't be at your wedding." I struggled mentally throughout the wedding planning process because of how much I missed my friend and wished he could be with us. A few weeks after the wedding, around my birthday in November. I had a vivid dream. A dream that I was helpful to a mutual friend of Nolan, and I moved from one house to another. When I exited the house to load up another car with boxes, Nolan was standing at the car holding the package that was his groomsman's present. He held it up, smiled at me, and turned to walk away. I tried to run after him in my dream, but I couldn't run, as if my feet were glued to the ground. He walked off into the distance, and when I couldn't see him anymore, I woke up already crying. I'm convinced my friend visited me in my dream to thank me for saving his spot on my groomsmen's party. Had a baby recently and creepy dreams. I had my baby in November, and I've had a few odd dreams. So I've had the normal encounters with my baby. Baby can see deceased relatives. I had a dream with my dad, who's deceased, walking through the kitchen, seeming to grab tomato or bananas from a basket. I remember saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad, turn around and look at me." But it's like he didn't know I was there. That's the only dream I've had of my dad recently. Passed away in 2012, and occasionally I'll see him in my dreams. The bad, creepy dreams, well, I've had 2 dreams so far, something I can't see trying to grab or take my baby. In one dream, a ghost distracts me in my bathroom. Then I think, my baby, and I walk out and there's 3 versions of my daughter, literally 3 of her. I pick them all up and keep them close to me. These dreams have happened in the past month. My baby has night terrors sometimes, and I know, it's quote-unquote normal. But I've always had very trippy dreams, even an out-of-body experience before. And so I wonder if my baby inherited that. My mom said that I have fortune-teller dreams. English is not her first language. My mom warned me to not go to a cemetery. She said something will follow me out. I've never been to one. My daughter, I observe her when she sleeps in my arms, and her eyes will roll up in her head quickly and she'll begin to squeal like she's really scared. I kiss her and I say, "I'm here, the ghost can't get you, don't worry." Then she goes back to sleep. Also, my mother-in-law had a night terror where she said she saw me walk through her bedroom and out the door. She said that she's never had sleep paralysis before or a dream like that one. She's in her 50s. And at my mother's house, she said she saw a clear figure walk really fast into the living room and walk really fast back into the hallway. I wanted to mention also, my baby has a unique birthmark on her arm, and my mom says that it's somebody who wants to be close to me. My mom is an East Asian, and her country has old shamanic spiritual beliefs. So should I be concerned about the weird dreams? Anything I can do to deter something that isn't my dad or her deceased relative? What was the matter with this guy who's been harassing me in my sleep? Any psychologists or somebody who understands psychology? Raise his hand. Anyway, a couple of years ago, maybe 2, I frequently seen some visions after I wake up from my sleep in the middle of the night, and those visions lasted no more than a second. But I always felt like they were a little, if not for so much long, and they were vivid. I don't know how to tell this, but it felt like the time was bent, and at time that short feels a little bit longer. I knew those visions were short, but it felt a little bit longer. Continuing, this has been happening since I was a little boy. The earliest recall is having a huge-ass white, and I mean white, spider on my bed crawling upon me. There are some examples in the middle now and then, but I don't want to go into unnecessary details that much. There's just one guy who I've seen more than once. He's a guy with the look of a thief or a burglar. Same. Once when I was a child, I saw him in my dream, a white skin, well-shaven face, or his beard doesn't really grow. He wears all black with a cap and leather gloves and so on. Again, when I was a child, I had a dream in which I was laying on the couch in my living room. My mother and father were praying, indifferent of me, and chilling until this guy comes in and looks at me. Starts making his way toward me, hands stretched like a mummy. He closes in. His face inches away from mine, and I can see his iris clearly. I wake up and I see a glimpse of him. I wed myself crying. And last summer when I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up without a reason. No bad dreams. When I opened my eyes, it was this motherfucker again standing and watching me with a hand lamp. I was fully awake, and although the light burned and hurt my eyes, I could see his grinning face. It was him. Although I was frightened, I suddenly had an anger toward the guy. And these emotions happened in 2 seconds. I was mad pissed at the guy because my eyes were hurting from all the light buried in my face. I yelled at the top of my lungs like, "I've had enough of you, motherfucker," while bolting out of bed to punch him. If it was a solid body, that would have been a perfect punch. But as soon as I did that, he pixelated thousands, millions, billions of pixels like gold dust flying up into the air. It was almost like Thanos' snap. But that movie wasn't even around. I don't even know what that movie is. Never seen that guy after I punched him to oblivion. So what was that? Woman in White. So this takes place back in 2015. That's when I was 17 and my cousin was 15. She one day had this extremely weird experience, which does sound like she was seeing things. But I genuinely believe her in what she saw. One day she was in her house. She was looking for her man, and she saw what she thought was her. It was through the kitchen window, so she went outside to see her standing in a white dress, pegging and washing up. She only saw the back of her butt, but thought it was extremely odd because it's not something that she wears. And she'd seen her earlier, and she was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She looked away and looked back, and she disappeared, so she went back in the house and looked for her again, only to find her upstairs in her jeans and t-shirt. So she asked her if she was outside in a white dress. She replied, "I don't have a white dress other than my wedding dress. I've been up here the whole time." So, yeah, basically, they were spooked to say the least. But I also want to mention that there was no other women or girls in the house. There's my cousins, ma'am, and 2 brothers. Not long after, maybe 2 weeks, she had another experience where she was chasing their dog in the garden. And when she looked up toward the end of the garden, there she was again. Except this time she was picking apples. That's better than pegging. She never really saw her face, which I suppose is a good thing. But she was wearing the same white dress in a way that was like sort of minding her own business. I remember going to their house and we're talking about it, and me and my cousin decided to look up this woman in white. We were reading it out and kind of joking about it because we didn't really believe in it. Like, we believe in ghosts as a family, but we didn't believe that it could be connected, if you get me. We found the story of the White Lady, and the legend goes that a white lady is fabled to appear by day as well as by night in a house which a family member is soon to die. A couple of months later, on September 25th, our other cousin had a fatal motorbike accident. Passed away on the 26th. You can argue that it was just a coincidence, but honestly, the chills that ran down my spine when the realization hit was indescribable. My cousin hasn't seen the woman in white since, and that's now 5 years ago. Paranormal
My
M
work
invites you to
is
dive into the
haunted.
mysterious and unexplained. Hit subscribe and stay tuned
Mine
for
too.
captivating episodes that will leave you wanting more. The adventure
So I think I've
begins
shared
now.
before that my house is haunted. But now I'm started to think my work is too. Cry face. I'm going to share a few experiences and also my best explanations for them. Because even though I believe in spirits and love having them around me, I always try to explain them away. My manager, let's call her Carly, and I were closing down the store. We had both just clocked out and started walking to the doors when we heard something that sounded like a person was inside the locked store and dribbling a basketball, which we just recently started selling. Carly was ahead of me and shouted, "Why are you doing that?" I said, "I'm not," to which she turned around and immediately stopped smiling. "Well, I'm not going over there." And I was like, "Neither am I, the fuck." And keep in mind, while we're talking about this, the sound is still happening. We've a clear view of where the sound's coming from. There's nobody there, and also nobody else in the store except us. The sound suddenly stops. Book it out of there. My, best explanation is that somebody was outside banging on the door. But we ran out the second the noise stopped, and no one was around at all. My other manager, we'll call her Mary, we were closing. I was closing up my register because I'm a cashier, and Mary was talking to me about something. But out of nowhere, a box of Slim Jims that we had at the register just fell to the ground. This one is obvious. It was probably just placed too close to the register. Or not. This one was just the other day, and it was me, Mary, and my coworker Sally. Sally was on her lunch break, so I had to open up my register and cover for her. As I'm helping people, I keep seeing somebody standing behind me out of the corner of my eye. I turn around thinking it was a customer to help, but no one was there. I played it off as just a person who was there but left before I turned around, but they must have ran their asses out if that's the case. Now the one I really can't explain was looking around the registers for anything to fix when I saw candy on the bottom shelf. So it's not like gravity was pulling it down. It flew across the aisle. I just kind of put it back because, like, rude. But I want other people's opinions on this. Loveland Frogman. This happened quite a few years ago. Not to myself, but to my brother. As in the case, the details may be a bit foggy. Or, dare I say, froggy. So my brother is quite the skeptic. He's always the first person to challenge your claim or story, what have you. Always asking for scientific evidence to back up whatever it is that you're saying. He's got a hard head, and with that said, that's what makes me believe that what he told me, as he's not one to make up false claims. At the time, he was working a job in the early morning. He had to clock in by 6 a.m. We were living in a place down the road from a creek that runs through the land. There's a traffic light right by the creek where he would turn left to go to work. On the opposite side of the road is a large farmer's field that goes into brush and down to a creek. As he approached the light, he saw like a figure was walking on the side of the road heading toward the creek. He described it as being the height of a short human, but the shape was more of a frog. There wasn't that dividing area of shoulders, neck, then head. It all sort of ran together. He also said it walked strangely, unlike a normal human would. He saw it on the other side of the road as he approached the red light. He was dumbfounded and just watched it as it walked. He said the light turned green, but it didn't immediately go as he was awe-stricken with what he was seeing. He just sat and watched it for a few seconds and eventually just turned and went on his way to work. He came home that day and told me about it. I thought it sounded strange, but given his skeptical tendencies, I didn't discount what he was saying. So, well, we began searching online for it, and lo and behold, we found tales and other accounts of people seeing the same kind of creature in the state that we live in. A humanoid, frog-like creature that roams around creeks and rivers. We even found Native American stories telling of the same creature. If anyone else would have told me, I would have been like, oh wow, that's crazy. And then, just brush it off. Knowing my brother, though, I absolutely believe it, and I was flabbergasted. We also had no prior knowledge of the creature, so when we went searching online for it and found similar stories, that made me believe it even more. So if you're ever around a river or a creek, look out for the Frogman. And then I will make friends with the Frogman.
Ghost Boy saves my life. Freshman PE, swimming unit. I'm hanging out in the pool with my friend and some of the rest of my classmates, and I decided I want to see how long I could hold my breath. So I plunged underwater and proceeded to push all the air out of my lungs and just sit there in the bottom of the pool. All I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat. That's when all of a sudden I hear the voice of a young boy say out loud and clear, "Please breathe." I leap out of the water and I look around thinking it was one of my classmates, but no one was even near me. I told my friend about the experience, and he was just as tripped out as I was. Although it was weird, I just put it off and I proceeded with my day. A week later, I'm waiting to get picked up after school in a different spot than I usually did. This spot was at the bottom of the hill, right next to the gym and pool. My mom had been running late, so I was just wandering around to kill time. That's when I noticed a memorial rock. Thought it was strange that there's a memorial rock in such a random place by the gym. I'd assumed it was for a student. I looked closer and read the name Zerky Rainey. Thinking it was interesting and kind of sad, I took a picture of it, sent it to my friend, same one from the pool. He texted me back almost immediately with a chilling message. "Look at the death date." I looked down and I read it. My heart stopped and I went cold and my body went completely numb. The death date said September 12th, the exact same day I'd had the experience in the pool where a young boy had told me to breathe. Naturally, when I got home, I pulled out my computer and looked up Zerky Rainey. Turns out he was a 4-year-old boy who was run over by a truck right there where the plaque stood. I always felt like that day I had scared the boy into thinking I would die, just like he did. Obviously, I was nowhere near drowning, but a 4-year-old wouldn't know that. The voice was so clearly a young boy, and I'll never be able to understand or not hear it again. His father actually wrote a book called Letters to Zerky, which I've read. It's a beautifully sad novel. I'll never shake the feeling that that little boy saved my life. The Strange Woods of Maine. As a child growing up in the backwoods of Maine, I've heard my fair share of strange things in the night. Typically, it'll be coyotes hunting or the prowl of another nocturnal creature. As a child, I was never particularly afraid of the dark, but I knew dangers lurked in the absence of light, so at night I played indoors. During the daytime, however, there were never any restrictions. On one summer afternoon, I was riding my bike down the street. It branched off my dead-end road. Our only neighbors being a relative and a couple of decent folk just down the way. Otherwise, quiet, just woods. I would make this ride quite often. There was no town, but this stretch was fun to ride because I could pedal my heart out without having to slow down in order to veer. And on this day, I made my normal round up the road only to turn around and head back. I had an uneasy feeling on the ride up, which was the only abnormality. I felt like I was being watched. Something told me to look toward the woods on my right, and I did so reluctantly. Deep in the woods amongst the pines, I saw a black, almost liquid thing peer out from behind a tree. My heart dropped. I took off pedaling as fast as my feet would take me, keeping a steady eye on the woods to my right. This thing kept pace effortlessly, was darting from tree to tree like a primordial ooze. It was either playing or stalking prey, and I wasn't about to stop and find out. Pedaling so hard, I was just basically thought my chain would snap, and I knew my uncle's house was approaching on the left. I spun out in the dirt, ditched the bike, and ran to his door, frantically knocking. I turned around to see if whatever it was would be making its way toward me. I didn't see anything, though. My uncle opened the door, cigarette in his mouth, asking me what's wrong. I explained to him what I saw, and he grabbed a rifle and said, "Probably just a bear," with a little bit of a slight concern in his voice. "I've never seen a bear move like that," I said. "Yep, they'll do that," he said as he peered through the blinds. To this day, I don't know what I saw, but something tells me my uncle sure did. It's been 20 years, and I've since lost contact with my uncle. Maybe someday I'll reach out and ask. To be fair, he might think bears move like that. Personal report about seeing strange humanoid figures, and suggestion of name for a paranormal investigation group. A while ago, some friends and I formed a sort of paranormal investigation team. It started, and still is, a pretty silly thing, but I must admit I enjoy it. It's nothing too serious. We just investigate places we've heard about from friends of friends that might have something unusual going on. Sometimes a local urban legend. Sometimes something someone claims to have seen there. Stuff like that. We've had experiences where we saw things like shadows out of the corner of our eyes, dark shapes, objects moving, things like that. Anyway, this was just some context for a suggestion I wanted to ask from you all. We realized, and we already have a logo, it's kind of a bird drawing, really poorly done, but once I learn how to draw better, I plan to improve it. But we don't have a name. One idea I had was Eagles, as a tribute to the band. I think it kind of fits and sounds good, but I'm not sure if I should pick a name that relates more to the paranormal. And we're all from Brazil, specifically from a central part of the country. So it might feel a bit odd for a group from here to have the name Eagles. What I plan to do at most is create a blog in the future to share any findings or evidence that we come across. Another thing, recently, about 6 months ago, I've been experiencing some humanoid apparitions at my house. They're usually tall figures that almost touch the ceiling, long arms and faces I can never see clearly. I've also been hearing someone calling my name in my own voice, and the sound comes from my late grandmother's room. A few days ago, one of our group members was at my house with me, and also heard it. Which was sort of strange because it was the first time it happened when I wasn't alone. Honestly, I'm not too worried about it, especially since I've been seeing weird things since I was a kid. So what do you think? Does Eagles sound like a good name or not? If not, I'd really appreciate it if you have any suggestions. I like things that are 1 or 2 syllables, but it does seem a little bit detached from what you're going for. Echoes of my dog, who is still alive. My dog is very old, but still alive. She's a 13-pound miniature poodle who's about 15 years old. That's to say she sleeps a lot. Most of the time, really, but especially at night. Last night I'm in bed reading in the dark when I thought I felt my dog walking around my bed to try to jump onto it. Felt the vibrations of her movement and heard the pitter-patter of her feet. Getting into my bed at that time would have been unusual for her because she'd already laid down to sleep. What caught my attention was when I thought she'd actually jumped into the bed, but then there was no dog. It froze for a moment, then turned the lights on. My dog was sleeping in her bed on the floor and probably hadn't moved for hours. Something didn't feel right, so I sat up and looked around for a minute. Then I looked over at my rat cage, which is high off the ground. I saw that one of my rats was outside the cage, sitting on top of it as if she'd been placed there. It's a metal cage, and no one escaped before or since. That gives me a crazy memory. Couldn't have been a rat trying to get on my bed, because once she'd reached the floor, there would have been no way for her to get back into the cage. I don't know what was going on, but I thought of a few possibilities. One, I've been sick and dehydrated, could have been a hallucination. Can't explain the rat, though. 2, some entity was messing with me and my animals. 3, a residual haunting of my dog getting in my bed, and an escaped rat. And I can't hold my mouth shut, and I have to tell you a funny story. So when I was a little kid, my brother had rats. They had a particular smell and a particularly large, unavoidable appendage. That was my thought on the rats when I was a kid. But, long story short, there's about 8 of them. And one rat, for whatever reason, he had named Jeffrey Dahmer. Don't know if you can tell where the story's going to go. Short story even shorter. One day there's only one rat left in the cage. And instead of possibly them escaping, I hope some of them escaped, but there was half of a rat sticking out of Jeffrey Dahmer's mouth. Yuck. Ugh. Horse-faced woman in red dress. This took place in Southern California. It was around 2002. So, when I was in 5th grade, a friend and I had stayed the night at another friend's house. Typical night for that age. Movies and games and such. My friend and I had fallen asleep on the floor, me being closer to the bedroom door while our other friend was in his bed. Of course, I wake up within the 3 o'clock hour. I don't remember the exact time. Nothing woke me up, just on my own. And as I did, however, I had noticed the figure of a woman standing in front of us. They were blocking the bedroom door. The door was closed when we went to sleep, but then open when I woke up to see this figure. There was a faint blue/white light, and it was illuminating the room from an alarm clock. Being closer to the door and the woman figure, I was able to notice a pair of red-heeled shoes on her. A silky red dress that went down just above her knees, long and what seemed to be blonde hair, and her face was absolutely blacked out. After noticing said details, it was like she waited for me to see what I can. So, before turning around and slowly walking out of the door down the hallway. Thinking it was my friend's mom, I was intrigued because why? But she never went out that night. She was asleep with her husband across the house. The bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and so I see her walking around to the stairwell, and I start walking downstairs. There's a landing halfway down, and from the view of the bedroom, you're able to see the bottom floor and the end of the stairs. then can go left to the kitchen or right to the living room. She stopped on the landing, her back toward me. Then she slowly turned her head to the right, and with a small faint light downstairs, I was able to see the silhouette of a horse's head as her face. Only the silhouette, while her hair and dress and shoes stayed the same. She continued to walk down the rest of the stairs and turned left into the kitchen. Needless to say, I closed that door quickly and stayed awake the rest of the night. Has anybody heard of such a thing or see it for themselves? I would like feedback.
Don't know if this was a ghost or what. I'm hoping to get some feedback on something unusual I experienced a few years ago. And by the way, I've always been a bit skeptical of paranormal phenomena, but this encounter has stayed with me. I want to share what happened and see if anybody else has had a similar experience, or perhaps can offer insights. So, this happened when I was 16. It was around 7 or 8 p.m. I was in my fully lit bedroom. I was scrolling through Instagram. Sorry for that. I was awake and fully aware of my surroundings when suddenly my alarm clock turned on by itself and started playing Cake by the Ocean. Random detail, I know. Cake by the Ocean. I remember feeling a bit of uneasiness at that moment, like something was off in the room. But I wasn't alone. I looked up, and there, right next to my alarm clock, this is what I can only describe as a humanoid entity. It wasn't solid, but rather it seemed to be made of light. The light was bending in a way that formed the shape of a person. Arms, legs, head, torso, but no fine features. It was like a distortion of light, kind of like a heat mirage. The room also seemed a little brighter than normal, almost like the entity was somehow affecting the electricity or perhaps even the environment. I remember feeling terrified, but also knowing that whatever it was there clear as day. My eyes started watering and I couldn't speak. I ended up slowly backing out of the room, closing the door and running upstairs to get my dad. When we went back down, it was gone. I've never experienced anything like this since. And I know some might chalk it up to a vivid imagination or something, maybe psychological, but it felt real. My mom also mentioned that I had an imaginary friend when I was little. She said a psychic once even mentioned it. It's always stuck with me, and now I'm wondering if there's any connection to what I saw years later. I'm curious if anybody else, sort of slurred that, I'm curious if anyone else has had similar encounters with light-based or energy entities, or if you have any insights into what I might have experienced. Thanks for reading, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Was it a dream or reality? So I was about 13 years old and living in an old apartment with my mom and my siblings. We had lived there for about 2 or 3 years. Nothing weird had ever happened to us. Although the person who helped us cleaning the house told us that she had felt some kind of weird presence, but it was only once. One night like any other, I was sleeping, and to be honest, I don't know what time it was. Suddenly, I felt the urge to wake up because I was feeling like someone was pushing on my chest. I don't know if I woke up or not, and I don't know if I was sleeping or what, but I felt physical reactions to what was happening. I opened my eyes, I think, and I didn't see anything on top of me, but I was feeling a massive pressure over my chest, as if someone was pushing down on it with their hands. I looked to the wall on my right and saw a shadow that I have a hard time describing. Some sort of a big head with horns that was hovering over me. Of course, my first thought was that it was the devil or some demon. I was laying on my bed and I tried getting up, but I couldn't even move. was facing upwards and my arms were straight alongside the rest of my body. I grew up in a Christian family, and I was taught to say, "I rebuke you in the name of the Lord," whenever I had to face some sort of weird situation dealing with paranormal stuff. So I tried saying that, but I couldn't talk. I was couldn't say anything. I could barely even move my lips, and I couldn't say more than "I." At the same time, I was forcing my body as if I was trying not to let the thing inside me. That went on for maybe 3 or 4 minutes until I felt really tired and stopped forcing my chest. In that exact moment, I felt like an inner heat inside my body, as if that thing got inside me. Plus, the shadow was gone. Then I really woke up. In case I wasn't up already, I don't even know. I felt a pain in my chest and shivers. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and the next morning I got out of the room and didn't get back in for the day. I even think I slept in my mother's room the next night. I'm 19 now, and we're not living there anymore. To this day, I have no idea what happened that night. Never had any kind of episodes of possession or something like that. I don't know what happened, but it was horrible. I wonder if it was the case of sleep paralysis or if there's actually something in my room trying to possess me. I don't know. It was the scariest thing I've experienced. Dream of purgatory. Maybe. One of the strangest and most memorable dreams I had. I think it was purgatory, looking back. In my dream, I was in a city. It looked both old and new. It had shop windows that were dusty, and sort of anachronistic advertisements like the old Guinness beer murals. But it was in a modern environment. Had a huge air of neglect and emptiness, washed out colors. There's no one else there, so I thought. I found myself making my way to what I can only describe as a train station. It had seats and TV screens, dusty and fly-speckled. In one of the seats staring at the screens was an obese man. He had an aura of gray about him. He was overweight and staring at the screen, wearing a dirty off-white t-shirt and baggy jogging trousers. I tried talking to him, but he didn't see me. He just stared at the screen. I felt waves of depression and apathy from him. I had the strongest feeling he'd passed away, with no one to mourn him. Some squalid bedsit somewhere. Next to the train station were steps going down like a subway. The stairs went down to a landing, turned 90 degrees, then went down again, repeated. It formed a square spiral. The stairway was choked with rebar, chunks of concrete and old trolleys, almost impassable. From deep down below, spiky, many-limbed creatures, all angles, sharp teeth, and they were moving effortlessly. It was like spiders in a web, perfectly suited to the environment. They radiated malevolence, an evil, demonic energy. I then woke, but the dream never left me. It never faded like a normal dream. Ruminating on it, I feel like it was a glimpse into limbo, the fields of Elysium, or whatever passes for the space in between this and the next. I wonder if the man I saw wasn't somebody who passed and didn't know what he had. Anyway, I figured I'd share this dream with you all. Silhouette on early morning walk. I was walking my dog early in the morning. It was just recently. This is nothing unusual. I'm an early riser, and the sooner I can get out, the better. It was a typical cold, pre-dusk wintry walk in the northeastern U.S.
We head out before daybreak as I try afterwards to get showered and dressed and at my desk before 7:30 every day. So no later than 5:30 when this occurs. It's not uncommon to maybe see a few others out getting their daily exercise, and that's precisely what I thought I saw when I came to an intersecting sort of sidewalk. You could either continue straight or turn onto another road. I looked up a slight incline, and under a dimly lit canopy of scattered streetlights, I saw a glimpse of a silhouette of a woman walking towards us. I'm assuming it was a woman because of her shape and wavy hairstyle. My dog looked at her too and simply continued walking, putting her head down and sniffing away while I checked the sidewalk for any lingering ice patches or uneven breaks. Thinking that I was getting close and preparing to bring my dog in closer so we wouldn't bother the other pedestrian, I looked up again. This time the figure was much smaller, up the street considerably further, walking in the opposite direction. Even though its legs were in motion, it didn't appear to be making any ground. I swear it was like a person in the background of a video game that's going through the walking motions but never leaving the screen. So I stopped to try and figure out what the hell was going on. My dog stopped too and just sort of stared at it the same way. Yanking her in a different direction, we started heading home. But not before looking again and not being able to see it anywhere. Clearly, one could easily say that whoever it was simply turned around while I was looking down and started walking in the direction from which they had come. However, the speed at which this would have had to occur just wasn't possible. They assuredly weren't running. Anyone ever experienced any weirdness like this before? We walked that early, pretty much nearly every day, often following a similar route, but I'd never seen anything like it before or since. I also want to point out that neither of us were scared, as the hair on the back of our necks was standing up. Nope, we were simply saying to each other, if dogs could talk anyway, what the hell is going on? Glitchy. I saw something as a kid and I still can't explain it. I can't quite remember when this happened to me, but I was really young, maybe around 7 or 8 years old. I don't think about it often, but every few years the memory comes back. And to this day, I have no explanation for what I saw. I was at home, and my mom told me to go outside to grab something. Our house was still under construction at the time, but it was already big. Had an outside kitchen connected to the main house by a small open corridor. When I opened the door to go there, I saw something. It was moving from the left side of the corridor, walking toward the outdoor bathroom. At first glance, it looked like some kind of stray animal, but something was off. It was too tall to be a dog, but too small to be a horse. It had the thin, malnourished body of a street dog with caramel-colored fur or skin. But when I focused on it, what I was seeing, it wasn't some weird-looking dog who probably had entered the house. The head was my grandpa's, exactly like my grandfather's head, bald with wrinkles and even his glasses. But there was something weird with his eyes. They were white or gray, maybe even red. Can't remember exactly. But I know they weren't normal eyes. I don't remember hearing any sounds. I don't remember if it made a noise or if it reacted to me. But as it walked forward, it turned its neck as if it heard me. That's when I bolted inside the house. Ran to tell my mom, but I can't really remember if she believed me or just told me to pray. She is very religious, so I doubt she would have entertained the idea of anything supernatural. Never saw it again. It didn't haunt me or follow me or even appear in my dreams. But that memory is burned into my brain. I didn't feel like a dream, and even child's imagination had felt real. The creepiest part is my grandpa is still alive to this day, although he's sick now. Probably not anymore. Fortunately, I can't really contact him to see if he's okay. I live in the southern part of Africa, and after looking into it, I think it might have been something similar to a doopie, or another spirit from African folklore. I don't know for sure.
The shifting baby cot. I will start this off by saying that I have never personally experienced anything paranormal, nor do I ever want to. Something about it just bothers me, so I'm thankful that I have no personal stories to relate here. The story I've decided to share is one that I heard from a family friend at a New Year's Eve party. It took place in 2011 on a private beach in Sydney, Australia, as the sun was coming down. She was a middle-aged lady who had begun to discuss this house that her friend lived in, which was supposedly haunted. She described a number of things that her friend and her friend's family members had experienced on a regular basis there, such that it was just a fact of life for them by that point. The details of most of those stories escape my mind now, and because this is third hand, I'll only share the single story that sticks vividly in my mind that she told that evening. Her friend had an infant child, and that child would always sleep on a cot in the same room. That's where the child would be left alone during the night. The cot was always positioned parallel to one of the walls in the room, but not so that it rested against the wall. It was instead placed a few feet away from it. The mother became concerned when she discovered that each morning when she would come to check on the baby, the cot had moved so that it was touching that wall. The baby was too small to be capable of moving it, and the cot was not on wheels. She would always pull the cot back to where it should have been, a few feet away from it, and each morning she would find it against the wall in the exact same way. Well, just for the sake of it, either out of curiosity or frustration, the mother choked on my own tongue. The mother decided to move the cot much further away from the wall this time, into the very center of the room. Of course, when she came back in the next morning, she found the cot had once again been moved. It was resting against the very same wall. I think a ghost grabbed my tongue. Late night at the pizza shop. When I was in college, a couple decades ago, I worked at a mom-and-pop pizza shop. As you entered the main dining area from outside, you could see the sales counter, the door into the kitchen as well as the hallway into the restroom. It always felt like someone was watching me from the restroom area, but I assumed that it was just something about the mood or the declarations putting me slightly on edge. It was darker than the dining area, so maybe the transition from a light to dim environment was what did it. Over time, I started to see that customers would keep glancing that direction, just like the employee would. We had a few regulars who formed friendly relationships with a lot of the employees. I'd asked one of them why he kept looking toward the restroom. He told me that he felt somebody was watching him from there. That experience confirmed for me that whatever it wasn't just me or my comments tainting the perceptions of other employees. But nothing ever came of it. Back in the kitchen, I always felt like I was being watched from above, as if something was clinging to the ceiling and looking down at me, or like something was peering in through the tiny window at the door leading into the alley behind the shop. We really only went back there to take out the trash, or maybe when my coworker wanted to smoke, and I never had anything bad happen back there. One night, I'm in the kitchen prepping a batch of dough. That's while a coworker made pizzas in the front of the shop.
Out of nowhere, the hair all over my body stood up and I felt extremely afraid. Nothing had happened. I had no reason to be afraid, but I was terrified. A bit ashamed that I went into the pizza making area and asked the other guy to trade places with me. I made pizzas for the rest of the night. My coworker finished prepping the dough and cleaning up the kitchen. But that night creeped me out pretty badly. Never felt a random fear like that before, and I've not felt it again since that night at the pizza shop. I realized that this could all just be caused by some weird mental state I was in at the time, and that the environment could have just been a bit creepy, causing others to respond to it as well. But after so many years with little to no similar experiences, I still wonder if anything supernatural was happening in that shop. Boy, do I miss pizza.
I have an unexplainable paranormal experience. This occurred when I was in 4th grade. My school had 2 floors, and my classroom was located on the 2nd floor. Most of the classroom is made up of windows. Almost 2 walls worth of them, too. It was in the afternoon, and we were doing independent working time. As a kid, it was difficult for me to stay on task with my work, so I caught myself staring out the window. And out of nowhere, I spot a weird-looking aircraft. I was still a kid, so I assumed it was an airplane. But the more I noticed, the more I believed it wasn't an airplane, but maybe an aircraft. An aircraft not from here. The aircraft was a dark shade of gray. It looked like the classic circle UFO, as if it had been squished and then extended. It also had some long, fin-like wings. One on each side, and one on the top. It also had very dark tinted windows. I kept staring at it with confusion. It made no noise, and it was passing right by my classroom window. I was in shock. I then just looked around my class to see if I wasn't the only one noticing it. But they all had their heads down. It wasn't the type as in they were doing their work, not at all. It was as if they were shut down like a robot. They had their heads sort of down and hanging. They looked lifeless. Reminds me of me at school. I kept looking back and forth. I would look at the aircraft and around the classroom, and it felt so strange. I remember feeling so nauseous. I looked back at the window, and it vanished. In front of the window was a clear view, so I had to see it fly off or pass completely through. But it was gone. Not even a split second passed, then the bell rang for recess. That was when all the kids perked up and began heading out. They got up as if nothing happened. During recess, I began to tell my friends what's happened. All they said was, "What are you talking about?" And they all just brushed it off. I kept trying to tell others what happened, and they just didn't believe me. I'm currently in my junior year of high school, and to this day I believe it was a UFO or something paranormal. I always feel kind of uneasy when I think about it.
The ghost car. I would say about a year or 2 years ago, maybe. I was out with my husband and 2 of our friends. We went out to the movies and we went to dinner. Everything was going great. We were heading back to our friend's house so we could pick up our car and go home. We were all chatting away in the car. And this had to be about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I live in West Virginia, and our friends lived in a very rural part of West Virginia. I mean, after 6 o'clock, there's no one on the roads. We're all just chatting while it's pitch black outside. We could see maybe 100 feet in front of us, and there was a dark vehicle. Couldn't possibly make out the color, considering it was, me being in the backseat with my husband. We didn't think anything of the vehicle, per se. It was just kind of uncommon to see someone else out on the road that late. So, we continued on our conversation for another 5 minutes. All I could really remember about the vehicle was seeing its red taillights. All of a sudden, the car turned right. No turn signal, just sort of an immediate right turn. When we get up to where the car turned off the road, I noticed there was no road there. No driveway of any sorts. Also, the car wasn't there either. It was just a bunch of trees and nothing else. The car filled with silence, and I kind of just shook my head at it. I mean, I've experienced a lot of paranormal things in my life, so I guess it really wasn't that strange to me. I just brushed it off, and I thought maybe they sped off into a dirt road or something. But when my friends and my husband spoke up, changed my mind forever. They all three asked at the same time, "Did you see that? Did you see that car disappear?" We all saw the exact same car drive off without a trace. I'm not sure what I saw that night, but it gives me chills just writing this out. I will say, when I thought people were following me, and if you have a manual car, you can absolutely turn off all of the lights. So he could have hooked a right, thought you were the scary people, and turned off his lights. I only say that because I used to do that. Mini Grim Reaper Owl Gremlin watching me sleep as a child. When I was a kid, I had an experience that as I got older, I attributed to sleep paralysis or something. But the experience lasted for what felt like hours. At least, well, more than a few minutes. And in my life, 0 of my many sleep paralysis episodes have included any visual phenomenon. I was scared and I went to my parents' room to ask to sleep in their bed. Also seems to rule out sleep paralysis since I'd been walking around. I laid in the middle of them. They had a big wooden beam that crossed over above the bed between a very huge V ceiling. Anyways, sitting on the beam was a small creature. At the time, I called it a gremlin. Well, because I didn't know another word for something that size that stood up on 2 legs. Now I would describe it as perhaps the size and maybe the shape of an owl, literally. It was wearing what I can only describe as a Grim Reaper cloak and hood. Nothing about this thing was visible except the cloak and hood, like I could, see no face or couldn't see any body parts. But I could see that it was standing up completely still with the hood up and the cloak thing grazing the beam. The face area under the hood was just pitch black. It stood on the beam directly above me, staring at me, and it felt this way, at least, and, couldn't see its face or eyes. So, while I sat stiff, frozen, afraid to move for so long that my muscles cramped, eventually I gained the courage to pull the blanket over my head and lay awake for hours. When I did finally sleep and wake up, nothing was there in the morning. I checked everything in the room to see if there was something that could have looked like it, being on that beam, but across the room, maybe something, but absolutely nothing was present to explain this. Was this somehow sleep paralysis, or are there owl, gremlin, mini creatures, and grim reapers watching children sleep or something? Never heard of any similar encounters or descriptions. I will tell you that I, too, have not heard of such a thing. How about you guys? An inexplicable incident. This happened about 8 years ago. I still think about it from time to time because it's truly inexplicable. I wonder if somebody here could explain it, based on what I wrote, not just some extraneous assumptions. At the time, I had a DSL router in my living room, to which my phone line was connected, plugged into a USB jack. Turns down the volume. It was standing on a small table near my computer. One night after I had worked online, I went to bed and started reading on my iPad. I remember I was reading an ebook and I just borrowed from the open library. I had just been reading for maybe about 15 minutes. That's when I noticed the internet connection was gone. I waited for about 5 or 10 minutes. It often came back spontaneously, but then I got up to go reset the router. Sure enough, the red light was blinking, and then as I reached for the box to press the reset button, I noticed the phone cables lying on the floor was far from the USB jack. That's it. And it's no small matter because, 1, I never touched the router before I went to bed. 2, the cable was plugged tightly into the USB jack at all times, like you had to push it until it kind of clicked. 3, upon examination, the part that went into the jack did not appear to be damaged or broken in any way. And even if it had been, and had somehow fallen out, it wouldn't explain the position of the cable when I found it, far away from the jack. 4, no other human and no animals of any kind were present, or any other time. And 5, I was not under the influence of any kind of substance, or even sleepy for that matter. That was the only time something like that happened, and I would like to explain it reasonably, which is why I'm posting it. But I cannot post this on some computer or hardware sub because it's not really a hardware problem, it's quite literally paranormal, i.e. something that appears to be beyond normal. Which the narrator considers as being supernormal. But hey. Strange things happening in a factory that I used to work at. I've been working at this place for about 2 years. It's an old chemical factory that was built in the early 1900s before World War I. I don't know much more about its history, though. The first few months all went pretty smoothly. But after a while, I started noticing some things that were quite odd. The first thing that I noticed, on my nightly rounds, there were some buildings that the lights seemed to turn on and off on their own. But I wrote that off to the old electrical installations, which could act quirky sometimes, or employees forgetting to turn off the light after leaving the building. The thing is, that stuff kept happening, even when there was no one else but me on the premises. I could check a building on the start of my round, only to return 30 minutes later and find every light in that building turned on, but the door would still be locked. There was one particular building that constantly gave me the creeps. A flat one-story building that was basically one long hallway with office rooms on either side. Every time I walked through that hallway to check if all the offices are locked, I felt watched, like somebody was behind me looking over my shoulder. It was also in this building that I heard whispers or sighs from one of the offices, but they were always empty, and all electronic equipment that could have caused any noises, like radios or laptops, etc., were all turned off. Another building that I had weird stuff happening in, it was the metal workshop. The weirdest thing was that one night I heard a noise from within, and when I entered, all the machines, like the drills, the saws, and all of it, they were all on and running. I just ran in, hit the main emergency switch, and got the fuck out of there. And that night, no one but me was on the premises. Tried to talk with some of my colleagues about it, but they said if I wanted to keep my job, I'd better stop talking about those things. Apparently, management didn't take too kindly on people asking too many questions about these things. Haunting of the Lewis River and nearby forest. I slept next to the lower Lewis Falls,
many, many years ago, and I heard the strangest things. I don't believe in the supernatural occurrences necessarily, but this was a striking auditory hallucination I had experienced at night, and it would not be the last time that I would hear it, which has me questioning my doubt of the paranormal. While laying in the hammock near the base of the falls, I could hear the sounds of the waterfall echoing off of many of the nearby surfaces. Thousands of varying surfaces reflected the already thunderous clamor of the falls and began to undulate into a strange pattern. The changes were so subtle and sounded so real, yet within my mind. The clamor of the water and its reflected sounds evolved slowly into the chirping of frogs, which in time became the beating of a drum, then a chant that picked up tempo and became more of a wail and scream. The experience was startling, and I was having a hard time believing what I had experienced. It seemed as though I had simply hallucinated the experience, so I choked it up to a trick of the mind and slept it off. In the morning, I mentioned to my camping buddy that I had hallucinated, and he gave me a very peculiar look and said he heard very much the same thing. This really threw me for a loop. I would go on to mention this experience to other people, and few folks verified that the Lewis River and the forest on the other side were haunted. I went back and I camped again. I was with the same guy. Actually, and an additional friend, so a year or so later, farther downstream. I heard the same thing again, but I don't think either of them heard it. Anyone ever hear anything like this or know much about the Lewis River being haunted? It's in Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington. Sounds like it could be a, what do they call those? Oh boy, what is it? Oh, a fisher. It's an animal called a fisher, perhaps. Or it could be something more spooky. Guardian spirit or ghost. A spirit, ghost, or angel may have saved my mother's life. Some background information. This is a story my mother told me a couple of years ago. It's when she was just out of college. She was very poor, and so she moved into a bad part of town until she could save some money. There had been a series of break-ins and rapes nearby, as well as several murders. No suspects had been arrested. One day, she's carrying her laundry in from the laundromat, and a dog appeared at her door. She said it looked like a white German shepherd with no collar, but healthy, so it was likely someone's pet. The dog made eye contact but showed no other signs of aggression. She let it sniff her hand and it wagged its tail once. Seemed friendly enough, and thinking it was lost, she let it in and just gave it some food and water. The only food that she had at the time were some hot dogs. Pun. So she put a bowl of water on the floor and grabbed a hot dog to feed to the dog. The dog watched her the whole time, and it didn't seem really that interested in the hot dog, but did gently sort of take it in its mouth, turn around, and calmly walk out of the apartment. Later that night, my mother heard a noise from the bushes outside my bedroom window. She was afraid somebody was trying to break in. She then heard barking and yelling coming from that same area. She knew that she would have had to immediately call the police, but was too scared to move. She waited until the noise stopped, and then she called. When the police arrived, they found her window screen had been cut open with a knife. There was blood and white dog fur all over the bushes and fur covering her nearby front porch. My mother realized that the dog had slept out front of her apartment all night until the man tried to break in. She believes that the dog was a guardian angel sent to protect her. And since then, she's been kind to every dog she meets. I'm not sure what really happened there, but whatever that dog was, my mother was very fortunate to have it on her side. And I like the idea of guardian angels enjoying a hot dog. That's wholesome. Unless you're vegan, then it was a vegan hot dog. Imagine what you wish. Ghost or demonic entity could use advice. So basically, since I've moved into my apartment complex 3 years ago, I've been experiencing paranormal activity that I've decided to name Bill. Please don't judge me, it's just a way to make the whole ordeal feel less frightening than it is. Actually scarier for me. In the first few months there, I was experiencing things like hearing somebody breathing behind me at night while in bed or in my bathroom, and seeing tall figures in the hallway or in my dad's room. By the way, I lived with him. Bill might also be following me because in my time living here, I've also been to 2 different psych wards for unrelated personal reasons. At the wards, I also experienced paranormal activity. Seeing tall figures in the hallways or running past a window. The same night that happened, another patient I knew was getting medicine and saw a tall figure on the roof, and feeling like I was being watched or like something in my room was going to jump me. He's still here after I got released from the psych ward, obviously, because otherwise I probably wouldn't be boasting this. And it's like, whenever I'm home alone, I keep hearing things like knocking and scratching on the walls. And that same feeling of being about to be jumped from behind. Things have also gone missing, like water bottles that were on my desk but gone the next day. Things like the shower or sink turning on their own, that's also happened. Though to be fair, that's more annoying than scary if you take into account the water bills. I've also been getting touched in random places, like on my arms or legs or feeling a head laying against my side. That happened just last night. I know this all might seem a bit ridiculous, especially considering I named him, but I could really just use some advice on the matter. I've already talked to a friend who's more experienced with spiritual things, and they're convinced I'm dealing with a nuisance of a demon. But I wanted an outsider's opinion on the matter. There was a decomposed, mangled rat carcass on my roommate's bed. Me, a female of 19, and my roommate, another 19-year-old female, moved into one of my mom's apartment houses in April of this year. It's a duplex and we're in the bottom. The previous owners owned this place for about 20 years or so. The house was built around 1915. The lady upstairs has been there for maybe about 7. But anyways, ever since we moved in, shit has been absolutely fucked. Me and my roommate have had our fair share of creepy occurrences as kids. Nothing like this. The first thing is we bought a nice rose gold knife set. We put it on our stove. Rose gold knife set. We heard some weird noises one night, so we both went out to check. We live right in the middle of town, and at the time our windows didn't lock. My roommate jokingly grabbed one of the rose gold knives, then just put this thing back in the knife block, by the way. The next day, I DDI all the dishes, and I noticed that the knife I out back last night was missing. I sent her a pic and asked if she knew where it was. She didn't. This knife had never been used. About 3 days later, we find it in the bottom drawer with our fucking laundry pins. I have so many more things to say that happened to us, so if you want to know, LMK. But me and my roommate both worked this morning and we got home around the same time. When she got out of the shower, there was a mangled rat body of some sort on her freshly cleaned bed.
We have a camera in our kitchen, which is where her room is connected to, and our front door and back door. No one has been in our house. We're so shocked and disgusted and just physically fucking ill. Please, we just need somebody's insight. This is escalating. I will hold my comment.
Searching for advice. Long kept secret. Long post, but please read. So throughout my entire life, I've had many encounters with ghosts and shadow people. This includes voices calling out to me, seeing faces in the windows of my childhood home, and seeing and sometimes interacting with multiple different ghosts. There's a lot more, but I need to talk about a very specific event that happened when I was around the age of 6 or 7. My brother, 2 sisters, myself, and my dad were all sleeping in the living room together. My dad was on the couch, one sister was on the love seat. The other 2 were on the floor with me. Couldn't sleep that night, so I watched the disco ball ad for a nightlight spin. But at some point, the entire house became eerily quiet. Couldn't hear any noises from outside or anyone breathing around me, but all of a sudden I heard the deepest voice I ever heard speak to me. There was no body, just a voice that came from all around me. The voice told me some things and warned me to never tell a soul what he said to me. I didn't sleep that night. Fast forward to May of 2020, and I'm working in Texas. Get my first nightmare since I was a kid, and I wake up to sleep paralysis. I feel a heartbeat or a chest moving from breathing against my back, and a familiar fear comes over me. I try to scream, but nothing comes out, and I slowly watch a long, dark hand move its way toward my neck. The hand stops, though. I can see a silhouette leaving the room. As soon as it leaves my body, I shoot straight up, finally waking up drenched in a cold sweat. I assumed that it was the same entity from before. I'm not really sure. Never told anybody what he said to me, and hasn't spoke to me since. Haven't actually had contact with him until last year, but I always feel like he's never too far away. Anybody know what he may be? I also have a lot more stories. A friend of mine thinks I'm connected to the spirit world somehow. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and please share any thoughts you may have. And if you need to, I can try to elaborate better on the specifics. The shadow figure. This happened the first summer that I was home alone while my parents would be at work. This story happened before I started 9th grade, so I was probably 15 years old at the time. I was sitting on one end of the couch that was close to one of the windows in the living room, but I was able to look out of the 2 windows. It was only like having a plug in my phone a few seconds or minutes ago when this happened. I saw a black figure run past both windows. This figure wasn't transparent at all. It looked like if a real person ran past the 2 windows. I thought that, well, that was the only time I'd see the shadow figure that day. But it wasn't. I turned to look at the television before looking at the other side of the couch, and I got scared once I saw the same solid-looking shadowy figure. This figure was crouching behind the couch, peeking out to look at me. I didn't want the figure to know that I was scared, so I stared back at this figure. I was able to tell that this figure has no facial features at all. This thing's face was like those mannequins that you'd see at the mall that don't have any facial features on them. It felt like minutes had passed, but it could have possibly have been seconds that me and this figure were looking at each other, before the figure immediately went behind the wall that separated the dining room and living room from one another. It was doing the same thing by peeking around the wall and looking at me again. I had this feeling in my chest like my heart was about to burst out of it. and after that, the shadow figure disappeared. I don't know what it could possibly be, since no one else had lived in the house before me and my parents. As my parents are the first owners of this house, they bought the house a little while after the house was freshly constructed. That was 26 years or more years ago that they'd been buying this house and wasn't even born yet when they bought the house.
My dog saw it first. Then I wish I hadn't looked. The other night I routinely took my dog out before bed, as one does. As soon as I stepped outside, Robert, my dog, weird name I'm aware, he started acting off. He wouldn't leave my side when normally he takes off running into the backyard. Once we reached his usual spot, he refused to go, despite my constant prompting. It was freezing out, and I did not want to be out there for longer than I had to be. But he kept looking around. All of a sudden, this sort of freaked me out the most. He stopped frantically. He was searching the garden, and his eyes locked in onto one spot. I've never personally experienced anything paranormal, but I am aware of the theories surrounding how animals have a sort of special sense for these kinds of things. Robert began to growl underneath his breath, and then he bore his teeth, which is completely out of character for the sweetest staffy dog I've ever met. I tried to pick him up, but he turned to me and almost bit me, which completely threw me because he's never shown any aggression towards people at all. That's when I decided to figure out what the hell he was looking at. But I just couldn't see anything. Like genuinely nothing, just darkness. And that's when a rustle like wind blowing a pile of leaves made Robbie freak out. It was a completely still night. Absolutely no wind or breeze. That was when I grabbed Robbie and ran inside. Has anybody had an experience with animals like this? He's been acting strange ever since, and it's freaking me out. As we speak, my dog stares at the corner. Stares up into the corner, and just keeps on doing that. So yeah, a little bit. Although he will only yell at me and not attack me. He yells a lot.
Sleep paralysis involving vibrational entity. This started off with me relaxing and watching one of my favorite shows, King of the Hill. You have good taste, sir or ma'am. During this, I fell asleep unintentionally. I entered a dream state. I thought I was still awake, and eventually I would realize I couldn't move. I fell asleep laying on my stomach. Couldn't move anything but my eyes. It felt like something was pushing me down. I moved my eyes toward the TV, and I could still see and hear everything going on in the snow. In the show I was watching. Things started to get dark and blurry. I could feel something poking me in my rear end. That's when I really started to get scared. I was stuck in this position and felt powerless, but I kept telling myself, you gotta turn over, you gotta turn over. The feeling that this entity felt so entirely real and physical. I tried yelling but couldn't. Suddenly I felt that I could move my left arm. With all my might, I did a punching motion while twisting over onto my back, and that's when I saw the entity for a few seconds right before waking up. The best way for me to describe it was vibrational. The entity could feel that I had seen it, and it got up and quickly shot out of the room. It was like a big, dark, blurry, vibrational thing. Think about how invisibility is portrayed in movies and TV. It was like in that. Almost like a cloak in Harry Potter, but a little bit darker. Right as this entity shot out of my room, that's when I had basically just awoken from this dream state. One of the freakiest parts about this was how everything in the room was identical in waking life and in dream life. Everything from how my water bottle was positioned to the episode of the show I was watching. While I was in this dream state, I could make out details of every little thing in the room. It was vivid. I was really shaken up from this, and now afraid to fall asleep in this room. Luckily, I haven't had any sleep paralysis since then. Something I can never forget. Blue Lady in a Yorkshire mining village. When I was young, my family and I moved to a small former mining village in Leeds, that's in West Yorkshire. House was small, but didn't have any adverse history that we could find, nor did we hear anything from the neighbors. We settled in comfortably, but noticed that pictures wouldn't stay hung on the wall, and the house was a pain to heat up. On 2 occasions, I experienced what I presumed to be ghosts in that house. The first, my parents were downstairs watching TV, and so I went upstairs to watch a video in their room. We didn't have VHS or DVD players in our bedroom at the time. And as I got to the top of the stairs, I saw 3 sort of dresses, and they were dancing on their own without hangers. Stepped into the room, and it felt really cold. And then the dresses fell to the floor. That was terrifying. I was only about 8 or 9, too. The second event, I was in my bedroom falling asleep, and I think I was ill at the time, and a woman came to my bedroom door looking in on me to make sure I was okay. She was wearing glasses and had a kind face. I was so out of it I didn't pay attention much at first to her, until she walked into the room properly, and I saw she was in an Edwardian dress and looked very transparent and blue. The house was built around the same, or I guess that's called the turn of the century. It was one of a row of mine managers' cottages, so this fits. She smiled at me and walked back to the doorway and then through the wardrobe opposite into the house next door. It was a long terrace row. I asked my neighbors if anybody in the street knew who she was, and they all knew was other children had seen her before. So I guess other children had seen this woman before. And she checked in on them one night and saw them walking through the walls into the next house. Paranormal phone calls. I've never shared this before, but it's something that still crosses my mind, especially after hearing a similar story today. When I was 17, I was really intrigued by spirituality and the paranormal. I spent a lot of time researching different religions and the occult online. A few months after my 17th birthday, I got my first phone, and one night around midnight, I was in my room reading about the Christian concept of good and evil. That was when my phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, but I decided to answer it. The voice on the other end was enough to make my skin crawl. It didn't sound human, and the language it was speaking was something I couldn't recognize. It immediately sent a wave of adrenaline through me. I hung up quickly, running out of the room. But the phone rang again, same unknown number. Panicked, I ran to my parents' room and handed my dad the phone. He's not one to believe in the paranormal and rarely gets scared, but when he picked up, I could tell from his face that something was off. The same strange voice came through, but would only talk in a whispery, growling tone. It wasn't waiting for responses, just speaking in this odd, unintelligible language. My dad hung up, but the phone rang again, almost instantly. So he decided to turn it off for the night. This was the only time something like this ever happened. While my parents tried to brush it off as a prank, I could tell my dad was at a loss for an explanation. He was just trying to comfort me because I kept thinking about it. Has anyone else had an experience like this one? I saw my relative in a dream shortly before they passed. This happened in 2020. I had a granduncle who lived in a different country than mine, very fond of my immediate family. I had, however, never had the opportunity to meet him in person. I'd only ever interacted with him through emails and Facebook. I only knew what he looked like through family photos and his pictures on social media. He had, however, often expressed wishes for me to visit him in his country. That way we could go out to some of his favorite restaurants, so he could cook for me, etc. The chance never arose. One night I'm having a pretty random dream, but among other things, I remember seeing my granduncle in that dream. And this was weird because not only do I rarely, if ever, even dream of family, but I'd never ever dreamt about him before. And I'd never ever dreamt of any family whom I hadn't met in person. In my dream, it was Christmas already, though my dream was in early September. I was walking down a long dark road. It was lit only by the light of a row of cottages on the side, which, by the way, is not the style of housing and architecture in my country, so it was clearly not even me walking in my own country. Despite the road being dark and empty, I wasn't afraid. I was pretty relaxed while walking. A car drove past me slowly, and again I didn't feel the slightest fear. The window rolled down and I saw my granduncle sitting near the window. He glanced at me, looking just like himself in family photos. He seemed calm as I called out to him. Then he looked around and ahead, and the car went on far off. I continued walking, feeling just fine. The next day, our family got news of his passing. I wonder if the dream had been his way of saying goodbye to me and making peace with not having had the chance to meet me in real life. Knew something I couldn't have. When I was a teenager, I would go to summer camp for a week, and at this camp you weren't allowed a cell phone, never no computers or any other form of outside contact allowed. After dropping off kids, parents could go write postcards that the camp staff would hand out throughout the week to make younger kids feel like they were hearing from their parents throughout the week. But in reality, all the postcards were written the first day of camp. All this to say, while at the camp I had zero outside contact, even with my parents. I had a great week, and soon enough it was time for my mom to pick me up. We walked to the car casually, just catching up about my week and hers, and she then very excitedly brings up a Rotary meeting she had attended on Tuesday of that week. Camp goes from Sunday to Sunday. She started saying that they had a guest speaker, and I, sort of annoyed, cut her off because she had already told me this. Being a moody teenager, I was annoyed and grumpily said something like, "Mom, you already told me about your guest speaker who studied abroad in Israel, and how you think I should apply for the program that she did." My mom stared at me, clearly freaked out. She then reiterated that this meeting had occurred while I was at camp. Therefore, I couldn't possibly have known about it. When we got home, we looked through all of our texts and our emails to see if, that had been mentioned of this guest speaker, and there hadn't been any mention of it. Falling over myself. She was a last-minute addition to the meeting, so my mom didn't know she was coming until that day. And we still have no explanation, and since that event, my mom's told me that as a kid I would do stuff like that a lot. My dad's side of the family is Cherokee. I've always had really good intuition. My grandpa, for example, knew his mom had died before being told. And going back further, that mother, my grandmother, who I never met, had apparently predicted things all the time. Visited by my late grandmother. I'm a little bit nervous just thinking and writing about this, but I'd like people's thoughts on my experience. I live at home with Ma'am and younger brother. Last night my brother was working a night shift, so not at home, and my Ma'am was in her own room fast asleep. I went to bed late around 3 a.m.,
I woke up to the sound of the coffee table in my room being dragged toward my bed at around 4 a.m. I woke up startled, put out my hand to stop the coffee table, and couldn't help but shout, "What the fuck?" The room was dark, so I couldn't clearly see anything, but I got up and switched the light on. My door was closed, nobody around or awake in the house. The next day, today, I was thinking to myself, that was definitely not a dream, but I started doubting myself. Surely some sort of paranormal activity out of nowhere. I'm not even convinced such things really exist. However, I told my brother lightheartedly about what happened, and we're kind of joking about it until later on when I tell my mom. And it suddenly dawned on her. It was her mother's 26th anniversary. I'm now convinced this was not a vivid dream and not a coincidence. My grandmother was very close to my mom. They'd be in our house daily when I was young. My mom also told me that it would have been around the same time in the early hours of the morning that her mom, my grandmother, passed away. Should I be worried or take this as a friendly hello from my granny? I can't help but feel a little bit freaked out. If you can't help it.
Fake mom. Wonder if this one's paranormal. One day when I was about 8 years old, my mother was given the worst news of her life. She was told by the doctor she had 3 types of cancer, and that they would just kill her. Well, she ended up passing away in August, and when I'm writing this, it's very close to her death date. But anyways, let's continue. After about 2 weeks into living without a mom, I kept getting these weird dreams of going to the park with her. Kept telling my younger self to stop picturing her, she's gone. I guess that was my way of handling grief. Well, when I turned 9 in April, I woke up, couldn't move. I saw my mom in the corner of my room, and what sounded like whispering. I kept trying to snap out of it, but I couldn't move. I couldn't get up to say hi and I miss you. Well, she turned around, and what I saw was not my mother. I shortly learned it was sleep paralysis, or however you spell it. Well, needless to say, I was scared shitless. Finally grew up and realized I was dreaming, kind of. Years and years went by until yesterday I found a picture of my mom and kept finding more pictures. Kept looking at them, seeing how happy my mom used to be. Till I felt a shiver go down my spine. Looked through the pictures again. Her face kept changing and getting more and more altered. Her eyes became more and more dark and her skin more and more pale white. Her hair was balding. Well, finally I put the pictures away. Went downstairs, saw the picture of her in the fridge, and screamed. My dad came running in and noticed that I was looking at my mom, and my dad just claims nothing was wrong with the picture. So why was I the only one seeing these things happen? I think an entity jumped into bed with me. This incident happened to me on the night of the 18th in March. I'm not somebody who likes to boast a lot, but the uneasiness just won over me. Let's start off by saying I live in an earthquake-prone area, although earthquakes from the past few years have been less frequent. And not only that, they've been lower in magnitude. It was a busy day. I was tired to the point that I couldn't sleep even after getting in bed. So I just tried the ancient method of closing my eyes and pretending to sleep while facing the wall, which was only a few centimeters away from the bed. Not long after, I felt a sudden jolt, making me sway toward the wall sharply. My entire bed had moved toward the wall and hit it. If I were to describe what that felt like, I would say that a person ran and jumped into my bed. So my immediate guess was that this was an earthquake.
one that had ended quickly. I quickly take my phone, and after checking and confirming that there wasn't an earthquake, I was left wondering what it was. I have a post here from months ago, and reading that you know that, well, sleep paralysis is not a new thing to me. This one was different for me, though. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't move. I could only hear the creaking of furniture and the whirring of my ceiling fan. So after a while, I realized I could move again. I just changed my sleeping position and tried to sleep, and was successful in doing so. In the morning, while having my tea, I remembered my bed being shoved to the wall, but for some reason it was perfectly where it used to be. Well, now I wonder if I was just imagining things, though I don't feel as if I was too tired to imagine this incident happened. What are your thoughts?
I think my late grandfather contacted us. So this happened a few years ago. I still remember it like it just happened. A little bit of the backstory right quick. My mom's father passed away from a car wreck that she was in when she was only 13. Never met the guy, obviously, but I've looked him up through stories and pictures and heard he was a great person. So anyway, that particular morning, my mother went to visit his grave by herself. That was while I was at my grandmother's house. My dad was going through some emotional situations at the time, and she told me that she'd prayed to him, asking him to show her a sign that he's still around. So fast forward to that night, Mom and I were riding to Shongaloo, L.A., Louisiana. If you've ever been to Louisiana, then you know it's just a bunch of small towns with a lot of forests and back roads in between, basically. So it's about 11:30-ish, I would say. The road we were on didn't really have any light poles or any type of source of light besides car headlights. We were just talking to each other, and all of a sudden, it's like time slowed down. Sound wasn't existent. We see this humongous, glowing, bright blue ball of light just appear out of thin air, starting from the passenger side of the road. Like it was so bright that you would have seen it coming out of the woods, but it didn't. Just appeared on one side of the road and slowly floated across. Then disappeared as soon as it got to the other side. Just poof, gone in an instant. Looked over at my mother, and by this time, everything had gone back to normal. Sound was back. I still have the sheer, horrified look on her face burned into my brain. It was unexplainable. Never seen anything like this in my life. We both came to the conclusion that it was my grandfather's spirit saying hi to us. Say hi back for me.
Demon creature. I don't know how to start this, but one day about 6 years ago, I'm coming home from school. My routine had been to drop my bag off in my room and go outside. Now, the way my hallway is set up is at the end of the hallway is my brother's room. My room is on the left, walking toward it. On this day, he had left his door open. So as I go to drop my bag off, I see inside my brother's room. I see two transparent people, a man and a woman. They're talking to this creature. I call him 23 because I spoke to someone on a Ouija board and they said that that was their name. I froze and I felt terrified. They all turned to look at me. They turned at the same time and faded away. Not too long later, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like I was being watched. I looked up and I saw 23 standing at the foot of my bed. His head was almost touching the ceiling. I looked him up and down and said, "Nah, fuck this," and rolled over. I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I distinctly remember moving. My house has always felt off. Since I was a kid, I've heard conversations when no one was there. I've seen a hand many times trying to grab me. I've also had very disturbing and detailed dreams. After moving out, these experiences have entirely stopped. I had a drawing ready to post, but I can't attach it. 23 is essentially a skeleton. He has pitch black skin, but there's no room for organs. It looks like he's wearing a white mask, huge bloodshot eyes, and a big forced smile. He looks angry, but anxious. It's hard to explain. He's about 7 feet tall with long, lanky limbs.
Stuck. I relate. So I'm almost 21 years old. My mom died when I was 8, and I had creepy dreams about her. I'm really scared. 2 years ago, I moved out from living with my dad. Moved cities, moved house, and now live alone in a one-story house. Well, one day I came home from college trying to relax and play some Rocket League on my PS4. Well, I kept hearing a woman scream my name outside. Finally got up to look and no one was there. Later that night, I was still awake gaming with some friends when I thought I'd heard someone jiggling the door handle. Grabbed my pocket knife, not knowing what could happen. Peered across the living room, staring at my door, and thought I could see a figure. A figure sort of just staring at my door. Wasn't sure and wasn't going to find out. Quickly called my girlfriend, but she was asleep, and it was 3:33 a.m., so no answer. Didn't sleep that night. Fast forward 2 weeks, and it's present day. Sunday, November 17th. I heard 5 helicopters fly over my house, 2 cop cars drive by. Staying inside, don't open your door for anyone. So me being a dumbass opened my door, went over to my neighbor's house, and asked what was happening. Well, I knocked on their door, and it was cracked, so it slowly opened. I noticed their house was a mess and looked like they had just grabbed what they could and disappeared into thin air. They had 3 dogs, 2 kids. Where'd they go? The figure keeps trying to get into my house, and I finally opened the door and nothing was there. Am I being haunted or targeted? Oh, you gotta follow up with that one. Sheesh. Ask Reddit. Many people believe strongly to paranormal, especially people from small village. Every time there's a big celebration, they offer something like food to the sea. If you want to kill someone, you don't need to go to mercenary or hitman. Just go to paranormal. Bring the picture of your target. In a few days, the target will die, and their death is horrible. You can found nail or Gillette in their stomach, or they suddenly have scar in their body, or the paranormal can send one of their quote-unquote pet to the target, and the target can die just from seeing them. We have any kind of ghost here, ghost wrapped with white cloth, female ghost that have long hair and with a hole in her stomach. If her laugh is loud, she is far away from you. If her laugh is faint, she is near you. The big black man that normally sitting in the tree. Bald boys that only wear underwear. People, quote-unquote, use these boys to steal money, and they pay with their blood. And there are some illness that can only be cured by paranormal. When someone feels sick or pale and they go to a doctor, the medical checkup says everything's fine, but you can see that the person is in pain. Normally, something like this is caused by another paranormal. Too many mystic things in Indonesia. Can't list anything here, and you can ask for more something specific. My friend heard a strange shrieking howl. What is it? Gary, Indiana. My friend lives on the outskirts of the south side of Gary, Indiana. It's a lower middle class area. His backyard ends in a decent-sized forest. He's seen strange lights and heard strange noises for quite some time, but it's gotten worse recently. He was having a bonfire by himself in his backyard. It was 10 feet from the tree line.
he heard slow footsteps walking past, just on the other side of the trees. They walk a bit, stop for a minute, then continue. This goes on for a bit until they run straight for him. He then takes off and runs inside. It's happened on 3 separate occasions. Now he won't have bonfires by himself. More recently, he and another friend were walking through a forest path 5 minutes from his house. It's a decided trail, nothing but wetlands and trees in every direction. They both heard a strange shrieking howl from far away. Then it came again right next to them. Then it was far away again, then right next to them again, even louder. Continued for a few minutes, getting moved around until both howls were right around them. That was enough, and they both took off running. He looked me in the eye and told me it was the only time he'd ever peed his pants, and he now sleeps with a semi-auto 22 next to his bed. Hope they're spirit-piercing bullets. Or silver.